1 month before his discharge. The sky was dyed blazing red by flames. Facilities were destroyed, fires and explosions were everywhere, and the world collapsed. Communication between the base and the outside was completely cut off. Someone shouted in panic, reporting, "Platoon leader, the internal network is down." The radio has no signal either. What the hell happened? It was not just the phones. Even the emergency communication lines had all been severed. Someone standing up high shouted down at the soldiers below, "Is our unit still safe? How much longer can we hold out here?" Everyone knew that all contact with the military had been cut off, and that was the beginning of everything. Someone spoke up. Even now, the situation has stayed the same. Looking at the miserable scene before them, it was fortunate that their unit was stationed high in the mountains, with quite a few obstacles around them, so they could still barely defend the place. But what had to come would come eventually. They were inching closer and closer to their limit. Someone stepped forward and said, "Our food supplies are dropping fast. If we want to survive, we have to make a difficult decision." A man holding a large ladle was stirring a pot, grunting as he did. As he stirred, he shouted as if putting all his strength into it. At a time like this, everyone needs to eat their fill even more and concentrate our forces. He had cooked an entire huge pot of soup by himself. Lunch was a specially prepared soybean paste soup. Wiping away his sweat, he smiled with satisfaction. Bear meat stewed with courage. After receiving full trays of food, everyone sat properly in their places and waited to eat. While eating, someone turned to the person beside him and asked, "Is this really the only choice?" The person beside him smiled and replied, "What else? Going out to look for food right now is no different from suicide." That person ate heartily and could not help praising it. "This is so good. Maybe I should get another serving." The person beside him frowned, looking confused, but could only assume that everyone had different tastes. Suddenly, someone slammed the table hard and shouted, "Whoa, Lieutenant Kim." That person hurriedly ordered, "Move. We have to go out immediately." He even planted one foot on the dining table. His momentum was blazing. "We have to go fight right now. If we get scared by something like this, how can we call ourselves soldiers?" The remaining soldiers were instantly fired up as well. One by one, they clenched their fists, raised them high, and shouted in unison, "Oh, right. Charge. Let's go. Let's smash those bastards. Being trapped here all this time is suffocating me. Let's go monster hunting." Sure enough, you only have strength after eating your fill. Those soldiers seemed to have gone mad. All of them sprang to their feet and quickly rushed outside. "Whoa, let's get some exercise and burn off the fat." For a moment, the surroundings became extremely noisy. In the mess hall, Tan Lang Wan stood there, smiling with satisfaction as he listened to the soldiers shouting outside, "Long live the Republic of Korea Army." This was exactly the result he wanted to see. He was the 20-year-old Sergeant Tan Lang Wan. Those soldiers' eyes were bloodshot as they charged outside, knowing neither fear nor fatigue. And Tan Lang Wan was the cook of this unit. Back then, the scene had originally been very peaceful. White clouds drifted across a clear sky. The sun was bright, and several people were playing soccer on the field. At the gate, the words "First Unit" hung prominently. Someone shouted while playing soccer, "Hey, stop him. That side is open." Someone else wrapped his arms around his head, gathered momentum, and jumped up for a header. "Ahead, don't miss it." Several people chatted as they walked. "Have you heard Espa's new song?" Discussions also rang out in the mess hall. "Oh man, what is that smell? There's nothing special on today's lunch menu. What about dinner?" A person carrying supplies walked past, looked at the long line, and sighed. "It's almost mealtime. People really will eat anything." After saying that, he hurriedly hugged the cardboard box and quickly walked away. I have to hurry and take this into the kitchen." Tan Lang Wan was standing in the kitchen, holding a cleaver and skillfully preparing ingredients. Every cut of his knife was clean and precise. Suddenly, someone called out, "Sergeant Tan Lang Wan." The knife in his hand immediately stopped. A tall man hurried in, his expression somewhat flustered. "We were supposed to make stir-fried squid tonight, but now we're out of squid." Hearing that, Tan Lang Wan immediately whipped around and roared, "What? How many times have I told you to check the ingredients carefully?" He was scolding him. "How many times have I reminded you?" When another person stuck his head in and called him, "Hey, Sergeant Tan," Lieutenant Kim called. "He doesn't want to eat vegetable tempura for lunch today." One thing after another came up, enough to make him furious. Tan Lang Wan shouted irritably, "What?" But the other party was a lieutenant. After all, he had no choice but to listen, so he waved his hand in annoyance. "Got it. Put that other matter aside for now." The man awkwardly stammered, "Yes, sir." Tan Lang Wan looked at the pile of carrots already cut on the table and snorted coldly. Because they were short on manpower, he already had to handle most of the work in the kitchen. Yet people here still had all kinds of picky demands. They were out of squid for dinner, and Lieutenant Kim did not like eating vegetables at lunch. After arranging those tasks again, he looked at everyone in the kitchen and said loudly, "All right, listen up. Tonight's menu is changing from stir-fried squid to pan-seared pork belly. You all remember the pork belly we stored from the last unit assembly, right?" The others answered in unison, "Understood, Sergeant." He frowned, looked at the person beside him, and urged, "Hurry up. They'll definitely like this dish." Orders rang out one after another in the kitchen. "We also need to take butter and chicken out of the freezer. Lieutenant Kim wants spaghetti for lunch, so we'll make chicken spaghetti. Everyone move." The atmosphere remained as calm as ever, and the people playing soccer outside were still so absorbed in the game that they lost track of everything. But in the forest, a torn cardboard box had appeared. A shoe lay crookedly on the ground, and beside it was a large pool of blood. Clearly, someone had met with disaster. Someone had died, but no one knew. A dark shadow wriggled constantly, letting out a strange growl. It was a gigantic monster, its eyes glowing red, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, gnawing on that person's corpse. The people in the kitchen were still completely unaware of it. Someone handed Tan Lang Nguyen a can of soda and comforted him. "Sergeant, you'll be discharged in just a few days. Hang in there a little longer." Tan Lang Nguyen took the can of soda. He smiled comfortably. That's true, but precisely because there isn't much time left, doing this work feels even more worthwhile. The fat guy smiled and asked him, "I'm really jealous of people who have completed their military service. Sergeant, what do you plan to do after your discharge?" Tan Lang Nguyen looked at him and answered honestly, "Well, I still don't know." As he popped open the can, he continued, "I want to learn cooking properly and try opening a restaurant." After hearing that, the fat guy cried out in surprise, "Huh? Isn't the restaurant industry in a serious slump right now? Besides, cooking isn't even your specialty, Sergeant." Tan Lang Nguyen looked at him. He only smiled faintly, even though the other man said that he was extremely confident in his own abilities. "I found joy in working as a cook in the Army. Seeing everyone like the food I make feels pretty good too, so I want to study it more deeply." After hearing this, the fat guy still looked somewhat blank, but he still said, "Oh, that's amazing. Then after your discharge, Sergeant, do you want to come to the restaurant I used to work at? I can teach you as your senior." The moment he finished speaking, the water Tan Lang Nguyen had just drunk sprayed completely out of his mouth. He wiped his mouth and shouted angrily, his face full of displeasure, "Are you crazy? Who said I'd go to your place? I'm not interested in Japanese cuisine." Even after being scolded, the guy was not angry at all. Instead, he added, "Oh, but Japanese food is delicious too." Tan Lang Nguyen set the soda can on the table. He gave him a mocking smile and looked straight into his eyes. "I appreciate your kindness, but isn't the hierarchy in the food industry even more exaggerated than in the Army? I don't want to be ordered around by you." After saying that, he stood up, ready to continue working, and took the opportunity to act like a superior while ordering the fat guy around. "Fine, but I just realized we're out of salt. Go get some from the storage room." The fat guy obediently replied, "Understood." In the Army, he was still Tan Lang Nguyen's subordinate right now, yet he actually dared to say that after discharge, Tan Lang Nguyen should become his junior. Who could accept that? Tan Lang Nguyen then looked at the others and once again switched into his hard-to-deal-with mode, pointing at them and scolding, "It's almost mealtime. Hurry up and get everything ready." The others could only honestly answer, "Understood." Although he said that out loud, he was actually quite concerned about what the fat guy had just said. Exquisite and tempting dishes appeared one after another in his mind, and he thought to himself, Japanese cuisine, huh? Becoming that guy's junior sounds ridiculous, but go to learn things from restaurants with different styles might not be impossible. Thinking of all kinds of fine food, he crossed his arms and laughed to himself. But then again, the pinnacle of cuisine is definitely still European food. Just then, a miserable scream echoed through the kitchen. Aya! Tan Lang Nguyen jolted in fright and looked toward the source of the sound. His expression immediately darkened, and panic rose in his heart. Is that Brother Nguyen's voice? He hurriedly rushed toward the storage room. What happened? He gently pushed the door open and looked inside, but he saw no one. He called in a low voice, "Brother Nguyen?" But he did not notice a pitch-black shadow in the corner of the room. Tan Lang Nguyen's eyes widened. His face drained of blood, cold sweat poured down, and he stared fixedly at that huge black shadow. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? The monster had a very long tail, and strange low growls kept coming from its mouth. On the ground lay Brother Nguyen's corpse. He had been killed. Brother Nguyen's eyes were still wide open. Looking at that scene, Tan Lang Nguyen thought in terror, Brother Nguyen is dead? His body seemed to freeze solid. He did not dare move even a little. A bone-chilling cold ran down his spine, making his entire body tremble uncontrollably. How can this be? Is this some kind of joke? This is too absurd. This definitely isn't a wild animal. There's no way a monster this huge exists in real life. Sweat kept pouring down, and he forced himself to calm down. Right? No matter how absurd it is, this isn't fake. But how could Brother Nguyen? The blood splattered across the floor said everything. There could be no mistake. He opened his mouth, his scalp numb, and stood frozen in place, completely unable to look away. Damn it, this isn't a dream. It's real. Blood spread across the ground, accompanied by the terrifying growls of that beast. Just then, several others also ran over. Sergeant Tan Lang, Nguyen hurriedly raised his hand to signal them to stop. His mind spun rapidly. He had to let everyone withdraw first. He kept waving his hand, signaling them to leave quietly. Those people stood there, looking at him in confusion. Tan Lang Nguyen lowered his voice and said, "Get down. Retreat quickly." But one person, unaware of the situation, directly pushed the door open and asked, "Sergeant Tan, what happened?" He had not even seen the monster yet and simply carried the cardboard box straight into the storage room. The monster immediately discovered a new target. Its eyes glowed red, and it suddenly lunged at that person. Only then did the man see it. His soul nearly left his body, and he let out a miserable scream. "Ah!" Tan Lang Nguyen immediately rushed in. He shouted, "Kid, run." He quickly picked up the large cleaver from the ground and threw it straight at the monster. "Take this, you damn monster." Unexpectedly, when the cleaver struck the monster, it bounced off instantly, unable to leave even a scratch. The knife slammed hard into the wall and fell to the ground. The monster swung its tail and sent that person flying. He crashed into the wall and let out a painful scream. The monster had 4 limbs on the ground and a tail. Its size was almost as large as the entire storage room. Tan Lang Nguyen stared in shock. What the hell is this? It didn't work? The monster bared a mouth full of fangs. It raised its head and roared, then lunged at him like lightning. It opened its huge mouth wide, stretching out a long tongue like a snake's. Seeing the monster thunder toward him, Tan Lang Nguyen frantically searched for a way to escape in panic. Damn it. An idea suddenly came to him, and he immediately crawled under the table. But he was still so shaken that he could hardly believe it. How could this kind of monster appear in real life? The monster missed its pounce and failed to bite him. Instead, it slammed headfirst into the wall behind him, cracking the entire wall. It was completely unharmed and immediately turned around to attack again. The others clutched their heads and shouted in terror. "Sergeant, what the hell is this thing?" Tan Lang Nguyen lay flat on the ground and roared. "How the hell would I know?" The monster's claws slammed hard onto the floor. It sent the table flying with a single blow. Having lost his last cover, Tan Lang Nguyen could only crawl on the ground and shout, "Damn it!" The monster's forelimb suddenly swept toward him. His whole body stiffened, and he opened his mouth, not knowing what to do. Just then, someone scooped up a ladle full of boiling oil and shouted, "Sergeant Tan." That person splashed the ladle of hot oil straight onto the monster. He shouted, "Get down." Tan Lang Nguyen's eyes widened in shock. The monster's face was doused with hot oil, and it was immediately burned black. The man hurriedly said, "Did it work?" Then he quickly scooped up another ladle of hot oil. Seeing the monster thrash in pain, he shouted excitedly, "Great! It can't handle hot oil." Immediately after that, he splashed another ladle. He shouted, "Come on, go die." Watching this, Tan Lang Nguyen immediately took note of it in his heart. No matter how tough your skin is, hot oil can still burn you. I have to let the people outside know what happened here. So he called out, "Assistant cook." The man immediately turned his head and replied, "Yes, sir." But in that very instant, a gray-black shadow suddenly swept over. It was the monster's tail, which directly sent the assistant cook flying. That thick, powerful tail struck him squarely in the face. It was too fast, too lethal. Even Tan Lang Nguyen had no time to clearly see what had happened. That poor assistant cook was killed on the spot by the monster. Tan Lang Nguyen's face turned deathly pale with fear. Even the assistant cook. The monster continued swinging its tail, wildly destroying the room, its tail sweeping everywhere like a fan. At this moment, its only remaining target was Tan Lang Nguyen, and its tail rose high again. Tan Lang Nguyen hurriedly raised both hands to cover his face. Damn it, it's gone completely berserk. Looking down at the ground, he saw that everyone else was already dead, collapsed in pools of blood. Looking at them, he became even more terrified. Am I going to die like this too? He was so tense that cold sweat poured from him, and tears welled in his eyes. Die like Brother Juan, like that assistant cook? Suddenly, his eyes flew open. The monster's attack had gone off course and had not hit him at all. Tan Lang Nuan immediately realized that the monster was squinting as if it had lost its sense of direction. He froze. What's going on? Looking more closely, he saw that there was indeed something wrong with those red eyes. Ah, so the hot oil made it unable to see. This is my chance. Moreover, wounds had already begun appearing on its body. Its scales had reddened and cracked open. Tan Lang Nuan gritted his teeth and stared closely, discovering that the flesh on its back had been exposed. He frowned, focused all his attention, clenched his teeth, and made up his mind. Maybe I can do it. He calculated rapidly in his mind. I need something sharp enough to stab deep. Just then, he saw a long knife on the ground. It was Brother Nuan's favorite knife. Suddenly, the monster ground its teeth hard. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it abruptly turned its head. Tan Lang Nuan forced himself to stay calm. He did not dare move, even a little, nor make the slightest sound. As long as I make even one sound, I'm dead for sure. That's right. He clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down as if he were bathing in it. In this critical moment, he knew he had to be braver and make the decision himself. Seizing the instant the monster turned around, he rushed quickly toward the long knife on the ground, darting from one corner to another in the blink of an eye. The monster noticed someone moving, but because it could not see, it could not lock onto the target. At last, he grabbed that knife. In the next second, he suddenly charged out, leapt high, swung the knife down, and roared furiously, "Go die. You bastard!" The monster stuck out its long tongue in pain. Tan Lang Nuan gripped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. He stabbed it hard into the wound that had already split open. The monster let out a miserable scream of pain, and its huge body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Tan Lang Nuan used all his strength to push the knife even deeper. The monster's black blood splattered all over his face. He held the knife handle tightly and absolutely refused to let go. After struggling for a while, the monster finally began to run out of strength, but it was still thrashing in its death throes, and Tan Lang Nuan absolutely refused to release his grip. That's right, just like that. It has to die. I have to kill it. I can't give it any chance to strike back. Either it dies, or I die. Tan Lang Nuan suddenly pulled the long knife out and frantically stabbed the monster's body over and over, roaring as he stabbed. At last, the monster stopped moving completely. All the anger and frustration caused by the tragic deaths of his comrades around him erupted in this moment. Even though the monster was already dead, he still kept stabbing it. "Godi, you bastard!" He gripped the knife tightly and stabbed again and again. Even after its death, the monster still bared its fangs and glared, looking incredibly ferocious. A while later, the room finally became quiet again, and the ground was covered in black blood. Exhausted, Tan Lang Nuan collapsed beside the monster's corpse, panting so hard he could barely breathe. As if he had just returned from the gates of hell, he let out a long breath and finally relaxed a little. I won. Looking at that enormous corpse, he could not help shouting, "I actually killed that monster." Just then, a flash of light appeared in the air. Blue panels appeared one after another, and a voice rang out at the same time. "Congratulations, you have awakened." Awakened, one Tan Lang Nuan. Profession, apprentice chef. Tan Lang Nuan's eyes went wide, completely unable to believe it. What is this? Too many unexpected things had happened today. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset glow spread over the place, making it eerily quiet. Corpses were everywhere. Damn it, why are there so many monsters? Everywhere I go, I see dead bodies. Everywhere Tan Lang Nuan went, human corpses lay scattered across the ground. Is everyone dead? He struggled out from beneath a large tree that had fallen to the ground, his eyes slightly red, still utterly unable to understand. This is all too insane. What exactly happened? What exactly was that monster? And what are those strange windows? He had tried touching one just now, and it had immediately popped up with a notification. Global event, Guild War is about to begin. Rise together. It had also told him to create a guild or join a new guild. The earlier a guild was established, the more exclusive advantages it would gain. Immediately after that, his personal notification appeared, currently no guild. Tan Lang Nuan frowned, staring at the panel floating in midair, his mind in a fog. What kind of holographic projection is this? It's like a system window in a game. Is someone playing a joke on me? Curious, he raised his hand and pressed it again. Immediately, another flash of light appeared, and a new notification popped up. Global event, capture the flag has begun. Each time he touched it, a new notification jumped out. He was alone in the forest. As he searched for other survivors, the more he read these notifications, the more confused he became. Gyutva, capture the flag? His head felt as though it would explode, and his teeth clenched tightly. I don't know anything. I don't have time to deal with this mess either. I have to get out of here first. But wherever he went, all he saw were corpses. He could only keep searching. First, he had to find someone still alive. After all, having more people would be safer. Tan Lang Nuan gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, not daring to let go of it for even a moment. It was his only weapon for self-defense. He hid behind a large tree trunk and carefully observed his surroundings. No matter what, I have to survive. First, I have to check the entire area nearby, even if I end up finding nothing. This place was so quiet that there was not a single sound. Yet suddenly, gunfire rang out. Tan Lang Nuan hid behind a wall and poked his head out to look around. Where did that gunfire come from? From the direction of the ammunition depot? He slowly advanced in that direction. Thinking of the enormous monster from earlier, he could not help wondering if the people who could not fight the monsters had abandoned their guns and fled to the ammunition depot. Thinking that, his spirits immediately lifted considerably. At least there was still hope. Just then, behind him, a monster exactly like the one from earlier suddenly appeared. It was abnormally huge, its eyes glowing red as it stared fixedly at him. The moment he saw it, Tan Lang Nuan jumped in fright and shouted, "What? Where did you come from?" Panic surged in his heart. Now he did not even have gasoline left. Suddenly, another flash of light appeared in midair. A system notification appeared. The skill Sovereign's Eye has been activated. The more he looked, the less he understood, but the monster was already getting closer and closer. Terrified, he cried out, "What is this?" The screen displayed, "Ingredient analysis complete. You have obtained the apprentice chef's secret recipe, taming the lizard monster." The lizard monster's joints are flexible and supple, allowing it to move with great ease. Therefore, with a little understanding, it can be processed without expending too much effort. First, sever the circulatory system and drain the blood from the body. The spot beneath the left armpit, close to the heart, is the easiest place to cut, making it convenient to drain the blood from the vessels near the heart. Tan Lang Nuan stared until his eyes went wide. What is this? A method for processing the monster in front of him had actually appeared in his mind. Just then, the monster let out another restless roar. It could no longer hold back and wanted to swallow him in one bite. In this narrow alley, it pressed toward him step by step. Tan Lang Nuan was horrified, his heart tightening. "I'm dead. It's coming." He clenched the knife in his hand and thought, "Can I really move the way I'm imagining?" He was still hesitating. Will this really work? But the monster had already pounced. There was no other choice. There was no more time to think. He narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to stay focused. Damn it, I can only try. The monster opened its mouth wide and threw its head back, releasing a bizarre howl. Skill unlocked. Apprentice Chef's knife skills. His blade stabbed straight into the monster's left armpit. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out in torrents. When using bladed weapons, damage is enhanced. He had originally thought the knife would get stuck in its tough hide, but unexpectedly, the blade truly pierced the monster's body, causing it to spurt blood on the spot. Watching the monster collapse, he finally realized that as long as he followed what the system panel said, it really was effective. The monster was completely dead. He could hardly believe that he had killed it with a single strike. Gasping for breath, he wearily crawled out from under the monster's corpse. Blood was everywhere around him, but he still could not help shouting in joy, "I did it." He was still gripping that knife tightly. Without the system panel's guidance, he would definitely have died. Suddenly, Tan Lang Nuan's entire body shook violently. It felt as though he had been swept into another space in an instant. What was this feeling? Something seemed to be slowly rising within his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. Another flash of light appeared. You have gained experience points. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Sovereign's Eye. There is no ingredient that a great chef cannot process, even if it is a species they have never encountered before. An appraised target will be regarded as an ingredient. Appraisal can reveal the target's standard recipe and processing method. He stared with wide eyes, his face full of shock. Looking again at the monster's corpse, he finally understood. Ingredient? He cried out in disbelief. This monster is actually being counted as cooking ingredients? The system switched to another interface. Recipe: light lizard monster. The meat of the lizard monster is characterized by a light, savory saltiness. However, if overcooked, its muscle fibers will become tough and hard. If the unpleasant parts are not removed, it becomes an ingredient that must be handled carefully. Recommended cooking method. At this point, he finally could not take it anymore and shouted, "Enough!" He whipped his face away, refusing to look any further, and demanded through gritted teeth, "Are you insane? Cook that thing? Who could swallow a man-eating monster?" His heart was beating extremely fast. He truly could not accept it. His breathing was rapid, sweat poured down like rain, and he thought helplessly, what exactly is this awakening? Just then, human footsteps suddenly sounded. A soldier holding a gun stepped into the alley. "Hey, who's there?" Tan Lang Nguyen hurriedly answered, "I'm Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen, the cook." The other man recognized him too and hurried over. "Sergeant Tan?" Tan Lang Nguyen also recognized him. "You're Corporal Kim from the supply unit." Tan Lang Nguyen said in surprise, "Ah, you're still alive." The other man asked back, "Why are you here alone?" Seeing him utterly exhausted and covered in blood, he could not help asking curiously, "And what happened to you?" Tan Lang Nguyen did not answer. He only straightened his clothes slightly and said with a frown, "It's a long story. What about you? Why are you here?" As the two spoke, they walked out of the alley. There were several more people outside, each holding a gun. The other man explained, "I heard voices over here, so I thought there might be survivors. Let's go to the ammunition depot first. Who knows when those monsters will appear again." As he walked, he looked around in all directions, vigilant and uneasy. Suddenly, several people rushed over, shouting loudly, "Run!" The three of them immediately broke into a desperate sprint. Two men with guns ran in front, while Tan Lang Nguyen followed behind with his knife. As the other man ran, he asked, "What about the other cooks?" Tan Lang Nguyen's expression grew complicated, and he said in a low, heavy voice, "They're probably all dead." The other man hurriedly cried, "I'm sorry." Once they reached a safe place, Tan Lang Nguyen comforted him, "You don't need to apologize." He lowered his head and looked at the ground, thinking of those who had died. They were all good people. Then he remembered how they had once thrown their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing and fooling around, and his heart hurt even more. "Looks like I'm the only survivor." Suddenly, someone reported loudly, "We found a survivor here. Uri, Komin." Tan Lang Nguyen followed these people inside and swept his gaze around. Everyone here was holding a gun. He thought to himself, they fortified the defensive line around the ammunition depot. Everyone looked dejected, and some were wounded. All of them were exhausted, and the military uniforms they wore were not even uniform. He immediately felt much more at ease. Following the soldier, surnamed Kim, he could not help sighing, "At least we've gathered here." That's truly a relief. A familiar flash of light appeared in the air again. Skill acquired. Primate processing. Apprentice chef's secret recipe. Tan Lang Nguyen's entire body shook as he stared wide-eyed. Primate processing? But there were clearly only humans here. Looking at the soldiers around him, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Could the system be talking about these people? Too terrifying. What the hell is this thing? The system was actually teaching him how to kill people, how to butcher people. At that moment, someone ran up to him. "Hey, Sergeant, please come in and make your report." Tan Lang Nguyen asked in surprise. "Report?" The other man did not seem abnormal, so he guessed that it looked like other people could not see this window. The man said to him, "That's right. Lieutenant Kim is in command here. The surviving senior personnel from each section are holding a meeting." When he heard Sergeant Tan was alive, the lieutenant immediately asked us to invite you in. Hearing that, Tan Lang Nguyen immediately followed him inside. "All right, let's go." The other man raised a hand to point the way for him. "Once you go in, there will be a door on the left." Tan Lang Nguyen wiped the grime from his face, thinking to himself, is Lieutenant Kim the only surviving commanding officer? But the monsters definitely did not only attack soldiers. "I'll go in first and see." The door was already half open. He hesitated slightly, standing outside for a moment without immediately entering. He poked his head in and said quietly, "Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen, I heard you were looking for me." There were several people in the room. As soon as they saw him, one person cried out, "Oh, Tan Lang Nguyen, you're still alive." When Lieutenant Kim saw him, he frowned, gritted his teeth, and said with a twisted expression, "Looks like we're in serious trouble this time." He said to Tan Lang Nguyen, "Sit. Let's talk." Sit Inuit. Tan Lang Nguyen calmly looked at him and nodded. "All right, Lieutenant Kim said to everyone present, "There are still quite a few survivors." He picked up a notebook and handed it to the person beside him. "Continue checking the roster. Is this from the transport unit?" Tan Lang Wan looked at the man before him, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing through his eyes, and sweat also beaded on his forehead. Liu Kimu. This man had always carried an arrogant air. He knew very well that this was nothing more than a greedy and despicable low-ranking officer. In the past, he had shown disgust and criticized the food Tan Lang Wan cooked. Disgusting. Who could eat this? I'll eat the other dishes later. On several occasions, he had even barged straight into the kitchen and ordered him around like servant. "Hey, I suddenly feel like eating spaghetti. Make it for me right now." At that time, Tan Lang Wan had clearly been cooking something else, but he could only stop and ask right now. Because of that, he had absolutely no good impression of this man. Yet now, here he was, still putting on the same act. Now this man was the commander of their unit. Lieutenant Kim glanced at everyone in the room and asked, "Is CO Ho in the transport unit? Isn't the team leader Kim Jun-gio?" A person sitting nearby turned his head and answered, "Yes, Sergeant Kim Jun-gio is dead. No, I should say he has gone to a better place." Hearing this, Lieutenant Kim froze and asked back, "The transport unit leader?" The expressions of the others immediately darkened. They fell silent, and each person's eyes carried a hint of grief. Tan Lang Wan swept his eyes over them and understood. Among the surviving forces, half were fundamentally unable to bear the burden of this position. At that moment, one person stepped forward and volunteered. "Moreover, Sergeant Park Fat is currently not very mentally stable, so I came here in his place." Lieutenant Kim leaned over and looked toward the person who had just spoken. "What?" Tan Lang Wan looked at those whose expressions were still relatively calm and who sat upright, thinking to himself, "The people sitting here are probably all those who can still keep their heads right now." Lieutenant Kim raised a notebook in his hand, looked at it, and summarized, "Reconnaissance Unit, 7 people. Then he frowned and checked again. "Transport Unit, 10 people. Logistics Unit, 1 person. They were counting the number of survivors. By a rough estimate, there were currently about 100 people left. Almost half of an entire battalion had become casualties. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "May I take a look?" Lieutenant Kim turned his head and answered, Min Che, what is it?" This person named Min Che was a communications sergeant. Drenched in sweat, he anxiously voiced his speculation. "Before coming here, I confirmed it with our superiors again. It seems we have lost contact with the outside." Lieutenant Kim shouted in shock, "What?" The other man calmly recalled, "All mobile phones have no signal, and the emergency communications network has also been paralyzed. Even television, radio, the internal network, and even the military radio frequencies have been cut off." He reported, "I tried every method I could think of, but it seems we have completely lost contact." This news was not good at all. The moment it was spoken, everyone panicked even more. "We're finished." Only Tan Lang Wan sat to the side, silently observing. The others had already begun discussing noisily. "You mean we can't contact the outside world anymore? Could North Korea have fired an electromagnetic pulse bomb?" Others said, "No, the military has shielding against electromagnetic pulses, so what exactly is going on?" Someone else scrambled to shout, "Damn it, are all of us only able to stay here and wait to die? If we can't contact the outside, then what about our families?" One frightened person frowned and asked Lieutenant Kim, who stood at the head, "Lieutenant Kim, what should we do now? I feel like I'm trapped in my own unit." Tan Lang Wan knew that everyone had already begun to panic. He looked at those frightened, dazed faces and thought, if a clear objective could be established at a time like this, the soldiers' unease should lessen somewhat. But Lieutenant Kim only sat there helplessly, completely unable to answer his subordinate's question. As the commander, the person who could quell this chaos should have immediately calmed everyone down. Now he was the only officer, and everyone was waiting for his decision. Lieutenant Kim thought for a long time, but still could not say anything. Including Tan Lang Wan. Everyone stared fixedly at him, waiting for an answer. One person lost patience and shouted directly, "So what is it?" Even the lieutenant doesn't know what to do. "So what are we supposed to know?" Hearing that, Lieutenant Kim's anger immediately flared in his heart, and he cursed inwardly, "You damned lunatic bastard." So he abruptly stood up, spread his arms, and made himself look very understanding. "Then let's do it. Although it's dangerous, this is necessary. Choose a few volunteers and start taking action." Everyone froze and asked back, "Volunteers?" Tan Lang Wan was also extremely dissatisfied with this answer and thought to himself, is he still planning to do that? Looking at this greasy-haired man who was fundamentally unworthy of being a commander, he could not help wondering whether the man no longer wanted to continue being the commander. Right now, as long as he made the wrong choice, he would have to bear the consequences. But he still wanted to use the excuse of needing instructions from superiors to evade responsibility. Tan Lang Wan knew that this situation was indeed very difficult, but this was absolutely not the attitude a commander should have. He was so furious that he ground his teeth, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only think resentfully, "Lieutenant Kim, I actually once placed expectations on you. How stupid." Yet Lieutenant Kim had not the slightest self-awareness. He raised his hand, looked around, and said, "If anyone disagrees, do you have any better ideas?" He continued, "Or else choose a few volunteers." Some of the others vaguely echoed him. Maybe it's true that we have no other choice." Hearing that, Lieutenant Kim immediately became smug. "Very good. Then that means everyone agrees." But immediately, someone could not bear listening any longer and suddenly shouted, "In a situation like this, how can a lieutenant say something like that?" The others hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, calm down. There has to be a way somehow." Tan Lang Wan looked at the chaotic scene before him and could only helplessly hold his head. Only when something truly happened did one realize that these commanders could not be relied on at all. Lieutenant Kim silently trembled with anger, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, and said loudly, "You said we've lost contact, right?" He made a suggestion. "Then why don't we send a few people to the higher unit and try contacting them? No matter what we do, we have to receive orders from our superiors first." Everyone's eyes widened again as they stared at him in shock. Tan Lang Wan finally could not stay silent any longer. He said coldly, "Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous?" The others looked at him in surprise as well. No matter what they thought, he had to say it. Their base was located on a mountain 1,400 meters above sea level. Even if we drive out, it'll take a long time. It'll take at least 2 hours to reach the higher unit. During that time, if even one monster attacks. After hearing him, several people nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the distance is too far. That isn't suitable." Lieutenant Kim did not dare look at him. He awkwardly shifted his gaze away and said, "The remaining soldiers will stay in the unit until we make contact with our superiors." Min Che glanced at him silently, wearing the exact same expression as Tan Lang Wan. The sky gradually darkened, and they began discussing other matters. "First, let's confirm the unit situation. Lang Wan, how much food do we have left?" Tan Lang Wan stood up and reported, "Our regular rations can probably last about 5 days. Emergency rations should last around 6 weeks. Thinking back to the stock in the warehouse, since our numbers have dropped, I estimate it should be enough for about 2 months." Hearing that, Lieutenant Kim turned to ask someone else, "What about ammunition?" The person in charge of management answered, "We used up all the training rounds last week. The only thing left in storage now is our reserve live ammunition. There's quite a lot, but if we don't get resupplied." Thinking of that ammunition, his tone became somewhat hesitant. After all, their opponents were those monsters. After that, there were many other discussions. For example, how should they deal with the remaining monsters inside the base? Lieutenant Kim desperately tried to keep the situation under control, and issues like electricity and water supply were also brought up. But no matter what he did, Tan Lang Wan could not be satisfied because this man was fundamentally accomplishing nothing. In the end, their objective was still just to wait for their superiors to contact them. Fortunately, though, the soldiers finally seemed to calm down a little. The other man wrote everything down. "All right, that's all." Lieutenant Kim seemed ready to end the meeting just like that. "Go notify the other squads." Was that it? He had not even mentioned the most important matter yet. So Tan Lang Wan stood up again, looked at everyone, and asked, "Shouldn't we discuss awakening?" Everyone froze. Lieutenant Kim asked in surprise, "Awakening? Sergeant Tan, what are you talking about?" Tan Lang Wan repeated, "Didn't you say you hunted and killed monsters before?" The other man was sweating profusely, his face full of confusion. "Yes, we shot them dead with guns." So what? No one understood what he was saying at all. Only then did Tan Lang Wan realize he was different from everyone else. His legs stiffened. What was this reaction? Could he be the only awakened person here? So he drew the knife at his waist. Blood still clung to the blade as he raised it in front of everyone. "There's something I want to show you." Seeing that, the others fearfully backed away. "Hey, why are you holding a knife?" "What are you trying to do?" The blade was terrifyingly sharp. Tan Lang and Wan stepped toward the table, but the others retreated even farther, every one of them full of wariness. Clearly, in their eyes, what he had just said, combined with what he was doing now, was far too abnormal. But he had no other choice. He could explain everything he wanted to say, but that would only make him look like a madman. He was someone who had killed a monster. This was just an ordinary table. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Just treat it like chopping vegetables. Then Tan Lang Nguyen decisively swung his knife, slashing the tabletop several times in succession. His knife movements were extremely practiced, his expression solemn, perfectly recreating the motions he had used when killing that monster. After he stopped, the table seemed completely unchanged. But in the next second, the tabletop exploded apart along the marks he had just cut, following the exact path of his blade. The entire room shook. Everyone gaped and cried out in shock. "Whoa," someone blurted out. "That's ridiculous. How did you do that?" That table was cut apart like paper. A system notification appeared. "Talent, apprentice chef's knife skills. You have proven it." Tan Lang Nguyen raised the knife in his hand and told them, "After I killed the monster that rushed into the kitchen, I awakened an ability. That's why I can do this." Lieutenant Kim finally could not hold back anymore and suddenly shouted, "What? You awakened after killing a monster?" Tan Lang Nguyen completely understood why they were so shaken. So he said decisively, "That's right. At first, I found it hard to believe too, but he had already proven it through his actions." That whole group of people stared blankly at him. Hadn't everyone seen it with their own eyes? I don't know how I survived at first, but in a situation like this, even if I might die at any moment, I wouldn't find it strange. No one knows when our ammunition and food will run out, and we still don't know how many monsters there are. He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, the weapon that had helped him survive. I only have 3 days left until discharge, and now I'm about to die here. Thinking of that, he was so angry he nearly went mad, and a fighting spirit blazed up in his chest again. No, I absolutely have to live. I have to get out of here and open a restaurant of my own with my own hands. If we want to survive, the first thing we have to do is feed this entire camp. He could not let these people be led around by those meaningless plans any longer. He had to speak up. In that case, our top priority right now is this. Starting from this moment, I'll train you so the entire camp can awaken. Just then, an enormous noise suddenly rang out from outside, cutting everything off. Someone ran in frantically to report. Something's happened. Monsters are heading this way. Lieutenant Kim looked outside and asked loudly, "What? How many are there?" The man reported, "At least 5, but we still haven't confirmed the full number." The meeting had only just ended and they had appeared again. The whole room instantly fell into chaos. "Hurry, move out immediately. Return to your positions and prepare for battle." Everyone received the order and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Tan Lang Nguyen also clenched his teeth and hurriedly rushed outside. Damn it, why do they keep targeting this place? Outside, the soldiers could only raise their guns and keep firing. Open fire. A barrage of bullets struck the monsters' bodies. Fortunately, they only appeared in places where there were signs of human activity. As the soldiers fired, they shouted, "We have to use almost an entire magazine just to kill one." Another person shouted, "Conserve ammunition. Aim high." A few monsters even crawled in from beyond the fence. Watching them get riddled with bullets until blood sprayed everywhere, Tan Lang Nguyen felt a glimmer of hope. At least bullets could still injure them. But this was not a good method. It took 20 to 30 rounds to kill one monster. If 10 more showed up today, they would not be able to hold out at all. As soon as everyone thought of the limited ammunition in storage, they understood that perhaps they could still barely endure for now, but without new supplies, they would all die before long. After a dense burst of gunfire, those monsters finally all died. Relieved shouts rang out. "It's over. It's finally over. All right, set up a defensive line and confirm casualties. Squad leaders, check your head counts and report." Looking at the bodies on the ground, 2 more people had died today. Someone cursed in dissatisfaction. "Damn it." Tan Lang Nguyen stepped forward and asked, "How are those bodies going to be handled?" Someone told him, "We made a cemetery behind the unit. Most of them will be put into body bags and cremated." Another person came over and urged the soldiers, "Move quickly." They quickly carried the bodies away. "Yes, squad leader." Tan Lang Nguyen stood there, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, unable to say a single word. Just like that, the battle against the monsters ended. The matters discussed in the meeting also began to be put into action. Lieutenant Kim looked at several people and asked, "Are you two really sure you want to move the unit?" Tan Lang Wan thought, "Just send a request for support to the higher-ups first and wait until contact is restored before deciding." One person who looked very confident answered, "Yes. I know a place the unit can use to rest and reorganize. We also have enough fuel, and we won't need to directly confront any monsters." He added, "There's also a warehouse there that can store ammunition." Hearing that, Lieutenant Kim seemed very satisfied. "Good, very good. Then I'll cover you until you can get the next group out." As Tan Lang Nguyen listened to them discuss those matters, he was thinking about something else. What they needed to discuss now was how to increase the number of awakened people. The others looked at one another, their faces full of confusion. "Why can't we awaken? I clearly killed a monster too." Hearing their doubts, Tan Lang Nguyen spoke up. "Maybe it's because you killed it with a gun." A reconnaissance sergeant who had just been guided by Tan Lang Nguyen turned around in shock and asked, "What? We can't use guns." Everyone was so shaken they could hardly believe it. Thinking of that enormous monster, could it be that what he had said earlier was that he had killed it with his own hands? The soldiers had always been shooting at it with guns, but we fired from a distance, so it couldn't get close to us at all. Hearing them, Tan Lang Nguyen replied, "That's the only difference. I think that's it too." Tan Lang Nguyen calmly looked at everyone and explained, "When you kill it, there must be some kind of energy in your body." Everyone gathered around him and listened intently. "Maybe when a monster dies, it releases energy, and you have to be near it to absorb that energy. That's my guess." Lieutenant Kim also stood nearby listening, but he was clearly very resistant to the idea. He frowned and thought. In other words, they had to face the monsters directly? The people surrounding Tan Lang Nguyen continued asking, "The system notification told you its weak point. Was it the armpit?" He answered honestly, "Yes. The knife went in very easily." Someone else asked, "But before you awakened, you didn't know that weak point either, right?" Tan Lang Nguyen answered them one question after another. "Well, I splashed boiling oil on it first and burned its skin until it peeled off." Tan Lang Nguyen then recounted the entire process. "That was when I made my move." Lieutenant Kim opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Hot oil? You didn't need to surround it." He could not help but speak directly. "But no matter how you put it, wouldn't you still have to get close to it? How is that any different from suicide?" One person rubbed his hands and made up his mind. "Then let's do it." The person convinced by Tan Lang Nguyen stepped forward and said to everyone, "In any case, with just a few bullets, we can easily shoot a monster until it's near death. You all saw it. Bullets can injure it and weaken it." He recalled the scene of constantly firing at the monster and continued, "Then when it's about to die, we send one person up to deliver the final blow. By then, the monster will already be very weak, so it won't be as dangerous. And remember, we must attack its weak point directly." Lieutenant Kim touched his chin in thought. "Then we'll need to use bayonets to kill them. We may also have to create a separate maintenance team and use whetstones to sharpen those bayonets." The other man raised his rifle in agreement. "Yes, bayonets have a longer attack range than daggers, so they'll be safer than short knives." Hearing him, Tan Lang Nguyen had to admit that this was indeed a clever strategy. Tae-don was a scout, so perhaps he was a little weaker in actual combat, but his strategic thinking was strong. Thinking of that, Tan Lang Nguyen suddenly tugged on his sleeve. He smiled and said directly, "Then Tae-don, I'll leave this side to you. We're going to eat." The other man froze and shouted, "What? At a time like this?" Tan Lang Nguyen smiled calmly and answered, "The more it's a time like this, the more we need to eat. Looking at all these people busy at work, there's nothing else for me to do. Right now, I'm about to starve to death." Tae-don weakly protested, "No, I don't think so." Tan Lang Nguyen looked at Lieutenant Kim and Tae-don, then proposed, "It's already past lunchtime. I'll go prepare dinner now. Squad leader, please approve it." Lieutenant Kim immediately agreed. "Fine, we have to eat well before we can fight. I'll assign 2 soldiers to you." Tan Lang Nguyen replied with satisfaction, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Then we'll have dinner at 7 and rotate shifts afterward. Before that, we need to inform the soldiers about awakening." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, Lieutenant." A truck drove through the deep mountains. There were 2 people in the vehicle. The truck continued forward while they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Outside the kitchen, a soldier stood guard with a gun. Tan Lang Nguyen cooked in the kitchen, the knife in his hand moving extremely fast, but in his heart, he was questioning his entire life. Why is this so easy? The whole cooking process was extremely relaxed and took almost no effort. He was doing it alone, with no one helping at all. Could this be the effect of the apprentice chef skill? At first, I was worried I wouldn't be able to handle it alone, but now it looks like it isn't a problem at all. Before long, the food was ready. Apprentice chef's crispy pork belly has been completed. Excellent heat control has increased the chef attribute. The chef's sincerity has risen to medium, slightly increasing cooking attributes. Today's dish radiates an unusual light. After eating apprentice chef's crispy pork belly, stamina and agility will increase for a moderate period of time. After reading it, Tan Lang Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Eating this will increase attributes for a certain period of time, but I don't know whether the increase is actually strength and agility. Additional skill available, premium sauce. He stared blankly at the notification on the system panel, becoming more confused the longer he looked. Premium sauce? His hand suddenly began to glow, and a strange stream of energy appeared in his palm. He could hardly believe his eyes and guessed in confusion. In other words, if I use this energy, then to some extent, I can control the emotions of the people who eat the food I make. He thought of the soldiers outside. All of them were panicked, trembling, and afraid. Looking at his glowing hand, he thought he had to try it immediately. I hope this dish can make them feel a little more at ease. Add premium sauce. Relief. Apprentice chef's crispy pork belly with a touch of relief. The dish has been completed. He smiled happily and wiped away his sweat. All right, time to eat. In a mess hall, the group lined up neatly. Sergeant Tan, can I have a little extra? As Tan Lang Wan served them, he casually answered, sure, eat plenty. His hands kept distributing the food, but in his heart, he waited anxiously. Will it really have an effect? Several people sat down and ate with relish, smiling as they praised it. Wow, this is delicious. Someone even asked, Sergeant Tan, did you cook all of this by yourself? Tan Lang, one only focused on observing everyone's expressions. This stuff doesn't make your arms instantly bulk up, and it doesn't suddenly give you six-pack abs. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I have no idea whether it works or not. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, he thought, could this actually be a useless skill? Just then, one person excitedly gave him a thumbs up. Sergeant Tan, thank you for the meal. Several people gathered around him and chatted excitedly. Those monsters had really worn down my nerves. I was extremely on edge, but now that I've eaten my fill, I feel much better. The others chimed in as well. Me too. I feel like my whole body is full of strength. Can I have another serving? Tan Lang Wan's eyes immediately lit up, and he said happily, of course. Looks like it really is effective. Looking at the meat in the pot, he thought, although I don't know how that attribute increase works. The entire mess hall was clearly much livelier and more relaxed than before. If it can help stabilize their minds like this, then this ability might be pretty impressive. Suddenly, the whole building shook. The soldiers immediately became alert. The building swayed violently. Tan Lang Wan clenched his teeth and looked up at the ceiling in panic. Damn it, again? He ran toward the emergency exit. They won't even give me time to catch my breath. Outside, it was pitch black. The group rushed out of the building, shouting as they ran. Over there, beside the barracks. Tan Lang Wan also ran after them, gritting his teeth inwardly. The gunfire has stopped. Is everything still all right? The soldiers all held guns in their hands, standing there and pointing as they said something. Tan Lang Wan asked the person standing there, hey, what happened? I just finished eating and came back. One person turned around and stammered. That. Tan Lang Wan suddenly looked forward and froze. Seeing a familiar face among the crowd, he immediately called out loudly, Tae Don. The other man saw him too and turned his head. Oh, you're here too? Several people he knew were all there. You guys are here too? Min Che, what exactly happened? Min Che furrowed his brows tightly and answered with a tense expression, we spotted a monster, so we chased it all the way here. Just as you said, we need to awaken as soon as possible. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed ahead. The other two were already prepared. The monster was lying motionless on the ground. Tan Lang Wan asked, is it still alive? Tae Don answered yes. At the same time, he adjusted his gun. Min Che stepped forward and said, I'll stab it now. But Tan Lang Wan stopped them. Let the people who attended the meeting awaken first. Tae Don asked in surprise why. Tan Lang Wan explained, those guys who only know how to complain won't understand if we tell them that, in order to awaken, they have to get close to a monster without relying on guns. He told the two of them what he was thinking. I think it's best for us to awaken first, then prove that this actually isn't that dangerous. Tae Don rubbed his chin in thought and finally agreed. Fine, but we can't make the entire army do it all at once. Tan Lang Wan said firmly, exactly. That's why we have to start with the higher-ups first. A burst of cheers and applause rang out. When the other man pulled the blood-stained gun out of the monster's body, a flash of light appeared in the air. Congratulations, you have awakened. The system window appeared with a notification. Awakened 1. Minke. At that moment, he finally saw the sight with his own eyes and immediately shouted in shock. What the hell is this? Is this real? The others also grew curious. What exactly did you see? Did you really awaken? Only Tan Lang Wan knew what had happened. He smiled and asked, "Hey, your system window popped up, didn't it?" No matter how hard the other man tried, he could not suppress his smile. Feeling the power in both hands, he shouted proudly, "Wow, this feels amazing. You were right. I can feel a strange energy flowing through my body." Hearing that, Tan Lang Wan was happy for him too. "Oh, you succeeded." Inwardly, he thought in surprise, "I really didn't expect to be able to confirm it in such a direct way." Although the others could not see the system, they could see the two spheres of energy in Min Che's hands, and all of them cried out in amazement and envy. "Wow! Hurry, look at the light in my hands. This is incredible. I can't believe it. If you don't believe me, look for yourself." Tan Lang Wan ran over excitedly and asked him, "Hey, what's your class?" Min Che showed him both hands wrapped in crackling electricity. "I'm an apprentice mage. My attribute is lightning affinity." He explained, "My skill is called electric lightning." Tan Lang Wan was so delighted that he forgot everything else and asked again, "There are mage classes too?" Min Che could only remind him, "Hey, you're the first one who awakened. Did you forget?" Only then did Tan Lang Wan react. So he and Min Che both came to the same conclusion. So classes are determined based on each person's talent? In any case, this matter was now very clear. It was indeed possible to awaken by killing a monster at close range. At first, no one believed it, but witnessing it with their own eyes changed everything. One man holding a gun raised his weapon and said firmly, "I'm next." It was Taedon. He could not wait any longer. He wanted to awaken too. Min Che immediately agreed. "You should try it too." Only Tan Lang Wan looked at him and warned, "Taedon, be careful." The other soldiers all stared nervously as well. It was Sergeant Park's turn. Tan Lang Wan said to them, "Everyone, watch carefully." Taedon advanced step by tense step, his brow tightly furrowed, focusing all his attention. Looking at the huge monster lying on the ground, still alive, he did not dare strike immediately and could only keep encouraging himself. "It's a little scary. It definitely isn't completely dead yet." Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes wide and glared at him, startling him. "It's moving." He still continued forward and even shouted at it, "Hey, behave yourself." He raised his gun and said, "I'll finish you off in 1 minute." He stepped 1 foot onto the monster's body and pressed down with the gun in his hand, preparing to stab. But this time, the monster seemed to have retained quite a bit of strength, and a vicious killing intent flashed in its eyes. It suddenly roared, its entire body shaking violently, its wide-open mouth full of sharp fangs. Taedon's eyes widened in terror, and he could barely speak without stammering. "It's moving." Terrified screams immediately rang out around them. The crowd descended into chaos as well. Everyone watched nervously. "Dan lang nuans joutif. Dedon." Taedon had been bitten tightly on the leg by the monster and dragged down to the ground. That mouth full of sharp teeth clamped down and refused to let go. He screamed in pain, damn it, you damn monster." The monster's eyes were still blood red, and after biting its prey, it became even more excited. Min Che anxiously asked, "Hey, Lang Wan, aren't you going to save him?" The soldiers behind them also shouted urgently, "Do you want me to shoot? Just give the order, and I'll open fire." But Tan Lang Wan raised his hand to stop them. "No, everyone stop. He has to kill it with his own hands." It was too dangerous. Taedon was so frightened that he had stiffened completely and could not move at all. Tan Lang Wan had no choice but to shout loudly and urge him on. "Taedon, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish it." Tears and sweat streamed down the other man's face. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he roared, "Okay." He used all his strength to raise the knife. "You bastard, I won't let you live." A light of determination flared in his eyes, and with a loud shout, he stabbed down hard. With that stab, the monster died on the spot. Everyone stood still and waited. Each of them stared without blinking, mouths hanging open. He had succeeded. Taedon held the gun, panting so hard he could barely breathe. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the change inside his body. This is it. The system popped up with a notification. "Congratulations, you have awakened." A system window packed with text appeared before his eyes, and he knew this was it. Only then did the others rush over to him in a panic. "Taedon, are you okay? What are you standing there for? Hurry and call a medic." Our medic is just a physical therapist. He can't handle this kind of wound. Something is better than nothing, brother. Seeing that the monster was truly dead this time, everyone burst out laughing. Taedon was drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned his head and said, I have a system window too. Hearing that, Tan Lang Nuan happily replied, Good job, you bastard. You scared me so badly just now I nearly stopped breathing. My whole body almost flipped over. He hurriedly helped the other man up. As long as you're okay. The wound on his leg was not too serious either. Because that monster was already close to death, its bite wasn't that strong. My leg didn't get torn apart. He struggled to stand. Almost gave up just now. The other soldiers also hurried over. Hey, go help over there. Brother, be careful. Everyone gathered around and spoke with concern. As soon as the doctor gets here, we'll come right back. Just like that, the chaos finally came to an end. Taedon and Min Che had both become awakened ones. A force capable of fighting monsters without relying on ammunition was gradually taking shape. The problem was that the soldiers on the battlefield had already spread word about the awakening process, and this caused quite a commotion on the ammunition depot side. Everyone was talking about it. Even so, there would still be some senior officers who refused to try awakening. The large man was cornered against the wall by Tan Lang Nuan and Min Che. Yet he still stubbornly refused, stammering, I refuse. His eyes widened, his face filled with anger as he shouted, I won't do it. I absolutely won't do that damn thing. Seeing this big guy acting so cowardly and afraid of death, Min Che was furious too. Hey, do you think Taedon and I weren't scared? The biggest thing I'd ever killed before was basically a mosquito. He even raised his hand and punched the wall hard, roaring at that coward. Don't you understand? As higher-ups, we have to set an example. Threatening sparks of electricity even flashed around Min Che. The other man trembled in fear, but still stubbornly backed away, his voice shaking. But I can't do it. It's too scary. Min Che could only curse. Damn it, you bastard. He desperately tried to explain. No matter what you say, I can't do it. No one can guarantee nothing will happen to me. Even you could end up badly injured. And he was showing such cowardice in front of so many people. The other soldiers also began whispering. Isn't Kwang Nanxian the ace of the facilities team? I heard he's an expert. The others also looked at the big man with dissatisfaction. I know, but he's kind of self-conscious about his size. He can't do anything that involves climbing high places. And he can't watch horror movies either. I thought he looked like the type who could beat a monster to death barehanded. He's so big, but he's this timid. Hearing their discussions, Tan Lang Nuan frowned and thought to himself, I don't want even more people refusing to awaken because of this. A helpless voice rang out. Fine, suit yourself. After saying that, Min Che immediately turned and walked away, ignoring the panicked man calling after him. Sir, are you sure? He even shamelessly said, Thank you. Suddenly, Min Che stopped and glanced at him with a cold, contemptuous look. But from now on, don't expect to be treated as a superior anymore. Hearing that, the other man froze in place, his face full of confusion. What? But Min Che angrily cut him off, not giving him any chance to speak. Just because you've been here a long time doesn't mean you're a superior. The others all stood silently, listening to Min Che. Becoming a commander is an extremely important responsibility. He frowned and declared decisively, The commanders we need right now are people who have awakened. Kwang Nanxian stiffened nervously on the spot. You refuse that. He knew he was wrong and did not dare argue at all. Min Che added one more sentence. Then bear the consequences yourself. Tan Lang Nuan frowned and thought. He had realized it. Yes, he's right. The other soldiers also voiced their dissatisfaction one after another, extremely unhappy with the attitude of the large man, Kwang Nanxian. After this, that man absolutely could not become a commander on the battlefield anymore. Previously, he had been famous for his ability, but still, he was about to say more. I understand. But Min Che no longer wanted to listen and directly said to the other soldiers, Hey, let's go. This guy is hopeless. One by one, they turned their backs and left, leaving only Tan Lang Nuan standing there, making up his mind. No, it can't end like this. If this continues, the other soldiers will be affected too. He walked over to the other man. Min Che, I need to talk to you. Min Che froze and asked in surprise, What? Tan Lang Nuan turned and sent the big man away. Kwang Nanxian, return to your post for now. The other man lowered his head in shame, cold sweat pouring out. Yes, superior. After saying that, Tan Lang Nuan dragged Min Che away, ignoring him as he called from behind. Hey, what are you planning to do? He simply pulled him somewhere else. Follow me. Thinking of the current situation, he knew that, for the sake of the unit, he could not give up. In the storage room, only the two of them talked. Tan Lang Nuan advised him, Brother, I understand why you're angry, but we can't let it end like that. Min Che asked helplessly in return. I know, but what else can I do? Tan Lang Nuan frowned and said to Min Che, this isn't just one person's problem. I mean, this will affect the entire barracks. Min Che still did not understand what he meant and asked in surprise what? Thinking of the weak and injured soldiers outside, Tan Lang Nuan guessed that by now, quite a few people were probably already thinking of deserting. Min Che had never considered that, and his expression immediately changed. What I mean is there are monsters outside, so of course it's worth worrying about. Tan Lang Nuan told him. This has been going on for a while, so it's safe to say that before long, some people will start breaking down mentally. Min Che finally began to realize the seriousness of the problem, and his voice trembled slightly. Hey, we're on a mountain. Even driving down the mountain takes an hour, and if we stay together, it's safer to face monsters. Tan Lang Nuan folded his arms and confirmed exactly. That's why no deserters have left so far. But right now, many people want to leave. They want to confirm whether their families are still alive. Thinking of the soldiers outside, Min Che was forced to admit that he was right. That really is very possible. So if we want to survive, we have to make the unit stronger. That way, they won't think about running away because they'll feel safer staying here. Tan Lang Nuan's words were very convincing. Sweat broke out on Min Che's forehead, and he grimaced as he asked, True, but there's still one key problem. Kwang Nanchian isn't the only one who's afraid. Apart from that big guy, there are definitely others. That's right. As long as even one person is allowed not to do it, then a whole bunch of crybabies will start whining that they can't do it either, and then conflict will arise with the soldiers who have awakened. The more they talked, the more problems there were. Min Che held his head and groaned. This is too complicated. Tan Lang Nuan added. That discord will eventually lead to division, making the unit even weaker. Min Che's eyes flashed, and he stared at him as he asked, Then what do you mean? Tan Lang Nuan froneth, and said seriously, when it comes to awakening, refusal cannot be accepted. Min Che was silent for a long time. After thinking carefully, he finally spoke. I know. Then how do we convince Kwang Nanchian? He lost enough face earlier. He won't do it just because of a little thing like that. They had said everything they could, but he still had not changed at all. All they could do was think of another method. Elsewhere, Kwang Nanchian was still working as if nothing had happened. Tan Lang Nuan made up his mind. I have an idea. Give me some time. Min Che did not seem to have much faith in his plan. He folded his arms and asked suspiciously, Do you really think it will work? I can tell you're serious, but this definitely won't be easy. Tan Lang Nuan simply answered decisively, Yes, I'll do my best. Min Che silently frowned as he watched him leave, saying nothing more, but inwardly he had no idea what Tan Lang Nuan intended to do. Tan Lang Nuan told himself, Damn it, why exactly am I staying here? He ran faster. If I had another job, I would have left the army and run away a long time ago. He was so nervous that he was drenched in sweat. But I'm just a novice cook. In the end, I'm only support personnel. I basically can't fight on my own. Precisely because of that, in order to maximize his skill, he had to cook even better food. He understood this very clearly. I don't want this unit to become hopeless either, so I have to make it stronger. He immediately rushed into the mess hall. The soldiers outside could not fight with all their strength, while he could not fight at all. He and they had to work together and move forward together. He put on his cook's uniform and prepared his tools. Looking at the pile of ingredients in front of him, he smiled to himself. Kwang Nanchian, I'm going to turn you into a real soldier. Then he put the pan on the stove. One onion. The knife in his hand flashed down like lightning. Making fried rice was probably the simplest. The onion was cut neatly and evenly, as if it had been sliced by a machine. There were carrots too. Both were stir-fried together in the pan. The quality of the main ingredient, the meat, is not high. The dish's attributes will decrease slightly. The quality of the supplementary ingredient, the seasoning, is excellent. The dish's attributes will increase slightly. This dish is being prepared for a designated target. If the target eats it, its effects will be further enhanced. His hand glowed faintly. Finally, he poured the special sauce into the pan first, then sprinkled in the other ingredients. The chef's special sauce has been added. The special sauce will alter the eater's emotions. Tan Lang Nuan's eyes lit up. He wiped his sweat and stared at the food in the pan. This should do it. The sky was about to grow dark. He casually asked a soldier, Do you know where Kwang Nanchian from logistics is? Tell him to come to the self-service mess hall and help me. Tan Lang Nuan carried over a heaping bowl of fried rice and placed it in front of him. Here, this is a special dish made for you. Kwang Nanchian's face turned pale, and he looked at the bowl of rice in disbelief, asking in confusion, Sergeant Tan, what is this? Tan Lang Nuan did not let him continue and simply urged, "Eat." He deliberately acted as if he was very concerned about him. "You almost never come to eat. I know you must be hungry, so hurry and eat. It's delicious." Kuang Nanchian frowned and looked at him, silently surprised. He lowered his head and looked at the fragrant, heaping bowl of rice in front of him, so moved that tears were about to fall. "Yes, I'll enjoy it." He picked up the spoon and scooped up a large spoonful of fried rice. Tan Lang Nuan stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching him eat heartily, and smiled faintly. Apprentice chef es courage chicken fried rice. Strength and courage can overcome fear. I did my very best to make it well. As Kuang Nanchian ate, he praised it again and again. "This really is delicious." Serhiantan. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said to him, "There's plenty more. Keep eating." He stood there like that, waiting patiently while thinking, "I'll talk to him more after he's full." A voice called out, "Sergeant Tan." He paused. The other man seemed a little flustered. "I am sorry. There were only the two of them in the room." And Kuang Nanchian's voice rang out, "I am sorry. It's just that it really was too terrifying." Tan Lang Nuan sat across from him without saying anything, only quietly drinking water. Kuang Nanchian frowned and confessed in a low voice, "I've been like this ever since I was little, and I was always taught that I had to act like a man." Tan Lang Nuan listened and only nodded slightly without replying. Kuang Nanchian set down his cup of water and continued talking nonstop. "People once told me that if I just trained my body, I would become more confident. So I started going to the gym and practicing martial arts, but none of it helped at all." Only then did Tan Lang Nuan understand. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, "So this is why he let himself become like this." He comforted him. Then you must have had a hard time all these years." Tears glimmered in Kuang Nanchian's eyes, and he lowered his head, murmuring, I desperately took on all kinds of odd jobs just because I didn't want to trouble anyone else." Thinking back to the days when people had envied him for his huge build, he said, "I thought I had finally been accepted by everyone, and that I was lucky in my own way, but I never imagined something like this would happen." In the quiet room, Tan Lang Nuan simply sat there and listened to him pour his heart out. "Sergeant Tan, you clearly saw your comrades killed by monsters, yet you still fought the monsters, while at this point, Tan Lang Nuan suddenly interrupted him and said firmly, "I'm scared too." Kuang Nanchian flinched and stared straight at him. Tan Lang Nuan also looked him in the eye and said seriously, "But if we do nothing, we'll become their food. When that time comes, there are only two choices. Either it dies or I die." Thinking of that enormous, terrifying monster, Tan Lang Nuan told him, "So for me, it was precisely because it killed my comrades that I managed to muster all my courage." Looking back, although it was only for a very brief moment, I feel that what truly drove me was the instinct to survive. No one taught me the things I did that day. It was all instinct. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice in slight irritation, crushing the cup in his hand. "Besides, I'm at the peak of my life. It would be far too unfair to die in a place like this." But very soon, his expression changed again, and in the blink of an eye, he burst into laughter. "I still want to get out and open a restaurant." After hearing this, Kuang Nanchian was stunned. "Even now, you're still that amazing." Tan Lang Nuan looked around this mess hall. "I also summoned every bit of courage I had. This place is old and run down. I've never once thought of staying here forever." Tan Lang Nuan smiled, his eyes shining. "It's thanks to my judgment and my choices that I've made it this far. Now I want to survive together with everyone, and I'm sure the other veterans feel the same way." At last, Kuang Nanchian truly understood everything. Unable to hold back, he said, "That's incredible." His entire body immediately seemed to boil with hot blood, and he sprang to his feet. "After hearing your story, I feel like I should try hard too. For some reason, I have this strangely reassuring feeling now." Seeing him like this, Tan Lang Nuan could not help feeling a little suspicious. Did that dish take effect? There really was a different light in this guy's eyes now. Kuang Nanchian's eyes shone brightly. He truly seemed to have changed. Kuang Nanchian declared loudly, "The next monster is mine. Let me kill it." The next day, he actually charged forward barehanded and fought fiercely with a monster, even shouting, "Everyone stay away. Don't even think about helping me." His eyes were still frighteningly bright, and his whole body seemed filled with some strange power as he kept roaring, The chance to test my courage has finally come. He directly beat the monster with his bare hands until blood sprayed everywhere. The others stood to one side, each of them gaping with their eyes wide in disbelief, looking at one another and asking, "Has he gone crazy? What's going on?" The monster hasn't even fallen yet, and he's already beating it barehanded. Kwang Nanchien even laughed excitedly as he fought. "The monster!" Min Che turned his head and questioned Tan Lang Nuan with an utterly confused expression. "What exactly did you do to him to make him turn out like this? Aren't you going to stop him?" Even Tan Lang Nuan had not expected things to turn out this way. He thought, somewhat dazed, perhaps he has become a little too ferocious. That guy completely ignored everyone else's shouts and simply kept pounding the monster like a madman, as if afraid someone would steal it from him. As he fought, he roared, "Wait a little longer. It would be a waste to miss this chance." Someone beside him cried out in fear, "But he's going to get seriously hurt." Tan Lang Nuan reassured them in a trembling voice. "If that happens, then we'll step in." The monster's eyes turned blood red, and it angrily swung its sharp claws as it lunged forward. Kwang Nanchien's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind and met it head-on. Looking at the monster's arms stretching toward him, he showed not the slightest fear and directly raised his hands. One hand grabbed the monster's head, while the other tensed up to block the clawed arm slashing down at him. The strength of both sides collided head-on, evenly matched. This guy's strength was truly like that of an ox. Encountering such a powerful opponent for the first time, the monster threw back its head and roared. That guy was even more ferocious than the monster. He strained his neck and shouted, refusing to give in. "I'm Kwang Nanchien, you damn death lizard." The spectators were both nervous and excited. They pointed at him and cheered. "He's even stronger than the monster." Min Che also patted Tan Lang Nuan on the shoulder, smiling proudly as he said, "I can't wait to see what ability he gets after awakening." Tan Lang Nuan also turned his head and replied with a smile, "I'm glad he's doing so well too, but he's fighting barehanded. Shouldn't we throw him a knife?" While the two of them were still discussing it, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, Sergeant, sorry." Min Che immediately looked in the direction the person was pointing, only to discover that Kwang Nanchien had actually opened his mouth and bitten hard into the monster's arm. He directly used his teeth to tear a chunk of flesh from the monster's body. He looked almost no longer human. He just kept biting and tearing wildly, completely without needing a knife like everyone else. The monster's armpit area was torn to shreds, and blood flowed like a fountain. All the soldiers present were stunned, and Min Che's mouth hung open as well. Tan Lang Nuan was also deeply shocked. Everyone was speechless, not knowing what to say. This Kwang Nanchien was truly the most vicious person they had ever seen. He actually dared to gnaw directly on monster flesh. After biting it, he even spat the chunk of flesh on the ground. The surroundings immediately erupted into an uproar. What the hell is he doing? Did he just bite the monster's arm? Is this still the guy who used to tremble in fear all the time? Tan Lang Nuan was startled as he watched this scene, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Maybe I used too much of the chef's special sauce. In his heart, he silently reminded himself, I never expected cooking to make things turn out like this. From someone so afraid he didn't dare strike, he had become like this. It was far beyond expectations. The soldiers were still shouting and pointing nonstop. He's throwing rocks at the monster. Didn't that monster already die just now? Hey, don't just stand there watching. Hurry up and stop him. Isn't this already over? But Kwang Nanchien still did not stop. He lifted a large rock, raised it high above his head, and kept smashing it down onto the monster, panting heavily. The soldiers watching frowned at the sight. Min Che and Tan Lang Nuan also stood there tensely, watching without being able to say a word. After the final, heavy smash, Kwang Nanchien's entire body was covered in monster blood. The monster's corpse lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. A system panel appeared before Kwang Nanchien. Congratulations, you have awakened. Only then did he let out an ah, and his hand loosened, letting the rock fall to the ground. To him, only now was it truly over. He had killed a monster barehanded all by himself. From now on, no one would dare call him a coward anymore. After that came a burst of hearty laughter. Ah! His eyes shone brightly as he looked toward those soldiers. New recruits, did you see that? I awakened too. A blue system panel appeared in front of me. The others also became excited and cheered loudly, praising him. You lunatic, you really did it. That was insane. He's the fourth awakened person. Several people immediately rushed over to him. "You bastard, you really scared us half to death. Congratulations, Sergeant." The soldiers kept praising him. "That was the greatest fight I've ever seen." "Well done, Kwang Nanchian." Kwang Nanchian's face was pale, and he staggered forward, eyes wide, grinning from ear to ear. He really did look a little frightening. He glared and shouted at Tan Lang Nuan. "This is all thanks to you, Serhiantan." Min Che suddenly felt a little afraid of him and instinctively stepped aside. The other soldiers were also momentarily frightened. Everyone could not help asking Tan Lang Nuan in shock, "What exactly did you do to him?" Tan Lang Nuan could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. What else could he say? In his heart, he silently thought, I have to be more careful with the dosage next time." Everyone was still talking nonstop about Kwang Nanchian. Min Che asked him, "What exactly did you do just now?" He really became like a different person. But of course, Tan Lang Nuan would not reveal his secret. He only answered vaguely, "I just cooked some food, then talked with him for a while. That's all." That guy did not believe him at all and immediately questioned him loudly. "Are you really good at persuading people?" Looking at Kwang Nanchian happily chatting and laughing with the other soldiers, Tan Lang Nuan finally said only one sentence. "It's just following the guidance of the heart." Min Che asked blankly, "So as long as I talk with them a little, everything will be solved smoothly?" Tan Lang Nuan replied with a hint of philosophy, "You must not underestimate the power of listening." After saying that, he turned his head and smiled cheerfully at him. Cold sweat broke out on Min Che's forehead, and he blurted out, "Impossible. How could it be that simple?" Tan Lang Nuan no longer dared to look him straight in the eye. He turned his head to look elsewhere and thought to himself, exactly, this was never logical in the first place. Thinking back on everything that had happened to Kwang Nanchian, all of it had been brought about by the effects of his skill, but he still could not say that out loud. He knew this was completely different from everyone seeing Kwang Nanchian split the table in half with their own eyes. Moreover, that guy had a ferocious side to his personality that exceeded imagination. After personally witnessing Kwang Nanchian today, he also realized that this guy truly had another side to him, and a very terrifying one at that. He had even dared to bite a monster. Tan Lang Nuan guessed that it might also have been only a temporary change. The proof was that Kwang Nanchian had already returned to normal now and was no longer as frightening as he had been while fighting the monster. If this ability were used incorrectly, it could very likely bring danger. He asked Min Che, but this guy was already a lunatic to begin with. If someone wants to grow stronger so badly that he even trades away his reason, wouldn't that be far too dangerous? After hearing his question, Min Che also looked somewhat troubled. But since their lives were under threat, judging by the results, this was also a good thing. "Dan lan wants maiv." That's true, but still, looking at the people happily chatting over there, he concluded, "From now on, send all the people who have awakened to me. After all, this is dangerous work. It would be better to let them eat some special food first." As soon as he heard this, Min Che immediately glanced at him and reminded him, "That's fine, but it seems like we don't have that much food." Thinking of the food left in storage, most of it was emergency reserve food. They had to make sure to consume these things before they spoiled. If they did not want them to go bad, the only option was to make an effort to eat them. Only then did that guy suddenly understand, letting out an ah to show his agreement. Tan Lang Nuan leaned on his hand and laughed with a sigh. "Now I'm even starting to count the days, hoping for the moment when I can eat a proper meal again." Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he had worries of his own. Emergency rations and combat rations did not have a formal cooking process. I'm wondering whether I can use those skills on them or not. A monster fled very quickly. Behind it came people shouting, "It's running." A group of soldiers holding guns chased after it, shouting to one another as they ran, "Drive it over there, aim and shoot. Don't miss the chance." Gunfire rang out continuously. That said, there were always a few exceptions. Bullets tore through the monster's skin, stopping it from getting close. But overall, the awakening process could be considered smooth. Looking at the monster's corpse fallen motionless on the ground, several people angrily questioned one another. "Hey, who just shot it dead?" Another person hurriedly said, "Sorry." Min Che was so furious that he shouted right in his face, "Damn it, we failed again." While chasing monsters, they were not allowed to shoot them dead directly. They could only injure them with bullets to a certain extent, then use a knife to deliver the final blow in order to complete awakening. Watching that scene, Tan Lang Nuan also let out an irritated sigh and turned his head to look elsewhere. I guess it can't be called completely smooth. Monsters appeared one after another. And the biggest problem was that it was simply not easy to keep a monster close enough for someone to deliver the finishing blow. Looking at the strong soldiers before him, the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. On top of that, they were all big, rough men. Most monsters went completely berserk before dying, making it impossible for them to get close. Awakening had to be carried out under safe conditions, and the pace could not be allowed to slow down. It was another day no different from the others. As usual, the soldiers carried their guns out to fight monsters, their shouts ringing to the sky. "Hey, Sergeant over there, did you really see it?" In any case, there were still people doing it the right way. Tan Lang Nuan was always quietly observing them from the side. In the bushes, that monster had already been severely wounded. Looking at it gasping for breath, Min Che happily shouted, "Hey, well done. Now we just need someone to kill it." Several soldiers stood frozen in place, or else when asked who would be next to awaken, they avoided his gaze and did not dare accept. Tan Lang Nuan decisively called a name. "Co Ho from the transport unit." The other man listened to him in surprise. "Co Ho, it's your turn." He immediately stepped forward. "Ah, yes, sir." Min Che also added from behind, "Are you confident? You just need to stab straight into its armpit." Co Ho held a long, sharpened iron rod and walked forward, answering calmly, "I've practiced many times." The others also encouraged him one after another. "Co Ho, you have to succeed." Although he sounded very confident, when it was truly time to act, he was still somewhat nervous. Sweat poured down his face, and his complexion turned pale. He thrust hard, viciously stabbing deep into the body of the monster lying on the ground. The monster roared in pain. Aya, man and beast faced each other directly. The monster's eyes were blood red as it glared at him. Right then, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Looking at the system interface that appeared before him, Co Ho shouted joyfully, "I succeeded. I can see the system window in front of me. My skill is accurate shooting." As soon as they heard this skill, everyone happily congratulated him. Min Che turned to Tan Lang Nuan with an excited smile. "Great, this is the 5th successful person." But before Tan Lang Nuan could feel happy, he froze and asked repeatedly, "Accurate shooting? Like a sniper?" Immediately afterward, a series of screens suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Co Ho was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. He cried out, "Hey, what the hell is this?" His whole body retreated backward, and he hurriedly asked Tan Lang Nuan for help. "Sergeant Tan," a strange sentence appeared. A glow lit up the space, accompanied by the sound of a system notification. Faction being established. The same interface also appeared before Tan Lang Nuan. "You have established a faction of 5 people and have reached the minimum number." Min Che also had one in front of him. Several people looked at one another in shock. "Faction? What does that mean?" All the awakened people saw it. After reading it, Tan Lang Nuan muttered inwardly, "I completely don't understand what these notifications are talking about." He stared intently for a while, trying to understand, and finally realized that immediately after Co Ho successfully awakened, similar windows had appeared simultaneously in front of the 5 awakened people. Kuang Nanqian also saw it. Achievement, Unity. You have successfully established a faction earlier than most people. Even Taidan, who was still in the infirmary, saw that same notification. A special reward will be distributed. 3rd prize. They received a growth potion. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar and asked loudly, "Lang Nuan, what should we do now?" Tan Lang Nuan immediately said to them, "First, gather all the awakened people. We're holding an emergency meeting. Soon calls rang out. Everyone get inside." In the pitch-black room, only one lamp was lit. Min Che sat there, looking at the group in the room. 10 people. Things are looking more and more like a game. Co Ho looked over in confusion and agreed. "That's right, a faction. I'm guessing the condition was probably having 5 awakened people." Tan Lang Nuan stood in the corner of the room, silently calculating. If that notification is real, we can use the growth potions to improve faster. Kuang Nanqian crossed his arms and looked at Min Che, voicing his thoughts. "What I'm more concerned about is the phrase 3rd prize. If we're 3rd prize, does that mean there are 1st and 2nd prizes too? Could there be other monsters outside our area?" After hearing this, Min Che also frowned and clenched his teeth, his expression troubled, not knowing what to say. Only then did he finally speak. "I'm guessing the same thing. Then what about our families?" Several people immediately thought of their loved ones. If even the military had ended up like this, then how much worse must it be outside? Tan Lang Nuan quietly looked at them. He knew that each of them was thinking of their family, perhaps being devoured by monsters. He could not let their spirits collapse just like that, so he stepped forward and comforted them. Don't assume everything is at its worst. Min Che started, then looked up at him. Tan Lang Nuan calmly said to everyone, I'm worried about the situation outside too, but first, we still have to ensure our own safety. Seo Ho was still a little flustered. Right, but Tan Lang Nuan firmly cut him off and said in a hard voice, I don't know the exact situation, but that means that in this game, we're still ahead of the others. So our first priority has to be our own safety. For now, focus only on that. Min Che said nothing for a moment and silently thought it over. In the end, his eyes lit up and he decided to accept Tan Lang Nuan's opinion. Yeah, Nuan is right. Think of everyone in the camp. Only if we survive will we have a chance to save our families. Kuang Nanqian no longer argued, but raised a more practical issue. But we have more than 100 surviving soldiers, while there are only 5 faction members. In other words, only awakened people count. Min Che also nodded in agreement. That's right, we need more awakened people, but that won't be easy. Tan Lang Nuan lowered his head, his expression heavy. He was not wrong. Thinking of the ordinary soldiers outside, this world had suddenly changed. If you were not awakened, you were not even counted as human. At that moment, Min Che suddenly looked up at everyone and asked, Right, now that I think about it, didn't you say your skill is accurate shooting? Then it must be related to your marksmanship, right? You were already famous for that to begin with. Seo Olaf. Really? Min Che continued asking, Then what is your trait? He thought for a moment, then replied, The system said that when I fire, both my accuracy and power increase. Min Che immediately clenched his teeth and frowned, instantly thinking of the worst-case scenario. When you fire, is that really all right? I'm worried we'll shoot through all our ammunition. Hearing him say that, Seo Ho immediately laughed smugly. No need to worry about that. Thinking of the soldiers fighting with guns, if an ordinary soldier needed 10 bullets to kill one monster, he said confidently, then I only need 2. As soon as Tan Lang Nuan heard that, he perked up. Then that can definitely save us a lot of ammunition. In that case, with his ability, killing monsters should become much easier. Min Che also brightened up, patting Seo Ho on the shoulder. That's right, from now on, you'll be in charge of stopping the monsters from advancing any further. He immediately answered, Understood, sir. Min Che exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this really is good news. In his heart, Tan Lang Nuan secretly rejoiced. Thank heavens, the next stretch of time could finally become a little easier. Looking at Seo Ho, then at Kuang Nanqian, he silently calculated. There were really only 5 people in the faction. Tan Lang Nuan smiled faintly and made up his mind. There was no longer any time to sit here feeling discouraged. If they wanted to survive, they had to keep moving forward. Over the following days, the soldiers continued hunting monsters and trying to awaken. Tan Lang Nuan knew he had to keep helping more people awaken. Someone stepped forward and said, It's my turn now, right? Seeing that, Tan Lang Nuan felt much more at ease. Fortunately, most of the soldiers were willing to awaken, and there were almost no complaints. But a few cowards still appeared. One person simply squatted on the ground, covering his face with both hands, refusing to go up no matter what, shouting, I'm definitely going to die. Tan Lang Nuan looked at him and thought to himself that even so, a small number of people still refused out of fear, trembling all over. Whenever that happened, he would walk over and comfort them. Come on, calm down. Go eat something first. We'll talk while we eat. When those people heard him tell them to go eat, they were all utterly shocked and cried out in confusion. Sergeant Tan, Min Che was dissatisfied with the way he did things, but he said nothing. Strangely enough, anyone who went to eat with him would immediately prepare to take up a weapon and kill monsters after returning, and others would praise them. Not bad. Why did he suddenly change? Min Che began to grow suspicious, his gaze constantly fixed on Tan Lang Nuan. It happened the same way several times in a row. Whenever someone wanted to give up, Tan Lang Nuan would run over. Calm down. Come with me and relax for a bit. Those people would all ask in shock, what? Min Che narrowed his eyes and observed carefully again. But after those soldiers returned, they somehow all had the courage to go kill monsters again, and praise kept coming one after another. Was he always this reckless? That's right, this guy really is insane. Tan Lang Nuan did not notice that Min Che was looking at him with deep suspicion. In the end, Min Che could no longer hold back and called out to him loudly. Hey, Tan Lang Nuan, I have a few things I want to ask you. Tan Lang Nuan was completely unguarded and casually asked back, What do you want to know? As he walked toward him, he was slightly surprised. Why so sudden? Min Che frowned, narrowed his eyes, stared at him. and questioned him directly. "You're hiding something, some kind of ability we know absolutely nothing about. Every time you call a soldier away to talk for a bit, they come back looking braver and stronger." Hearing that, Tan Lang Wan immediately stiffened, cold sweat breaking out as he thought in panic. Damn it, he noticed. He hurriedly explained, I did that for the unity of the camp." But Min Che clearly did not believe him at all. With both hands on his hips, he asked loudly, "Huh? What exactly does that mean?" With no way out, Tan Lang Wan had no choice but to tell the truth. He understood clearly in his heart that he could no longer keep hiding it. He raised his hand toward Min Che. Min Che froze, his face full of confusion. The two stood there talking, and Tan Lang Wan told him everything about the secret of the dishes that could increase courage. After hearing it, Min Che was not the unreasonable type. Looking at his reaction, Tan Lang Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Min Che understands me, and besides, he's focusing his attention on helping the troops awaken. And so the two divided the work between them. Min Che was in charge of managing the soldiers outside, hunting monsters, while Tan Lang Wan stayed in the kitchen to cook. He himself also decided to focus on training his cooking skills. Suddenly, the system popped up with a very long notification again. Tan Lang Wan froze after only one glance. 82 points? What's going on? I thought they only increased by killing monsters or cooking good food. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, he realized he might be able to make use of these things. Then, connecting it with the common knowledge he already had, points in games were usually used to buy things for shops. Perhaps there was a similar setting here too. Thinking of that, he immediately tried it, reaching out to touch the system screen. Let's see. Point shop. Suddenly, a flash of light burst out. A notification sound rang. Opening point shop. Immediately afterward, another screen appeared beside him. As soon as he saw it, Tan Lang Wan blurted out, "Found it!" Inwardly, he was secretly excited. That's right, relying only on basic abilities would ultimately limit what he could do. Looking at that interface, he could not help wondering, why didn't I think of this before? He reached out and touched the screen. Let's try it. Then a series of smaller windows appeared around him. He opened rye bread. Tan Lang Wan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and felt somewhat embarrassed. Basically, everything was for combat. The only thing I can use seems to be rye bread. But when he touched it, nothing happened. He froze. Right after that, the system popped up with a series of explanations about the bread's effects. Tan Lang Wan could not help saying, "It looks pretty good, but it's too expensive." He closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. Right now, he still could not afford it. Thinking that, he had no choice but to close the sub-windows. The shop could wait. Skills and traits were more important. He had to test them first. His hands continuously operated the screen. What I can use now is special sauce, and also the chef's eye. Tan Lang Wan tirelessly experimented like that. He recalled the scene from before, when he had trained with the tall, burly Kwong Nanchien. Tan Lang Wan knew there was a skill that allowed a person to naturally master all kinds of combat methods when using a dagger. I tried training once with Kwong Nanchien before, and the results were quite satisfying. Now, his movements with the knife had become extremely proficient. He could even spin and flip it naturally in his hand without looking. I've clearly never fought anyone, let alone fought with a knife, but at least in this area, I'm already very impressive. Tan Lang Wan looked at the knife in his hand and thought to himself, if this is still only beginner level, then what will the proficient stage be like? Looking at the words passionate newcomer displayed on the screen, he understood very clearly. There was more. Tan Lang Wan held the still hot tongs in his hand. This skill was something that had appeared when he had accidentally grabbed a hot pot earlier. I can hold fire in my hand for about 30 seconds. If I keep training, this will be very useful. He smiled in satisfaction. Finally, there was the most important skill, apprentice chef. Ever since he had been honest with Min Che, he had constantly gathered data in this area. Min Che had once told him, the taste really is delicious, and I have to say, it restores stamina in a very strange way. The values on my status window also increased. At that time, Tan Lang Wan had asked in surprise, really? In his heart, he thought, it seems the added stats attached to finished dishes like strength +3 really do remain. At the time, he had also frowned and asked, it seems no one has noticed this. Min Che replied, isn't that because soldiers who haven't awakened don't have a status window in the first place? Only then did Tan Lang Wan remember. Alright, and besides, after you eat those dishes, their effects don't seem to appear as system notifications. Ordinary soldiers only feel that they're very tasty. The system has never told me what effects the food you cook has. I'm certain that if we receive notifications, you guys would definitely have discovered my ability. Since Tan Lang Wan had never experienced it himself, himself, he asked Min Che, "What exactly does it feel like?" Min Che answered honestly, "Very obvious. Because my strength stat is 9, it really increased by 3. On the surface, that only looks like a 30% increase. But the actual feeling is much stronger." Tan Lang Nuan stood in the kitchen, arms folded over his chest, lost in thought. The strength-boosting effect was definitely working. Looking at the knife and the pile of ingredients on the cutting board, if Min Che was not wrong, then at least in the current situation, his chef skill was absolutely not bad. He stroked his chin, thinking constantly, if only this power could be applied to the entire camp. Just then, someone ran in quickly, panting. "Sergeant Tan, we need you." Panicked and breathless, he reported to him at the ammunition depot. Tan Lang Nuan turned his head in surprise and asked, "What happened?" The fat man who had run over to deliver the news was already half dead from exhaustion just from getting here. So they had to wait for him to catch his breath first. It's a new monster." Thinking of the monster he had just seen, he shouted loudly, "It's completely different from those lizards." Tan Lang Nuan and Min Che went up to the roof together. As soon as the people up there saw them, they saluted. "Sir." Min Che frowned and asked everyone impatiently, "Yeah, all right. Didn't you say it was urgent? What happened? Has another kind of monster appeared?" That man reported, While I was monitoring this area, something I'd never seen before caught my attention." As he spoke, he handed the binoculars to the two of them. "Its appearance is completely different from anything we've seen before. You'll know once you look for yourselves." Min Che took the binoculars. Standing behind him, Tan Lang Nuan noticed that the man looked very frightened. The soldier pointed toward the hill on the other side and said, "They're gathering on the top of that hill." The two raised the binoculars at the same time and looked over. "I don't understand either. What kind of monster is that?" Minke asked. "Nuan, do you see it?" Tan Lang Nuan stared through the binoculars and replied, "It still looks like an ordinary lizard." But in the very next second, his eyes suddenly widened. In the distance, besides the familiar monsters they had seen before, there was also an individual that was completely different. Tan Lang Nuan was startled and shouted, "Wait! What is that?" It was a dark purple monster with a massive body and bulging muscles all over, completely different from the ones they usually saw. Min Che also cried out, "Oh, now I see it too." That strange monster emitted red light from all over its body and looked extremely dangerous. "It's moving." Its enormous golden eyes were glaring straight at them. Immediately afterward, a low roar carried directly to where they stood. Both of them jolted in shock, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. They immediately lowered the binoculars, not daring to look any longer. Even observing from a distance, they could still feel the death and danger radiating from those monsters. Tan Lang Nuan broke out in a cold sweat and said anxiously, "Damn it, it's coming this way." The group began discussing countermeasures. That thing is at least over 3 meters long, and there are ordinary lizards following around it. I'd guess it's their leader. Monsters can act in packs too? Tan Lang Nuan also felt that something was wrong. Yeah, it is strange. Before, even the lizards that attacked our troops the most only moved in groups of 2 or 3. Minke frowned, gritted his teeth, and guessed in shock. Could this group have come from somewhere else? Looking at the pack of beasts and that leader, Tan Lang Nuan said, "Very likely. More than 20 monsters were following a lizard that was clearly different. If they appear together, that was enough to show there was a problem. But in any case, there was only one variant of that type, so they did not panic too much." Min Che said calmly, "If that's the case, we'll use up a lot of ammunition, but I don't think it'll be a major problem. We still have CO Ho." Tan Lang Nuan said nothing, only silently calculating. He thought to himself, "It's true we have more people on our side, but..." Thinking of the battles over the past few days, the soldiers had gradually grown used to shooting those lizards dead with guns, and they also knew the monster's weak points. Even so, he still felt uneasy, constantly sensing that something was not right. So he turned to the person who had discovered it first and asked, "When did it appear?" The other man answered, "Early this morning." Tan Lang Nuan asked again, "Has it done anything unusual?" The man was a little confused, then recalled and said, "Nothing especially unusual. They've just been wandering around outside the camp, with no sign of attacking." This was truly too strange. Even Min Che could not help asking, "Really? Could they be afraid?" Tan Lang Nuan did not rush to a conclusion, and only said, "I just find it very strange. If they have such a large pack, why haven't they launched an attack yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he himself was shaken, his whole body freezing. Thinking of that pack of monsters and that leader, his heart went cold. This is bad. He immediately thought of a possibility and hurriedly said loudly to everyone. That has to be it. They're waiting for the right moment. Min Che did not understand and asked in surprise, what? Tan Lang Wan frowned and explained with a tense expression. They know how to launch a surprise attack. That's why they've been lingering near us all this time. They're scouting, but the soldiers all showed expressions of disbelief. And Min Che said bluntly, "That's ridiculous." Sioho also looked full of doubt. "You mean those monsters are that smart?" Tan Lang Wan's face darkened, and he was extremely certain of his judgment. He seriously asked them in return, "Do you all know how intelligent wolves are when they hunt? These things walk on 2 legs, so they must be even smarter than wolves." The first to express agreement was Kwang Nanchien. He nodded, agreeing with Sergeant Tan's words. "Then what if we make the first move and attack them?" Everyone was startled again and looked over at him at the same time. Attack first. Everyone's face was filled with unease. But Tan Lang Wan immediately objected. "No, the reason we have the advantage right now is because we're inside our base. If we go outside, we'll be at a disadvantage." Only then did Kwang Nanchien let out an ah, as if he had just remembered. True, it was not something they could fight, just because they wanted to. The group walked to the side of the watch post and looked toward the monsters. Min Che also felt that Tan Lang Wan was right. "That's right, we can't go outside. For now, we'll keep a close watch on their movements. We need some time to come up with a strategy." He also said to Tan Lang Wan, "In addition, report this to the company commander and see what he thinks." Tan Lang Wan added, "We also have to tell everyone to raise their guard." After saying that, he fell silent again, thinking deeply. He said directly to everyone, "Once the news spreads, the entire unit will become afraid. Fear of an enemy of unknown origin is the most fatal thing. We have to calm everyone down first, and we can't let them fall into panic." The monsters were still there, gathered together in the distance. Life continued as usual. Tan Lang Wan was in charge of cooking. The chef's special sauce, the chef's calmness, and the chef's peaceful bean sprouts were all added into the food by him. The soldiers ate while chatting. At least for now, the unit is still in a place where monsters can't rush in. Even if we go outside, there are very likely monsters out there too. The person sitting beside him also agreed. So it's still better to stay here. Tan Lang Wan added different sauces to every dish. The chef's special sauce, the chef's comfort, and the chef's consoling octopus kimchi. After eating the food he cooked, the soldiers' thinking gradually began to change as well. At first, I really was a little scared, but after fighting for a while, I feel like I've gotten used to it. Now, on the contrary, I feel much more relieved. A little sauce every day changed everything bit by bit. The chef's special ability infused confidence and faith into the meat and vegetable stew. Once eaten, the effect could be felt immediately, taking hold at once. They opened their hearts to one another. If I said I wasn't worried at all, that would definitely be a lie. But I believe in my family. I'm still alive, so they must be trying to find a way to survive too. Day by day, they changed by the things Tan Lang Wan fed them. Tan Lang Wan quietly observed them. For some reason, the soldiers' morale remained very high. Because of that, the defensive line did not waver at all. At present, a clear change had taken place within the army. The awakenings were also going very smoothly. In total, 20 people had awakened, nearly 1/5 of the entire camp's manpower. Tan Lang Wan stood upstairs with the first person who had discovered the monsters and turned to ask him, "There still hasn't been any change, right?" The man reported, "Yes. They're still only wandering around outside the camp." But he looked toward the monsters that had been standing in the distance all along. Tan Lang Wan knew what he wanted to say. Their numbers had doubled compared to when they had first been seen. The man suddenly grew so nervous that sweat covered his forehead, his voice trembling. "I don't know what will happen once their number exceeds 100. Tan Lang Wan turned to reassure him. "We already have quite a few awakened snipers on our side, so it'll be fine." Thinking of those people, among the 20 awakened, 3 of them were snipers. Being able to use an ordinary K2 rifle to hit targets with extreme precision was already an astonishing ability. Tan Lang Wan smiled confidently. "If we counterattack, we may not necessarily lose. If things keep developing at this pace, we'll win." In the food storage room, Tan Lang Wan held a notebook and personally counted the remaining food. The military rations will run out next week. By then, perhaps about half of our people will have completed their awakening. Looking at the few cans that remained, he thought to himself that by that time, even without relying on his power, the unit should have stabilized. He wrote very quickly in the notebook, "That completes all the inventory work I needed to do." Just then, the entire room suddenly plunged into darkness. He was startled and looked around in confusion. "What's going on? Is it a blackout?" He immediately frowned deeply and became alert. How could that be? Didn't the maintenance team say the generator was still operating normally? As he looked around, he thought, could the entire base have been affected? In the very next moment, his whole body trembled as he thought of those monsters. Wait, what they move now? The more he thought about it, the worse it felt. He immediately rushed outside and shouted, "Damn it, something's happened." He even threw away his notebook, so anxious that he did not dare delay even a single second. He quickly charged out into the yard, his whole body tense as he gritted his teeth. This is dangerous. He still held a gun in his hand, then climbed onto the roof. At first, I thought the snipers could deal with them, but that was based on the premise that we could guarantee visibility. At last, he realized it. If there was no light. At that moment, the entire camp was pitch black, so dark one could not see their hand in front of their face. In that case, the snipers would become completely useless. In the darkness, commanding shouts rang out piercingly. "Move! Get to your positions immediately. Hey, snipers, hurry up to the roof. Get to the place with the best visibility." Several people immediately answered loudly. Understood. This time, Lieutenant Kim was also present. He stood there anxiously, gesturing wildly as he shouted, "Leave the rest to the awakened. Hurry up and carry out your duties." It sounded quite imposing, but in reality, he could not do anything at all. The soldiers took up their assigned positions, holding their guns and ready to fight. Every one of them was extremely tense. Someone reported, "Lieutenant Kim, all soldiers have assembled at the ammunition depot." He pointed forward and shouted, "Good. Seal off the entrance." They could only shut the entrance tightly and carefully lock it. Tan Lang Wan looked at the scene before him, put his hands on his hips, and asked Min Che, "Hey, brother, what exactly is the situation?" "We've basically finished deploying our forces." Min Che said to him, "Fortunately, we still have some flares. That way, the snipers will know where the targets are." Though I don't know whether that will actually work or not, but looking at the neatly arranged supplies, he still could not feel at ease. Sweat kept running down his face. The monsters aren't infinite, but if we can't suppress them as soon as possible, we'll be in serious trouble. He hurriedly looked around. "Where are the awakened?" Min Che replied, "I've deployed them around the snipers. The mages have been split between defensive and offensive positions, and the soldiers in charge of defense are clearly in a much better mental state after eating the lunch you used to boost their morale." Tan Lang Wan glanced at the people concentrating their strength. Everyone had already taken their positions, holding their weapons as they waited for the monsters to attack. After everyone was in place, Min Che turned to ask him, "Then where are you planning to go?" Tan Lang Wan raised the longsword. "I'll use this." As soon as Min Che saw it, he blurted out, "You're planning to fight in close combat? Wouldn't it be better to fight from the rear?" Tan Lang Wan smiled and raised the blade with complete confidence. "Brother, I'm the first person who awakened here." Minke frowned in confusion. Though helpless, he could no longer stop him. He did not believe at all that such a small knife could have any great effect. Just then, the alarm sounded. The monsters were closing in. The ground shook violently with each of their steps. Min Che immediately took out a flashlight and shone it forward. Tan Lang Wan also hurriedly looked into the distance, his eyes widening. "They're here." Flares quickly flew into the sky, lighting up a corner of the night. The entire camp was illuminated. At last, the snipers could see their targets. Lieutenant Kim held binoculars and looked into the distance, his face pale with fear, almost unable to believe his eyes. The monster horde drew closer and closer, and the flares were also fully prepared. But that man was so frightened that he froze stiff on the spot, until a soldier shouted loudly to remind him, "Captain, please give the order." Only then did he come back to himself somewhat, but he was still trembling with fear. "I know." He roared the order, "Soldiers, open fire." The soldiers immediately began sweeping the monster horde below with frantic gunfire. They had no choice but to desperately open fire, doing everything they could to pour as many bullets as possible into the monsters. Gunshots rang out without end. Quite a few monsters were hit, but they showed no fear and still charged forward madly. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and low, mournful growls came from their mouths. Quite a few had also died, strange clicking sounds constantly coming from their mouths. Watching the soldiers fight frantically without fear, Tan Lang Wan thought with satisfaction, "Good, very good. My food has taken effect." But he still could not relax. He knew that if not for those flares, they would already be in major trouble right now. We have to be even more careful. Just then, the distinct purple monster cut through the beast horde and charged straight toward the camp at extremely high speed. Someone shouted a warning. The leader is coming. Its eyes glowed golden, revealing sharp, pointed white teeth. That one is the most dangerous. Snipers, focus fire on it. Magazines were constantly replaced. The person beside them also kept urging, snipers, hurry. CO Ho shouldered his rifle. I'll kill it. Watching that scene, Tan Lang Nuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, and his heart sank. Wait, what the hell is this? In his field of vision, the system analysis appeared again. A system notification appeared. Your chef's eye skill has been activated. Information about the leader immediately appeared before his eyes. Lizard leader, extremely rare, the strongest existence among the lizard species. No individual dares to question it, and no individual dares to oppose its decisions. Tan Lang Nuan looked at that information, shocked into gritting his teeth. Lizard leader? As expected, that thing can't be underestimated. It was as fast as an arrow, so fast that even the snipers had great difficulty hitting it. Too fast, it even dodged all the bullets. Looking at its cunning and agile movements, Tan Lang Nuan could not help thinking. So in the end, they really are the same species. Tan Lang Nuan frowned tightly, his face full of anger, his eyes not leaving it for even a second. It doesn't matter how strong it is. As the commander, standing on the front line, is truly foolish. Seeing that thing stand upright, its whole body radiating an intense sense of pressure, anyone could tell that it was the leader. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, by doing that, it only makes itself the most obvious target. Just then, it suddenly raised its head to the sky, opened its mouth wide, and let out a bizarre cry. A wave of power spread along with that sound. All the other monsters stopped. After hearing that sound, they became even more restless than before. The monsters began to spread out, then continued launching their attack. That sound even spread throughout the entire camp. The soldiers all clutched their heads in pain. They had been attacked from a distance. Even Tan Lang Nuan had to cover his ears tightly, completely unable to endure it. What kind of attack is this? He forced his eyes open and looked at that leader. The system issued a warning. You have come into contact with an existence equal in strength to yourself. Tan Lang Nuan immediately understood. A battle roar. The strength, speed, and stamina of all the lizards were increased. The soldiers widened their eyes and gritted their teeth as they looked at the system notification, their faces filled with extreme panic. For a temporary period, all the lizards also gained additional bullet resistance. Everyone was completely stunned, horrified to the extreme. All nearby non-lizard creatures would fall into a state of confusion, their attention scattered and their accuracy reduced. Dealing with them had already been difficult enough, and now they had been strengthened while the soldiers had been weakened. It was difficulty piled upon difficulty. Min-Che looked at Tan Lang Nuan in confusion. Lang Nuan, what's going on? Tan Lang Nuan had not expected things to become like this either. Sweat ran down both cheeks as he gritted his teeth and tried to think. This is dangerous. At this moment, the soldiers had nearly fallen into complete disorder, with shouts ringing everywhere. What's happening to me? I'm so dizzy. Are you okay? Lieutenant, all the snipers have been affected. Even Lieutenant Kim could do nothing. He could only widen his eyes, open his mouth, and shout. What? That thing is that effective. He had not awakened, so he could not see the system panel at all, nor did he understand what exactly had happened. Just then, someone pointed forward and shouted, "Monsters over there!" He hurriedly turned his head to look. On the other side, the strengthened monsters were charging over with lightning speed. They were several times more ferocious than before. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. CO Ho could no longer focus enough to shoot either. He could only helplessly clutch his head, nervously thinking, damn it, just like the system said, this kind of confusion will make everyone lose focus. He tightened his grip on the rifle. Our defensive line is weakening. He abruptly turned to the person beside him and roared, "What the hell are you doing?" He shouted until his voice went hoarse, cursing at everyone. "Hurry up, stabilize the defensive line, and keep firing. You useless bastards." The soldiers who had not awakened under Lieutenant Kim's command basically accomplished nothing. After suffering just this much impact, they had completely stopped returning fire. Below, the monster horde continued charging forward tirelessly. But unlike the early stage when the battle first began, the gunfire from the camp had clearly decreased. The monsters that were not hit by many bullets rushed forward even faster and even more violently. Tan Lang Wan stood there, calmly observing. He realized that our firepower has weakened greatly. It must be because of the effect caused by that special lizard. The snipers shouted one after another. Our shots aren't effective anymore. Prioritize ammunition resupply for the snipers. The ordinary soldiers had nearly lost their combat ability. Tan Lang Wan also knew that, on the other hand, bullets fired by the soldiers who had not awakened now could not even scratch its skin. Min Che clenched his fists and roared angrily. If it had an ability like that, why didn't it use it earlier? But learning these things now obviously left them with no time to react. Tan Lang Wan turned to explain to him. The system said this effect is only temporary, so it will disappear soon. It probably waited for the most suitable moment before launching its attack. Seeing that monster now looking exactly like a true commander, standing in the distance and silently observing the battlefield, Min Che could not help being shaken. Could that monster really be calculating that far ahead? Tan Lang Wan immediately patted his shoulder and urged, "Hey, hurry and gather all the awakened here." He said loudly to Min Che, "Long-range attacks are meaningless now. We're preparing for close combat." Min Che's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This was the exact situation he had least wanted to see. Very soon after, all the awakened had been called over. Tan Lang Wan handed each person some bread. After receiving it, everyone exclaimed in surprise at the same time, "Huh, one for each person?" No one understood what exactly was going on. They were in the middle of a battle, yet he had suddenly gathered them together to hand out food. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand. "Sergeant, Tan Lang Wan, what exactly is this? Is it a snack?" Tan Lang Wan smiled faintly and decided to reveal the secret he had been keeping hidden all this time. "Now I'll tell everyone. Thinking back to when I cook with my hands glowing and the ability to add seasonings, some of you have probably guessed it already. My skill as a chef can grant strength to others. Everyone here ate food I made before awakening, right? The most typical example is Kwang Nanchien. His personality has changed completely. The soldiers immediately burst into an uproar. So that's why I suddenly became so brave. We were strengthened through food. Tan Lang Wan looked toward Min Che. "To be honest, I don't know what those monsters are going to do, so I prepared this in advance. That's why this special portion is for all of you. The strength will be adjusted according to each person's ability." Min Che also nodded in confirmation. "That's right. So there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as we keep training, we still have a chance. Encourage one another. We absolutely cannot lose this place." All the soldiers answered in unison. "Understood, sir." Their shouts echoed everywhere. "Charge." His eyes were filled with determination. Now the entire camp had been strengthened. He directly patted the shoulder of the largest man in the team. "Kwang Nanchien, you go deal with that leader monster." He swallowed the candy into his mouth without hesitation. In the very next second, his aura surged. His eyes lit up, his face filled with killing intent. "I'll smash it to death." Because high-quality ingredients had been used, the effect of the food increased accordingly. While the awakened had gone to meat, the snipers had been left to hold back the monsters alone. They had long since nearly reached their limit and let out miserable shouts. "Damn it, what the hell is everyone doing?" They glared and roared angrily. "I can't hold out much longer." They've already charged over. The awakened quickly ate the candy he had given them. Their stats would be raised to the limit for one day, and everyone's momentum immediately blazed up. Even Min Che was no exception. His electricity was clearly much stronger, and the attack enhancement effect had taken hold. The monsters drew closer and closer, their eyes blood red. The soldiers' alarmed cries rang out. "They're here!" Those monsters leapt straight onto the fortifications, and the two sides faced each other head-on. Lieutenant Kim was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, and he could not do anything. Now was the time for the awakened to enter the battle. They fought with all their strength, almost supporting the entire battle line by themselves. As for Kwang Nanchien, he focused only on charging straight toward the leader and threw a heavy punch. One punch smashed directly into the face of the monster, blocking his way, sending it flying sideways. The other monsters also kept rushing over, but he still could not reach that leader. He threw punch after punch, knocking them all down barehanded by himself. The others also continued fighting, using everything they were capable of and whatever they were good at. Two monsters pounced toward Kwang Nanchien at the same time. someone shouted a warning. On your right. Stay close to me. Min Che rushed forward and shouted, don't spread out. Everyone charged in one after another and grappled with the monsters. Human shouts and monster roars filled the air, making the scene extremely chaotic. Tan Lang Wan could no longer keep standing by and watching. He immediately grabbed his knife and rushed into the battlefield, one man and one blade slashing monsters away. His grip on the knife did not loosen in the slightest from beginning to end, but it was very clear that his slashes against these monsters were no longer as effective as before. He thought to himself, looks like I have to eat something too. Looking over at the soldiers on the other side, who were also being overwhelmed by monsters, he understood that the lizard leader had made all of them stronger. So he quickly took out the bread and ate it. I can't face them alone, even if I am the highest level chef. The system appeared before his eyes. You have eaten a courage biscuit made with the passion of an apprentice chef. When a dish is made specifically for a certain target, its effects increase greatly if that target eats it. All attributes increase by the day. As he frantically cut down monsters, he shouted, hurry up and die. The chef's special sauce is granting an intermediate courage effect. You can now rely on intermediate courage to seize the initiative on the battlefield. His whole body seemed to glow. He fought tirelessly, and the power behind his slashes clearly increased. He could feel that ordinary lizard monsters were no longer a threat. The brave warriors were now taking control of the situation. The enemy's stats appeared, causing their morale to begin wavering. His gaze swept toward the leader. Was it running away? That leader monster was turning around to flee and hide. Its eyes shone yellow, and its mouth gaped wide, full of sharp fangs. It looked terrifying. Your comrade has unlocked a new skill. It was Kwang Nanchien. The power in his body was still rising nonstop, and he fought like a madman. The effect of intermediate courage had dispelled the confusion. The suppression the leader had inflicted on him no longer worked. Everyone shouted together, charge, brothers. Kwang Nanchien seemed to go berserk again. His entire body glowed as he raised his head and roared toward the sky. A life or death battle is waiting for us. The camp gate could no longer hold back those monsters. Countless monsters climbed over the fence and rushed in. The soldiers cried out in alarm. Monsters are closing in on the entrance. All soldiers gather at the entrance immediately. Ordinary soldiers usually needed 2 or 3 people to handle one monster, but Kwang Nanchien would sweep this entire road clean. The others also focused their minds. Whatever monster they encountered, they fought it. All they could do was fight with everything they had. Kwang Nanchien was now the strongest among them. He did not even know what fear was. He simply charged forward with his life on the line. His eyes shone, his teeth were clenched, and he looked almost no different from a monster. At last, he caught up to that leader monster. The two sides glared fiercely at each other. The monster's eyes were bloodshot as it bared its teeth and lunged forward, opening its mouth to reveal an extremely sharp set of teeth. Their fists collided head-on. They were evenly matched, and neither side was willing to retreat. Seeing this, Min Che could not help laughing. Isn't this great? His whole body had clearly become much stronger too, as if his stats had doubled. Just what did you do? On the other side, Tan Lang Wan was still fighting the monsters. His skill clearly did not look like something meant for combat. Yet with only a knife, he could cut down monsters like the other awakened soldiers. Min Che excitedly gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, with strengthening like this, we can definitely overwhelm them completely. At this rate, we'll clear them out in no time. Sure enough, you're going to become a core member of our unit. But Tan Lang Wan could not feel happy. He looked around and reminded him with a frown, don't let your guard down. We have to hold these lizard monsters back as much as we can until Kwang Nanchien finishes off that leader. So focus on long-range support. Min Che pulled out his lightning staff, cooperating with perfect understanding. Got it. Leave it to me. And so the two of them, each holding a weapon, shot out like lightning, cleaning up the scattered monsters that remain. Leave the leader to Kwang Nanchien so he could deal with it wholeheartedly. They only needed to hold out a little longer. Victory was already right before their eyes. Everyone gave it their all, killing as many monsters as they could. The snipers also stood on high ground, firing non-stop as they cooperated with the people below. Sweat poured down Tan Lang Wan like rain, his eyes fixed on the leader. Kyung Noxia. Over there, he was fighting the leader alone, but he still could not gain the upper hand. He threw punch after punch like a raging storm, but that monster barely moved at all. Suddenly, It arched its body and raised its head, making strange cracking sounds. Its eyes bulged, and its tail whipped violently like a fan. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Kwang Nanxian's neck. The tail tightened around his neck and slammed him viciously into the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth as he struggled, but he was still flung hard toward the fence, his entire body crashing to the ground. The monster growled and hissed, sticking out its snake-like tongue in a show of force. But in the very next second, its body suddenly shook violently, and it fell into panic. A soldier came charging in from who knew where and hugged it tightly. The others also threw themselves at it together. Some grabbed its arms, others hugged its legs, shouting, "Hold it down." Every one of them was injured, yet they still risked their lives to help Kwang Nanxian pin down this monster. Someone even opened his mouth and bit down hard on its body. The monster went mad from the pain, but could do nothing. Its body was flipped to the ground by two people working together, and it could not stand steady at all. By then, Kwang Nanxian had also recovered. He sprang up and walked over with surging power throughout his body. Well done. His bloodshot eyes seemed to spit fire. He gathered all his strength, rushed forward as if flying, and mounted the monster, each punch falling on its face like an iron hammer. He threw punches wildly and tirelessly, roaring as he beat it with his life on the line. Every punch was incredibly heavy. The monster's blood sprayed everywhere as it let out miserable screams. It no longer had the strength to resist and was brutally beaten to pieces by Kwang Nanxian. He did not only use his fists, he even seemed to lose his mind, directly using his teeth to tear and rip flesh from its body. The sight was disgustingly horrifying. Blood and flesh became a mangled mess, broken limbs flying everywhere. The monster did not even get a chance to catch its breath before it was completely beaten to death. The entire space immediately fell silent. Not a single monster remained alive. As far as the eye could see, monster corpses lay everywhere. In our first battle against the monsters, we had achieved a complete victory. Tan Lang Nuan looked toward the soldiers and hurriedly asked, "Is everyone all right? Don't let your guard down. There may still be some that slipped through." The higher-ranking personnel immediately confirmed the condition of the members of their units. Only then did the soldiers truly let out long sighs of relief, hugging each other and laughing joyfully. We won. Tan Lang Nuan finally felt at ease. We won. Looking at the ordinary soldiers before him, even though their guns were no longer effective, we still did it. A flash of light appeared, and the system displayed a notification. Full control of Area 17 secured. His eyes widened in surprise, and he frowned as he stared at the system panel. This is... The other awakened one saw it too. World event. Professional combat status. After everyone finished reading, they all spoke in confusion. 423rd Battalion. Kwang Nanxian also stared blankly at the information. Large-scale area. The area below the slope, occupied by humanity for the first time, has been integrated. Great achievement attained. First place reward granted. After reading it, he froze for a moment. It seemed the sauce's effect had not ended yet, because he still looked incredibly fierce. The sun gradually rose. It was morning. They had fought all night, and everyone looked utterly exhausted. But at that moment, they were all extremely happy. Tan Lang Nuan burst out laughing. "Haha, we took first place." Dawn had come, and the ground was covered with injured people. Those who were still relatively healthy carried the wounded into the treatment area together, and the entire camp immediately became noisy and busy. In the infirmary, shouts rang out one after another. "Bring the seriously wounded here. We're overloaded already. Leave them with me. Bring more water over here. Sergeant Park, hurry inside." Everyone was tense to the extreme. Bring in the most critical patients first. After the battle ended, the busiest people were instead those who had awakened healing abilities. They continuously treated the injured. No matter how serious the wounds were, they desperately tried to heal them. Fortunately, those healers and the station doctors were ultimately still able to manage. Everyone was drenched in sweat, treating the wounded while closing their eyes and praying. "Please, I beg you, God." Finally, when the wounds healed, everyone was wild with joy. "Now, go help the others immediately." Min Che and Tan Lang Nuan stood outside the infirmary door, looked inside, and said, "I think we're finally starting to stabilize." Tan Lang Nuan turned to look at him and smiled gratefully. "You did well." Min Che immediately shook his head. "No, it wasn't me. It was Kwang Nanxian and Co Ho. Thinking of those two, who were now covered in wounds and lying unconscious on their beds as if dead, he admired them even more. Both of them completely exhausted themselves and collapsed right after. Tan Lang Nuan looked at him and asked, "By the way, have you seen the battalion commander?" Min Che was also confused. "I don't know. I remember he was still there when the battle first started. Where did he go? Without him, it will be very difficult for us to handle the ammunition depot." Hearing this, Tan Lang Nuan's heart sank. "Just as I thought. How disappointing." Someone beside them spoke. "You checked everything, right? About how far can we consider safe?" Tan Lang Nuan answered, "I think the entire mountain range can now be considered safe." Min Che shouted in disbelief. "The entire mountain range?" He pointed at several points on the system panel. "Look, it says we control this whole mountain range." Looking at the endless mountain range stretching ahead, we are stationed on the highest peak of this range. Other than us, the only force covering this area was the lizard monster pack. Tan Lang Nuan looked at him. Min Che was still staring at the screen. He frowned and thought, could it have something to do with who occupies the most symbolic central location? The soldiers were all busy clearing away the monster corpses. If your guess is right, since we defeated the lizard monsters on this mountain, does that mean we can be considered the owners of this place? Tan Lang Nuan immediately nodded. "Yes, I think that is what the system means." Tan Lang Nuan smiled at him. "I think this is good news for us." Min Che placed both hands on his hips and said, "But that isn't all." Tan Lang Nuan asked in surprise, "What else?" "According to what you said, I can't be completely sure either. But I'm certain that the massive casualties in yesterday's battle severely weakened those lizard monsters. So perhaps we should launch a counterattack." His voice was firm, and his attitude was resolute as he made the suggestion. Now is the opportunity to wipe them out completely. But Tan Lang Nuan did not think so. "I'm afraid that would be very difficult." Min Che did not understand at all. "Hey, why?" Tan Lang Nuan calmly explained to him. "Yesterday's battle was very complicated, but generally speaking, we had the advantage of terrain. Holding a position and forcing an attack are two completely different things." Thinking of the scene of those monsters charging in to attack, he understood very well that even in that kind of defense, as long as they made one mistake, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Min Che silently thought for a while, but he still did not fully understand Tan Lang Nuan's meaning. He spread his hands and continued persuading him. "But we also have to admit that if we combine that with the strengthening you gave us, wouldn't it become much easier?" As soon as he heard that, Tan Lang Nuan immediately grimaced. He raised his hand to stop the other man and firmly refused. It would be best not to count on that kind of strengthening anymore. Min Che was even more surprised. "What? Why?" Tan Lang Nuan recalled the preparations he had been forced to make. The quality of the ingredients, personal tastes, and every dish taking at least 4 to 7 hours to prepare. It was truly extremely tedious and time-consuming. Min Che had not expected it to take that long. His eyes widened as he said, "Huh? Really? So those things aren't something you can just make whenever you want?" Tan Lang Nuan added, "Besides, I had to prepare a large amount of food in advance over a long period. If I had to start again from scratch, with ingredient quality not guaranteed and the number of awakened people increasing, it would basically be impossible. I think I could still barely make intermediate level strengthening." Only then did Min Che finally understand. He rubbed his chin and pondered. "I really didn't take this problem that seriously before. Looks like we'll have to plan properly from now on." Tan Lang Nuan immediately agreed as well. "Fine." Looking toward the other soldiers, who were still busy, Min Che raised his hand and called out loudly, "Everyone, come back once you're done." Someone immediately answered, "Yes, sir. There's still one truck that hasn't been dealt with." Min Che asked excitedly, "There's more?" "It feels like our unit supplies will never run out." Looking at the monster corpses on the ground, "We can't burn all of them either, so where exactly should we bury them?" Tan Lang Nuan opened the system to check and asked in passing, "Have you thought about the privilege?" Min Che asked in surprise, "You mean the first place privilege?" "I looked at it, but I don't know which one to choose." Tan Lang Nuan's eyes lit up. "Read the 7 privilege options." "I looked too, but I'm not very sure either." Min Che smiled smugly and finally encouraged him, "You choose." He had not expected Min Che to hand over the decision-making authority directly. Tan Lang Nuan was a little shocked and asked in disbelief, "What? I know this is very important, but I'm only—" Min Che cut him off directly. "What you choose doesn't matter, unless you have some information. Besides, if you choose, I'll feel more at ease." Thinking of the trust the soldiers had always placed in Tan Lang Nuan, he knew the others would not complain either. "You just need to tell them that you were the one who chose it." Tan Lang Nuan became tense. He closed his eyes, sweat pouring from his forehead as he thought seriously. "Besides, we can't even ask the commander because he isn't here at all. In the end, he made up his mind. Fine, I'll choose. I choose the mobile fortress Baima. Min Che asked in surprise why. Tan Lang Nuan turned around and explained, you can tell what it does just by looking at the name. He said decisively, I want to know what it would be like if we had a giant war chariot or something similar. Min Che asked in return, do we necessarily need a war chariot? Thinking about how they could not rely on walking forever to leave this place in the future, Tan Lang Nuan replied, we may not need it right now, but we will very soon. Our food will run out sooner or later, so one day we'll have to leave this place and keep moving forward. Looking at the deep blue sky and the towering mountain range before him, a trace of uncertainty suddenly rose in his heart. I don't know exactly what it will be, but it will definitely be useful to some extent. This time, Min Che did not object and fully supported him. Good, that reason makes sense. Then we'll use the second privilege. Go ahead. Tan Lang Nuan smiled happily at him. Min Che also returned a smile full of trust. The two looked at each other. There was no need to say anything more. They had always trusted each other's decisions. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Tan Lang Nuan pressed the selection. I'll choose it now. Along with his tap on the screen, the system issued a notification. You have selected the privilege, Mobile Fortress Baima. The summoning power of Baima will be granted to Tan Lang Nuan. A stream of power wrapped around his arm, and his entire body could clearly feel it. He knew that it was the power of summoning. I'll summon it now. He shouted excitedly, summon Baima. The two of them stood silently in place and waited, but after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Suddenly, Tan Lang Nuan's eyes widened. System notification. Insufficient space to summon. Minke shouted in surprise. Seriously? Not enough space. Is it that big? Tan Lang Nuan guessed. Is it because there are too many corpses here? And so the two of them went to look for a more spacious place. Then let's go to the barracks. Over there? That's right. Let's try over there. After saying that, Min Che waved his hand and signaled for several soldiers to stay behind. Clean this place up, understood? They had no objections and immediately replied, yes, we will handle everything properly, sir. Just like that, the two of them left together, both thinking to themselves just how big is that thing. The sun began to disappear behind the mountain range. For the entire day, they still could not summon that thing. Even the area beside the barracks did not have enough space to contain it. The two had no choice but to give up and return. I can't confirm it at all. How frustrating. Tan Lang Nuan sat on the bed, opened the system, and checked. At least I still receive some experience points. Every time someone eats a dish I made from corn, I gain experience. While snacking and staring at the system, he thought to himself, isn't everything gradually getting better? It feels like I'm getting stronger, and the unit's awakening progress is also going very smoothly. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lieutenant Kim pushed the door open and walked in just like that. Hey, Lang Nuan. He wore a sinister smile. So you're here. Tan Lang Nuan hurriedly tossed the bag of snacks aside, his heart jolting. Liut Kimo. His whole body immediately stood ramrod straight, and he raised his hand in a proper regulation salute. Reporting, I am resting in room 3. He looked at the other man, waiting for him to speak. But the other man only looked at him and smiled, saying nothing for the moment. Lieutenant Kim placed a hand on his shoulder. I heard about it. You went through an extremely difficult time. Well done. Tan Lang Nuan stood there, a little awkward, and replied, No, Lieutenant. I only did what I could. Seeing him act so modest, the other man continued praising him with that fake smile. Not many people could do what you did, especially when you're still a cook. Hearing those words, Tan Lang Nuan only felt nauseated, thinking to himself, I don't need praise like this. Remembering the other man's frozen, terrified expression when the monsters had rushed in, his heart filled with contempt. And for those words to come from the mouth of such a worthless man, too. Tan Lang Nuan frowned, thinking in irritation, you talk well enough, but the moment something happens, you throw everything onto the soldiers and disappear into hiding yourself. He was deeply dissatisfied with this man, but there was nothing he could do. At least, not yet. Suddenly, the other man reached out again and patted his arm. It's a good thing you and Min Che trained those awakened people so well. I checked the contact log too, just in case. He showed a regretful look. I still haven't received any good news, but hearing this... Tan Lang Nuan gave a slight start. Then what about the 2 drivers you sent to the higher unit? At the mention of those 2, Lieutenant Kim sat down on the bed. There was not the slightest trace of pity on his face. Instead, he said calmly, I don't think they'll be able to come back. It's been 10 days already. If there were any news, it should have reached us by now. Tan Lang Wan flared up as he listened, gritting his teeth tightly. Thinking of his two comrades driving through that forest, he could not help thinking, if I had been among the ones sent out, there's no way I could have come back alive. That man glanced at his bag of snacks. All right, I heard the mess hall will be closed today, and everyone has to eat combat rations. Tan Lang Wan nodded and replied, Yes. Sir, that is the plan. When the time comes, I will bring your meal over. The other man stared at him, one corner of his mouth twisting upward. Come now, can't we have a proper meal? The severely wounded people could not even eat properly right now, yet he did not care about them at all. Tan Lang Wan refused firmly. I am very sorry, but our current situation is extremely difficult, and we're trying to conserve as much food as possible. Everyone has to eat combat rations. Seeing him take such a hard stance, the other man's expression changed, and he put on that sly smile again, as if warning him. So what? No one can argue with me, because I'm the person in charge here. Didn't you make delicious food for those brats who were about to awaken? Tan Lang Wan's expression immediately darkened, but he did not argue further. He only thought in turmoil, I really don't know whether I want to do that. Thinking about how he used his ability to cook for everyone, he explained that was special care to help them relax because the awakening process is very dangerous. He said to the other man, Lieutenant Kim, if you also want to awaken, but the other man immediately interrupted him, changing the subject completely. Then what do the awakened people eat? Tan Lang Wan looked at him with widened eyes. As I reported last time, that is in preparation for monster attacks. This time, before he could even finish, the other man cut him off casually again and questioned him. What? You use food to strengthen them? Then what's the difference if I eat it? This bastard was truly too much. He refused to awaken, refused to help, and now he even wanted to fight the soldiers who had contributed for their food. Tan Lang Wan clenched his fists, desperately suppressing his anger, and blamed himself helplessly. I really have no way to deal with this. The other man looked at him with a provocative gaze. Tan Lang Wan frowned and glared at him, but all he could do was force himself to calm down as much as possible. He is the only officer left in the battalion I'm part of. Tan Lang Wan understood very clearly that if there were still remnants of the military outside, and if they could contact them someday in the future, then, unfortunately, this person would become an extremely important link. Tan Lang Wan endured it with all his might. I have no choice but to swallow it down. He could only stand up straight and say, actually, it is possible to eat a little of the reserve food. Unexpectedly, the other man abruptly sprang to his feet and said loudly, Forget it, I'll eat combat rations. Tan Lang Wan looked at him in surprise. That man stood there with his hands on his hips and said loudly, I'll follow the current situation as it is. I don't want to be some kind of special awakened person. After saying that, leaving Tan Lang Wan still frozen in place, he simply walked out of the room. Tan Lang Wan silently watched his back, pressing his lips tightly together and forcing down his emotions. The door slammed shut. He was the only one left in the room. Only after that man left did he finally let out a long breath of relief. Never in my life did I think I would want to smoke. Ever since the mountain range became our territory, the number of monster attacks had dropped by half, or even less. We still encountered them occasionally, but they were all easily defeated. I subdued them and used them as tools to help more people awaken. Cheers like a celebration rang out in the hospital room. Really? That's great. That means everything is stabilized. While you were lying here, we were the ones doing all the hardest work. A person sitting on a hospital bed laughed and said, Yeah, the wounded recruits already told me everything. You worked hard, Wan. Tan Lang Wan sat in a chair chatting with him and replied modestly, Everyone worked very hard. Looking at his leg in a cast, Tan Lang Wan asked, Your leg really can't be healed? The other man was a little saddened, but still forced his eyes into a smile and said, The doctor and the priest both said that if it had been treated immediately, I probably would have been fine. Unfortunately, too many days had already passed. Now, he could only sit in a wheelchair, but his spirit remained extremely optimistic. Luckily, my body is still fine. It's just that getting around is a little inconvenient. Tan Lang Wan frowned as he looked at him, feeling somewhat regretful. Remembering what had happened before, he felt that everything was my fault. Back then, I practically forced him to awaken. I am sorry. I've always blamed myself for this. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Tan Lang Wan, this isn't your fault. Don't make that face. The patients in the room all looked toward them. Taedan said loudly, If we hadn't risked our lives to awaken back then, we would have been eaten by those monsters long ago. Everyone quietly listened to him speak. This injury also came from that process, so you don't need to blame yourself like that. In fact, the other soldiers who had been injured before they could awaken were even more seriously wounded than he was, so this really could not be blamed on Tan Lang Nuan. Tae-don smiled and lightly patted his arm, comforting him. The fact that we're still alive now is all thanks to you. Tan Lang Nuan's eyes grew slightly hot, and his heart was filled with emotion. Tae-don looked at him, then suddenly said, "Let's go outside. There's something I want to show you." Outside, it was already pitch black. He sat in his wheelchair, while Tan Lang Nuan stood beside him. A blue light radiated from his body. "My profession is astronomer," Tan Lang Nuan asked in surprise. "Astronomer? What is that?" Tae-don raised his head and looked at the starry sky, explaining, Roughly speaking, by interpreting the constellations, I can glimpse a little of the celestial signs and tell travelers in advance about fortune, misfortune, danger, and blessing. It's actually very complicated, but that's enough for you to understand." Tan Lang Nuan also raised his head and looked at the night sky, asking in astonishment, "So you predict the future by interpreting the constellations, something like that?" Tae-don smiled and nodded. "Right, generally speaking, that's about it." Tan Lang Nuan's eyes lit up, and he teased excitedly. "A living detector, huh?" Tan Lang Nuan continued. "It sounds like it has nothing to do with direct combat. But if you can detect danger in advance, then it should be very useful for planning and strategy." But he did not expect Tae-don to say, "That's why I wanted to see you." Just from hearing that, he knew something was up. "No way." But Tae-don nodded seriously. "It's true. I discovered two things." Tan Lang Nuan gaped in shock and listened as he continued. At that moment, beneath the night sky, glittering with stars, Tae-don was like a fortune teller, predicting a few things about the future. "Tomorrow, some guests will arrive." Tan Lang Nuan questioned him in disbelief. "Guests? You mean?" Tae-don tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair and smiled faintly, not answering directly. In the end, he only reminded him, "Also, you'd best hide your claws." Tan Lang Nuan was stunned as he listened and could only keep looking at him. But what Tae-don could say went only that far. He said nothing more, only revealing a mysterious smile. The night sky was still full of stars, and no one knew what exactly would happen tomorrow. A night passed, and dawn came again. In a lush green forest, someone suddenly shouted, "There's a military base over there." A civilian pointed toward the camp, and everyone cried out in surprise at once. "Really? Hurry, let's go take a look." A whole crowd of civilians fought to run over. There must be soldiers there. They looked extremely disordered, with the sound of children crying mixed in. "Mommy," a woman held the child tightly and coaxed him, "It's all right. We can survive now." The crowd quickly ran toward the camp, pushing and shoving one another. "Hurry, everyone." They rushed all the way to the camp gate, pointing ahead and shouting, "It's right over there." Several soldiers stood, gathered on the roof, looking toward the forest. The first soldier to discover them said, "About 20 people. Their clothes are rather ragged. At their current speed, they should reach our unit in about an hour." On the morning of the 11th day after the attack, Tan Lang Nuan and Min Che lay flat at the edge of the cliff, holding binoculars as they observed the forest. "We've discovered people coming up the mountain." Min Che looked at him in confusion. Didn't they see the sign forbidding entry into a military area? Where exactly did they come from? Looking at that dense crowd, the two asked each other, "What do we do now?" Min Che guessed, maybe they have nowhere else to go. Tan Lang Nuan thought the same. These civilians must have traveled a very long way to get here. Let's take them in first. Min Che did not object and immediately agreed. "Right, we have to save them first." Tan Lang Nuan lowered the binoculars and sank into thought. This completely matched what Tae-don had told him under that starry sky. Could they be the people Tae-don mentioned? Before long, that group of people entered the military area. A soldier stepped forward, raised a hand to stop them, and shouted loudly, "Everyone calm down. Please form a single line and keep order." He handed them a registration book, requesting, "Please write your names here first." The other soldiers brought drinking water out from inside the camp. Although that soldier did not look very willing, he still said, "We have water here. Everyone can drink first." Tan Lang Nuan and Min Che also stood to one side watching. Minke Said, he counted. There are 25 people total, men and women, old and young. He turned and discussed it with Tan Lang Nuan. "Then let's move the people currently staying on the 3rd floor of the dormitory down to the 2nd floor, and let these people stay on the 3rd floor. Do we need to increase manpower for the night patrol?" Hearing this, Tan Lang Nuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. "Good, then let's go clear out the 2nd floor first." Just then, Kim Hyun-suk appeared again. He was greeting a soldier. "All right, thank you for informing me." The moment he saw him, Tan Lang Nuan immediately lost his good mood, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Isn't he supposed to be the commander?" Min Che was not happy either, and only said calmly, "Did he come here to command?" Kim Hyun-suk walked in front of the civilians, spread his arms, and said loudly, "Hello, everyone. I am Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk, currently the person in charge of this unit. You are safe now, so please rest assured and cooperate with the soldiers' guidance." An old man among the civilians suddenly said loudly, "Then you're the person in charge here? I only saw ordinary soldiers, so I felt a little uneasy." He immediately replied, "Yes. Sir, please don't worry. I'm here." The other civilians also began anxiously questioning him. "What exactly is the military situation now? I want to know a little more clearly. Is there food here?" The crowd immediately became noisy, everyone speaking at once, descending into chaos. "The children are starving. Who could stand this kind of commotion?" Kim Hyun-suk shouted loudly, "All right, everyone, there's no need to worry. Just fill in your information first, and we will properly prepare everything else." After saying that, he turned his head and ordered the soldiers, "What are you standing there for? Get started." That soldier could only obey. "Yes, sir." He was only good at using his mouth, while the ones who actually did the work were always other people. Next, he immediately asked, "Where are Min Che and Tan Lang Nuan?" Min Che smiled and patted Tan Lang Nuan on the shoulder. "Looks like it's our turn to go on stage." The two of them had no choice but to run over. "I am Mr. Jant Minke." Seeing the two of them arrive, Kim Hyun-suk immediately said to the civilians, "They're both experienced people. If I'm not present, look for them." He put on a professional act, frowning as he asked, "Sergeant Min Che, is there room in the dormitory to arrange accommodations for them?" Min Che answered, somewhat flustered, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Lieutenant Kim immediately called out, "Very good." He still did not do anything himself, directly pushing the work out. "I'll leave this matter in your charge. Lead them over there." Both of them stiffened in place, staring blankly at him. Clearly, he had done nothing, yet he still spoke as if it were true. "Afterward, I'll contact you again to confirm whether you finished it. Report any problems immediately." But they had absolutely no way to refute him, and could only answer, "Yes, sir." After handing the work to Min Che, he turned to look at Tan Lang Nuan. As for Tan Lang Nuan, everyone must be hungry, so go prepare food right away. Make 25 extra portions. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Tan Lang Nuan momentarily did not know what to say, and could only reply, "Yes, sir." Clearly, both of them were full of dissatisfaction, but they could not say a single word, especially in front of these civilians. No matter what, it was not appropriate to argue directly. Tan Lang Nuan understood very well in his heart. 99 soldiers plus 25 survivors meant the amount of food had increased by a quarter at once. This was definitely not a small matter. I was only lying to them just now. But how would Lieutenant Kim and those civilians know that? He shouted loudly, "All right, the soldiers will now handle this matter. Everyone, just follow their guidance." The civilians were no longer as noisy as they had been earlier, and their emotions had calmed down a lot. One after another, they said, "All right, we understand." As expected, an officer really is different. He works so quickly. I feel like we're safe now. Kim Hyun-suk chatted with these civilians with a smile. Sure enough, the person who did not have to work was always the most relaxed. In contrast, Min Che and Tan Lang Nuan had to shoulder everything. Min Che was so angry he ground his teeth and glared. "Look at that smiling face of his. Am I the only one who hates him?" Tan Lang Nuan really could not stand it either, but he could only advise him, right now, all we can do is obey orders." Seeing that the situation before them had finally settled down, he added, "When the soldiers from our unit guided them just now, they wouldn't listen at all. But as soon as Lieutenant Kim stepped out, even though he only smiled and said a few words, overall, it really was effective. He said, 'With the lieutenant here, they will listen. Maybe the only thing they care about is his rank.'" Only then did Min Che react. "Is that so?" The civilians even gathered around him and called out, "Lieutenant, thank you." Kim Hyun-suk naturally enjoyed all of it. "Haha, protecting civilians is the duty of a soldier. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Everyone is safe now." The crowd kept chiming in, "It's thanks to you that we survived." Although Min Che knew that his status was indeed very important, he still could not swallow his anger. He crossed his arms and glared at him, greedy beyond measure, and he refuses to fight. He's only good at talking big. Tan Lang Nuan could only advise him, "Now isn't the time to talk about these things. I'm going to mess hall. You stay here and help them." Minke immediately nodded. "All right, go. Call a few more people to help you too." Tan Lang Nuan hurried away. "Yeah, I'm going now. The camp was now clearly much livelier than before. A soldier led that group of people up to the third floor. Everyone looked very happy, enjoying this rare bit of peace. But among them, there were also difficult people. For example, an old man suddenly questioned loudly, "The third floor? Isn't that the highest floor? I'm this old already. I can't possibly climb that many stairs." Kuang Nanqian tried hard to persuade him. "Please bear with it a little, sir. If monsters attack, the first floor will be the first place to suffer, so this is already the safest place in the whole building." But that old man stubbornly refused. "No, I don't feel comfortable here." Soldiers truly got headaches dealing with people like this. There were also people who cheered joyfully the moment they saw the bathroom. "Wow, I can finally take a shower. I can finally take a shower," that soldier explained a little awkwardly. "But there's no hot water, so please bear with it a little." The woman immediately turned her head back. "What? I can't stand taking cold showers." Fortunately, there were also reasonable people who advised her, "Please put up with it a little. This isn't a hotel." They had clearly come here as refugees, yet they acted as if they were on vacation, even arguing with soldiers and making all kinds of demands. The mess hall was now also packed full of civilians. The children ate very happily, their eyes curving into smiles. "We can finally eat our fill." Another old man also chimed in. "That's right, this is wonderful." Looking at the food on their trays, everyone was very satisfied and praised it continuously. "I didn't expect steamed rice to be this delicious. It really is good. Is this really the military meal I know?" Tan Lang Nuan braced his hands on the table. Hearing the praise come one after another, he smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, "Although everything happened so suddenly that it caught me a little off guard." When he thought of that pitifully small amount of ingredients, he could not help worrying again. Even so, I'm still very worried about the ingredients. It may only be a percentage, but it has risen to 25% now. We have almost no ordinary food left and can only rely on emergency rations and combat rations. Thinking of this, he could not feel happy at all. He was so tense that cold sweat broke out. At this rate, in a little over a month, we'll be forced to go outside. Just then, someone walked over. That really was an excellent meal." He also smiled politely in return, as long as everyone enjoyed it. The tall young man smiled and praised him. "That was more than just enjoyable." He laughed. Thank you." The other man suddenly stared at him. "You're really good. What did you do before?" As soon as he heard that, he immediately became wary. The system displayed his occupation as cook, but he did not answer right away. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment. Why would someone ask a soldier what his job was? I was even about to say outright that I was a cook just now. Tan Lang Nuan answered tactfully. "You mean before I enlisted?" "Back then, I was a university student." The others nodded. That makes sense." The food really was delicious. He silently watched them talk, vigilance rising in his heart. Watching them leave, he could not help feeling suspicious. Strange. Why would they suddenly ask about a soldier's job? Because he knew that occupations were no longer the same as before. Now, they were more like something exclusive. They only appeared in the status window, and only awakened people could see them. Cold sweat immediately broke out on him. Good thing I'm a cook. If the other soldiers heard that question, they'd probably say directly that they were warriors or healers. Suddenly, he remembered his conversation with Taedon. That meaningful gaze made him suddenly realize, is this what Taedon was talking about? Min Che walked down the residential area corridor, his expression so gloomy it was frightening. Dealing with those monsters alone was already troublesome enough, and now they had to take care of survivors too. The soldier's conversations echoed in his head. How on earth did we end up in this mess? Exactly. I can't even rest when I'm supposed to rest. Someone directly frowned and vented his dissatisfaction. I seriously can't take this anymore. Lieutenant Kim is only making everything worse. Now we have to worry about everything. Another person said, I'd rather those two sergeants be in charge. Their way of handling things is much better than Lieutenant Kim's. He remained hidden behind the wall and heard everything clearly. These soldiers were venting the anger in their hearts. That's right. Besides, we've already been through a lot together. I feel a very strange sense of comradeship from him. Hearing those words, even he was a little stunned. Comradeship? It seemed they truly valued him and Tan Lang Wan. Someone spoke up. I really wish Lieutenant Kim would just disappear somewhere. He's nowhere to be seen when we're fighting, but whenever it comes to receiving survivors, he gets incredibly enthusiastic. They had seen all those ridiculous things. One person frowned and said, his rank is high. There's nothing we can do. But another person was still unwilling to accept it. But they knew there was a difference in military rank, but they could not suppress the dissatisfaction in their hearts. We're fighting monsters. A commander like that will only get us killed. He's no help at all. Is he, Sergeant? Only then did Min Che realize that everyone had been thinking the same thing. As he walked, he thought, I've always been dissatisfied with Lieutenant Kim. That guy fundamentally won't fight alongside us. In his heart, he quietly made a decision. He knew very well who would follow a commander who kept disappearing from the battlefield. Standing in front of the room door, he hesitated for a moment. If this continues, the army's morale and unity will collapse. He pressed his lips together, narrowed his eyes, and made up his mind. We have to do something as soon as possible. On the rooftop, the soldiers gathered together. Someone asked doubtfully, Sergeant Min Che, it looks like everyone is here except the wounded and the lieutenant. Another person asked, Brothers, are we holding a secret meeting? Someone else agreed, Yes, this is very necessary. Everyone looked at one another, their hearts full of suspicion. Just then, a serious voice rang out. Sorry for calling everyone here so late. It was Min Che. He stood at the very front, narrowing his eyes as he looked at everyone. But I think this matter can't be dragged out any longer. I can't just stand by and watch everyone suffer like this. His eyes flashed as he announced, I went to see Lieutenant Kim. As soon as everyone heard that, they burst into commotion and looked at one another in shock. What? Really? What are you talking about? Seeing that everyone seemed a little panicked, he calmly reassured them. It's nothing serious. I only told him to try thinking from our position. And also, before making important decisions, he should at least ask the opinions of those of us fighting in the frontline trenches. He paused for a moment, swept his gaze around, and revealed a disappointed expression. But just as I imagined, it was completely useless. He recalled that moment. In Lieutenant Kim's room, he had spoken bluntly to the man. They've already said it. Please try listening to our suggestions. But that Lieutenant Kim clearly refused to listen and instead turned around, pointed at him, and cursed him. He said that was not something a soldier could force him to do. Just hearing that one sentence was enough to know that was exactly the old man's style. The soldiers all fell silent, their faces filled with disappointment. Finally, it erupted. That bastard. He's never taken us seriously. He doesn't even want to fight side by side with us. Tan Lang Wan was also standing among the crowd. Watching that heated scene, his heart grew even more chaotic. Damn it. Min Che, however, was not surprised at all. He had long known that these soldiers also disliked that Lieutenant Kim, so he narrowed his eyes and continued to add fuel to the fire. That's right. This isn't something we can simply let slide because our survival is being threatened. That's why I organized this gathering. Everyone listened silently as he spoke. My first proposal is the others waited in silence, full of curiosity. Min Che's voice was firm as he said directly, remove Lieutenant Kim. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately burst into commotion and looked at one another. What? You want to make this a big deal? Wait, is this really a good idea? Tan Lang Nuan could not help blurting out as he questioned him. What's wrong with you? What nonsense are you talking about? How can we casually remove a lieutenant? Min Che had not expected him to shout at him like that. He frowned, looked at him, and asked in return, You don't agree with me, Nuan? Think about it carefully. How long are you planning to let him drag us down? Sweat broke out on Tan Lang Nuan's forehead, his face pale as he stammered. No matter what, he's still an officer. Even if he makes strange demands, we should discuss it together before making a decision. Just thinking of the old man provocatively pointing at other people made Min Che furious. I'm thinking, what if that doesn't happen only once? Maybe after more survivors join us, our group will become much larger than it is now. Tan Lang Nuan also agreed. That's true. Min Che then continued. Then what if every time there's a meeting, the person representing us is always him? At that point, Tan Lang Nuan immediately fell silent, not knowing how to refute him. Min Che widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Then by that time, a lot of people will think he is our leader. Just imagining Kim Hyun Suk manipulating everything alone filled him with blazing anger. We'll end up in a situation where we can't decide anything for ourselves. What do you think? Am I wrong? He kept shouting loudly. If he had that ability, then fine, all of us could listen to him. But everyone knows he completely doesn't. A few soldiers felt he had a point and spoke up one after another. That's right, he's not wrong. Just thinking of Lieutenant Kim commanding us all the time is terrifying. Someone else took the chance to complain. One time, I was in the same dorm room as him. It was the worst experience of my life. All their dissatisfaction with the old man burst out. But even so, they were still apprehensive. But we're comrades. We can't just turn a blind eye to this. Back when the world was still normal, he also did many things. Min Che helplessly looked at the person who had spoken, Kwang Nanchien. The other man still voiced his thoughts. I don't know either. But isn't civil war the final form of modern warfare? This idea is too dangerous. Hearing that, Min-che could only agree. Good point. And that is exactly why we have to carry out our plan as soon as possible. Kwang Nanchian and Tan Lang-wan both thought in shock. What? Min-che stood between the two of them and stated his plan. If Lieutenant Kim is gone, then in our unit, the highest-ranking officers left will be Sergeant Tae-don and Sergeant Tan Lang-wan. He added, even without an officer, ordinary soldiers can still take on the responsibility of command. Everyone fell silent, their eyes wide as they listened to him. Min-che suddenly stretched out his hand. So, if we have to face an army coming from outside. As he spoke, he put his arm around Tan Lang-wan's shoulders and smiled brightly. If you lead us, no one will be able to make things difficult anymore, Wan. With his arm around Tan Lang-wan's shoulders, he announced to everyone, the reason I called everyone here to discuss this is that we have to remove him without being discovered. But the others immediately looked doubtful. What the hell are you talking about? How can a cook become a commander? Min-che, however, showed no intention of giving up and was determined to persuade them. Why can't he? He's in charge of buffs, and most importantly, he's also in charge of our meals. But he patted Tan Lang-wan's back again and glanced at the soldiers. My second proposal, and also the most important point, is to have Sergeant Tan take on this role. After saying that, he shouted loudly, if anyone objects, say so. Tan Lang-wan looked at him speechlessly, trying his best to make him shut up. Stop talking. There's no way they can accept the cook as their commander. The soldiers began looking at one another and quietly discussing it. Sergeant Tan always puts us first. He's encouraged us a lot with his food. The situation seemed even better than he had imagined. They even praised him. We can trust him. If it weren't for his buffs, we might have become monster food by now. Seeing that no one objected, Min-che asked again, anything else? Then that means everyone agrees. Tan Lang-wan raised his voice as much as he could to stop him. Hey, brothers. But Min-che completely ignored his objection. He simply placed his hand on Tan Lang-wan's shoulder and announced, from now on, our commander is Sergeant Tan Lang-wan. Tan Lang-wan frowned and reminded him, you're ignoring the normal chain of command. Min-che turned his head to look at him and smiled smugly. Accept it. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the system interface appeared before the eyes of all the awakened people. Guild established. You have successfully established the Minium Assault Team, a guild consisting of 30 players. Kwang Nanchin blurted out in surprise. Guild, the system continued announcing. A guild is the first step toward becoming a fully fledged force, surpassing the scope of a single faction. It is a much higher level of association than ordinary faction gatherings. Large region, Ra's second guild. Small region, Slope 17th's number 1 guild. Min-che also frowned in surprise. The system interface kept appearing. Achievement, Comrade, Comrade. A reward has been issued to the guide. Second team skill reward, Emblem. Tan Lang-wan raised his hand and touched the screen. From now on, you are the commander of Guild 423. He stared blankly at the words on the system panel, vaguely realizing that he had truly become the leader. The sky gradually darkened. On the rooftop, everyone was still standing there talking. Oh, well, that's how it is. The soldiers shouted in unison, cheering for him. From now on, you will command us, Sergeant Tan. We wish you luck. Tan Lang-wan was awkward to the extreme. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he closed his eyes and thought carefully. If they've decided to do this, then I have to do it well. And so he immediately began acting in his new capacity. Standing in front of everyone, he said seriously, then, as commander, my first request is, don't remove Lieutenant Kim. Kwang Nanchian silently looked at him. Min-che shouted directly, Nguyen. Everyone also spoke up one after another in objection. But the situation is already extremely desperate. You know what we're going through. Please accept this decision. Seeing that everyone's reaction was so intense, he hurriedly smiled and reassured them. Everyone calm down first. Listen to me. The group immediately fell silent. Everyone looked straight at him. If we begin choosing who deserves to die and who deserves to live for our own benefit, then even if our bodies survive, our souls will die. Everyone listened in a daze, not understanding what he was talking about. Tan Lang-wan's eyes shone as he said sincerely, to hold on to our humanity. Thinking of the soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder, laughing and chatting freely with one another, he continued, we should not kill people unless they attack us first. His voice was extremely serious. I hope everyone will promise me this. After hearing those words, Min-che could not help turning his head and secretly smiling, admiration filling his heart. So this is what he was thinking of. He really is a good leader. They knew they had not chosen the wrong commander. So they noisily asked again, "We will follow your request, but what about Lieutenant Kim? Since he's no longer the commander and he doesn't do anything, why should we still let him live?" Tan Lang Nuan's calm voice cut through everything. "We still have to kill him." The soldiers once again stared at one another blankly. "What?" But he explained to them, "That guy's the kind of person who only causes harm. But if we simply throw him away like that, it would be too wasteful." A sly light flashed in his eyes. "We can use him." At this moment, everyone looked at him with disbelief, speechless. In their hearts, they were all thinking, where exactly is Lieutenant Kim right now? At last, everyone finished their meeting. One person stood by the window, looking down at the soldiers below the building. He smiled, turned his head, and reported, "It looks like the soldiers have returned, sir." The blond man who had spoken to Tan Lang Nuan that morning was lying on the bed, comfortably pillowing his head on his arms, dragging themselves out in a group for a stroll in the middle of the night. "Don't you think that's strange?" The corner of the blond man's mouth curved up, revealing a contemptuous smile. "They're just kids barely over 20, that's all." The underlings sitting across from him listened silently. Someone followed up, "Their commander seems very strong, but he isn't staying with them." The blond man asked coldly, "Did you investigate what I told you to investigate?" One underling smiled and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, boss. I probed a few soldiers, but so far none of them have awakened." He recalled the scene of himself striking up conversations with those soldiers. They had even asked them separately to make themselves look less suspicious. The large man sitting on the bed propped himself up with his hands and said, "I secretly observed them. They also use guns to kill monsters." The blond man smiled in satisfaction, his eyes shining. "Very good. Then that means this is an excellent opportunity. If no one has awakened, I think now is the time for us to make our move." The others immediately looked at one another. One person asked with some hesitation, "Then are we going now?" The blond man's expression darkened as he warned them cautiously, "Just in case, wait a few more days. Be careful not to get hurt." The group shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." The next day, voices of conversation rang out. "I'm getting ready to eat. I like waiting for the kids to come back, so we can eat together." Tan Lang Nuan stood in the kitchen, picking up the silver ring and examining it carefully. The system prompt said, "The emblem will display your position in the guild while also providing bonus stats according to the size of your team." Tan Lang Nuan happily clenched the ring in his hand, smiling brightly. "I can't believe it. This is my first piece of equipment." Looking at the food neatly arranged on the table, he thought, if it can provide bonuses to all team members, then the effect will definitely be unbelievably powerful. Thinking of this, a trace of regret appeared on his face. "Unfortunately, I don't have any suitable object to represent it." Just then, a loud cry rang out. "Oh my god!" Even though the number of people is gone, the guild name and title are still there. Tan Lang Nuan was still a little confused. He turned his head and looked at Min Che in disbelief. "So, I really became a commander?" Min Che smiled smugly and replied, "It's fine. You can tell just by looking at their reaction." No one objected at all. Thinking of the things he had done before, Min Che was extremely satisfied. "Besides, there are rumors that you're strong enough to kill monsters using only a sword." He then said with certainty, "They don't oppose you because they know you're worthy of trust. Right now, the situation is unstable in many ways, and we have a strong leader like you." Then, looking over at Kwang Nanqian's towering body and fierce, bloodshot red eyes, Min Che covered his mouth and lowered his voice. "We also have that madman Kwang Nanqian. His aura is terrifying, but he is far too gentle as a person and sometimes too impulsive. He is not suited to leadership." Tan Lang Nuan asked doubtfully, "Really?" Minkin nodded firmly. "That's right. So the only remaining choice is you." In the mess hall, a soldier saluted him in military fashion and shouted loudly, "Loyalty." Tan Lang Nuan turned to look at him and asked with a smile, "Oh, you're here? Did you tell everyone what I asked you to tell them?" The man reported honestly, "Yes, sir. If anyone asks about our occupations, we must not act suspicious, and we must not mention the status window." Seeing that what he said was exactly what he had instructed, Tan Lang Nuan praised him with satisfaction. "Good work." He added, "I also told them to avoid bringing up awakening as much as possible, so it should be all right." Tan Lang Nuan always kept Tae Don's warning in mind. "It would be best for you to keep your mouth shut tight." He thought. Tae Don said he does not know exactly what will happen either, so we have to hide it as thoroughly as we can. Although they had to hide it, he still said to the soldier, "But that does not stop us from continuing to increase the number of awakened people." The man immediately straightened up and replied, "Yes, sir. We will have to rely heavily on awakened marksmen to defeat the monsters, so that will not be a problem." Hearing this, Tan Lang Nuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seemed that awakened sharpshooters were very hard to distinguish from ordinary armed soldiers. Suddenly, the man reported to him again. However, there seems to be another problem. Tan Lang Nuan immediately grew interested. The soldier was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. The survivors keep wanting to talk to us. There is one woman in particular who keeps begging the army for help. She says there is something she absolutely has to tell us. Tan Lang Nuan immediately asked, "Is it important?" Remembering that meeting, the man said, "I am not sure either, but she looked like the leader of that group of survivors. So we thought you should be the one to meet her." Sergeant Tan, what if Lieutenant Kim finds out and scolds us? He silently rubbed his chin and thought without saying anything. Just leave Lieutenant Kim to me. The other man asked in surprise, "Huh? What are you planning to do next?" Tan Lang Nuan patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, I've thought of a way." The man still looked confused. Tan Lang Nuan raised his hand and pointed as he said, "But first, deal with this matter. Choose 3 representatives from among the survivors and tell them to come to the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the rear barracks area after dinner." He gave a special warning as well and warned them that they must not tell anyone. The man immediately replied, "Understood, sir." Before the man left, Tan Lang Nuan added one more sentence. "Good luck." A bowl of steaming, fragrant spaghetti. Tan Lang Nuan looked at the bowl of noodles and thought to himself, now it is only a matter of time. I am preparing a few things. Late at night, he carried that bowl of spaghetti down to the basement alone. When several soldiers saw this, they started whispering to one another, "Is there something under the kitchen?" Another replied, "You don't know? There is a basement under the mess hall." Seeing him go down, the others became even more surprised. "Really?" The man told them. That place was built to supply hot water and electricity to the mess hall. There is a boiler and a generator inside. It is fairly large, so it is also used as a storage room. He boldly guessed, "The way I see it, it has probably been repurposed by now." The other man smiled. "Who knows?" Underground, Tan Lang Nuan continued walking deeper inside, carrying the still steaming plate of spaghetti. As he walked, he thought, in any case, Min Che, using this place as a prison was not a bad idea. He felt that this place was truly perfect, very suitable to serve as a cell. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan stopped in front of a door. He frowned, his expression serious, and gently pushed the door open. A figure appeared on the simple single bed inside the room. The moment that person saw him, he cried out in panic, "Is that you, Lang Nuan?" He answered with a smile, "That's right, it's me, Lieutenant Kim." Lieutenant Kim looked at him with heavy dark circles under his eyes, a weary expression, and sweat covering his forehead. At that time, the wooden door had been tightly shut. Tan Lang Nuan, Min Che, and another soldier lay in ambush outside the door. A hand quickly gripped the doorknob. They forcefully pushed the door open and immediately rushed inside. Inside the room, Lieutenant Kim was sitting in front of a computer screen, completely unaware of what was about to happen. By the time he turned his head in alarm, it was already too late. Outside the door, Min Che charged in and launched an attack with Thunder Fist. A single electric shock was enough to knock him down. Lieutenant Kim was electrocuted until his whole body went limp and he collapsed in the chair. His eyes rolled back, and he could do nothing. Before he passed out, he only managed to clearly see the faces of Min Che and Tan Lang Nuan, then completely lost consciousness. By the time he woke up again, they had already locked him up here. He kept loudly begging, "Lang Nuan, listen to me. I will apologize to every soldier I have ever offended." Tan Lang Nuan blurted out in surprise, "What?" The man simply dragged out all his own crimes. "A few days ago, I spilled coffee on the radar equipment and broke it, so I shifted the blame onto the guard on duty." Tan Lang Nuan could only stand there speechless and listen. "I made a mistake during an inspection and framed some other soldiers too." Looking at this pitch-black room, which contained only one old, shabby single bed, he thought to himself, "I knew it. Being locked up in a cell with nothing to do must be extremely uncomfortable. You must really want to know why we locked you up here." Lieutenant Kim was still babbling nonstop. "Is there something else? Is it because I ordered a soldier to work in the warehouse in my place, and he ended up getting injured? This man has done far too many bad things." Tan Lang Nuan became irritated just listening. "There are actually this many." Lieutenant Kim looked utterly desperate. "Everything is my fault, so please help me. You seem very close to them." But Tan Lang Nuan put on a sad and helpless expression. Holding the bowl of spaghetti, he said, "I tried to persuade them, but most of them opposed it. Many people hate Lieutenant Kim far more than I expected." The man had no idea that all of this was originally Tan Lang Nuan's scheme. He still stood frozen in place, eyes wide with terror, his face full of unwillingness. Hearing what he said, his hands began to tremble as well. I think it may be impossible. He sat down on the bed in despair, looking at his silent, despairing appearance and the sweat beading on his forehead. Tan Lang Nuan knew he had fallen into a situation with not even the slightest hope left. He must have remembered officers in wartime who were killed by their own soldiers. After letting him sit quietly for a while, Tan Lang Nuan brought the bowl of spaghetti in front of him. But please do not worry. I will do my best to persuade the other soldiers. Besides, I know being locked up here must be painful, so I brought you some food. The man raised his head to look at him and said pitifully but Lang Nuan. Tan Lang Nuan patiently coaxed him. You like spaghetti, right? I made some spaghetti. In this situation, having someone still care about him was already very good to him. Thank you, Lang Nuan. He took the fork, stabbed it into the noodles, twirled some up, and put it into his mouth. The moment he took a bite, his eyes lit up, and he praised it repeatedly. Wow, it is delicious. It is really delicious. He ate continuously like a starving ghost reincarnated. It was so good he almost cried. Finally, I feel like I'm alive again. Looking at this scene, Tan Lang Nuan could not help secretly laughing. It seems bringing him food really was a good idea. He just stood there watching him eat, calculating inwardly. Immerse yourself completely. Enjoy this happiness. The man knew nothing at all and even ate while laughing foolishly. He kept laughing endlessly. One day, Minche looked at Tan Lang Nuan suspiciously and asked, "Are you cooking lizard monster meat?" Tan Lang Nuan did not hide it and replied, "That's right. Our food is about to run out." Minche jumped in shock on the spot and said in horror, "No, but can monster meat even be eaten?" In truth, even Tan Lang Nuan did not know whether it could be eaten at the time, so he could only admit, "I don't know. But right now, I do not have a better food source." Minche felt nauseated listening to him. Looking at the ingredients in front of him, Tan Lang Nuan suddenly had an idea. So I tried making a few new dishes. After that, I discovered that perhaps because it can store mana, both the flavor and the effects of the food are enhanced. The other man asked in disbelief, "Really?" Tan Lang Nuan nodded. "That's right. I tried it and confirmed it." Moreover, while cooking, the system even gave him a title. Pioneer, a title granted to one who creates an entirely new breakthrough in their field. All skill and talent effects related to the profession increase by 100%. He shared, "I received this title." He also said directly to Min Che, "I think I can let Lieutenant Kim try food made from this monster." Minke looked somevat doubtful. Liut Kim, Tan Lang Nuan reassured him, "That's right. Leave it to me." Not long afterward, the dish was complete. Lizard monster roast spaghetti, brimming with happiness. Tan Lang Nuan looked at the bowl of noodles, his eyes shining, and smiled softly in satisfaction. At that moment, in the mess hall, he could not help smiling as well. Lieutenant Kim ate while praising it with admiration. "It has been so long since I had a proper meal like this. I feel amazing." Looking at the completely empty plate, Tan Lang Nuan politely replied, "I'm glad you found it delicious." Lieutenant Kim's whole body was dazed, and he was even drooling as he laughed foolishly. There was not the slightest bit left in the bowl. From that day on, Tan Lang Nuan cooked in the kitchen every day. He still cooked lizard monster dishes for Lieutenant Kim. As he cooked, he thought, "I am very happy to feed you every day, making both your tongue and your brain addicted to the food I make." Suddenly, he raised a hand and rubbed his chin in thought. Lieutenant Kim widened his eyes and screamed, "Wait, is this the only thing I get to eat today?" Tan Lang Nuan had calculated everything long ago. After that, I will abruptly stop and switch to bland, tasteless field rations. Lieutenant Kim, unable to eat lizard monster meat, nearly went mad. He slammed the bowl down and shouted, "Lang Nuan, you bastard! Is this how you treat me? Hurry up and bring me a proper meal." Tan Lang Nuan was completely unmoved and decisively opened the door to leave. Standing on the hatch above the basement, he felt extremely satisfied. Sure enough, it went just as expected. "This is enough." He smiled smugly. "Let's begin the main task." Min Che and Kwang Nanxian watched him from a distance. Looking at Tan Lang Nuan's smile, the two of them thought in utter confusion. What on earth is Lang Nuan scheming? Every day, he brings Lieutenant Kim 3 meals. Kwang Nanxian felt the same way. That's right. Cold sweat ran down his face as he guessed in confusion. "I feel like Lieutenant Kim has somehow become a fanatic fan of lizard monster dishes." Kwang Nanxian frowned when he thought of that monster. Speaking of which, Sergeant Tan told us to catch an awakened lizard monster for him. Min Che cried out in shock. "What? Another one?" Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he thought nervously, could this guy be? The sky was still just as blue, but everything was gradually changing. Crying and screaming echoed from the dark basement. "Not this thing." Lieutenant Kim was still shouting like a madman. "This is an order. Bring me a proper meal immediately." Tan Lang Nuan stood there looking at him, not giving it at all, and replied coldly, "That is not right, Lieutenant Kim. If you want to eat something better, you should not have that attitude." For the first time in his life, Lieutenant Kim was treated like this by a subordinate, and for a moment, he could not accept it at all. He glared and said, "What? How dare you?" Tan Lang Nuan looked at him expressionlessly and thought, once the sense of happiness gained from eating over so many days disappears, the emptiness you feel will be extremely intense. But Lieutenant Kim remained the same as before, doing nothing all day but shouting threats. "I am speaking to you now as your superior. My orders are absolute." Seeing this, Tan Lang Nuan decisively turned around and prepared to leave. "If you do not fix that attitude, then I can only come back tomorrow. When that time comes, please think carefully." Lieutenant Kim's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He knew he no longer had any hope and hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Immediately afterward, with a thud, he dropped to his knees on the ground. Then he began begging, "Please, I beg you. You cannot treat me like this. No matter how much I eat, I do not feel satisfied." He even clutched Tan Lang Nuan's pant leg and bowed his head deeply. This was exactly the result Tan Lang Nuan wanted. That's right, he could not bear it anymore. The man cried as he pleaded, "Please make me some food. I will do anything you tell me to." After waiting so long, he finally said these words. Tan Lang Nuan nodded slightly, opened his eyes wide, and said in a dark tone, "Fine. Then I will make it for you, but on one condition." The man was drenched in sweat, as if he had just taken a bath, and raised his head to look at him. The door was opened. Inside was a lizard monster. Since the profession each person received after awakening was random, Lieutenant Kim could also be like a lottery ticket. The moment he saw that monster, he trembled in fear and stammered to that. He had always avoided fighting monsters until now, and he cried out in terror, "A lizard monster!" Tan Lang Nuan answered calmly, "That's right. If you want to eat food I cook, then you have to kill that monster." Fresh blood flowed all over the ground. Lieutenant Kim panted heavily, the hand holding the dagger trembling nonstop. In front of him, the status window appeared. Trainee Commander Level 1. Talent skill. Can increase the attributes of soldiers under your command by 10%. Kim Hun-seok. Lieutenant Kim stared at the status window before him in panic. "This means I awakened?" Tan Lang Nuan stepped forward and looked at Lieutenant Kim's status window. "Oh, this percentage bonus is better than I expected." Lieutenant Kim looked at him and asked, "Lang Nuan, what exactly is going on? Explain it to me." Tan Lang Nuan smiled as he looked at the utterly terrified Lieutenant Kim in front of him. The lottery ticket scratched off to test his luck had won. In the kitchen, Tan Lang Nuan opened his own status window and continued researching. There are two main ways to increase everyone's attributes: increasing them by a fixed value and increasing them by a percentage. Fixed value adjustments are more effective on targets with low attributes. Conversely, percentage increases are more effective on targets with high attributes. In that case, Lieutenant Kim's talent will probably be useful for increasing the attributes of the entire unit. From this experiment, I can draw quite a few conclusions. Tan Lang Nuan also received an achievement called Irresistible Delicacy, because through cooking, he successfully caused a person to be completely controlled by him. This was truly one of the greatest achievements a chef could pursue. Achievement reward. High-grade ingredient, Dragon Heart. You have accumulated enough experience. You have risen to Trainee Chef Level 10. You have advanced from Trainee Chef Level 10 to Assistant Chef Level 1. So the upper limit was 9. Now my attribute increase is about 2%, not 1% anymore. Moreover, the beginner talent has now been replaced by an intermediate talent. Even the beginner skill has reached a more professional level than before. I do not know what it will become now. He looked at the carefully prepared food in front of him. Combat rations are complete. My goodness, I love this skill. He reached out, picked up a compressed biscuit from the tray, and took a bite. This was the new combat ration skill, allowing you to make wartime preserved food. Although its energy was slightly lower than that of an ordinary meal, its shelf life was longer. Moreover, such a small volume contained a very large amount of calories, and it was easier to carry. The taste was unexpectedly not bad either. It was very suitable for times when I have difficulty stabilizing the food supply for the entire team. Who would have thought that useless Lieutenant Kim would become so useful? Now at last, there's a way to survive. The kitchen gradually became quiet. Tan Lang Nuan raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. It was another beautiful day, the sky blue enough to dazzle the eyes. In a military barracks area, Tan Lang Wan easily saw several familiar faces walking around inside. Of course, Lieutenant Kim was not with them, because recently he had been tormented into sickness by the food Tan Lang Wan made. So Min Che went in his place. Kwang Nan Chien asked blankly, "Huh? What? You mean he became like this because of the food you made?" Tan Lang Wan pointed at Min Che and said, "Everyone, do not worry. Just listen to him. He is the most educated person in this unit, and he is also very good at speaking." Min Che nodded slightly, but his expression was somewhat helpless. "Don't think I don't know. You are just pushing all the responsibility onto me, aren't you?" Tan Lang Wan grinned and said, "Didn't I already tell you everything yesterday? Now you just need to repeat it exactly once. I agreed to be the commander, but do not expect me to take on all the responsibility. Mink side el plisli. Fine, let's go. Everyone, do your best and stay calm." In the barracks area, Min Che, Tan Lang Wan, and Kwang Nan Chan entered the room. The civilians had already arrived, all of them present, and quite early at that. No one said much else. They merely nodded lightly in greeting. Tan Lang Wan's side also slowly sat down. Tan Lang Wan's gaze swept over everyone, and he thought to himself that one of them might be someone who wanted to harm him. According to Taedon, I have to hide my abilities from them, so I can only accept sitting down and talking like this, try to draw as much information out of them as possible, and at the same time reveal nothing about myself. Min Che spoke first, greeting everyone. "Oh, Sergeant Min Che, are you presiding over this meeting today?" The people opposite him were clearly very surprised, because they had originally assumed the one presiding over this meeting would have to be Lieutenant Kim. Min Che said, "He told me it would be better for me to handle it, because I am one of the people in charge of this operation. Don't worry, I will make sure this meeting proceeds smoothly." Lee Sang-on nodded slightly, seeming to believe Min Che's words. Her reaction was indeed somewhat special. Only the large man sitting beside her looked unconvinced. "Ahem, I don't think I want to talk with an ordinary soldier. You'd better call that other person over." Min Che responded calmly. "The two soldiers sitting before you are both core members of the division, responsible for the unit's daily operations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Park Un-sang said, "Of course I do. I want to ask why preparing for this meeting alone took a full 3 days." Min Che frowned slightly, but could only smile as he replied, "Well, it was to let everyone rest and recover their strength. After all, everyone was exhausted from fleeing for so long. We also want to give everyone some time to think carefully about what they wanted to know and to choose representatives. Moreover, as usual, we were also busy with military duties." Park Un-sang asked, seemingly deliberately provoking him, "So your work is more important than us?" "Please don't think of it that way. Why shouldn't I? You said it yourself. Tan Lan Non Said helplessly." They occasionally ran into this kind of person too. People who always thought of themselves as kings, as though the taxes they paid were used to pay the soldiers' salaries. "You're soldiers, so you should put us first. What could possibly be more important than us?" At that moment, the young woman Lee Sang, sitting beside him, suddenly said loudly, "Hey, Park Un-sang." That man clearly wilted at once. The others also shrank back somewhat. It seemed the person with the most authority here was this young woman. Lee Sang-ah said, "They're taking the time to come and talk with us. I understand your dissatisfaction, but right now you had better keep your mouth shut." Park Un-sang said, "Fine." Tan Lan Non smiled inwardly. "Oh, it can only be her." After lecturing him, Lee Sang-ah looked again at Min Che sitting across from her and said, "I'm very sorry. Brother Un-sang went a little too far." Min Che said awkwardly, "It's all right. We did delay everyone's time, after all, but we didn't want that either." Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, "Yes, I know that too. My name is Lee Sang-ah. Before all of this happened, I ran a small clothing shop." Min Che forced a smile and said, "Ah, is that so? Fortunately, you quieted this place down. Before we begin, in order to understand more, I think we need to learn about each other's situations first. Could you tell us what ultimately happened on your side?" Lee Sang-ah nodded. "Of course. I'd be happy to." Tan Lang Wan could not help secretly praising him. Min Che is really doing well. His gaze focused intently on Lee Sang-ah, observing her. Lee Sang-ah began recounting. "Yes, as you know, about 2 weeks ago, monsters suddenly appeared. At the same time, we completely lost internet and television, and even phones were cut off. We were attacked by many monsters. Some people were wounded, but still alive, only to eventually turn into zombies. The scene was extremely chaotic. Tan Lang Wan and Min Che both froze. Wait, what's she talking about? Zombies?" The soldiers in the room immediately began murmuring among themselves. After all, they had never heard the word zombie before now. Minke looked utterly bewildered. He leaned close to Tan Lang Wan and whispered, "Are they talking about those lizard monsters? But we never saw any zombies." To be honest, even Tan Lang Wan could hardly believe it. Seeing their reaction, Li Sang-ah could not help feeling somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with me mentioning zombies?" Min Che hurriedly gave an awkward smile to smooth things over. "No, nothing. It's just that we don't call them that." "Really? But we're quite certain they're zombies. What do you call them?" Min Che grew even more flustered, his mind working at full speed. We call them living corpses. That's what we call them. What exactly is this guy thinking?" Tan Lang Wan thought to himself. He kept feeling something was off, but the others seemed to believe it immediately, and some even suggested calling those things living corpses from now on. Min Che hurriedly said, but thinking about it carefully, I think calling them zombies seems more accurate, so let's just call them that." Li Sang-ah widened her eyes, a little surprised, but did not ask further. If they were zombies, then they would be called zombies. Although they had been somewhat clumsy just now, they had at least managed to bluff their way through this. Min Che continued asking, "What happened after that? Please continue." The story Li Sang-ah told was as follows. After escaping the horde of zombies, she joined a group of survivors she happened to encounter. While they were searching for a safe place, someone in the group mentioned this military base. It was the old man sitting beside Li Sang-ah. Kuang Nanxian looked toward the old man and asked, probing, "How did you know about our military base?" The old man replied calmly, "A friend who worked in construction once told us about it. He once worked at a military base near our town. I remember him saying that base was located deep in the mountains." Li Sang-ah continued, "Actually, we didn't know the exact location either, but at that time we only thought we had to try at least once anyway, so why not gamble on it?" Those who have been dealing with the lizard monsters for a long time were all extremely shocked. They had made it past those monsters? Min Che could not help sighing with emotion. That really was a very long journey. At this point, Tan Lang Wan could no longer sit still either. He proactively raised his hand and asked, "I have a question. I didn't see any of you carrying any weapons. You only had a few iron bars in your hands. So how exactly did you escape from those monsters?" Li Sang-ah said, "You may not believe it, but we awakened supernatural abilities." There it is again. The people from the military all looked somewhat uneasy as they turned toward Li Sang-ah. Tan Lang Wan, meanwhile, still observed her with those cold eyes. There it is again. If there was no possibility at all, how could she have awakened? Li Sang-ah said, "Among 25 people, I was the only one who awakened. It was precisely because of that we were able to survive and make it here." That is interesting news. Tan Lang Wan thought to himself, but could they really do that relying on just one person? Li Sang-ah pushed back her chair and stood up. "You may not believe it, but I can prove it to you." Perhaps because they had not expected Li Sang-ah to be so straightforward, the others all revealed surprised expressions, even looking as if they were shaken by her supernatural ability. She smiled at them and nodded lightly. Everyone's eyes in the room gathered on Li Sang-ah. In her hand, she held a very large pair of tailor's scissors and said, "These are tailor's scissors. They're used for altering curtains and things like that. So they're a little bigger than ordinary scissors." Tan Lang Wan thought in surprise. "I heard she used to work in a clothing shop, so her ability came from that?" The scissors in Li Sang-ah's hand opened and closed a few times, as though testing their sharpness. Li Sang-ah closed her eyes and gathered the energy in her body. Her body seemed to emit a faint light, and a layer of pale red radiance appeared. She suddenly charged forward, the tips of the scissors aimed straight at the edge of the table in front of her. Her brown hair seemed to be blown upward by a powerful current of energy. Li Sang-ah knit her brows tightly and abruptly exerted force. The table before her was instantly cut in two. Several jagged cracks even spread across the tabletop around it. Of course, everyone had already stood up, so no one was injured. It was just that Li Sang-ah seemed to have a bit of obsessive-compulsive tendency. The table she cut was split unusually evenly. Min Che sprang to his feet, staring at the cut table, and said in shock, "How is that possible?" But Tan Lang Wan suddenly felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Li Sang-ah remained as calm as usual and said, "At that time, I was working in the shop when several very strange-looking people suddenly started attacking us. The situation then was extremely terrifying, but I forced myself to calm down and grab the scissors beside me. In that critical moment, I stabbed a zombie to death. After it died, a blue screen appeared saying that I had awakened and granting me a supernatural ability. Now I can deal with those zombies with a single cut." Of course, Li Sang-ah did not mention how she had been so frightened that she burst into tears at the time. Tan Lang Wan frowned slightly. She stabbed a zombie to death? Could zombies be another condition for awakening? He carefully probed, but didn't all of you fight zombies before? Then why was Miss Lee the only one who awakened? Lee Sang-ah answered, I'm very curious about that too. I don't know what the exact conditions are. Those who knew the inside story all felt somewhat uneasy and bewildered. Could it be that they had also killed zombies, but had been unable to awaken successfully? If so, that was far too strange. Tan Lang Nuan frowned slightly. Taedan had once said someone might act against them. What exactly was going on? Was she truly the only one who had awakened? Or were they actually hiding something? Is there anything else about awakening that you want to tell us? Lee Sang-ah replied, yes. I don't know the exact standard, but I think it's probably just that after killing a zombie, awakening happens at random. I think this information should be shared with you. Min Che nodded and said, this information is very useful. Thank you very much. If you encounter any danger, call us, and we will make sure to protect you. Tan Lang Nuan smiled faintly, thinking to himself that it seemed they probably had no conspiracy, because if they truly did, this would be no different from pushing themselves toward death. Min Che smiled and said to Lee Sang, I would like to tell you about the current situation on our military side. In addition, I will ensure everyone is provided for sufficiently. Lee Sang smiled. That would be wonderful. Just by looking at Min Che's expression, it was clear he had already begun leaning toward Lee Sang-ah's side. Min Che turned to look at Kwang Nanchien and said, Kwang Nanchien, clear away this table, then find a new one and bring it here. Tan Lang Nuan smiled slightly. It seemed there was nothing more to draw out here. In that case, he would set a trap. At the training ground outside, Tan Lang Nuan sat on a large crate, lost in thought. Zombies. Miss Lee had said there were countless monsters rampaging in the city, which meant no one could predict what might happen. He sighed, raised his head to look at the blue sky, and murmured emotionally, this really is a headache. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rang out nearby. It was the voices of several girls. Sergeant, we finished washing the dishes. He stood up and said with a smile, thank you, but you really don't need to go this far. One girl said, we also want to do something useful. Besides, we're taking turns. Tan Lang Nuan opened the lid of the crate he had just been sitting on and said, I just made some snacks. Come over and have some. You made snacks? Inside the crate were 2 popsicles that looked rather appealing. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, consider it a reward for helping me wash the dishes and clean up. As soon as the 2 girls saw the popsicles, they were both surprised and delighted. Popsicles? Did you make these yourself? Tan Lang Nuan smiled. There were some ingredients left over, so I tried making a new flavor. I try to make it taste like the kind I used to eat before. It probably won't be bad. Let me try it. Hey, you have a bite too. Tan Lang Nuan looked at the 2 popsicles in their hands, and a trace of tension appeared in his eyes. They were happiness-flavored popsicles, accompanied by the chef's special sauce. First, he would start spreading the rumor that completing work would be rewarded. The 2 girls took a bite of the popsicles, and a cool sensation slowly melted in their mouths. Then, what had to come finally arrived. An explosion of flavor. The expression of the girl who had originally been rather quiet clearly became much brighter. One of them laughed happily and said, wow, this is really good. What flavor is this? I've never had this flavor before. You think so too, right? Yeah, seriously. I didn't expect it to be this good. Are you smiling? Yeah. Ever since your parents passed away, you haven't smiled anymore. But for some reason, right now I feel extremely happy. I finally get to see you happy again. Don't cry. Isn't this a good thing? Sorry, I can't help it. Tan Lang Nuan looked at the 2 girls before him. Their emotions are changing. After her parents passed away, perhaps she had been suppressing her emotions all this time. On the surface, she pretended nothing was wrong, but doing that must have been exhausting. The emotional changes and influence brought about by his ability were only temporary. But even after the ability ended, the influence it left on a person's heart would persist for a very long time. Just like after eating the dish that brought courage, Kwang Nanchien no longer felt afraid. If this popsicle also has such a miraculous effect, Tan Lang Nuan murmured softly in his heart, then I will set a few more traps. That evening, after the meeting ended, Tan Lang Nuan and Min Che had a private conversation. Min Che said that guy kept asking how he survived, and I managed to get his room number out of him. Tan Lang Nuan asked, anything else? Min Che replied, there are 5 people in that room, and they already knew each other before this happened. But even if they're friends, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll collude with each other, right? Tan Lang Nuan asked with some concern. But even if they're friends, that doesn't mean they won't join together to do something bad, right? Minkin nodded. Yeah, but what if there really is a connection between them? Tan Lang Nuan looked into the distance. Then what do we do now? Kill them all and pretend nothing ever happened. Minkin nodded. Exactly. Once it gets exposed, everything will blow up immediately. We can't let these survivors riot. But we can't just keep waiting either. If they're awakened, then they really are a threat. Tan Lang Nuan lowered his voice and said, if I can make them eat the snacks I made, then have them confess their plan on their own. All right, thinking about it carefully, didn't we decide in the meeting to have the survivors help the military with work? Minche said, yeah, they agreed to, but only to clean the living quarters and the mess hall. Tan Lang Nuan said excitedly, hey, I have a good idea. What? I'll bring one person to the living quarters, arrange work for him, and then observe what he does. Like what you once did with Kwang Nan Chien and Lieutenant Kim. Dan Lan No Nadif. Yeah, I believe I can do it. Min Kin Ojid. All right, if you're that confident, then do it. But will it really be all right? Nuan, aside from being able to strengthen other people, don't you have another ability too? Tan Lang Nuan immediately froze and looked at Min Che somewhat uneasily. Did he discover it? Min Che said, I know what it is, but I won't pressure you. In any case, sooner or later, you'll use it. But if you depend too much on that kind of ability, it might become dangerous. Tan Lang Nuan Nadif. I'll be more careful. Min Che looked at him with a pout. Tan Lang Nuan gave an awkward smile. I understand how he feels. If others knew I had this kind of ability, I'm afraid no one will want to eat the food I make anymore. Although I still need to use it from time to time, I have to be careful. I can't let myself be discovered. Min Che said, then pick a day and start. A few days later, in the kitchen, after spreading the news about the popsicles, Tan Lang Nuan successfully approached someone from that room. He smiled and said, not bad. Then he took out a popsicle and handed it to the other person. Try some. That person grinned and said, is this the legendary popsicle? Tan Lang Nuan pretended to be curious and asked, has the rumor spread that far already? Chan Dung smiled and said, the people who haven't gotten to eat one must be jealous to death. The people in the mess hall brag every day about how delicious this is. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, then I truly feel sorry for the people who applied to stay in the dormitories. Chan Dung took the popsicle without hesitation and said with a smile, it'll be my turn sooner or later anyway, so it's fine. I'm sure they're all waiting for the day they get assigned to the mess hall now. He bit off a corner of the popsicle. His heart instantly filled with immense happiness. This flavor is flawless. Now, I finally understand why everyone reacted that way. Tan Lang Nuan nodded and said with a smile, is that so? Of course. I put a lot of effort into making it, so it definitely has to taste good. What you're eating is a special version, so I didn't skimp on the ingredients at all. This is Samjin cake ice cream, made with all the heart and soul of an amateur chef. Chan Dung raised both thumbs. He said with a laugh, it's delicious. The flavor is amazing. It's been ages since I last had anything sweet, and he had already eaten that ice cream bar completely clean. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, as long as you like it, then should we get started? He asked with a smile. May I ask you a few questions? Chan Dung was a little surprised. You have something to ask me? Go ahead. Tan Lang Nuan said, last time, you asked me about my job. Do you remember? Chan Dung not that? Ido. Tan Lang Nuan asked, why did you ask about that? Chan Dung frowned slightly. Well, I had to confirm something. If there were awakened people among the survivors, then it wouldn't be strange for a military force with firearms to have successfully awakened people too. If that was the case, I would have had to change my strategy. When you said you didn't have any, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he suddenly froze. What am I saying? What exactly is going on? I clearly don't want to say it, but I have no choice at all. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, I thought that feeling really could appear. Chan Dung grew more and more panicked. What the hell is going on? Why is my mouth talking on its own like this? Tan Lang Nuan asked again. If there were awakened people on our side, what were you planning to do? Chan Dung replied. First, I would have had to reassess the situation. If there were too many awakened people in the military, then we could only give up on a direct confrontation. So we would have kept it hidden and waited for an opportunity. So that was it. The existence of awakened people was also a terrifying threat to them. Tan Lang Nuan asked, in other words, you originally planned to hide yourselves even more deeply. Because there were no awakened people here, you lowered your guard. Even now, you even dared to eat something I gave you. Chan Dung said, that's right, exactly. Damn it, what the hell did you do to me? Damn it, if this keeps going, I'll be in big trouble. I can't stay here anymore. Tan Lang Nuan said, wait, I still have a few questions to ask. Chan Dung immediately went rigid. Ask. In his heart, he grew more and more afraid. I can't move. Tan Lang Nuan asked. How many accomplices do you have? How many of them are awakened? Who is the leader? Chan Dung replied. The 5 people staying in the same room as me are all accomplices, and all of them have awakened. The leader is probably Park Un-sang. He's the representative of our room. Par conséquent, all 5 of them. And if it was Park Un-sang, then he was the one who had kept complaining that Lieutenant Kim never showed his face. Tan Lang Nuan still remembered that face very clearly. This time, it was truly a disaster. He asked again, what are the 5 of you planning to do? Chan Dung replied, We planned to seize control of the army. First, we had to confirm whether there were any awakened threats here, or anyone with the potential to awaken. After several days of observation, we determined that there were no awakened threats or people of the same level in this army. Therefore, we decided to launch the takeover tonight. Tan Lang Nuan's pupils contracted slightly. Tonight? Chan Dung still had his back to him and said with a laugh, Haha, that's right. Once I return, the operation will begin immediately. Tan Lang Nuan clenched his teeth. Absolutely not. Chan Dung lightly snapped his fingers, and flames instantly burst up around him. But judging from the current situation, we have no choice but to act immediately. Fierce flames surged around his body. Chan Dung charged at Tan Lang Nuan, taking the initiative to attack. Perhaps only at this moment did he realize that the person standing before him was not an ordinary person at all. Tan Lang Nuan frowned slightly and stepped back. A fire user? Flames blazed fiercely around Chan Dung, and he roared. At first, I didn't understand what was happening to me, but then I figured it out. There's nothing to be afraid of. At most, you're just a cook. Dan Lang Nuan Fronith. I never expected things to turn out like this. I really didn't think he would charge straight at me. Chan Dung's eyes were filled with malice. He gritted his teeth and said, Looks like we were deceived by you. Having our identities exposed is truly humiliating. But as long as I kill you and then begin the operation, everything will be over. After saying that, he threw a fireball at Tan Lang Nuan. The fireball burned fiercely, heat spreading out in all directions. A layer of energy radiance also gradually lit up around Tan Lang Nuan's body. You're underestimating the power of a cook too much. This is a job extremely familiar with fire. Fire power is its very root. Cooking can never be separated from fire. Holding a steel wok and tossing it back and forth before high-temperature flames. That is the fate of a cook. He swung both hands, crossing his arms before him as he slowly received the flames. Fierce fire burned wildly in front of him. Tan Lang Nuan swung his arms sharply, as though a gust of wind had swallowed the entire blaze. You chose the wrong opponent. The flames shattered into countless tiny sparks, then dissolved into the air. Tan Lang Nuan unyam, Chan Dung zetjet in panic. Impossible. How can he do that with his bare hands? Tan Lang Nuan frowned and let out a long breath. Phew, sigh. Looks like I don't need to hide anymore now. My true ability. Chef sigh. Basic cooking manual, knowledge of primate butchering techniques. Chan Dung's 2 weak points appeared clearly in his eyes. Facing Chan Dung, a status window appeared. He held the cleaver in his hand and said, Prepare yourself. Chan Dung was stunned by the opponent before him and, for a moment, did not even know how to respond. Or rather, their experience was still insufficient to deal with the soldier. Tan Lang Nuan pressed his lips together. His body moved through the gaps, as light as a feather. He abruptly charged forward. The blade in his hand tore through the wind, drawing a chilling streak, followed immediately by the sharp sound of cutting as it sank into flesh. Blood instantly soaked the clothing. Outside, the sky had already shifted toward dusk. The 4 people in another room were all waiting for Chan Dung, but after waiting for a long time, they gradually began to lose patience. Chopping Board looked at Park Un-sang and asked, What do we do now, boss? Park Un-sang said, We can't wait any longer. Move first. Don't worry about him. Chan Dung will come join us later. Hey, are we really leaving without waiting for Chan Dung? Chan Dung is the strongest among us. You people. Park Un-sang frowned and shouted, Hey, there are still 4 awakened people here. We've already confirmed that there are no other awakened among the soldiers. But we can't be completely sure. What if someone was missed? Fisk, Park Un-sang was clearly somewhat annoyed. Chan Dung was already level 6. He was an indispensable fighting force for them. The way he used his skills was also very special. But I'm the leader. I can't waver. He frowned and asked, Don't you trust me? Just act according to the plan. Chan Dung will catch up later. Yes. Hurry. After saying that, Park Un-sang turned and left. They had to drag everyone out of the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, everyone had been driven downstairs. Some people looked full of dissatisfaction, while others waited in silence. But their gazes remained fixed on those 4 people, filled with curiosity about what exactly had happened. Lee Sang-ah remained silent, as if she had not yet grasped the situation, and even less had she expected to encounter something like this. She stepped forward and questioned him. "May I ask what exactly you're thinking, Mr. Park Un-sang?" Park Un-sang said, "It's nothing serious. You see, I have an illness. If I don't become the leader of some group, rashes break out all over my body." Lee Sang-ah frowned and asked, "What kind of illness is that?" This man had always been extremely crude and extremely violent. Lee Sang-ah understood that better than anyone. She had always seen him using violence against others. Yet when she confronted him face to face, standing before an awakened person, he had, on the contrary, been relatively polite. Why had things become like this now? Lee Sang-ah, it seems you're not satisfied with just being the head of our group. Our group only has 5 people. That really is too few. This group of survivors is also a bit small. Park Un-sang said coldly. Only by having a unit of this size in my hands will I be satisfied, won't I? Lee Sang-ah uneasily. Are you really planning to do this? The others also heard those words, and unease and fear gradually rose in their hearts. What? Are they fighting? Looks like it. And there are soldiers here too. Why are they doing this? Upstairs, the other soldiers happened to see this scene through the windows and immediately ran down to ask, "Hey, what are those survivors doing outside?" This, we're not too sure either. They suddenly came down and then started arguing. We were going to stop them, but they told us not to interfere in their business. We have to report this to the higher-ups. Keep a close eye on them. Outside, Lee Sang-ah and Park Un-sang were still facing off. She said, "I always had the feeling you people would cause trouble sooner or later. I have no other choice now." At this point, Lee Sang-ah pulled a pair of scissors from her pocket. "I don't want to fight you people, but you've gone too far." Lee Sang-ah frowned, gripping the scissors tightly. The crowd burst into another commotion. Sister Sang-ah pulled out her scissors. "Are these people insane? Do they not want to live?" Park Un-sang said calmly, "They really are insane. I know the power of those scissors very well." Lee Sang-ah frowned as she looked at him, her long hair fluttering lightly in the wind, making the atmosphere even heavier. "Even when I draw my weapon, his attitude doesn't change at all. Do they think just 4 people are enough to deal with me? Impossible." A bold guess suddenly appeared in her mind. One of them walked toward her. That person rolled up his sleeves and said with an arrogant smile, "Boss, leave her to me. I'll snap those scissors in half." But that woman is very strong." After saying that, Park Un-sang turned to look at another person. "Chopping Board, you go with him and help." Chopping Board laughed and said, "Yes, boss." And so Lee Sang-ah fell into a 1-against-2 situation. So they knew her ability very well and were still this confident. Lee Sang-ah frowned and shouted, "Have you all been hiding the fact that you're awakened this whole time?" Park Un-sang grinned and said, "Haha, you only discovered it now? Since you know, you can only accept this outcome." Awakened people? All of them are. The crowd instantly grew noisy. How long have they been deceiving us? Park Un-sang raised his head and said loudly, "Looks like Sang-ah doesn't intend to back down. Go, just kill her." "Yes, boss." Dong Min's skill was turning his hands into stone, while Chopping Board controlled golden marbles. The 4 of them could fight without any restraint, but Lee Sang-ah could not, because there were other people behind her. "I have to lure them away first," Lee Sang-ah thought to herself. She suddenly charged forward, intending to buy time and lead them away from this place. But Dong Min immediately stuck close to her side, blocking her from achieving her goal. Lee Sang-ah frowned, crossed both hands, and raised the scissors in front of herself, barely blocking Dong Min's stone fist. The scissors shook violently. Lee Sang-ah was sent flying by that punch. She pressed her heels hard into the ground, kicking up large clouds of dust beneath her feet. Lee Sang-ah looked at the scene before her in shock. It seemed they had hidden their true strength for quite a long time. Just as she had finished blocking that punch, golden marbles shot toward her one after another, circling all around her, both surrounding and attacking her. Lee Sang-ah was pressed so hard that there was almost no opening left, and she did not even have time to counterattack. Damn it, they're not on the same level as those zombies at all. 2 awakened people. Do I really have a chance? The other ordinary survivors all watched the scene anxiously. Park Un-sang, meanwhile, was extremely confident in his plan. He lifted his chin and remarked, "Looks like we can deal with the biggest obstacle very easily." Dong Min continuously swung his fists, smashing them toward Lee Sang-ah, and she could only keep defending. Chopping Board rushed in from behind to support him. He frowned and reminded him, "Hey, once you've had enough fun, stop it and get serious." While resisting, Lee sang, "I'll search for an opportunity to counterattack." Clearly, the coordination between the two of them was quite poor. If she could grasp that point, perhaps there was still a chance. Lee sang, "I was forced back," her body swaying slightly as she lost her balance. Chopping Board charged forward and shouted loudly, "Move aside. Let me take care of this thing." In his heart, he thought, "We're already level 4. How could we lose to some seamstress hag who doesn't know how to fight?" Just then, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out. Everyone was drawn by the gunshot and looked toward the place where it had come from. Park Un-sang asked uneasily, "What's going on?" A group of people came out from inside. They were the soldiers from the dormitory floor, who had rushed over after gathering together. Naturally, they were still holding guns, and the barrel of one of those guns still carried a faint trace of gunpowder smoke. That gun was cocked again. CO High UK held the gun, frowned, and shouted, "What are you people doing?" Nobody moved. The other soldiers also raised their guns one after another, aiming them at the 3 people who had been fighting. Lee Sang-ah immediately stopped. The other 2 were no exception. After all, guns were still a threat to awaken people. CO High UK led the soldiers forward and asked, "Are you willing to stop now?" Park Un-sang stepped back while asking, "And if we don't stop?" CO High UK frowned and said, "I will open fire." Park Un-sang gave a cold laugh. "Ah, how interesting. Soldiers are planning to shoot civilians? And with so many people watching around us too." CO High UK replied calmly, "This is a special situation. If you create a threat, I will open fire." As he spoke, he quickly swept his gaze across the surroundings and made a judgment. So he's the leader. There really are quite a few hidden awakened people. Park Un-sang smiled and said, "If you insist on driving us into a corner, then we can only get serious too." CO High UK frowned and thought, "Are you planning to directly confront the soldiers aiming guns at you?" Awakened people are indeed very strong, but they still shouldn't be strong enough to beat guns. Park Un-sang walked toward them, his expression calm as he provocatively said, "Shoot. The enemy is standing right in front of you. What are you hesitating for? Stop." CO High UK shouted, but Park Un-sang only smiled faintly and said, "Using guns to threaten a bunch of kids barely in their 20s. At this moment, several soldiers instinctively stepped back instead, and some even lowered the muzzles of the guns in their hands slightly. "This guy's insane." Corporal CO High UK, "Please make a decision." TSK, "What a pain." CO High UK irritably muttered a remark, then immediately raised his gun and aimed straight at Park Un-sang's chest. "We have already warned you very clearly." Park Un-sang smiled and continued walking forward calmly. CO High UK nervously placed his finger on the trigger. Everyone was filled with fear and chaos, because next, a massacre might very well erupt right before their eyes. In truth, even CO High UK was somewhat uneasy. This was the first time he had aimed a gun at another person, even if the other party was a troublemaker threatening everyone. The space seemed to freeze. There was no other sound left, only the steady echo of footsteps. Facing the muzzle of the gun, Park Un-sang's expression did not change at all. CO High UK frowned, cold sweat pouring from his palms, his heart pounding violently in his chest. A few ordinary survivors were so overwhelmed by the pressure that they fainted on the spot, while even more people clamped their hands over their ears. Yet Park Un-sang suddenly smiled and said, "Are you really planning to shoot? I take back what I said earlier about you being just a kid." CO High UK stared at the gun in his hand, growing more and more bewildered because no matter how he pulled the trigger, no bullet fired. Why? Why is it like this? It was clearly still working just now. Park Un-sang sneered and said, "The gun isn't broken. When you learn what my ability is, you'll understand." A dark, gloomy aura slowly spread from Park Un-sang's body. His ability was level 5 Destroyer, possessing physical resistance, fire attraction, magic, basic evil knowledge, and basic fire manipulation. This skill allowed him to interfere with surrounding flames and phenomena related to fire. It was a supernatural ability, but the people present here could not imagine it at all. What kind of supernatural ability could make guns stop working? Park Un-sang kindly explained again, "I can control fire. In the end, a gun is still only a gun. Doesn't it rely on the bullet exploding to fire? Anything that can burn or explode is useless in front of me." He burst into loud laughter. Co Hyuk frowned anxiously and understood in an instant. No wonder they didn't panic, even with so many soldiers around. I was careless. The others also grinned and said, "That's our boss. You hear that? Your weapons are useless now." Even Lee Sang could not help frowning. She had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. If this continued, this unit would fall into their hands. Park Un-sang swept his eyes around, then loudly ordered, "Now all of you kneel. As long as you obediently listen to us, we won't mistreat you. From now on, I'm taking over this unit." However, the soldiers once again tightened their grips on their guns, and some could not even hold back their laughter. "You can only control fire? What's this? I thought you were something impressive. You worried me for nothing. Corporal Co, what do we do now? There are 4 of them, so should we send out 4 people too? Why bother? Can't we just crush them with numbers?" Co Hyuk said fine. Send a few more from the women's side too. Park Un-sang looked doubtful, but he remained calm and composed, extremely confident in his own judgment. These brats clearly don't understand the situation at all. In front of awakened people, ordinary people are meaningless no matter how many there are. Stop doing something stupid and surrender. Co Hyuk sighed softly and said, "You're really noisy. Hana and Daeon, you two go." The 2 of them stepped forward excitedly, rolling up their sleeves as they prepared to make a move. The dark aura around Park Un-sang grew denser and denser. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Fine, then I'll kill a few of you to make an example. I'll start with this confident brat." Han suddenly threw a punch, like a sledgehammer falling from the sky. A faint red glow covered his body, making his momentum look astonishing. Han charged forward and punched Park Un-sang directly, knocking his mouth crooked. His cheek instantly caved in, his eyes rolled back, and he looked as if he was about to faint on the spot. An awakened person. Park Un-sang gasped out his final words, his gaze falling on the soldiers. "You tricked us." But by the time he understood, it was already too late. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere froze in an instant. This was a situation they had never imagined. There were awakened people among the soldiers too. Lee Sang-ah looked in shock at Park Un-sang, who had been taken down with a single punch. He was knocked down in one punch? He's that weak? Daeon laughed and said, "Where did he get the guts to do something like this?" Park Un-sang had taken the full force of the punch. His mouth was twisted, and he was in so much pain and shock that he could not get up for a long time. Even the soldiers were stunned. "Looks like we really have gotten a lot stronger." "All right," Co Hyuk said loudly. "The matter is settled, so I hope everyone behaves. Are there any survivors who need treatment? If there's nothing else, you can return to the dormitory. Drag those 2 back as well." All 4 schemers had been beaten black and blue and no longer dared to resist. The situation had completely reversed in an instant. At this moment, Min Chai and Kong and Chan finally rushed to the scene and asked what had happened. Co Hyuk said, "Sergeant Lee, you're here. I was on the outer perimeter with Kong and Chan earlier and rushed over as soon as I received the report." Co Hyuk said, "It's nothing major. I just heard that the survivors were fighting." Min Chai nodded. "That's right. A few fools did something stupid." Min Chai looked toward the 4 people who had already been restrained. In other words, aside from Lee Sang-ah, there are 5 more awakened people. Not only did they deceive us, they also intended to seize this unit by force. But after the fight, they couldn't do anything at all. Kong and Chan said worriedly, "That guy was at the meeting the other day." Min Chai fell silent for a moment. Sure enough, just as Tan Lang Nuan predicted, they had no idea we had already laid a trap and went ahead on their own. Co Hyuk reported, "The 5th person still hasn't been found." Min Chai said, about that." Before he could finish speaking, a group of soldiers behind them suddenly shouted, "Sergeant Tan Lang Nuan." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Tan Lang Nuan was carrying Chan Dung on his shoulder, panting from exhaustion as he walked. He looked at the people before him and asked, "So, has everything been handled?" Then he directly threw Chan Dung to the ground. Min Chai smiled happily and said, "Well done, Lang Nuan. This guy." Everyone gathered around to look. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, I don't know how he ended up like this either. Your combat skills really are getting better and better." He only fainted. Seeing Chan Dung beaten unconscious, the other 4 did not even dare to breathe too loudly, because he was the strongest among the 5 of them. Park Un-sang gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." Min Chai leaned close to Tan Lang Nuan and said in a low voice, "Hey, didn't you go a little too hard?" Tan Lang Nuan smiled bitterly and said, "I really tried my best to hold back." Ingredient cutting starts by cutting off breathing and drawing blood, but the side effect of this talent is that its bloodlust is too strong. Fortunately, I successfully transformed it in a direction that makes the opponent prepare themselves mentally for enlightenment. Thanks to that, I could defeat others without killing them. From now on, I can control people without killing them. If even the strongest one ended up like this, then how weak must the rest be? Co Hyuke said somewhat awkwardly. I don't think it's that they're too weak, but that we've become too strong. Is that so? Kong and Chan said, I think their average level is probably only around level 3. On our side, 5 or 6 early awakened people have already reached levels close to theirs. Besides, Sergeant Lang Nuan, hasn't your level already surpassed 10? Tan Lang Nuan nodded and said, that is true. Kong and Chan said, and we also have a token. Co Hyuke nodded and said, ah, that team skill token. Tan Lang Nuan said, because the stat increase is fixed, the lower the level, the greater the advantage. It can instantly turn a level 1 into a level 5, but the effect will gradually weaken. In any case, everyone did very well. It seems that even without me, you would have been able to handle things yourselves. Kong and Chan said, that's not it. We have indeed become much stronger, but that isn't solely our own achievement. That's right. Min Chai stepped forward and put an arm around Tan Lang Nuan's shoulders. The fact that we've made it this far is all thanks to you, Lang Nuan. You really are like the mother of this unit. Tan Lang Nuan forced a smile. That's a bit. While they were joking comfortably, Li Sang suddenly walked over and asked, are you all awakened people too? Miss Shang it looks like you're all right. Li Sang tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. Yes, I'm fine. All thanks to you. Tan Lang Nuan stepped forward and asked with concern. That's good. You must have been very scared just now, right? Li Sang smiled. A little, but I still have to thank you for protecting me. If you hadn't helped, we would have been in serious trouble. Tan Lang Nuan lowered his head and said, I am sorry. We had to keep it a secret until we figured out their true identities and their plot. Li Sang smiled and said, I know. Then what about the entire unit? Li Sang said, no. I think only about half the people have awakened. But wouldn't that mean there are already more than 50 awakened people? My goodness. Tan Lang Nuan thought silently. Perhaps it would be best to tell Sang everything. He asked, you said before that you were a tailor, right? Yes. Tan Lang Nuan said, I'm a cook, but I do other work too. The next day, in the basement beneath the place they used to imprison people, Tan Lang Nuan went down, as usual, to check the situation. Hello, is everything all right? Han Min nodded slightly and replied, yes. We originally thought they would try to escape, but they've been very quiet. They probably know that it's impossible. Good. Tan Lang Nuan asked, which room is the youngest one in? The last room down the corridor. Tan Lang Nuan chuckled, wondering where he should interrogate him. Han Min asked with some concern, will you be all right alone? Yes. Tan Lang Nuan patted him on the shoulder. After all, this is my specialty. Then he opened the door and walked into the room, even greeting him in a friendly manner. Good morning. Chan Dung jumped in fright and backed away in panic. Tan Lang Nuan said, I only came to talk. As long as you don't attack me first, I won't do anything to you either. Although Chan Dung was still afraid, he was no longer as tense as before. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and said, I came because there are a few things I want to ask you. Are you willing to listen? Chan Dung immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Of course. You can trust me. I'm begging you. Please spare my life. Tan Lang Nuan smiled reluctantly, somewhat surprised by the situation. It seemed this guy had been beaten so badly that he was traumatized. Had his fists really been that heavy? He took out an ice cream wrapped in cloth to keep it cold and handed it to Chan Dung. As long as you listen, you won't be beaten anymore. But eat this first. Tan Lang Nuan sincerely offered it to him. Not long after, Tan Lang Nuan returned with all the information. The effect of that confession ice cream was truly astonishing. It made people become completely honest to an excessive degree. After eating the ice cream, Chan Dung confessed everything. We were originally a criminal group operating near the Kangwon area. After news about awakening spread among the survivors, it became harder and harder for us to expand. In the end, under Unsang's leadership, we decided to join forces and swallow up other groups. So you concealed the fact that you had awakened, then joined Li Sang-a's group. Tan Lang Nuan asked, but swallowing up someone else's force isn't easy. Chan Dung said, there's someone in my group who is very good at deception. No matter how outstanding a leader someone is, he can incite others, forcing the other side to become some kind of heinous criminal. Tan Lang Nuan clenched his fist. These cunning bastards, so that was how they planned to expand their influence? Tan Lang Nuan asked again. So that's the reason our unit was targeted? Chan Dung said, that's right. If we wanted to swallow up another force, of course, choosing a bigger target would be more profitable. On top of that, we thought that if we could get guns, we would have an advantage when dealing with other forces. Now I understand why Taedon's prophecy told us to hide our strength, Tan Lang Nuan thought. While concentrating on cutting ingredients, he thought if they knew this was a powerful force, they would have been even more cautious, inciting and expanding like cancer cells. With a thwack, he cut an onion in half. Sure enough, bringing living outsiders into the unit was a dangerous act. Tan Lang Nuan scratched his head, sighed, and wondered how he should deal with these people. That afternoon, Lieutenant Kim hurried over to report. Lang Nuan, I followed your instructions and calmed the survivors down. Is there a problem? Lieutenant Kim said, nothing major. A few people were a little uneasy, but I managed to persuade them all. I even made them laugh. Tan Lang Nuan smiled as he looked at him. As expected, the words of a lieutenant were indeed more persuasive than those of an ordinary soldier. It really was quite a useful ability. Lieutenant Kim suddenly reached out his hand and carefully asked Lang Nuan about that. Is everything going smoothly? He called out softly, Lang Nuan, then continued, You've worked hard. By the way, since I worked so hard, could you give me a little snack? The corner of Tan Lang Nuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy's addiction symptoms were getting worse and worse. Seeing that he was silent, Lieutenant Kim hurriedly backed away and said in a fluster, Sorry, was I being too greedy? I was just joking. Actually, 3 meals a day are enough. Tan Lang Nuan nodded slightly and smiled. I know, you did well. I'll make you something. There's still plenty of lizard meat anyway, so it's fine. Lieutenant Kim could not help drooling and said excitedly, Thank you, Lang Nuan. I truly appreciate it. I've been looking forward to your cooking. Tan Lang Nuan said, Go sit in the mess hall. I'll bring it over. Lieutenant Kim was so happy he seemed about to bloom, humming and skipping as he left the kitchen. Tan Lang Nuan was completely speechless. He rolled up his sleeves and suddenly thought, why not make those 5 guys addicted like Lieutenant Kim too? They were only burdens, and if they were left like this, he still could not personally kill his own kind, right? He had to act immediately. The sharp kitchen knife swiftly cut the ingredients into small pieces. Those people could only eat food made by him. And when they, with tears streaming down their faces, frantically devoured the dishes he cooked, Tan Lang Nuan also obtained a new achievement. Reformation. You have completely tamed a group of thugs through the power of food. Reward. You have obtained a title. Title, Reforming Chef. Effect. The food you cook is 30% more effective on monsters and savage professions. From now on, you will join this unit as new members. Tan Lang Nuan said this to the 5 of them, and of course, after being tamed by him, they were as obedient as dogs. They completely obeyed every order and even helped the unit transport supplies. They cleaned the kitchen, washed the dishes until they shone, and diligently participated in the training course for new recruits. The weather was still as fine as ever. Tan Lang Nuan occasionally went over to check the training progress of these new members. Kong and Chan grinned and said, Looks like they're adapting pretty well. They're a little older, but it's not as if we haven't had older people join before. Tan Lang Nuan smiled and sighed with emotion. Good. It seems everything has been properly arranged. He smiled and said, Until their reformation is complete, they'll remain recruits. Understood, sir, Kong and Chan said excitedly. Just then, Min Chai ran over from a distance, panting as he called out loudly. Tan Lang Nuan, I was looking for you. What is it? He asked. Min Chai said, There's something I need to show you. Tan Lang Nuan frowned slightly. Is there a problem? He followed Min Chai to the place where 4 large oil drums were stored. These oil drums were already the unit's entire reserve, and most of them were almost empty. Aside from the portion reserved for vehicles, the generator could run for at most another week. This is really troublesome. Our food and electricity are both about to run out. Tan Lang Nuan frowned as he spoke. Resources were limited, while the number of mouths to feed kept increasing. This was unavoidable. The appearance of the survivors had completely disrupted their plans. They could not hold out here long term. Then what should we do now? Min Chai frowned in thought, looking very confused. Tan Lang Nuan, on the other hand, was much calmer. He had thought about this matter long ago. He said, Leave this place. That night, in a closed meeting room, the first 5 awakened people in the unit had all gathered. Min Chai said, Now I understand why you told us not to eat dinner. The unit actually had something like this. This is amazing. The table was covered with all kinds of delicious dishes made from meat, prepared in an extremely rich variety of ways. Tan Lang Wan said, "That's right. Everyone eat." Min Chai asked curiously, "But didn't you say we were already short on ingredients? Is it really all right to eat like this now?" Tan Lang Wan was silent for a moment, but still smiled and said, "Actually, this is lizard meat." The hands reaching for the meat instantly froze, but all four of them had already taken their first bite. They clearly wanted to spit it out immediately, but it was so delicious that they could not bear to. "Sergeant Tan, what? They want to join our side. If we take in all those civilians, won't the burden be too great?" "Sergeant Tan, things are already difficult enough for us." Because of Lee Sang-ah's proposal, the officers held an emergency meeting. Park Tae-don said, "But we can't just abandon them either. If we leave, all of them will die." Co Hai UK said with deep concern, "Do the others agree to this as well?" Tan Lang Wan nodded slightly. "Yes, all of them agree to join us. But this choice will definitely come with many risks, and they cannot predict what kind of sudden danger they may encounter either. However, Tan Lang Wan thought, we have to protect them together and survive together. That is our responsibility as soldiers." "All right," Tan Lang Wan said, "then it's decided. Now we need to calculate the specific details." Sometime later, Lee Sang-ah came to find them and brought a large gift with her. She had said she would do her best, and it had not been empty talk. "Did you make all these military uniforms yourself?" Tan Lang Wan looked in surprise at the neatly folded clothing inside the boxes. Lee Sang-ah said, "Yes, these are military uniforms made from monster hide. The combat uniform for the commander was made from the hide of the leader monster, while the ordinary uniforms were made from lizard hide." She truly had the skill of an outstanding tailor. He asked, "So that's why you asked for monster materials to make this?" Lee Sang-ah smiled and said, "That's right. Just as you said, their defensive ability is very good. Although the scales have very high defensive power, precisely because of that, I only reinforce the important areas and the parts that won't greatly affect movement." Lee Sang-ah handed a set to Tan Lang Wan and asked, "Would you like to try it on?" Hide military uniform, a set of leather armor carefully crafted by a novice tailor. This outfit was made from the remaining material of the lizard species famous for its tough defenses, especially the commander grade version, because the power of the boss monster still lingers in it. This military uniform also gained various enhancement effects, such as increased impact resistance, improved attribute resistance, attribute effect reduction, and boost to strength and agility. Truly top-notch. Tan Lang Wan touched his military uniform in astonishment. "If it's combined with my own strength, the effect will definitely be extremely formidable." Lee Sang-ah smiled happily and said, "This outfit suits you very well." Tan Lang Wan did not deny it. After all, this outfit really was very comfortable to wear. Her current profession was tailor, and her efficiency in making equipment was extremely high. As Tan Lang Wan touched the clothes, he asked, "Why did you make this set gray?" Lee Sang-ah said, "Well, I thought we might go to some city in the future. When that time comes, instead of having only one green color, it would be better to prepare several different versions." "True. That was indeed more reasonable." Lee Sang-ah continued, "I also made versions with different functions for officers and soldiers. The combat uniforms made from the boss monster's hide are for Lieutenant Kim and commanding personnel like the squad leaders." Hearing this, Tan Lang Wan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Now that you mention it, am I considered the commander of our unit now?" "What do you mean by that?" Tan Lang Wan fell silent. Although it was a little late, he still had to tell her. As long as she knew their secret, Lee Sang-ah would completely stand on their side. After hearing everything, Lee Sang-ah frowned slightly. Tan Lang Wan said with some concern, "Only the officers know about this, so you must keep it secret for us." Lee Sang-ah. A moment later, on the open ground outside, the gathered soldiers received all the military uniforms Lee Sang-ah had personally made. Everyone was astonished by the new effects the uniforms provided. How could this leather armor make me move so lightly and even reduce damage too? Just by looking at their expressions, one could tell how excited everyone was. Co Hai UK was so delighted that he almost jumped up and down, running over with a smile as he said, "Thank you so much, Miss Lee Sang-ah." Tan Lang Wan said, "I really can't believe you managed to make this many combat uniforms in such a short time." Lee Sang-ah said modestly, "It was all thanks to everyone's help." Kong and Chan happily patted his chest. "You're really dependable." "I also made extra inner armor, because those who fight need more protection. For awakened shooters, I added magazine pouches. For a knife user like Lang Nguyen, I attached a knife sheath at the waist. Only then did Tan Lang Nguyen notice the side of his waist. It was indeed very inconvenient to carry a knife around all the time. Thank you. I set aside Lieutenant Kim's and Tae Don's sets separately. Lee Sang-ah said. Tan Lang Nguyen nadif. All right, I'll take them to them right away. What about you? You should try wearing a military uniform, too. Lee Sang-ah was slightly surprised. I have to wear one, too. Tan Lang Nguyen replied. Of course. You're now the team leader representing the civilian survivors. But being a representative doesn't mean I've joined the unit, does it? Lee Sang-ah asked somewhat anxiously. Tan Lang Nguyen smiled and said, no. Actually, we'll be leaving here soon. What do you mean? Tan Lang Nguyen said, after we go outside, more people will come here to take refuge. We need you to manage those survivors. I think you're the most suitable person for this. Lee Sang-ah was slightly stunned. So it was a more important position than I expected. You'll do well. Don't worry too much, Min Chai said with a smile. Based on my experience, you'll adapt very quickly. Tan Lang Nguyen thought to himself. Actually, when I was suddenly appointed commander at first, I also felt enormous pressure. But humans are creatures that know how to adapt. She'll definitely get used to it soon too. Right, Co Hai UK, did you bring it? Tan Lang Nguyen asked. Here, Co Hai UK took out a gun and handed it to Lee Sang-ah. She asked in surprise, is this a pistol? Co Hai UK explained. This model is called AK-5. Normally, it's issued to chief petty officers or special positions like quartermasters. Our company commander, quartermaster, and medic were all killed by monsters, so no one had used these 3 pistols yet. We temporarily stored them. Lee Sang-ah held the gun in her hand and lightly tried squeezing it once, worry clearly showing on her face. But I don't know how to use a gun. Tan Lang Nguyen smiled and said, Co Hai UK can give you a crash course. He learns fast. And so, Lee Sang-ah had no choice but to start learning. Kong and Chan asked again, then who gets the other 2 pistols? Min Chai said, one has already been issued to Lieutenant Kim, both to preserve the dignity of his officer status and because he lacks combat skills. That's right. As Tan Lang Nguyen spoke, he took out another pistol. As for the remaining one, I intend to use it myself. Although I use a knife, there are still limits. Like Miss Sang-ah, I'm also an awakened person geared toward production, and my combat ability is somewhat weaker, so I really need a sidearm. Min Chai lightly patted Kong and Chan's chest and asked with a smile, what? Got a problem with that? Do you want one too? For people like you and me, guns would only get in the way. Min Chai teased him cheerfully. Kong and Chan pursed his lips and said, but it really is cool. Your build doesn't suit such a small gun. Min Chai mocked with a laugh. Everyone immediately burst into laughter, and even Lee Sang-ah laughed along. A few days later, the awakening activities continued as usual. The current conditions have been met. 100 individuals have awakened, 100 out of 100. A collective of 100 people has been successfully established. An awakening notification appeared before their eyes at the same time. A collective is a social organization with a formal structure, distinct from an ordinary crowd. Establish positions and set rules to maintain order. Tan Lan wants Maid inwardly. It's finally time to set out. When the proposal to abandon the base and prepare to leave was put forward, just as he had expected, many people expressed concern. Wasn't it too dangerous? With this many people, how could they survive in the wild? There were so many monsters lurking outside. Although no one directly objected, many soldiers still trembled with unease. Of course, there were also people who actively supported it after understanding the situation. It truly was not easy to reach a real consensus. Min Chai frowned and asked Tan Lang Nguyen, what should we do? Tan Lang Nguyen said, what else? Of course we cook a dish full of courage. He signaled to Min Chai with his eyes. We have no other choice. All the survivors have already gathered here. With this many people, it actually makes us feel more secure. Min Chai looked at Tan Lang Nguyen and said, it's thanks to you that everyone has been able to unite. Hurry and proceed to the next step. Yes, that's right. Tan Lang Nguyen nodded, thinking that there were still many things to decide. Through a majority vote, you have been elected Legion Commander 1/1. You may appoint Deputy Legion Commanders to share the work within the Legion. Deputy Legion Commanders can participate in part of the management of the group and can also communicate remotely through public messages. Tan Lang Nuan nodded slightly and looked at the status window before him. The organization had been officially established. Written above it was, "The Legion's name has not yet been decided. Please choose a name. Main area, Slope Area 1st Legion. Sub-area, Slope Area 17 1st Legion. Looks like we're the 1st Legion. Yes, having 100 awakened members wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, we also received Dragon Fong as a reward for the completed achievement, but let's talk about that later. For now, let's first focus on deciding the Deputy Legion commanders and the Legion's name." Tan Lang Nuan picked up the loudspeaker and signaled for everyone to be quiet and listen to him. As everyone knows, our Legion now has 100 awakened members. We are the 1st Legion in the entire country. Everyone has done very well. Because we have become stronger, we must move forward with confidence. The crowd below responded loudly. Tan Lang Nuan continued, "Before we leave the base, there are still a few things that need to be arranged. Because our force has grown stronger, we need to appoint Deputy Legion Commanders. Deputy Legion Commanders, 0/5. Deputy Legion Commanders are core members who assist the Legion Commander in running the force. After being designated as Deputy Legion Commanders, the enhancement effect of manifestation skills will become stronger, and Deputy Legion Commanders can also use the chat function." Tan Lang Nuan glanced at the status panel. "We have to choose 5 people. Once we leave this place, it will be very difficult to continue leading 100 people in unified action. So we need Deputy Legion Commanders to command each squad. The soldiers' lives are under threat, so appointments cannot be made carelessly. Although I am the Legion Commander and can appoint them myself, before making a decision, I still want to hear everyone's opinions first." The crowd immediately gathered into groups and began discussing noisily, and some people showed worried expressions. Fortunately, however, there were not too many objections. Among the high-ranking members he had already long since considered. Li saying I was naturally included, and there was no need to debate that. As for the other 3, they were naturally Min Chai, Seo Hyuk, and Kong and Chan. But there was still one final issue, and that was Park Tae-don. He looked at the comrade, sitting in a wheelchair beside him. Someone below spoke up in a somewhat uneasy voice. "Isn't there anyone more suitable? The sergeant is a good person, but he can't even walk normally." Tan Lang Nuan was silent for a moment. What they were saying was not actually incomprehensible. Tan Lang Nuan raised the loudspeaker again and announced, "Everyone, there is no need to worry. Sergeant Park Tae-don will not leave the base." What? What does that mean? Weren't we saying we were going to abandon the base? Min Chai frowned and asked, "Sergeant, what exactly do you mean, Sergeant Tan?" Tan Lang Nuan smiled as he looked at them, then calmly explained, "This mountain range is our only fortress. If the entire force leaves this place, we will lose the occupation effect. Also, don't forget the notification we saw when we first gained control of this mountain. While maintaining control of the territory, you will receive occupation points. The occupation points received are related to the territory under control. The more territory you control, and the longer you maintain it, the more points you will receive. Right now, we still don't know exactly what these occupation points are used for. But this game looks like a war over territory. I believe it will definitely become an important factor later." Park Tae-don suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Tan Lang Nuan, may I?" Tan Lang Nuan nodded slightly and handed the loudspeaker in his hand to Park Tae-don. He calmly pushed his wheelchair forward. "As everyone knows, my profession is astronomer. The brighter the stars are, the better I can make use of my abilities. There are few places with a better view of the stars than our base. I will remain on this mountain, continue maintaining control, and transmit the information I gather through my ability. I will be like a radar, in charge of scouting whether the route of advance for the ground troops is safe. Therefore, I have decided to stay here together with the 7 soldiers of the radar team." After saying that, he nodded slightly and smiled at Tan Lang Nuan. Tan Lang Nuan nodded in response as well. Between the two of them was an understanding difficult to express in words. Because Tae-don had personally stepped forward, no one raised any further objections. Just like that, the 5 Deputy Legion Commanders were chosen. The new command system was also completed. Finally, the most important thing was the Legion's name. The crowd below discussed this name even more fervently. In the end, several people suggested using a name related to steel. Coincidentally, the first monster they had faced was also the Steel Lizard. After discussing and putting several names to a vote, the name that received the most votes was the Steel Legion. Min Chai said, We're ready to set out. The question now is, where should we go? Seohai UK said, based on our unit's location, we should probably go east or west, right? Min Chai nodded. That's right. In western Gangwon, there are major cities like Chunshin, as well as many wide areas of land. Because the region is very large, there should also be quite a few other military units. On the other hand, eastern Gangwon has cities like Gangneung, and it's close to the sea. That's also where the 12th Corps, our higher command unit, is stationed. Should we expand our stationing range, or should we go look for our higher command unit? Min Chai sighed. That really is a difficult choice. Then he looked toward Park Tae-don with a hard-to-describe confidence. Then let's leave it to him to choose at random. A few days later, the sky had not fully brightened yet, and only a faint whitening could be seen in the distance. The gate of the military zone slowly opened. Under the leadership of 1 Legion commander and 4 deputy Legion commanders, the Steel Legion stepped outside. Just like that, their journey officially began. Kong and Chan looked curiously at the map before him. What are those markings? The places marked with crosses, Min Chai said, are locations where monsters were discovered nearby. They can tell us roughly how many there are over there. After hearing this, Seohai UK drew in a sharp breath. Why are there so many? Looks like we'll have to hold our position for a few more days. There are probably quite a lot of monsters scattered through the mountains. Sigh. What a headache. Min Chai held his forehead and sighed. This really is a headache. What hole did those monsters crawl out of? Not only are their numbers not decreasing, they're actually growing larger and larger. On top of that, recent reports show that besides the lizards, there are also some very strange-looking monsters. At least we have some information about the lizards, but the other monsters will probably be very difficult to deal with. Lisant Asigid Suftli. This is difficult. Tan Langwan thought for a while, then said, if we don't know their weaknesses, they'll be very hard to deal with when we don't have heavy firepower shooters. After hearing this, the others all frowned at the same time, looking deeply worried. Min Chai looked at Li Sang Ah again and asked tentatively, Team leader Li Sang Ah, how did you get here back then? Did you encounter any obstacles on the way? Several recent memories appeared in Li Sang Ah's mind. At that time, she had still been the only awakened person in that group, protecting everyone. Of course, monsters had ambushed them on the road too, but the numbers were not as many as just described. There were roughly only 1 or 2. They weren't lizards, but somehow I still managed to deal with them. Min Chai said, if even team leader Li Sang Ah could handle them alone, then they shouldn't be too difficult. Marching won't be a problem anymore. Tan Lang Nuan nodded slightly. It's the influence of the leader. Min Chai frowned. Leader? Tan Lang Nuan said, that's right. Think about it. 2 days after we defeated the leader, we found the survivors. The reason those survivors were able to climb the mountain was because the number of lizards had decreased greatly. That makes sense. Seohai UK said worriedly. Does that mean the current conditions are worse than before? There are a lot of soldiers and supplies to transport, so we basically can't move stealthily. Tan Lang Nuan showed his agreement. That's why leaving the unit requires great determination. We have no choice but to prepare as thoroughly as possible. The convoy quickly began moving according to the established plan. There were 5 vehicles in total. The soldiers were outside the vehicles, while the civilians were inside. Kong and Chan commanded from the rear, shouting loudly, begin circular defense. Soldiers, move to the front of the vehicles. Let the vehicles carrying survivors go first. We'll cover the rear. Min Chai put his hands on his hips and looked at the slowly advancing convoy, unable to stop himself from thinking, we're acting according to plan, but will this really be effective? Tan Lang Nuan said, in any case, maintaining a complex formation is already very difficult, but we have combat experience, so we should be able to handle it. It was a formation built based on RPG games, with tanks, damage dealers, and healers. Large vehicles formed shields at the front and rear, and melee soldiers were distributed around the outside. Meanwhile, inside, the awakened people who were good at ranged attacks were responsible for providing cover while protecting the vehicles carrying the survivors. The problem was that they did not know where the attack would come from, and the narrow road also made escape difficult. Tan Lang Nuan said, as soon as we hear any movement, we must immediately block the attack. Yeah, Min Chai pondered, still unable to suppress the worry in his heart. It will be best to use the vehicles to leave this dangerous mountain road as soon as possible. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, I understand his concern. Most of the roads near the unit stationing area had not been paved, not to mention some places were even next to cliffs. Moving by ordinary methods really was too dangerous. Therefore, the best method was to leave this place as quickly as possible. But if they advanced recklessly, there was also a possibility of being completely wiped out. The formation has been fully arranged. Someone ran over to report. Tan Lang Wan smiled and nodded to that person, then set out. Well done. The convoy slowly entered the narrow mountain forest. Moreover, in this place, no one dared to speed forward because no one knew what would happen once they made too much noise. As they moved, they also split into small patrol squads around the convoy, constantly reporting the situation back to the vehicles. Even inside the trucks carrying the survivors, people had been assigned to keep watch. Min Chai and Tan Lang Wan were responsible for overall command. After all, the route they were taking was one where unexpected situations were very likely to occur. And so, everyone continued advancing. The sky was thick with stars, and night covered everything. The forest was terrifyingly silent. Perhaps this place was not yet their territory, but sooner or later they would run into an entire pack. Kong and Chan silently kept watch over the surroundings. The deep forest was quiet, without a single sound. Suddenly, an extremely faint mist began to drift around them. The comrade walking beside Kong and Chan was startled and hurriedly asked, "Sergeant, you saw that too, right?" Kong and Chan nodded. "Yes, they're here. Hurry and report to the main unit." Understood. The two soldiers hurriedly ran off, while Kong and Chan stayed where he was, raising his gun and preparing to face the enemy before him. No one dared to delay. In the distance, the sky had already begun to brighten. A monster appeared. Immediately afterward, countless steel lizards also rushed out and launched an attack. Their eyes flashed with savage light in the night. Those blood-red eyes looked like fresh blood. Their bodies were covered in armor like steel with bulging blue veins. They charged straight ahead, viciously sweeping through everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, they had pounced forward and tightly surrounded the moving convoy. The commander hurriedly ordered, "Survivors, stay inside and don't move. Soldiers, take your positions immediately. Everyone stay calm. Fight just like you did at the base." Tan Lang Wan shouted loudly, "Focus your attacks on their weak points. Conserve your stamina. Do not use guns. The noise will draw more monsters here." Understood. As soon as they heard Tan Lang Wan's order, everyone immediately began using their abilities. Kong and Chan roared, "Come on then, you bastards." Min Chai was also ready to fight. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they had fought like this. Li Sang pulled out her scissors and let out a soft breath. Tan Lang Wan swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and stared ahead vigilantly. This moment had finally arrived. The mages positioned in the center quickly activated their magic, and rings of magic in various colors appeared one after another. Those steel lizards seemed to pay no attention to any of it. They charged in succession, trying to break through the soldiers' defensive line. A few people wavered slightly and took a step back. Kong and Chan drew a deep breath, then immediately shouted to steady them. "Soldiers, hold your positions. Don't let them break through." 4 large trucks gathered together, shielding the 3 smaller trucks carrying civilians in the middle, while the surrounding soldiers fought with everything they had, preventing the monsters from getting close. The monsters' attacks came wave after wave without pause, giving them no time to catch their breath. A sudden roar rang out, and the entire pack of monsters howled at once, as if calling more of their kind. Kong and Chan charged out and slammed a heavy punch into the body of one lizard. Its body was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into several lizards rushing up behind it. Kong and Chan shouted, "Damn it, it's been a long time since we met." Then he showed no mercy and threw another punch, caving in that thing's face. After fighting for only a short while, he was already drenched in sweat, but he still roared loudly, "Only your leader is qualified to fight me." After saying that, he charged toward another one nearby. With one punch, the steel lizard's body shook violently, and it was beaten so hard that its sharp, pale white teeth were exposed. Its body suddenly flew backward and slammed fiercely into a large tree. He had just dealt with one when another pack of lizards pounced toward him from behind. He thought they would attack him, but they did not. They slipped directly past Kong and Chan, rushed toward the vehicles, and stepped on the corpses of their own kind to climb up and attack. These lizards were truly far too cunning. One of them had successfully climbed up and used the height to pounce toward a soldier who looked rather frail. At that critical moment, a bolt of electricity struck from afar. Min Chai arrived in time and hit the lizard directly in the face. He loudly ordered, "Kong In, don't rely only on your shield. Kick them down. Don't let them climb onto the vehicles. We absolutely cannot let them get close to the survivors." The soldiers used their abilities with all their strength. Some raised shields, while a few others stood behind them, seizing opportunities to launch attacks. But no matter how hard they tried, it was extremely difficult to cover every gap perfectly. From time to time, lizards were sent flying into the vehicles or soldiers were knocked back and crashed against the truck bodies. Amid the constant sounds of impact and shoving, everyone around them turned pale with fear and the children cried even louder. Everyone was panicked and uneasy, but all they could do was hide in the truck bed and wait in terror. At that moment, Lee Sang-ah stepped forward to reassure them. Everyone, don't worry. I'm still here. The soldiers have a great deal of combat experience. They will definitely win. Although she said that aloud, she was still somewhat worried about the situation outside. And outside, everyone was giving everything they had, throwing all their abilities into the battle. Min Chai held a long electric cable in his hand and suddenly whipped it through the air several times. Electric currents crackled along the cable, scattering sparks. He rushed forward, using the cable to lash viciously at the body of a steel lizard. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on another lizard beside it. As soon as one fell, he instantly charged over, and the electric cable in his hand pierced straight into the steel lizard's head. It howled in pain and slowly collapsed to the ground. Electrical sparks still coiled around its body. Min Chai panted heavily. Using this move too many times had consumed quite a lot of his stamina. But before he could rest, something strange drew his attention. A pitch-black patch of shadow, like a swamp. He immediately shouted, "Hey, Lang Wan, look over there. There's another group coming." Tan Lang Wan was fighting a steel lizard, and when he heard that, he took the opportunity to turn his head and look. In the forest, a group of steel lizards was rushing toward them at high speed. Their numbers were probably even greater than the first wave. The second wave was also launching its attack from behind, from the very direction the unit had come from. Min Chai cursed angrily. Damn it, where the hell did they all crawl out from? Tan Lang Wan said worriedly, once the fighting starts, noise is unavoidable. It's only natural for monsters to react. But among them, many people were already tired. Min Chai said while panting, if we use guns, we'll only draw even more things here. Tan Lang Wan nodded slightly in agreement. They're still far away. We have to prepare quickly. I'll lead everyone in breaking out and escaping. We came here prepared to die. A short while later, several reports carrying good news came in. The monsters behind them had been cleared out, and 2 people remained in the survival zone. Tan Lang Wan immediately continued commanding. Good. Soldiers who are finished clearing the area, take out your combat rations. We need to replenish our equipment. Another wave is about to arrive. Did everyone hear that? Take out the jerky issued by the unit. Everyone immediately pulled the issued jerky from their pockets. After such an intense battle, they truly did feel hungry. Tan Lang Wan looked at Min Chai, who was walking toward the truck. He smiled and said, Min Chai, you should eat too. We still have to switch positions with Kong and Chan later. All right. Min Chai nodded and also took out his jerky. Tan Lang Wan did the same. As soon as the meat was swallowed, a notification immediately appeared. Junior Chef's courage-infused lizard jerky. Made from ingredients containing magic power, the food's effects have also been strengthened. After eating, all attributes increase by 5 points. Combat ability rises noticeably, and stamina is restored. After that, they had no choice but to continue rushing into the next battle. Tan Lang Wan looked into the distance. All right, is everyone ready? As for that jerky, it had to be explained from the time they first began planning to relocate. Naturally, the kitchen Tan Lang Wan was familiar with could no longer continue to be used. Once they left this place, creating a suitable cooking environment would become extremely difficult. Cooking in the wild was both inconvenient and rather dangerous. Smells and smoke would expose their location, and cooking equipment would also be limited. But eating was indispensable. This gave Tan Lang Wan somewhat of a headache. Before they could establish a stable base at the foot of the mountain, they could only rely on field rations. However, judging by the amount they currently had, it was simply not enough to supply those civilians. If they were lucky, it would probably last only a week. And that was only if they were lucky. Tan Lang Wan tried searching through his status window for items he had not yet used. Fortunately, when he reached level 10, he had obtained the skill to make combat rations, which meant he could create stored food for battle. The attributes of combat rations were slightly lower than those of normal dishes, but their shelf life was longer. Although they were small in size, they were very high in calories, their flavor was not bad, and they were convenient to carry. Thus, Junior Chef's courage-infused lizard jerky was born. Because they had to move, jerky was definitely the most suitable option to carry with them. Moreover, lizard meat was not exactly a rare thing. He could even turn packaged food into combat rations. That was excellent. Everyone, hold your positions. Wounded soldiers withdraw in order. Hurry, they're almost here. Use the lizard corpses to block the vehicles. Squad leaders, check your members, then report your losses. After saying that, he jumped down from the vehicle and went to do his own work. Min Chai worriedly asked where he was going, but Tan Lang Nuan did not answer and only hurried away. From what he had observed, the fixed stat increase and combat ability enhancement provided by the jerky were indeed very useful, but they were still far from enough. Therefore, they still needed an even bigger boost. He ran to the vehicle where Kim Hyun-suk was sitting, and it was clear that the other man was somewhat nervous. Tan Lang Nuan hurriedly said, "Start quickly. We have to use the commander's ability. You need to use the skill we practiced last time." "Ah, all right, I understand." Kim Hyun-suk stepped down from the vehicle. Naturally, he was still somewhat afraid and nervous, and it all showed plainly on his face. Kim Hyun-suk pressed his lips tightly together. Immediately afterward, a burst of light flared from his body and spread in all directions. Even though he was still nervous, even somewhat timid, what had to be done still had to be done. Kim Hyun-suk shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." That energy quickly spread across the battlefield. The soldiers immediately felt their stats rising. A commander can create battle resonance, increasing the combat stats of allied forces by 10%. At the same time, it temporarily grants all allies the trait ready for battle. Ready for battle. When fighting in formation with a sufficient number of allies, combat effectiveness increases and immunity is granted against combat-induced confusion. As a result, their stats rose by an astonishing margin. Everyone became stronger. Lieutenant Kim's enhancement increased his comrade's stats by a fixed percentage. This effect could also stack with the stat increase provided by the jerky, along with the courage effect infused into the rations. Just as they were strengthened to this extent, another tremor came from within the forest. The lizard pack began charging in. Prepare to engage from all directions. Hold out a little longer. Kill them all, then get out of here. Another exhausting battle erupted. Although everyone was quite a bit stronger than the lizards, the enemy's numbers were too great, and with the fighting dragging on, fatigue was inevitable. Yet when the lizards died, each new one that came still seemed full of strength. One of them suddenly swung its tail hard, striking a nearby soldier in the stomach. Tan Lang Nuan caught sight of it from the corner of his eye and immediately launched himself toward that lizard. The dagger in his hand came down, accurately stabbing into its weak point. Blood sprayed out, splashing onto his military uniform. The huge body collapsed heavily to the ground, looking as if it was completely dead. But Tan Lang Nuan had no time to rest at all. He immediately moved away, rushing toward another lizard not far off and continuing his attack. That slender body moved nimbly through the lizard pack, aiming with extreme precision at their weak points. One lizard roared and tried to charge at him, but his movements were one step faster. He swung his blade directly and slashed heavily into the monster's arm. Its arm was knocked backward. Tan Lang Nuan turned the blade, then stabbed several times in succession into the center of its chest. It had to be said that only in real combat could one realize just how astonishing the effects of this power were. Tan Lang Nuan suddenly felt that they very likely might get through this crisis safely. Just after dealing with one lizard, Tan Lang Nuan suddenly heard several soldiers behind him cry out in surprise. "That woman is fierce." He looked over in confusion. It turned out Li Sang had already gotten out of the vehicle, holding 2 pairs of scissors in her hands as she faced 5 lizards charging at her all by herself. Tan Lang Nuan smiled bitterly and sighed. "Haha, looks like she got fed up being trapped in the truck. All right, let's finish this quickly. Squad leaders, report quickly." It was not until daybreak, and then afternoon of the next day, when the red glow of sunset dyed the horizon, that this battle finally came to an end. Now only the cleanup remained. The lizards whose injuries were not too severe were set aside as food. Naturally, some people were seriously injured and needed treatment. Those who were relatively free exchanged information about the current situation. The vehicles that could still run also had to be inspected again. Tan Lang Nuan, Min Chai, and Co Hai UK walked to one side to discuss this matter. Tan Lang Nuan said, "Kong and Chan is dealing with those lizards, so Co Hai UK, take a few people and scout the surrounding area. There are probably still a few hiding." After receiving the order, Co Hai UK immediately left with 2 people. Tan Lang Nuan then looked at Min Chai and instructed him, "Check on the survivors and make sure the route is safe." We have to leave this place before the sun sets. All right, move quickly. Everyone, be careful. Tan Lang Wan shouted loudly, encouraging everyone, then put away his butcher knife. Only now could he finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. After that, he walked toward the wounded. Only now were they being carried on his stretchers for treatment. Fortunately, no one had suffered fatal injuries, which truly made people feel relieved. The soldier in charge of reporting smiled and said to him, "The food Sergeant Tan made was really effective. To be honest, I thought that after we left the unit, we wouldn't see the strengthening effects from food anymore. I never expected this jerky to be so useful." Tan Lang Wan smiled and said, "That's right, but there's still a lot that needs improving. My ability level is still too low, so for now I can only make jerky. I have to level up quickly." Jerky is only the most primitive form of combat rations. The soldier asked in surprise, "You mean it could become even stronger than it is now?" Tan Lang Wan smiled and said, "Of course. Sounds a little frightening, doesn't it?" Tan Lang Wan asked with a smile. "Besides, there are more than 100 soldiers here, right? The range of influence of the food I make will expand according to the number of people who eat it. In any case, we have to set out quickly. So first arrange space in the vehicles for the wounded. Those who weren't injured quickly dispersed to carry out their own tasks." For the most part, everything had nearly been dealt with. Tan Lang Wan went over to the people repairing the vehicles to ask about the situation. As soon as they saw him, the two of them sighed and said, "Sergeant Tan, this vehicle can't be saved." Tan Lang Wan tilted his head and took a look. "Really? What a shame. But we have to make use of every means of transportation we have. What about the military vehicles?" "Ah, the military vehicles are indeed very sturdy. They can still hold up." Their gazes fell on the military vehicle whose front end had been severely dented. "Sigh, our beginning really is rough enough." A soldier sighed and said, "Even the military vehicles are hard for us to trust completely." Tan Lang Wan raised his eyebrows. "You mean if a stronger monster attacks, even the military vehicles could be destroyed?" "That's right. After all, they aren't armored vehicles or tanks. If we had enough tools, we might still be able to think of a way." Of course, they had no such things. Tan Lang Wan sighed and said, Then there's nothing we can do. Go down and see if there are any tools we can use." "Yes, sir." "Then we'll abandon this vehicle and only salvage its parts." Tan Lang Wan nodded and said, "Good. Hurry it up." After giving his instructions, Tan Lang Wan bid them farewell and left. At this pace, they should be able to set out again soon. That night, the entire group temporarily set up tents around the vehicles. The wounded had all received basic bandaging as well. At least now, they finally had a little time to exchange a few words with one another. A small portion of the people still had to keep night watch, so their nerves were stretched taut. Of course, the group of 4 senior members continued discussing their next plan. Broadly speaking, they needed to make proper preparations. There was one more thing they had to confirm. On the road ahead, they had no idea how many monsters would attack them, but there would definitely not be few. It was not until midnight that the full moon hung high in the sky. Early the next morning, the team set out again. At this point, they were traveling along a mountain road. Before long, a scout came running back in a panic to report, "Sergeant Tan, you have to come take a look at that." Tan Lang Wan asked in confusion, "What did you see?" "All right, let's go." He immediately ran after the soldier. Kong and Chan was standing in front of Cliff. Hearing Tan Lang Wan's voice, Kong and Chan turned to look at him. "Ah, you're here. This guardrail has been snapped in two. It looks like something fell down." Tan Lang Wan asked in shock, "How could this happen? Was it done by the lizards? This place wasn't like this originally, was it?" Kong and Chan nodded and said, "That's right. Before the monsters appeared, this guardrail was still intact." Tan Lang Wan crouched down to inspect it. It looked like an accident. Something must have happened here. His gaze stopped on a track beside it, a mark that stretched all the way down the cliff. "These are tire tracks." Tan Lang Wan suddenly thought of something. Could it be? At that time, a military vehicle had gone over the edge. Tan Lang Wan hurriedly bent down and looked below, searching. These were definitely traces of a vehicle falling. He reached behind him and said urgently, "Lend me the binoculars." Yes, the binoculars were handed over. Tan Lang Wan took them and immediately searched below. There was nothing in this area. Farther down, in a spot hidden by bushes, Tan Lang Wan discovered a military vehicle smashed to pieces, stuck just below the edge of the cliff. It was the vehicle Cha Min and Ga Sung Ho had driven. That was proof of the accident. The vehicle that had gone to contact their superiors was now lying down there. Really? Everyone behind them froze. Then does that mean Corporal Chada Min and Corporal Ga Sung Ho died here? Tan Lang Nguyen sprang upright, his mood instantly sinking. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? For Kim Hyun Suk, this was undoubtedly a huge mistake. He had actually allowed something that everyone had opposed. Even if those two had volunteered to go, he should have stopped them at the time. Neither of them was awakened. If they faced a monster attack, they would have no power to resist at all. If they hadn't fallen from the mountain back then, they would probably still be with us now. But I don't see their bodies. Huh, really? Tan lang no nadif. That's right. If they died here, I should have seen their bodies nearby. But I don't see anything. A glimmer of hope immediately rose in Kong and Chan, and he asked, could they have survived and gone somewhere else? Tan Lang Nguyen frowned slightly and shook his head. Falling from that height, even an awakened could be injured. Afterward, they may also have been treated as food by monsters. Everyone fell silent. No matter what, imagining their comrades being eaten by monsters was still far too horrifying. Tan Lang Nguyen looked down below, his eyes full of pain, and silently thought, I'm sorry, you two, but right now, we can only hope the monsters ate your bodies. For some reason, I have a very bad feeling about this, as if something terrible is about to happen. Tan Lang Nguyen looked at the shattered vehicle one last time, silently let out a long breath, and pulled himself together, because they no longer had time to keep dwelling on this matter. Not long after returning, he discussed it with Min Chai. Tan Lang Nguyen said, I really can't understand how it ended up like this. Let's put that aside for now. Tan Lang Nguyen set down the gun he carried with him. Now I have to keep making jerky. There isn't much left. Min Chai nodded. Yeah, you're right. We already have enough lizard meat. Lang Nguyen, go ahead and make it. Countless patrolling soldiers surrounded the only refrigerated truck because he had to cook while they were on the move. No one knew what kind of accident might happen on the road while he was cooking. Tan Lang Nguyen ran to the rear door of the truck, stretched out his scarred and calloused hand, and opened it, looking at the pile of lizard corpses stacked full inside. After all, they were in lizard territory. There was no way they could eat up all this jerky, which could be considered a fortunate thing. But just as he finally managed to seize a little time to start making jerky, the lizards leapt down from several cliffs and attacked them. And so the soldiers, who had only rested for a short while, were forced to throw themselves into a new round of battle. Min Chai was in charge of the main command, and this caused his stamina and mental energy to be drained very quickly. Not to mention, the number of lizards was absurdly high, as if they could never be killed off no matter how many they slew. Lee Sang also personally rushed into battle. Added to that were Co. Hai Uk, Kong and Chan, and the other deputy commanders, but everyone was growing more and more exhausted. Kong and Chan circled behind the steel lizard confronting him, locked its shoulder, and violently threw it backward. Inside the vehicle, Tan Lang Nguyen was still desperately processing lizard jerky at the fastest speed he could manage. Suddenly, a burst of violent movement came from outside the vehicle, the sound of fierce collisions. Immediately after came a series of piercing screams. They were charging this way. Tan Lang Nguyen forced his knife strokes to land accurately, but anxiety burned like fire in his heart. This was already the fourth battle. He looked at the pile of enhanced jerky before him. From the moment he began making jerky until now, he had not had a chance to go outside, but he had no other choice. He could only remain trapped here. Tan Lang Nguyen could only make his movements faster, silently praying in his heart, everyone, you must hold on. When the battle temporarily ended, Tan Lang Nguyen's side had also finished the work. Unfortunately, they now had 5 more wounded on this side, and one person was in critical condition and needed special care. Tan Lang Nguyen frowned and said, our wounded are increasing more and more. Min Chai said, with your cooking skills and Lieutenant Kim's command ability, our stats have indeed risen greatly, but against these continuous ambushes, we're still being dragged to the point of exhaustion. On top of that, the sounds of battle are attracting even more monsters. People are talking about you. Min Chai lowered his voice. Tan Lang Nguyen also lowered his voice and asked, me? What are they saying? Min Chai said, well, a lot of people feel that even if you're preparing combat rations, you still shouldn't miss out on the fighting. Tan Lan no Nadif. Understand, what they're saying makes sense too. But only he himself knew best that, judging from the combat skills granted by his current occupation, his level was at most ordinary, perhaps even inferior to the people in the combat team. So he only needed to do well at what he was capable of doing. Min Chai walked over with a smile, apparently in a rather good mood, and put an arm around Tan Lang Nuan's shoulders. In the end, those brats simply don't know how to appreciate what you're doing right now. Don't mind them. I'll make them shut up so they won't talk nonsense anymore. Min Chai curled his lips in a smile. Tan Lang Nuan could only force a smile along with him. But in his heart, he thought, will things really be as simple as he says? A while later, a soldier scouting ahead ran over in a panic to report to Min Chai. Sergeant Lee, there's something very strange on the road ahead. Min Chai frowned and looked forward. What is it? Lang Nuan, let's go take a look. All right. He nodded and ran after him. Judging from the soldier's expression, this matter was likely very serious. Min Chai felt an inexplicable worry, and the unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. On the road ahead, two dark figures slowly appeared. They looked nothing like humans. Their bodies were twisted and broken, their steps staggering, no different from corpses. What was more, they were carrying guns. Min Chai stiffened, staring ahead. Tan Lang Nuan also felt his heart beat faster and faster, and his expression immediately turned ugly. He looked at the military uniforms on the other side, then at those guns. Min Chai swallowed dryly and said in horror, "Don't tell me they're wearing military uniforms." The people behind them also fell into confusion when they saw it. Although they were wearing military uniforms, their appearance was truly far too terrifying. Kong In Chan hurriedly raised the binoculars to observe, then reported, "Sergeant Lee, there's a possibility they're from our unit. Named Chada Min and G.A. Sung Ho. Those are Corporal Chada Min and Corporal G.A. Sung Ho." Dan Lan Nuan froze. Although he had vaguely guessed it earlier, he still could not help being shaken. They're the two who drove away before. I was clearly hoping all along that this wouldn't happen. Kong and Chan lowered the binoculars and said in terror, "Sergeant, they're aiming their guns at us." "What?" Tan Lang Nuan and Min Chai looked toward the two of them at the same time. The other soldiers instinctively hurried backward. Those two had completely lost their reason, yet they could still use weapons like guns, and that made them much more terrifying than those zombies. The pitch-black muzzles were aimed at their former comrades. Bulletproof shields were brought over. Everyone hurriedly rushed behind the shields. As Kong and Chan ran, he loudly ordered, "Everyone down, prepare to defend." The scene immediately fell into an unimaginable chaos. Tan Lang Nuan looked grimly at the two of them. They pulled the triggers without the slightest hesitation. Using only one hand, they fired continuously at their former comrades. For some reason, even though so much time had passed, there were still bullets in their guns. Sparks flashed again and again through the air, and bullets struck the shields with metallic clangs. Everyone hid behind the defensive line, with no chance to counterattack at all. They could only cover their heads and endure, frightened and uneasy. Suppressed groans kept escaping from their throats. Suddenly, bullets flew over again, even hitting someone sitting inside a military vehicle. Then, a person standing closer, who had not managed to crouch down in time, was also shot in the shoulder. Tan Lang Nuan looked over in alarm. Someone had already fallen. He hurriedly ran over and asked, "Min Chai, are you all right?" "Wait a moment, we'll call a medic right away." Min Chai reached out and grabbed his elbow, saying, "I'm fine." Tan Lang Nuan kept asking anxiously, but Min Chai's face twisted from the pain. But he still forced himself to say, "It hurts like hell, but this uniform saved my life." Thank God. Tan Lang Nuan was so relieved that his eyes reddened. At this moment, several others also squeezed over and said, "Sergeant Tan, leave him to us." Dan Lang Nuan Nadif. "Good. Check him carefully, understand?" He had to marvel once again that the combat uniform Lee Sang had made from lizard hide was truly incredible. Even after being shot wildly by zombies, it was not fatal. Those two staggered toward them again and raised their guns once more, intending to keep firing at close range, where it would be nearly impossible to miss. Seeing this, several soldiers immediately reported, "Sergeant Tan, they've stopped attacking. They're probably out of bullets." Min Chai stood up while holding his head. "That makes sense. They can't be smart enough to know how to change magazines." Then he hurriedly ordered, "Warrior team, attack. Before they can react, take them all out." "Roger." The soldiers immediately charged forward. Kong and Chan rushed up first, a layer of red energy wrapped around him. Several of the strongest fighters carrying weapons pounced first, shouting in unison. One person swung the short blade in his hand and slashed across one zombie's neck. Then another person also rushed in to flank it, adding several more blows to the body of the other. The two zombies fell on the spot, leaving the group slightly stunned. They had not expected it to be so easy. After that, Kong and Chan charged toward the last zombie. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Chada Min's scar-covered head. then abruptly squeezed hard, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Kong and Chan's eyes were bloodshot, and his military uniform was splattered all over with blood. The two zombies fell to the ground, their blood soaking into the mud and spreading in dark patches. Several soldiers gathered around and confirmed the situation again. Kong and Chan lowered his head and looked at his blood-covered hand, frowning as he cursed. Damn it, cutting down people who used to be comrades is the worst feeling imaginable. In the distance, Tan Lang Nuan and Min Chai calmly watched the scene. Tan Lang Nuan asked in a low voice, "Is it over?" Min Chai frowned and said, "Seems like it, but these zombies are too much like humans. That makes me uneasy." Tan Lang Nuan glanced at him. "You feel that way too?" Just then, a flock of crows flew across the sky. Their cries echoed throughout the mountains and forests, so gloomy they were beyond description, making people's hair stand on end. It was truly one thing after another, making everyone even more uneasy, their spirits nearly on the verge of collapse. What's happening? The soldiers immediately gathered into a defensive formation, just as they had trained. The entire mountain range began to stir. Even he could clearly sense the movement. "Hey, Lang Nuan, could it be?" Min Chai asked uneasily. "Tan Lang Nuan Nadif." "Yeah, the gunfire probably triggered a reaction. All the monsters in this area have been drawn here. Then what do we do now?" Tan Lang Nuan gritted his teeth, thinking that there was no longer any time to hesitate. He stood on the roof of a vehicle and said, "We stop moving here. Gunners, adjust the control systems. Mages, remove the firepower limits. We have to use all our firepower." All awakened, get on the 2.5-ton trucks and cover the vehicles in place. Warriors, run at full speed and kill every monster chasing us. As long as we get out of this mountain range, we still have a chance to survive. Hurry and break through. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately ran to carry out their missions. Tan Lang Nuan went over and asked the driver, "How long until we're out of the mountains?" The driver answered soon, "If there are no monsters, we can get out within 30 minutes. Tan Lang Nuan said, "Very good. I'll arrange for a gunner to sit in the passenger seat. You just focus on driving." All soldiers except the warrior team get into the vehicles immediately. Gunners, onto the roofs. At this moment, the civilians also obediently followed the soldiers' commands, because they knew that if they did not, everyone would likely die here today. Amid the chaos, Tan Lang Nuan frowned and looked into the distance, silently making up his mind. "I must leave this place alive." Beneath the forest, a swarm of insects that seemed to be covered in hard armor was crawling toward them. In the sky, things that looked like giant shrimp from Skyrim were flying over as well. There was also a herd of giant elephants, along with a pack of starving wolves bearing pale white fangs. When the monsters pounced, they looked as if they wanted to tear their prey apart. The soldiers below desperately resisted with all their might, and all sorts of colored lights kept flashing through the air. Among the smaller monsters, some slammed into the fronts of the military vehicles, while others surrounded and attacked the soldiers. The most disgusting of all were the flying monsters. They only targeted the moving vehicles. "Don't let the front line be blocked. Warriors, protect the road ahead." Kong and Chan charged up from behind. The aura around him was like that of a ferocious war god, and he roared, "Get out of the way!" Immediately after, he launched himself into the air and charged straight into the monster horde alone, relying on his massive body. Each of his punches struck those hard, sharp shells like a sledgehammer. The insects that had given so many people headaches were sent flying one after another by his blows. The vehicles, which had originally been gradually slowing down, were finally able to clear the monsters from the road. Kong and Chan quickly issued precise commands. The snipers on the vehicle roofs did not have a single idle moment either, and one flying monster after another was shot down like ripe fruit falling to the ground. But they also had to face the danger of the monster horde counterattacking. Completely avoiding it was truly too difficult. On top of that, the bullets in their guns were limited, while the monsters seemed endless. Seohai UK had only fired a few shots before his gun ran out of ammunition. He immediately ordered someone to replenish the weapons. The soldier who received the order instantly crawled up, but the moment he stood, his gaze fell on the wolf pack charging toward them up ahead. They were frenzied and vicious, more terrifying than any monster they had encountered before. "What is that?" Everyone cried out in terror. "It's a pack of vicious wolves. "Sergeant Tan, look over there. They look even stronger than the lizard monsters." Tan Lang Wan, who had originally been processing food in the truck bed, also hurriedly rushed out to look. That pack of wolves had sharp claws and fangs, and nearly endless springing power. They were ferociously pouncing toward the moving vehicles. Most importantly, they had 6 legs and were so fast that even the warriors could hardly keep up with them. If the vehicles were damaged, we would be in serious trouble. Tan Lang Wan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. From the look of them, they really want to swallow us alive and tear us apart. They're even more like wild beasts than the monster lizards. Relying on vehicles to move really is too difficult. Suddenly, Tan Lang Wan's gaze fell on the pre-cut chunks of meat in the back, and an idea immediately flashed through his mind. Outside, the warriors were being pressed miserably by the monsters. They could only barely focus on defense, because facing them head-on was truly too difficult. These monsters were too powerful. They simply would not be able to hold out for long. Just what the hell are these monsters? At that very moment, their movements suddenly froze, because their attention had been drawn by countless chunks of meat flying over from the rear on the opposite side. It was monster lizard meat, which Tan Lang Wan had only just cut up not long ago, and blood was still dripping from it. In the next second, the wolf pack immediately pounced, biting down on those chunks of meat and directly giving up the fight with the soldiers. They tore madly at the meat, as if they had been starving for many years. "What the hell?" the soldiers cried out in shock. "Have they gone crazy over monster lizard meat?" "Sergeant Tan, they're reacting," said the person in charge of reporting. Tan Lang Wan immediately nodded. "Right, we have plenty of monster lizard meat. Keep throwing it." Sure enough, it was just as he had thought. Tan Lang Wan looked outside. When attacking, they were incomparably vicious, but the moment they saw meat, they immediately quieted down. They did not have intelligence like the monster lizards and did not know how to plan an attack in advance. Although they were powerful, their nature was closer to that of wild beasts. As long as they saw prey, they would desperately chase after it. Of course, Tan Lang Wan was not certain that monster lizard meat could completely hold them back. So he activated the eyes of the divine chef. As long as he found their weakness, this battle would become much easier. Analyzing components. Basic cooking recipe obtained. Learn the method to accurately process the body with a single strike. Tan Lang Wan's maid fantly. So that was their weakness. Once he knew their weak point, the outcome was no longer in question. The wolf pack was quickly wiped out. Of course, this was also thanks to using monster lizard meat as bait, which made it even easier to aim at their vital points. Tan Lang Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally survived this calamity. If they made use of monster lizard meat, perhaps it would also be easier to tame other monsters. In that case, getting through crises would become easier. By adding the chef's special sauce to the monster lizard meat, the ideal effect could be achieved. After eating it, the consumer would fall into a comatose state. The higher the quality of the dish, the stronger the effect. The eyes of the divine chef continued to activate, and Tan Lang Wan continued observing them. After using meat to lure the monsters, their weakness was found to be in their legs. Go! The warriors immediately rushed forward and launched an attack. Everyone aimed for the weak points Sergeant Tan mentioned. That was right. Once he had seen through their weaknesses, victory was no longer suspenseful. After they struggled through this wave of attacks, the sky gradually disappeared behind the mountain range. But in the end, they finally saw the end of the road. We did it. That's great. Although everyone's physical strength had already hit rock bottom, fortunately, they had finally escaped. Min Chai grinned and struck an exaggerated pose. Long Nuon, we succeeded. Yeah, Tan Lang Wan forced a smile. Damn it, that was hard. He felt his mind buzzing, and his consciousness gradually grew hazy. He could not help wondering if he had overused his skill. His eyes and head hurt terribly. So this was what it felt like to run out of energy. Tan Lang Wan collapsed to the ground on the spot. Hearing the movement, Min Chai turned his head in confusion. Tan Lang Wan's sudden fainting frightened Min Chai and the others badly. Tan Lang Wan suddenly yolti de wak. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Min Chai's voice beside his ear. Lang Wan, you're awake? Are you all right? I'm Fina. Tan Lang Wan sat up. It just feels like I'm about to die. Min Chai laughed and said, you still look fine to me. Tan Lang Wan asked again, where are we now? He was very certain that this was not inside a vehicle. Moreover, their journey had clearly already taken them away from that mountain. Min Chai smiled and said, we found an abandoned farm, so we set up camp here. Before Tan Lang Wan could ask more, Min Chai brought a large bowl over to him and ordered, here, eat. I made it with combat rations. Inside were all kinds of meat and vegetables, chopped messily and unevenly, with a few bits of green onion scattered on top. Tan Lang Nuan held the bowl of soup, rather reluctantly took a sip, then asked, "Did anything else happen afterward?" Min Chai shook his head. "No. Once we left the mountain range, the monsters did chase us, but we dealt with them all. Stop worrying and focus on recovering." But Tan Lang Nuan still refused to rest obediently and continued asking, "You handled those monster corpses, right?" Min Chai gave a sly smile. "Of course. The meat and hide are both precious resources. Kong and Chan and the others are collecting them outside. Afterward, they'll hand them over to Li Sang to process." Tan Lang Nuan smiled bitterly. Everyone's worked hard. Just then, a soldier hurried in from outside and reported, "Sergeant, the scouting team has returned." Min Chai stood up and said, "Lang Nuan, rest. I'll go." But Tan Lang Nuan reached out and grabbed Min Chai by the elbow, smiling as he said, "No, now it's time for me to get up." Very soon afterward, Tan Lang Nuan began discussing the next plan with Min Chai. Tan Lang Nuan wanted everyone to head west. According to his guess, the conditions there would be more favorable. The place looked more open, and Incheon was also a relatively familiar area, but for some reason, it gave people the feeling that heading in that direction was no different from walking to their deaths. Co Hyuk said, "I can guess that too. From what I saw, that place is basically hell. The chaos caused by monsters attracts even more monsters, and those killed by monsters turn into zombies wandering everywhere. The whole city is full of nothing but zombies and monsters, which is absolutely terrible." Min Chai fell into thoughtful silence. Tan Lang Nuan, on the other hand, was quite calm and said, "Yeah, it's like a giant monster nest. Going in would be no different from seeking death." Tan Lang Nuan frowned and said, "He's right. Too many buildings and vehicles will limit our field of vision, and moving along the roads is already a huge problem in itself. So are we supposed to give up on that area?" Tan Lang Nuan looked at Min Chai and replied, "Perhaps after our strength increases further, we could try again. Right now, we have injured people. Entering the city under these circumstances is too risky. Our two doctors are both nearly unable to hold on as it is. If more people get injured, they'll definitely exhaust themselves to death. Then what do we do now? If we absolutely have to move." Tan Lang Nuan silently looked at the map. Min Chai and Co Hyuk exchanged a glance and waited patiently as well. Suddenly, Tan Lang Nuan's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, "What about that place? Our unit's barracks." Min Chai immediately perked up. "The barracks? Oh, that's not bad. After all, it's where the officers stayed. There might be something useful there." And unlike the city area, the barracks location is relatively isolated, which is very convenient for us. It's not far from here either, so moving there should be relatively safe. This was a good method. Right now, they were only temporarily staying on a farm, so securing a real base of operations was extremely important. Compared to this place, the barracks were clearly more suitable for garrisoning. After the decision was made, no one objected, and Tan Lang Nuan immediately had everyone gather the commanders. They had to finish planning before sunset and settle things swiftly. In the end, they decided not to take all their forces to the barracks, but to split into 3 teams, each with 10 people. Each team had a commander who could use communication abilities, with Min Chai, Kong and Chan, and Tan Lang Nuan serving as the team leaders respectively. Also, because all 3 of them could not use guns, Co Hyuk, as a marksman, had to stay behind the farm. Before leaving, Tan Lang Nuan specifically reminded Co Hyuk that he absolutely had to conserve ammunition as much as possible. In addition, among the command group, Li Sang also decided to join the team. She was one of the few people in the unit who had survived and escaped from the city. Tan Lang Nuan did not object, because Li Sang's knowledge and survival experience were both very useful. His team also brought along 2 more survivors. Of course, Co Hyuk objected at first, but Tan Lang Nuan was very reassured. He smiled and said, "In any case, they know they were wrong, so let's give them another chance." The 2 people immediately gave him bright smiles and said, "As long as there's food, we'll do anything you tell us to." Tan Lang Nuan smiled bitterly, secretly praying in his heart that nothing bad would happen. The next morning, the team in charge of exploration began to move. 30 people setting out together would draw too much attention, so they decided to split into 3 routes and advance, finally gathering at the barracks. No one delayed. Everyone shouldered their marching packs. Kong and Chan's team and Min Chai's team left first. Tan Lang Wan's team was the last group. After watching the first two teams disappear from sight, he turned to Li Sang and smiled. Let's set out too. The survivors staying behind also came to see them off, and in the end, the last squad finally began moving. The sight of figures marching along the mountain road could not help but remind people of the old days when they had been able to march safely. Along the way, Tan Lang Wan took the opportunity to ask Li Sang for more information. He lowered his voice and asked her, "Recently, I heard that the relatively weak survivors are all active in the city. Why is that?" Li Sang said, "Actually, they don't have any other choice anymore. It's true. Wherever there is food, people will definitely go there. Monsters and zombies are indeed frightening, but hunger is even more frightening. Ever since I joined the unit, I've always received enough food. I'm truly grateful for that. Before this, every day was just a struggle to find something to eat." She must have gone through a lot. Thinking this, Tan Lang Wan asked again, "Then are there any other difficulties in the city?" Li Sang seemed to see through the worry in his heart and asked, "Are you worried that the buildings will block our field of vision?" But I don't see it that way, because we can also use those buildings to hide and move around. Even if we're discovered by monsters, we can use the structures to escape. But in open areas, it's actually easier for monsters to catch and kill us. Tan Lang Wan fell silent. Things they had originally regarded as disadvantages had become advantages in the eyes of the survivors in the city. That was the difference brought about by their survival environment. Tan Lang Wan asked again, "Do you think there are still living people in the city?" Li Sang said somewhat uncertainly, "Probably. When I was there, I often encountered other survivors. There should still be some people hiding outside." Actually, he only wanted to confirm it a little through Li Sang, hoping that their group was not the only surviving group. There is only one reason they had decided to leave the place where they were stationed: to secure resources and expand their power. After the group, led by Li Sang, joined their unit. No matter what, they would have to replenish their numbers through survivors. But with the slightest carelessness, bad people would also slip in. Damn it, this really is a headache. The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. Suddenly, Li Sang steps slowed. She hurriedly raised a hand to block the way ahead, signaling for him to stop. Tan Lang Wan looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Li Sang looked very alert, her eyes sweeping around before she frowned and said, "I think I hear panting. I think there are zombies nearby." Hearing Li Sang say this, they carefully hid behind the bushes and silently observed. Sure enough, there were several zombies wandering below. Fortunately, they had not yet noticed Li Sang group. If she had not been here, they might have been exposed just now. Li Sang asked softly, "You said before that you don't know much about zombies, right?" Tan Lang Nuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, what about you?" Li Sang said, "Most zombies are weaker than monsters, but sometimes they still retain some habits from when they were alive and will do things we can't predict. Do you see the one hiding in the drainage ditch?" After hearing Li Sang say this, he finally noticed that there really was a zombie hiding inside. Tan Lang Wan frowned and asked, "What is it hiding down there for?" Li Sang said, "It's lying in wait, waiting for a chance to attack. Just like a trap. Is there no other way? Is there any method to discover them in advance?" Li Sang replied, "Zombies usually make sounds as if they're having trouble breathing, with an awakened person's hearing. As long as you concentrate and listen, you can detect them." Concentrate and listen. Tan Lang Wan felt somewhat worried. If identifying their positions by sound was the only method, then he had to come up with a countermeasure. Li Sang added, "Everyone must have heard about zombies before, right? You have to concentrate to hear their breathing. So listen as you move." Tan Lang Wan put his backpack down on the ground, then gave orders to the rest. "All right, everyone put your luggage and muskets together and switch to using greatswords. The more people we have, the more troublesome it gets, so only the team leaders and a few people will follow me inside. The others will stand guard near the barracks and watch our equipment. Move now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately ran off. Naturally, Tan Lang Nuan, Min Chai, Kong and Chan, and Li Sang all formed a team and continued forward. They carefully stepped into an abandoned building, where there was also a corpse lying inside. Li Sang took the lead in scouting the way, since she was the one most familiar with this area. No one said another word. Everyone remained completely silent, staying alert for any movement from the zombies. Based on the echoes, they could indeed hear the sounds of zombies. But the key problem was that there were too many zombies, so it was very difficult for them to determine the exact locations. Min Chai asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Tan Lang Wan said, "There are only a few wandering around outside the corridor. and the rest seemed to be hidden. Li Sang-ah said with concern, "This is the first time I've seen this many zombies." Tan Lang-won also swallowed lightly because of the tension. Moreover, their former superiors were also among these zombies. He leaned close to Min Chai and discussed quietly, "Hey, looking at this, it seemed a little dangerous. How about we observe the situation first, then withdraw?" Min Chai nodded. "Yeah, let's do that. Check around the barracks first, then head back. Hey, Kong and Chan, you go over there first." But just as he turned his head to look at Kong and Chan, who was standing near the door, what entered his eyes was a zombie dropping down from above. It lunged straight toward Kong and Chan, its disgusting mouth gaping wide, drool streaming down, its eyes blood red, and a vague, muffled roar coming from its throat. If it bit him even once, infection was almost certain. A knife flew out from inside and stabbed into its temple, knocking the pouncing zombie off course. Kong and Chan instinctively crouched down and narrowly avoided danger. Everyone was frozen stiff by this sudden scene, not knowing how to react for a moment. Perhaps in that instant just now, the zombie had nearly killed one of their comrades. Min Chai looked in shock at the corpse, standing near the corridor, his heart pounding in his chest. Fortunately, Tan Lang-won had reacted in time. That cleaver had been thrown by him. Just after he pulled Kong and Chan back from the gates of hell, that zombie was knocked to the ground. Drool spilled out, and fresh blood quickly spread. Li Sang a hurlé de li chuted. Uri, the zombies are about to be drawn over. These things are extremely sensitive to sound. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, countless zombies pounced over from all directions, chasing them madly, while they could only run for their lives. There was no time to delay anymore. "Get outside now," Tan Lang-won loudly urged them as he ran. After an unknown amount of time, they finally managed to escape. As soon as they got outside, Tan Lang-won learned that the one who had attacked Kong and Chan just now was definitely Sergeant Park from their dormitory. Tan Lang-won frowned slightly. "I had met him before too. I just didn't have much contact with him, so I didn't recognize him immediately. It looks like this is even harder than I thought." Min Chai said, "Even after turning into zombies, they still look very much like people, and they were also our superiors. During battle, seeing those familiar faces could very well shake the soldiers' will." Hearing Min Chai say this, only then did Tan Lang-won remember that, until now, he still had not been able to let his comrades have a truly relaxed meal. At that moment, Kong and Chan said that ever since they had encountered those two people on the road, the soldiers' hatred of zombies had grown even stronger. Perhaps it would still be best to check the situation elsewhere first. Tan Lang-won Saif. At first I thought the same thing, but I think we still have to inspect the barracks. What do you mean? Tan Lang-won said, to control their mental state. Hearing that, Min Chai and Kong and Chan both fell silent without realizing it, because they also understood what Tan Lang-won meant. The soldiers' morale could only be maintained for a while, but what if there were still survivors in the barracks? What if they really could save that person? Li Sang, "I'll remain silent." Without a doubt, that would raise the soldiers' morale and courage, because they would know they were fighting to save people. Min Chai asked, "You mean instead of letting them sink into despair, we create a situation like that?" Tan Lang-won Nadif. "Right. We go to the barracks and see if there are any survivors. I think this is absolutely necessary." Min Chai and Kong and Chan both let out long sighs despite themselves. Indeed, this was a very difficult matter, but what had to be done in the end. As usual, Tan Lang-won began planning from the inside. Since he had stayed in this barracks before, drawing a simple map was not difficult. Those buildings were basically areas where zombies were densely concentrated. They were very likely to appear there, so those would be the hardest places to deal with. If they were ambushed, even a single bite would immediately make the situation as bad as it could possibly get. Min Chai frowned and asked, "Should we unleash all our firepower?" Kong and Chan jumped in shock. "Are you planning to blow up the entire barracks?" However, on the contrary, Tan Lang-won smiled and said, "That method isn't bad either." "Are you serious?" Tan Lang-won said, "Yes, but that is only plan B." "Then what is plan A?" Tan Lang-won gave a sly smile. "Eat first, then we'll talk." He stood in front of the stone stove, stir-frying the food, thinking to himself that their combat power was by no means inferior to the zombies. But in this situation, strength alone was still not enough. The system information displayed: grilled ear meat skewers. Ingredient grade, medium. Freshness, high. Sensitive ears will help locate enemies and prey. He thought for a moment and realized that, to some extent, this thing should help them detect zombies. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. In the end, this pot of delicious meat was finished. The effect of the grilled ear meat skewers, combined with the low-level chef's mental calming effect and a magical component, continued to strengthen the dish's effect. The food was served in front of everyone, and someone excitedly said that it tasted a little like pork neck. Everyone ate until they almost drooled, happily sharing the fragrant dish. If there had been rice and lettuce too, it would have been perfect. All attributes increased by 5. The magic power of the grilled ear dish seeped into their bodies. Everyone ate with great relish, not even realizing that their abilities had unconsciously increased. At that moment, someone spoke up. "Everyone, hurry and open your system windows. Something is really strange." But to his comrade's ears, his voice was as loud as if he were shouting. "Hey, why are you suddenly yelling?" Unexpectedly, the other person's voice sounded just as piercing to his comrades. "What are you talking about? You're clearly the one yelling. You have temporarily acquired the trait, damaged sensitive hearing." Everyone immediately started arguing noisily. "My ears feel so strange. Everything around me sounds so loud. You're hurting my ears. Be quiet for a bit." Tanlang Nuan nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." They reorganized the team, crossed the silent street, rushed into a building, and ran down the corridor at high speed. Everyone had already prepared for battle. Someone heard a low growl that made his scalp go numb. It was the sound made by the ferocious zombies, enough to make anyone shudder. But precisely because they had anticipated it early, they became even more proactive in battle. And it was easier for them to grasp the zombies' next moves. Li Sang dealt with the enemy cleanly with just a few sword strikes. When she swung her sword, she was extremely careful, able to kill the target without injuring her comrades. Someone in the squad pointed to the left and shouted, "Over there, there's one in the room." But to his comrades with sensitive hearing, that sound was truly too loud. "My God, keep your voice down." Li Sang-ah said, "I never thought we could locate enemies just by sound. I really didn't expect food to be capable of something like this. The drawback is that our ears hurt." Tan Lang Nuan realized that it was because their brain functions still could not adapt to their enhanced hearing. But zombies were not originally good at fighting. As long as their positions could be determined, there was no problem. Everyone continuously used this ability to find and predict the zombies' locations, dealing with them as quickly as possible. At this speed, they would be done before long. At that moment, the zombie suddenly lunged out from behind. Its eyes were blood red, as if it wanted to bite its target to pieces and swallow them whole. But just as expected, Tan Lang Nuan quickly locked onto its position thanks to his sensitive hearing and stabbed straight into its head, killing it on the spot. As the blade descended, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Li Sang seemed not to have understood what had just happened and froze in surprise for a moment. When the blade was pulled out of the zombie's head, the zombie fell backward, face up. Tan Lang Nuan also broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Some of them will ambush us without making a sound. We've stayed here too long." He immediately gave an order. "Everyone, move to the officers' building at once. Charge both upstairs and downstairs." The entire squad answered in unison. "Understood. Let's go, hurry." They began moving once again. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself that, at this speed, they should be able to finish without any major problems. At last, the entire platoon regrouped. Tan Lang Nuan greeted Min Shay. "You're here." Min Chai also replied, "You're too slow." Someone reported the situation. "Sergeant Tan, we have basically cleared out most of them." After hearing that, Tan Lang Nuan nodded and said, "Good work." But the man added one more sentence. "However, now I actually feel a little sorry for these zombies, because they don't even have any decent attack methods. There's only one left now, right?" As he said that, the two of them looked toward the zombie sitting on the ground. Min Chai confirmed, "Yes, it is our unit's battalion commander, Major Fan Junguk." Tan Lang Nuan reacted immediately. The battalion commander? At that moment, they saw a zombie sitting on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of zombies that had already been eliminated. Its eyes were crimson, and it growled and roared fiercely. Looking at his former superior, now reduced to this state, Tan Lang Nuan was shaken. Seeing the highest-ranking person in his unit meet such an end, he found it difficult to accept for a moment. Afterward, he remembered that he had interacted with the man many times in the past. Unlike that weak-willed Lieutenant Kim, Major Han Young-guk was one of the few commanders who had truly earned everyone's recognition through his leadership ability. With somewhat complicated emotions, Tan Lang Nuan said to Min Chai, "I want to personally send the battalion commander on his final journey." Min Chai merely smiled faintly and replied, "All right, as the commander of the Steel Legion and it all. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan's expression carried both a hint of tension and a hint of reluctance. But what had to come would come in the end. He gripped his knife tightly and faced the man who had once been his superior and also his comrade in arms. Now, what remained was only a ferocious zombie, without emotion, without humanity, only able to let out hollow roars. Tan Lang Nuan was ready to end everything. The zombie let out a loud shriek, charging violently toward him and launching continuous attacks. But Tan Lang Nuan easily dodged them all. While avoiding those dangerous attacks, he thought that it was completely different from the other zombies. In that brief instant of opening, the zombie had closed in to an extremely close distance in front of him. Tan Lang Nuan silently activated his skill. Several gentle flashes of blade light, yet enough to tear the enemy apart, slashed out. Deep wounds down to the bone immediately appeared all over the zombie's body, and fresh blood gushed violently. "We will never forget you, Battalion Commander." Everyone in the squad watched this battle, barely able to suppress the emotions in their hearts. The familiar superior before them was now only a soulless zombie that knew nothing but fighting. Tan Lang Nuan's gaze suddenly focused, and he seized the opportunity. He delivered the decisive slash, and the zombie's head was instantly severed from its neck. His knife was covered in fresh blood. Tan Lang Nuan shut his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the scene he had created with his own hands. This painful battle finally came to an end. In the end, the entire squad carried all the zombie corpses outside, gathered them in one place, and set them on fire. Looking at the countless corpses being swallowed by the sea of flames, anyone who saw it would feel a stab of pain in their heart, as if this were their final farewell. Tan Lang Nuan read out the names one by one. Major Fan Jungwook, Captain Choi Ji-hong, Lieutenant An Kyung-soo. They had all been outstanding soldiers. Everyone bowed their heads, as if seeing off their comrades in arms, so they could rest in peace and return to heaven. Some people could not hold back their tears and choked with sobs. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He picked up the military dog tags left behind by the fallen comrades, watching the flames nearly swallow all his deceased companions. All he could do was silently pray in his heart. May everyone rest in peace. Thick black smoke rose from the flames, passed over the roofs of the buildings, and drifted higher and higher, finally merging into the clouds, as if escorting the souls of those comrades in arms to the sky. Then he shouted loudly to everyone, "The funeral is over. Everyone, don't let this distract you anymore. From now on, focus only on the people who are still alive." "Understood," everyone shouted in unison. "Understood, Commander." After handling the funeral and final rites for the dead, they officially began transforming the officers' area into a base. But the problems inside were no less difficult to solve. Not everyone had the courage to clean and reorganize this place. Min Chai loudly ordered, "All right, start clearing away every trace left behind by these undead. From now on, this will be our place to live. So all of you had better work seriously. Move to your assigned floors immediately." Although everyone was somewhat reluctant, they still obeyed because it was an order from their superior. They quickly spread out and headed to their assigned positions. Li Sang also ordered her group, "We're going to fetch water from the nearby stream." Everyone answered, "Understood." After that, each person carried a water bucket and quickly moved out with Li saying, "Ah." A soldier reported, "Corporal Kong and Chan, everyone has assembled." Kong and Chan had no time to rest at all either, and immediately ordered his subordinates, "Before nightfall, prepare firewood and water reserves. Go gather firewood around here." As for Tan Lang Nuan, he said to CO Hai UK, "CO Hai UK, we have to build a defensive fence like the one at the base." He pointed at the map and said, "Here, here, and here as well. Prioritize ensuring visibility for the mages and shooters." CO Hai UK understood and immediately replied, "Understood. We'll begin right away." By the time they finished all the work for the day, the sun had already set behind the mountain range. Several commanders stood in front of Tan Lang Nuan. Tan Lang Nuan said to everyone, "Originally, I wanted to hold a feast like the one before we left the base, but the conditions are still not enough right now." Hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. Tan Lang Nuan continued, "I know everyone is very disappointed. I completely understand. Next time, I will try to make it happen. Next, what is more important is that we have to decide on our next target location. Min Chai patted him on the shoulder. Let me handle this part. Tan lang no nadif. All right, Min Chai spoke up. As everyone knows, we came here to expand our forces. But right now, never mind expansion, we don't even have enough survival resources. He wrote the necessary items on the board. 1. Food. 2. Fuel. 3. Ammunition. 4. And so on. This is the list of our current essentials. Everyone understood where the problem lay as soon as they looked at it. At that moment, someone in the squad raised his hand. I have a question. What do you mean when you say we lack food? Didn't we already stockpile a lot of meat? Min Chai explained, that's right. We do indeed have a lot of meat, but if we keep eating only that, we'll get sick of it sooner or later. Moreover, relying only on those things can only provide protein and fat. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan's expression became heavy. He thought to himself, I'm not sure how powerful the magic inside an awakened person's body is, but if our basic nutritional balance is disrupted, then whether it can still maintain our health is very hard to say. Min Chai continued, saying that eating only meat for 1 month might still be fine, but if it continued any longer than that, it would be hard to say what would happen. More precisely, the problem did not lie with the food itself, but with the fact that they absolutely had to ensure nutritional variety. Hearing this, everyone was completely convinced. Min Chai continued, that's not all. We are also short on fuel and ammunition. We have to ensure that the vehicles and generators have enough fuel, and ammunition goes without saying. Now we have to think of a way to solve this. If anyone has any ideas, speak up. A soldier raised his hand to speak. Corporal Li Gonggu, I have a suggestion. Oh good. What do you have in mind? He spoke up. I propose that we secure crafting materials. Hearing this, the squad leaders were somewhat confused. Seohai UK also spoke in doubt. Why are you suddenly bringing up crafting materials? He said, I'm certain they will be useful. Tan Lang Nuan fell into thought. Securing materials? He thought that he himself had also considered securing crafting materials. When they came down the mountain, their vehicles had not even been able to display their original usefulness. If they had good materials, perhaps they could do something. Thinking to this point, he stepped down and asked, Your occupation is combat engineer, right? The other party replied, Yes. Tan Lang Nuan said, Then come up here and explain in detail. The soldier then stepped forward. A while later, Gonggu's words were indeed very persuasive. Whether it was securing food sources or fuel sources, both were more difficult than they had imagined. Therefore, he proposed that they prioritize securing crafting materials first, because those things were relatively easier to collect, then think of a way to move safely on the ground. He said, for that reason, we need to manufacture and repair combat vehicles, and create vehicles capable of resisting monsters. If we can make something similar to a catapult, or the kind of stone-mounted weapons used in medieval warfare, that would be even better. Min Chai also agreed. That's right. If our vehicles are stronger, we won't need to move so cautiously anymore. That way, finding food and fuel will also become much easier. Min Chai had silently acknowledged the young man's opinion. Tan Lang Wan looked at the soldier and said, You mean combat engineers can make things like that? He replied, As long as we have enough time and materials. That sentence completely convinced Tan Lang Wan. In a certain sense, combat engineer was also a production-type occupation. Is this guy planning to armor the vehicles? This kid has a lot of potential, just like Lee saying, if my prediction is correct, then the production occupations in this game are even stronger than I thought. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Although he had agreed, Tan Lang Nuan still carefully reminded him, I'll say this first, just as a precaution. If you're approaching this with the mindset of looking down on everything and wanting to use this chance to test your own ability, then I will refuse. Are you sure this matter is more important than everything else? The other man answered firmly, I'm certain. Tan Lang Wan took a step forward, stood in front of him, grabbed his shoulder, and said loudly with delight, Then that's enough. Go all out and do it. He was happy because they had finally found the key to the problem. The other things were naturally important too, but this was the main point. After that, he announced loudly, That will be all for today. Tomorrow, we will discuss the details further. Everyone, go rest. Good work. Dismissed. Finally, it was time to cook. Tan Lang Nuan picked up several pieces of firewood, set up the stove, lit the fire, and let out a sigh. Phew, this should be enough for cooking, right? I still need to ask someone else to help set the tables. At that moment, a kitchen without electricity or water could not do anything, but setting up a temporary mess hall like this was not bad either. He turned his head and looked toward an ingredient that had been prepared in advance. All right, Then let's make this first. Holding a spoon in his hand, he stirred evenly. The large chunks of fat slowly began to melt under the heat of the flame. This was monster fat he had collected. As he stirred, he said, "Ugh, it stinks so badly." At first, I was worried it was about to run out. But for now, this was all he could do. He also opened the system notification to take a look. Mixed magical beast fat. This was a type of animal fat containing many kinds of magical power. When used for cooking, it would transform into a state suited to the magical power of the food. In a world of gourmet cuisine, this was a cheat-level ingredient. When used for frying, it could make anything taste delicious. After the fat melted completely, bubbles stimulated by the heat began to rise. The oil was ready. On the other side, a soldier pointed at the map and said, "There's a fairly large steel warehouse near the officers' area." Min Chai cautiously asked, "How do you know?" The man stood up and explained, "The base sometimes urgently needed raw materials for manufacturing, so I used to go there often." Now that he had this information, Min Chai bit his finger and thought, "Does it mean we can get materials from there?" The soldier who was standing seemed very familiar with the place and replied, "Yes, that warehouse is very large, so it should have most of the materials we need. Monsters only appear on the weekends, so the chances of us running into zombies there aren't high." Tan Lang Wan thought to himself that the place was very close to here, yet quite far from the urban district, so the chance of there really being zombies was not high. It was a very suitable location for them to take action. Thanks to his familiarity with the terrain, that man had earned Min Chai's trust. Min Chai praised him without reservation. "You really thought this through. Lang Wan, what do you think?" "I think it works." Tam Lang Wan also nodded in agreement. This is a good opportunity." Then he turned his head and said, "Kong and Chan, go prepare. We'll split into 3 teams like we did when entering the officers' area. Ideally, each team should bring a combat engineer." Co Hai Uk immediately accepted the order. "I'll prepare right away." He then gave Li Gonggu an order. "Choose the vehicle in the best condition and drive it to the gate of the officers' area." Li Gonggu immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Min Chai asked with some concern, "Isn't it too dangerous to drive there?" Tan Lang Wan only replied, "There's no other way. Besides, we need to carry a lot of things. Just try to move as carefully as possible." The entire route was full of difficulties, and the soldiers encountered many monsters. During the fighting, casualties also appeared within the team. Someone asked loudly, "How many wounded?" A soldier reported, 3. Unfortunately, one of them was seriously injured. Tan Lang Wan immediately ordered, "All right, move them out of the danger zone and treat them immediately. Kong and Chan, secure the route." Kong and Chan accepted the order. "Yes, sir." At that moment, the person driving was Li Gonggu. Min Chai said anxiously, "We're already moving as fast as we can." The other side only answered with 2 words, "I know." Immediately afterward, Li Gonggu pressed the accelerator even harder. The vehicle and the soldiers escorting it on foot gradually sped up as well, charging toward the target. The situation before them was becoming more tense than ever. They had tried their best to reduce the noise made during battle, but they still could not avoid losses. As expected, moving along the road was still very dangerous. He clenched his teeth. But what was that? Looking at the monsters behaving strangely, his heart suddenly sank. Normally, monsters would fight over prey, but zombies were not like that. They would directly ignore food that had already been touched. The vehicle and the escorting fighters continued to give it everything they had, wanting only to reach the destination as quickly as possible. After several hours of effort, they finally arrived at the steel warehouse at the foot of the mountain. As soon as they arrived, the soldiers could not stop exclaiming in amazement. "This place is huge. Most of the materials we need must be here." Li Gonggu checked briefly and reported, "There doesn't seem to be anything inside." "Tan Lang no Nadif. Good. Get inside quickly." He gave an order to Li Sang-a's team. Li Sang-a was very quick and immediately replied, "Leave it to us." After that, he turned toward the combat engineers and said, "Tell the soldiers clearly what you need. Everyone else, move the materials according to the engineer's instructions." The whole team accepted the order in unison. "Yes, sir." As for Tam Lang Wan, he led his own team and began entering the warehouse, shouting loudly, "Let's go." The soldiers followed closely behind, quickly approaching the steel warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, giving off an indescribably eerie feeling. In the end, the group worked together to open the door. Everyone stared inside in a daze. Clearly, something about the scene inside was very abnormal. When Tan Lang Nuan saw the scene before him, his expression immediately turned grave. What is this? Inside the warehouse, steel frames and steel bars were scattered messily everywhere, as if the place had once been completely torn apart. The soldiers immediately threw out a series of questions. It's such a mess. Was there an earthquake here? Everything looks like it was overturned from top to bottom. Tan Lang Nuan immediately told everyone to calm down. Ignore it. We only need to take enough materials and get out immediately. Hurry. He kept urging everyone to move faster and leave the area near the door to load things onto the vehicle. Li Gonggu and the other soldiers also hurriedly got to work. The team leaders also began giving orders. Take the steel plates over here first. There are plenty on the ground. Move carefully. Just as everyone was extremely focused, a sudden, extremely loud noise made the entire team stop what they were doing. That sound was terrifyingly strange, frightening everyone. Li Gonggu spoke up. What was that sound? Everyone heard it too, right? Everyone nodded. That's right. Min Chai shouted anxiously. Lang Nuan, there's something in the warehouse. Tan Lang Nuan seemed to have already expected this situation. Damn it, I knew it. There's no way things could go this smoothly. Everyone, take battle positions. Everyone immediately obeyed the order. Li Sang also tensely drew her weapon. Everyone quickly assumed a combat stance. Although the team was afraid, they were ready to fight, only waiting for whatever was about to appear to reveal itself. Immediately afterward, that eerie sound rang out again, making everyone's hair stand on end. Tan Lang Nuan was no exception. It turned out that those savage, piercing noises were coming from the pile of steel lying on the ground. As if suddenly controlled by something, they eerily floated into the air. It was not just a few pieces. Almost all the steel plates on the ground rose one after another, as if some invisible being were carrying them. After rising into the air, those blocks of steel even slammed hard into the soldiers, causing injuries. Everyone dodged with all their might. The steel is moving. They all flew up together, slowly gathering at a single point. Someone noticed that there was a vortex of black energy at the back of the warehouse. Immediately afterward, all the metal materials in the warehouse were pulled toward it. Everyone panicked and left their original positions, frantically fleeing for fear of being swept inside. The steel is being sucked over. All of those things were drawn into a black core, then slowly began forming an outline. Everyone cried out in terror. The steel is gathering into a body. What exactly is happening? At that moment, warning bells rang loudly in Tan Lang Nuan's heart, but it was already too late. It was a monster. That pile of steel wrapped around itself and fused together, forming a gigantic metal monster. It looked like some kind of ferocious predator with a hard hide and countless sharp fangs, as if it could crush its prey at any moment. At that moment, it had awakened. It let out a tremendous roar, as if trying to tear apart the small team below. The people in the warehouse immediately fell into complete panic. A steel bear. Damn it. It looks way too strong. The people at the front were also shocked by its terror. I've never seen this kind of monster before, but we've already fought plenty of monsters. However, Tan Lang Nuan did not retreat at all and tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Come on, then. Let's see just how far our teamwork can go. Everyone charge. Faced with this monster that exerted immense pressure, Tan Lang Nuan still bravely commanded everyone to attack. The sound of fierce battle inside the warehouse quickly spread outside. The fight inside was so intense that all the glass inside the warehouse was shattered by the shockwaves. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Sang also rushed into the warehouse to check on the battle. She had already guessed that there would be a monster inside, but after seeing the degree of destruction it caused, she still could not help being shocked. Just how big is this monster? When she reached the warehouse entrance and saw the miserable scene inside, saw the soldiers being beaten to pieces by that monster, she could not help crying out, "My God!" It only needed to stomp one foot down to send 4 or 5 people flying several meters away. Countless soldiers were injured by it, collapsing all over the place. It's too strong. At that moment, Min Chai gave an order that was somewhat incomprehensible. Damn it, strip all the steel off its body. At this moment, Co. Hai UK, who possessed the greatest strength, had closed in on it and successfully attacked from behind. He used all his strength, but it seemed completely useless. Its body is made of countless layers of steel. Our attacks are useless. As soon as he finished speaking, he too was mercilessly knocked away by the monster. Just one casual blow from it was enough to knock down quite a few people. It continuously launched wide-range attacks, and the soldiers simply could not respond in time. Even Tan Lang Wan was sent flying at this moment. Even the strength enhancement from my cooking skill is useless. Faced with this monster of astonishing destructive power, it seemed he had still underestimated it. It's far stronger than I thought. It kept attacking, and every soldier who tried to approach, it was knocked away. Among those who were sent flying, quite a few were already seriously injured. Everyone tried their best to counterattack, but its destructive power was simply too great. Anyone who got close would be blown away. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out. Right at that moment, Tan Lang Wan took out a miraculous ingredient. I'll use the monster bait. He had made up his mind. After all, when they went down the mountain before, it had worked very well. Faced with this terrifyingly powerful monster, he could only hope it would work this time too, then threw everything in his hand toward it. The ingredient emitted a fragrant aroma that scent quickly drifted toward the monster. Who would have thought that the monster would easily knock all of it away? Even an ingredient of this level was knocked away. Tan Lan Nuan froze, completely not expecting his method to fail. It knocked everything away. The jerky I made, the roaring monster before him, rendered the secret weapon he had hidden completely ineffective. His heart was full of confusion. What exactly is going on? Why is it rejecting food? Could it be that it doesn't suit its taste? Its eyes grew even more frenzied at that moment. Damn it, it has no effect. On the other side, Min Chai was also struggling to hold on while giving an order. Lang Wan were no match for it. Hurry and retreat. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly difficult, Tan Lang Wan could only grit his teeth and accept it. He shouted loudly, "Everyone fall back. Retreat slowly. Don't let it attack you from behind. Anyone who can still move, help up your seriously injured comrades and get outside quickly." Someone stepped forward to command. "Get the wounded onto the vehicles first. Retreat as carefully as possible." At that moment, Tan Lang Wan was still extremely unwilling to let go of that monster. He gritted his teeth inwardly. "You dare to throw away my food? You'll definitely regret it." And that monster did not seem to attack people who did not approach it. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it isn't chasing us. Tan Lang Wan immediately speculated. A territory guarding type? The soldiers in charge of driving immediately turned the vehicles around. "Hurry, get in." They floored the accelerator and quickly brought everyone away from the danger zone. In the end, everyone successfully retreated. The whole team temporarily rested and reorganized at a nearby location. Min Chai said, "Lang Wan, give up on getting the materials. It isn't worth taking such a risk, and it isn't worth sacrificing soldiers over this." The wounded soldiers were now resting while their comrades bandaged them and gave them simple first aid. "That's right. With our current strength, we simply can't defeat it. Did you find its weakness?" After a while, Tan Lang Wan finally spoke. "I know what kind of monster it is now, but this type is a little hard to deal with." Li Sang immediately pressed him. "What's its weakness?" He snorted softly and began recalling the prompt that had appeared on the system panel earlier. Basic cooking secret art. Mark cooking method. It uses heavy materials to wrap around its weak core for defense. The preparation method is extremely simple. Remove the outer shell, then cut the meat inside into bite-sized pieces. He said, "We have to remove all the steel plates wrapped around its outside. It looks like that black thing inside is its core." After hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? How could we possibly do that? At this moment, Tan Lang Wan still had a lump of anger stuck in his chest. Just as Min Chai said, securing the materials was not something they absolutely had to do. Steel shops could be found anywhere, but returning in such a miserable state really made him furious. As he thought, he recalled the moment when a monster had knocked away his pieces of meat. My jerky had no effect on that monster. At first, I thought it didn't eat food because it was made of steel, but the skill description already said that it is indeed a living creature. Co Hyuk reacted, "Meaning it must eat something?" Tan Lang Wan replied, "That's right, but I don't understand why it won't eat the food I made." Hearing this conversation, Li Gonggu suddenly stepped out from where he had been standing. "I think what it eats is metal." Everyone immediately looked toward him. "What do you mean?" "Explain clearly." Li Gonggu began analyzing. There were bite marks on the metal plates scattered around. He pointed out a detail that no one else had noticed. Min Chai was still very skeptical. "Are you sure?" Tan Lang Wan also carefully questioned him. "Are you sure those weren't rust marks?" But Li Gonggu had worked in this field for a long time, and he explained seriously, "Engineers have the ability to identify materials. Those were absolutely not traces left by rust." Min Chai scratched his head. "But how are we supposed to feed it metal?" seasoned metal. That sentence immediately struck the protagonist's sensitive point. Tan Lang Wan suddenly shouted, "That's it!" Li sang ah, and Li Gonggu both stared at him blankly. He offered an extremely absurd idea. "I made some oil this morning. How about we try spreading it on a steel plate? I mean, hasn't someone said before that even a shoe would taste good if you fried it?" When the other two heard this ridiculous suggestion, they almost could not believe their ears. "Spread it on that? Would that monster like it?" He explained. "In any case, we can't beat it. If a direct fight won't work, then before we leave, let's just try once. We lose nothing by trying." Li Sing also agreed. "That's true." Li Gonggu, standing beside them, chimed in as well. "Right, as long as we can make it eat, shouldn't we try any method?" After receiving everyone's agreement, Tan Lang Wan's resolve became even firmer. He immediately ordered, "Good, hurry and prepare. Check whether we still have any intact steel plates." Li Sang-ah saw through his attitude. Why is he so angry? Does he hate that monster that much? After that, a large pot of oil and a great amount of melted fat were poured over a steel plate. Looking at the finished product, Tan Lang Wan said angrily, "You dare to reject my food? I'll make you submit obediently." At that moment, the steel plate in the pot was gradually changing under the effects of the heat. The system then displayed a prompt: oil-drizzled steel plate. The beginner cooks at this moment felt the crushing depths of total failure. A mixed dish filled with magical metal. Its flavor had become distinctly rich. This was a dish that even surpassed the normal concept of cooking. You were the first to open up a new horizon in cuisine. Tan Lang Wan realized something. Even top chefs rarely attempted to cook with inedible ingredients. Many cooks were bound by that boundary and could not advance to a higher level. But he was different. He thought to himself, "Does this iron plate actually have such great meaning?" Right then, the system displayed a new notification. Those who pioneer a new path will receive a reward. The reward is no restrictions on cooking ingredients. At this moment, the system had given an extremely generous reward, and our male lead could not help saying loudly, "No restrictions on ingredients?" At last, the fried iron was finished. Li Gonggu looked at the iron plate. "As a combat engineer, I have a skill called material appraisal. Using that skill, I can judge that this iron plate Min Chai took to fry. Don't tell me it's become stronger. Unfortunately, no. In reality, the material's properties have declined to the point that it's almost unusable now." Tan Lang Wan was surprised by that answer. "What? So it won't make the iron plate stronger like I thought?" Min Chai also said, "But if the monster likes this, then it doesn't matter now, right?" Li Gonggu agreed. "Yes, that's true." But in the very next second, he immediately emphasized, "No, this is still an astonishing achievement. The material changed just from being soaked in oil. This is practically a miracle. It may be thanks to Sergeant Tan's skill." Min Chai also praised him with genuine approval. "You really are amazing." Tan Lang Wan said proudly, "I told you not to mess with my cooking." Listening to their pointless exchange, Li Gonggu thought to himself, "They basically aren't listening to a word I say." A soldier ran over, panting, and reported, "Sergeant Tan, we're ready to move out." Tan Lang Wan nodded to show he had received the order and said, "Good. Let's begin the operation." Watching the soldiers prepare to enter the steel warehouse for the second time, Tan Lang Wan thought, "Most of the soldiers don't know that my cooking affects emotions." The vehicles began to roll, because it would not be a good thing for more people to know about my ability. As for that temporary change in the iron plate, let's just treat it as a weak effect. The convoy and escort team set out. Tan Lang Wan gripped the secret weapon in his hand. He was certain that this time, that monster would absolutely be unable to resist. By now, the sky was gradually darkening, and everyone arrived at the target right on time. That creature also came out to meet the group. Iron plates floated in the air again. Iron again. A soldier said, "The first time I came here, this chaotic scene confused me too. Looks like this monster uses those things to wrap around itself and form a humanoid shape when enemies get close." The pitch-black iron plates gathered toward one point as they had last time, and everyone discovered its center. There, everyone raised their guard. Tan Lang Wan also noticed that trait. That was its core. The darkness, there was the densest. It must be using iron to wrap around and protect that spot. Tan Lang Wan tightened his grip on his secret weapon, hoping it would work this time. He slowly let go. "All right, here's the crispy iron plate." His eyes were filled with determination as he stared straight into that black hole without the slightest wavering. Then, that deep-fried crispy iron plate was also swept inside. "This is a special gift for you." That crispy iron plate rushed straight toward the core along with the other iron plates. Just like that, it kept getting closer. Everyone waited nervously for a miracle to happen. Someone noticed it move. It got sucked in. Tan Lang Wan shouted, I didn't expect it to take the bait even more easily than I thought. Enjoy your feast. The iron plate was moving toward the core. It advanced little by little, closer than ever before. The people waiting outside were just as tense. Lee sang I could not hear any movement coming from inside. It's quiet now. She stared at the warehouse door, wondering uncertainly whether it had actually worked. At that moment, inside the warehouse, some pitch-black creature was biting into that deep-fried iron bar. Everyone was utterly shocked. It hugged the iron bar, stuffed it into its mouth, and ate with relish. Everyone shouted joyfully, "We succeeded. It's eating the iron plate." So it was always this small? It actually looks pretty cute too. The soldiers simply could not believe their eyes. I can't believe the true face of that terrifying monster was like this. It's all thanks to the fried iron. Min Chai turned to Tan Lang Nuan and asked, "But why is it so calm?" Tan Lang Nuan's gaze remained fixed on the creature. That black bear really did look very frightened as it ate. The effect of that dish had failed. But right now, it was nothing more than a small, weak creature trembling under the weight of defeat. Min Chai said proudly, "You've completely defeated it. Now finish it quickly. We should still give it a painless end." Li Gonggu noticed something and shouted, "Sergeant Tan, you need to look at this." Tan Lang Nuan and Min Chai both turned to look. The two of them looked at the thing on the ground. It was an iron plate. What? Tan Lang Nuan opened his system eyes to check. Material appraisal. Mark iron plate protected by magic. Although the material itself is of decent quality, due to poor hygiene management, it is not recommended for use as a cooking ingredient. Tan Lang Nuan understood. He was extremely shocked. The iron plate had actually been judged to be a cooking ingredient. Is this what it means to have no limits on cooking ingredients? This is not an ordinary iron plate. Min Chai pressed him. Then what is it? Tan Lang Nuan replied, "It's been protected by the monster's magic." Min Chai was puzzled. Protected? No wonder our attacks were completely useless against it. Li Gonggu also added, even after it's separated from the monster, it was still the same. Tan Lang Nuan placed his hand on the iron plate and said, "This iron plate looks extremely useful." Li Gonggu agreed as well. "That's right. If we can make use of it, that would be great. Don't tell me we have to keep the monster alive." Min Chai immediately panicked. "Keep the monster alive? What are you talking about? You want to just leave that monster alone?" Tan Lang Nuan felt that this suggestion was truly too bold. So he said, "Li Gonggu, I understand what you mean, but it's too dangerous." Li Gonggu also broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the monster on the ground, he continued, "It calmed down now because it ate the iron plate, but we don't know when it might try to kill us again." Min Chai agreed with this decision even more. "Yeah, Lang Nuan is right. It's best to deal with it right now." Li Gonggu still tried his hardest to stop them, sticking to his opinion and making another suggestion. "But we can use this trait of its to create something incredible. It would be such a waste to miss this opportunity." Tan Lang Nuan began to think deeply. "What should we do?" Li Gonggu continued, "If we lock it up somewhere safe, it will definitely be of great help to us, and it won't be dangerous." It seemed Tan Lang Nuan was also persuaded by these words. He's serious. Min Chai also said, "Yeah, I understand. It really would mean losing a very good source of materials." He turned to ask Lang Nuan, "Can you give up a type of cooking ingredient?" Tan Lang Nuan's eyes clearly wavered, and then he gave his answer. "Of course I can't." Li Gonggu was also delighted that his suggestion had been accepted by his superiors. Tan Lang Nuan and Min Chai signaled that the decision had been approved. "All right, then let's give it a try." The black bear that had tasted defeat lay completely flat on the ground. Its expression was extremely uneasy, and it curled up into a ball. Its pitiful appearance, with its eyes shimmering with strange tears, finally ended up behind iron bars. Everyone locked it inside a cage. Tan Lang Nuan said to it, "From now on, you stay here. Don't waste your strength. We've cleared away everything made of iron." Got it. It made a bit of a fuss in the cage, then revealed an obedient, submissive look again. The soldiers were quickly moving the iron plates out of the steel warehouse. "This isn't an ordinary iron plate. Damn it, why is it so hard?" Min Chai said to Tan Lang Nuan, "The combat engineers are really excited right now." Our protagonist also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, very good." Li Gonggu became visibly excited. "Thank you, everyone, for trusting us and prioritizing the collection of crafting materials." Tan Lang Nuan instructed him, "Once these materials are secured according to your requirements, our mission will be considered complete. You know what to do next, right?" Li Gonggu answered happily, "Of course. We'll make something amazing." Tan Lang Nuan replied, "Good. Then do your best." Li Gonggu also accepted the order. Notification, low-grade, cooking ingredient appraised. Functional glass ceramic fiber. Tan Lang Nuan became excited. No limits. Everything can become a cooking ingredient. The soldiers were desperately loading all the materials onto the vehicles. If the combat engineer's appraisal ability can only work on materials, then my appraisal ability is completely one level higher, without any restrictions at all. If I combine it with the chef's eye to find weaknesses, then no matter what monster attacks us, we'll be able to respond. A few days later, at the base, Li Gonggu excitedly showed off the results of his work. It's finally finished. What do you all think? Min Chai and Tan Lang Nuan looked at it and were both speechless for a moment. Oh well, it was an extremely angular armored vehicle with a vicious appearance like a rhinoceros. It looked immensely ferocious and truly had a powerful visual impact. The entire squad of soldiers was also extremely excited when they saw it. It even has a horn. Doesn't it look like something out of a movie? Li Gonggu energetically introduced it. The design may be a little strange, but I can guarantee its effectiveness. The other two stammered. In this situation, I'm afraid we can't demand something both useful and good-looking, right? That's true. Li Gonggu still said innocently, we can use it for transportation, and we can also use it for combat. The spikes around the vehicle can easily tear monsters apart. Tan Lang Nuan said, maybe not this time, since what we encountered was that bear. But this monster really is worth looking forward to. Most living-type monsters won't be able to get close to it. Li Gonggu also agreed. From that perspective, yes. Just think of it as a combination of an obstacle and a tank. We'll also try to soundproof it to reduce the noise. At this point, Tan Lang Nuan understood the issue involved and happily praised him. You did very well. Make sure you perfect it properly. Min Chai still remained skeptical. How's Mark doing? Li Gonggu smiled and said, it's doing very well. Then he explained what he had observed while watching the black bear locked inside the iron cage. I observed it while feeding it. It seems it won't be like before, transforming with just a few iron plates. Also, the iron plates it cannot eat are granted magical protection, which is very beneficial to us. Tan Lang Nuan immediately understood. So that means as long as you feed it iron plates, it will protect those iron plates. Li Gonggu replied, that's right. It seems to do it instinctively, and the effect is truly astonishing. Li Gonggu continued, right now, this protection process is still fairly slow, but we're working on optimizing it. As long as we have enough materials, perhaps one day we could even build something like a fortress wall. The other two clearly still could not keep up with Li Gonggu's train of thought. Using a living creature to build a fortress wall? That idea doesn't sound bad either. Time gradually approached noon, and clouds drifted lazily across the sky. In the meeting room, everyone seemed to be discussing something. Someone spoke up. There should be a convenience store nearby. It turned out to be Li Sang-ah. She found a location and pointed to the map. Here. Min Chai saw it and said, oh, it's almost right next to the boundary. Li Sang-ah made a decision. Then how about this? Let's try driving that new vehicle out and test it along the way. Tan Lang Nuan said, aside from lizard meat, we have nothing left. We need food that can fill our stomachs and medical supplies. Min Chai also gave his opinion. We can't stay trapped here forever. We should still try to do something. Li Sang, I was a little uncertain. Yeah, I agree, but I don't know whether there's anything usable left there. Looking at the cross marked on the map, she continued, although that place isn't very famous, the people living nearby always used it. Oh right, other survivors may have gone there too. But let's still go. It probably won't be so bad that there's truly nothing left. Tan Lang Nuan also said it's very close, and the idea doesn't look bad either. It's worth trying. Once preparations were complete, they set out. Everyone began receiving orders. Understood. The group departed and smoothly reached the target. This vehicle really operates well. This is still the first time we've traveled so smoothly. It practically tore most of the monsters into pieces. Kong and Chan looked at the vehicle and said with some concern, but we'll have to clean it. It's covered in blood and flesh everywhere. Li Gonggu replied, I didn't even think about the hygiene problem. Tan Lang Nuan stood nearby, observing the situation. Everyone, keep going. Did you bring combat rations? A soldier answered, yes, Sergeant. Good. Eat ration number 3. Everyone reached into their pockets and took out a strip of dried meat. Setting the number according to the food's effect really was convenient. Everyone bit into it and ate. System notification. Trait temporarily acquired. Reduced hunger. Tan Lang Nuan gave everyone the order to move. Everyone also returned to their positions. The squad split into multiple teams and gradually entered the store. Tan Lang Nuan raised his hand to command. Kong and Chan understood and nodded. His team ran to the right. Min Che's team went to the left. Tan Lang Nguyen led his own team straight forward. They searched every corner between the shelves. After that, everyone gathered again and began exchanging information. As expected, there's nothing useful here. Only a few toys and devices are left. It's been completely cleaned out, nothing left at all. Sigh, the survivors outside haven't exactly been sitting idle either. So keep searching and see if there's anything else. The soldiers accepted the order. Understood, Sergeant. A voice came into Tan Lang Nguyen's ear. Sergeant, there's a zombie corpse here. Tan Lang Nguyen was startled. Really? What condition is it in? The other person reported, there's a slash wound on its head that looks like it was split open by an axe. It seems some survivor here dealt with it. It turned out that the one sending the signal was Kong in Chan's team. Suddenly, some kind of sound rang out. Kong and Chan and his team were very likely in danger now. The soldiers elsewhere also seemed to notice it. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake. Tan Lang Nguyen quickly drew his weapon and ordered everyone, hold position. He frowned, sensing some ominous sign. Dust shaken loose from the shelves floated in the air. It was like the breath of some mysterious creature hiding within. Tan Lang Nguyen had realized the problem and informed the entire squad at the same time. There is something inside the store. Tan Lang Nguyen maintained a guarded posture and thought to himself. The sound came from the corner near the meat section. That noise is intermittent, hiding its presence. Is this a monster that knows how to ambush prey? Tan Lang Nguyen nodded to signal Kong and Chan. Kong and Chan widened his eyes, gathered all his strength, then suddenly charged forward and smashed through the door. Kong and Chan alone was enough to ram open that metal door. Meanwhile, Tan Lang Nguyen moved quietly from behind, beginning to use his system eyes. At that very instant, the chef's eye swept across the entire office. He thought to himself, even if I don't know what kind of monster it is, as long as I find its weakness, I can defeat it. Those eyes quickly locked onto the target. It was like a piece of meat ready to be cut, a dish waiting to be cooked. The system eyes judged, this is a human primate. Tan Lang Nguyen was truly shocked. Human? A sound came from the darkness. A foot wearing a white shoe slowly stepped out. It was a pair of siblings. The older sister was holding tightly to and shielding her younger brother. The older sister pleaded desperately with the soldier. Please, don't eat my little brother. The next scene was a flashback with two people talking. These things look edible. It would be a waste to leave them here. Isn't that pet food? I heard humans can even eat that now. The other person refused. No, that's just a saying. It's not literal. Suddenly, footsteps ran over. The person who came running to report the news stopped and said, "Don't stay here anymore. It'll be dangerous if we stay any longer. Let's hurry and leave." Someone still refused to go, saying, "But it would be such a shame to leave all this here. We should take as much as we can." The man with his hair tied back spoke. "We can't carry any more. We have enough food too. If we can't take it all now, then hide it nearby." The uncle in the blue shirt said, "What?" The woman who had just run in to deliver the news continued, "Let's do that. We can still come back later and take it then, right? Hurry." The uncle in the blue shirt was still extremely regretful. What a shame. If only we could take it all at once. The man with tied back hair scolded him. "Good grief, you're way too greedy." Then he grabbed someone by the hem of their clothes. "Sudin, let's go now." The girl answered yes. Behind her, her younger brother was sniffling and crying. But immediately after that, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Everyone was thrown into the air and injured. No one in the group could withstand it. Blood sprayed from the wounds of several people. The man with tied back hair shouted, "Sudin, run. There's something terrifying here." Sudin, who was gathering food with her younger brother, answered in panic. "What?" The man with tied back hair looked extremely anxious at this point and cut her off directly. "There's no time to explain. Hurry and run. Hurry and escape from this store." Tears immediately spilled from Sudin's eyes. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered upward. The man with tied back hair collapsed right in front of the siblings. At that moment, Sudin and her younger brother were both utterly panicked. Then the older sister hurriedly grabbed her younger brother's hand and, amid piercing screams, ran for their lives. The two siblings carried bags of food and ran for their lives, leaving the supermarket and the people fighting some invisible thing far behind them. The little girl kept crying, the names of her loved ones constantly flashing through her mind. Sudin, brada ke unkle. After hearing the story, everyone was deeply moved. Tan Lang Nguyen asked again, and only then did the girl explain how she had managed to escape those monsters and how she had struggled to survive until now. After looking around at their surroundings, he thought to himself, could they have survived by eating pet food? At that moment, Sudin hugged her little brother tightly in her arms and asked fearfully, "Are you really a good soldier, mister?" Or are you just a monster wearing a human skin? Tan Lang Wan began walking toward the girl, explaining as he went, Haha, don't worry. I'm not going to eat you. You've misunderstood. We're survivors too. We came here from the base after fighting monsters. But from the look in the girl's eyes, he knew he had not yet earned her trust. Seeing that, Tan Lang Wan thought to himself, this child is extremely wary, though that is only natural considering what the two siblings have been through. After receiving the notice, Li Sang also hurried over. Did you call me? Tan Lang Wan said, Leader Sang, These children seem very afraid of us. Leader, please help calm them down. Li Sang replied, all right, helping survivors is my responsibility to begin with. Leave it to me. Li Sang gently approached them and held out her hand in a friendly greeting. Kids, come on, let's play with Big Sister. The two siblings were still very guarded. It's okay. We won't hurt you. Her friendliness seemed to work. The atmosphere clearly became much less tense, and the expressions on the two children's faces gradually relaxed. Li Sang said softly, come here. Sudin had also stopped crying, and a faint smile slowly appeared on her face as she began to stand up. Everyone in the room held their breath, watching the girl intently. But then, all of a sudden, a loud rumbling sound came from someone's stomach. Tan Lang Wan and the others had been waiting for the two children to truly accept them. But the siblings themselves realized the sound had come from their own stomachs and immediately looked embarrassed. Li Sang hurriedly smoothed things over. Aha, you must be very hungry, she said to Tan Lang Wan. I think we should get them something to eat first. He nodded, making up his mind. All right, hurry and make something. The two children looked utterly confused. He turned and ordered the soldiers, go, start a fire and cook near this convenience store. The soldiers accepted the order. Yes, sir. Li Sang stayed behind to reassure the two children. That man is very good at cooking. He'll prepare something delicious for you very soon. Su Din asked curiously, is he a chef? Li Sang said again, while we wait, let me see if either of you is hurt anywhere. Meanwhile, the soldiers outside began discussing among themselves. What are we going to do with those two kids? They really are pitiful, but letting them come with us is another matter. Just looking after the survivors already following us is hard enough. And they're children, so there will definitely be problems with stamina. If they get sick, it'll be even more troublesome. That's right, the healer isn't all-powerful either. Min Chai had been standing beside them in silence, listening the whole time. He walked over to Tan Lang Wan, who was cooking, and said, the soldiers' opinions have split into two sides. Sooner or later, we'll have to take in more survivors. But does it have to be now? Tan Lang Wan answered while cooking. This is a very difficult choice. For now, protecting these two children probably won't cause any problems. But what happens later if we meet more survivors? The more he thought about it, the more worried Tan Lang Wan became. If the situation doesn't improve, we simply won't be able to protect everyone. After receiving their food, the two children wolfed it down. The younger brother cried out, it's so good, sis. But Su Din calmly reminded him, yes, but eat slowly. It's still hot. Tan Lang Wan asked about the two children's condition. How are these two now? Li Sang replied. There seems to have been some misunderstanding. Tan Lang Wan asked doubtfully. A misunderstanding? Li Sang said, they thought we might be monsters. Tan Lang Wan asked back, monsters? Do we look that frightening? Li Sang explained, that's not what I mean. Aren't there monsters that disguise themselves as humans, or monsters that steal someone else's appearance? They thought we weren't human, because when we found them so precisely, we didn't make any sound at all. Only then did Tan Lang Wan understand. So that's it. So they thought we might be monsters too. He rubbed his forehead and asked, did you explain it clearly? Li Sang replied, I did. They still aren't completely reassured, but they're much better than before. That's good. He silently turned his head to look at the two children. Seeing them eat with such relish, he thought to himself, the child's expression has brightened a lot. It looks like the soothing effect of the special sauce really did calm them down a little. After they finished eating, Tan Lang Wan asked, what's your name? The girl answered, my name is Su Din, and my little brother's name is He Okay. He walked closer and said, Su Din and He Okay. Your little brother is sleeping soundly now that he's full. Then he handed the two children a bag of provisions. Here, take this. The girl accepted it and asked, what is it? Tan Lang Wan said, this is jerky I made myself. It tastes very good. Are you giving us food from your side? Seeing the girl ask that, Tan Lang Wan lied somewhat awkwardly. We have a lot of meat. In his heart, he thought, after all, I can't tell these two children that this is lizard meat. He instructed her, only eat it when things become truly difficult. Half a piece will be enough. Keep the remaining small pieces safe and don't eat them too often. This jerky has several properties useful to survivors. Sudin asked, then when should I eat it? Tan Lang Nuan was silent for a moment before answering, when you leave this place. Hearing that, even Li Sang, I was somewhat surprised. The girl hesitated and asked, what? You mean Tan Lang Nuan had no choice but to continue? When you really can't hold out anymore and have no choice but to move, eat it then. When that time comes, it will help you. Su Din asked in confusion, are you telling us to keep hiding here? The army can't protect us. Faced with that difficult question, Tan Lang Nuan had actually anticipated it long ago. He thought to himself, I knew she would ask this. The answer was actually decided long ago. He slowly spoke, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it would be very difficult. Even though I'm a soldier, we've lost contact with the other units. The situation at the ground base is also unstable, so it's truly difficult to accept too many more uncertain factors. I am sorry. You can only try to rely on this food and hold out a little longer. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll come back to this area. The corners of the girl's eyes immediately reddened, as if she understood that such a chance might never come again. But Su Din was a sensible child. She replied, I understand. Everyone must be in similar circumstances. After saying that, the girl could no longer hold back her tears and hugged her sleeping little brother tightly in her arms. Li Sang-ah looked at the pitiful siblings and was so heartbroken that she could not speak, her heart filled with reluctance. Su Din tried hard to endure it, but still could not stop her tears. Tan Lang Nuan knew that what he had just said was very cruel, but he had no other choice. In the end, the girl gradually stopped crying. Then the girl said, I can take you to the supermarket I escaped from before. Tan Lang Nuan asked doubtfully, Chem, what do you mean? With tear tracks still on her cheeks, the girl said, didn't you say you wanted to look for more materials? That place should have enough of what you need, and it's very close to here. Tan Lang Nuan froze. Oh, really? Su Din replied, why would I lie to you? Tan Lang Nuan and Li Sang looked at each other. If this was true, then it was extremely valuable information. He asked again to confirm clearly, why are you suddenly willing to tell me this? The girl was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, let's make a deal. Tan Lang Nuan's mind filled with question marks. A deal. The girl mustered her courage and said, in exchange, I'll tell everyone where that place is, and everyone protects us. After learning the girl's purpose, Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, haha, interesting. I never expected this child to be so bold. Su Din raised her eyes and waited for his answer. Tan Lang Nuan quickly thought it over and replied, your proposal is certainly very tempting, but it's still very difficult. In a sense, this is also for your own good. The girl did not understand his words and asked back what. He began to explain. Our team is not like those survivors who only know how to hide. Our goal is to expand our sphere of influence bit by bit. The girl became even more confused as she listened. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, as long as expanding influence and conquering territory remain the rules of this game, we have no choice but to follow them. He said to the girl, that's right, and in that process, we often have to fight monsters and zombies. Having more people is not necessarily a good thing. It also means we are more likely to draw the enemy's attention. So compared to following us, continuing to hide here may actually be safer. In the end, he still refused the deal. Su Din held back her tears. Li Sang-ah stood beside her, her expression also extremely stiff, as if forcing herself to suppress her emotions. The girl's tears began falling again, and she shouted, I don't care about continuing to hide in this awful place. After saying that, tears kept rolling down her cheeks with her emotions. Tan Lang Nuan was also extremely troubled. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, what exactly am I supposed to do? I understand how this child feels. Then he said to the girl, I can accept the deal you proposed, but the place you mentioned may have already been searched by someone else long ago. If so, it will have no value to me. But the girl answered with complete certainty, no, the supplies there are still intact. Both of them were doubtful. How do you know? At that moment, the girl cried even harder, her emotions completely breaking down. Because I saw it. At this point, her voice trembled from intense emotion. I even saw the dead people. The soldiers outside were still talking. Looks like this is taking longer than expected. Will the sergeant really make that decision? Min Chai replied, yes. We have to obey the Legion commander's choice. It must be very difficult for him too. Leaving those children behind is definitely not an easy decision. Kong and Chan only nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Being a leader really was an extremely difficult position. Inside the shop, Tan Lang Wan asked Su Din, so your group once went there, but aside from you and your little brother, everyone died? Even the awakened people couldn't survive. The girl answered, yes. Aunt So-eun and Brother Che, I were both awakened. Hearing that answer, both Tan Lang Wan and Lee Sang all thought to themselves, the enemy was so strong that even two awakened people couldn't stop it. It seems we need to gather more intelligence. At that moment, a trace of unease also appeared in his eyes. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, could it be? Tan Lang Wan bent down slightly and said to the girl, let me ask you a few more things. So the Induplayed, Jis, telling me where that place is, that is the condition you're offering, correct? But is this condition really beneficial to me? The girl's eyes were full of confusion. What do you mean? His gaze became stern, even somewhat frightening. He asked again, what I mean is, are you trying to use me to get revenge for you? Li Sang hurriedly interrupted those overly cold words. Wait, Commander, are you serious? How could a child have such dangerous thoughts? Tan Lang Nguyen reminded her. Leader saying, this is very important. No matter what, when exchanging intelligence, we have to confirm things clearly. If there are no problems with anything else, that's fine. But if the motive is wrong, then it will be very difficult to agree. Li Sang immediately froze as well. Tan Lang Nguyen thought to himself, how can we be certain these two children do not have that intention? At that moment, Su Din's eyes also became serious. The girl said, actually, I can't say. I've never thought about revenge. Li Sang hurriedly stopped the girl from continuing. Su Din, don't say any more. But the girl continued, but no matter what, they did it for our sake. Tan Lang Wan thought to himself, it is exactly as I guessed. He said to the girl, if that is the case, then we cannot agree to this deal. Because that kind of revenge, before he could finish, the girl cut him off. But I don't want that anymore. I don't want revenge anymore. And I don't want anything else either. The girl said, he okay and we survived. He okay was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the conversation taking place. Su Din continued, if we keep obsessing over avenging the dead, and in the end throw our own lives away too, wouldn't that make their sacrifice meaningless? They risked their lives to save us. We can't treat them that way. Tan Lang Wan thought to himself, this child is so sensible. No wonder she has endured so much. Her thinking really is very mature. The girl continued, my goal is to survive. I'm using that information as a condition for the deal only so that we can survive. I don't intend to take revenge. That is the truth. Please believe me. Li Sang was also moved and turned her head to say, Commander. At that moment, Tan Lang Wan had also reached his answer. He said to the girl, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. After hearing what you said, I've changed my mind. Su Din cried out happily. Really? Looking at the girl's face, suddenly lighting up, Tan Lang Wan also nodded. Yes, but the conditions have to change a little. Change the conditions? Su Din asked doubtfully. Tan Lang Wan explained, taking you back and protecting you is not easy. I don't have the special privilege to protect any one person in particular. Therefore, you have to join the unit as child soldiers. Only then will I agree to this deal. Hearing this, everyone was baffled by the decision. Li Sang could not help asking, child soldiers? Does it have to be that way? Tan Lang Wan calmly said to the girl, if you agree, then there is no problem. Besides, I will not force you to fight dangerous battles. So age is not an issue. Li Sang hurriedly tried to stop him, but his gaze turned cold, saying, there are children among the survivors you're leading to. In any case, we already plan to have those children awaken. So letting these children join will not be too great a loss. Su Din confirmed again, I'm not entirely sure. You mean you're willing to take us in, right? Tan Lang Wan bent down and said, from now on, try thinking in terms of being able to fight alongside us. Come with us. The girl immediately agreed. Yes, we won't cause trouble for the adults. He looked at the two children, took a deep breath, and extended his hand toward them. All right, then it's decided. A brilliant smile immediately spread across the girl's face, because at last she had been accepted. The little brother beside her heard the noise and drowsily woke up, his eyes still half open and drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth. The boy saw his sister shaking hands with the soldier in front of her, his expression blank and completely confused. Only then did the boy ask, Sis, what are you doing? After that, the whole group boarded the armored vehicle and returned to the base. The two children went back with them as well. But many thoughts surfaced in Tan Lang Wan's mind. Sudin had said that the monster was inside the supermarket. It was like a ghost, impossible to see. Holes would suddenly appear in people's bodies, and then they would be cut to death. Was that possible? In a world overrun with zombies, it would not be strange for ghosts to exist either. Tan Lang Wan patted Min Chai on the shoulder. Thank you. Thanks to you, the soldiers changed their minds. Min Chai was a little embarrassed. It was nothing. Then the scene seemed to return to the moment before. When Tan Lang Wan had just announced the matter, everyone immediately became noisy. Are we really going there? I don't think we need to take such a meaningless risk. But it's a ghost, isn't it? At that moment, one person stepped forward. That person was Min Chai. He shouted loudly, "Enough! Ghost this, ghost that." Because you keep thinking that way, the more you look, the more it seems like one. It's nothing more than a monster that creates ghost-like effects. Then he used the metal-eating bear from before as an example. It's exactly like that thing, but the soldiers were still very wary. He said again, "Won't we know once we go and take a look? Prepare to move out." Even Tan Lang Wan was surprised by Min Chai's stern momentum. Oh, impressive spirit. Returning to the present scene, Sudin asked, by the way, may I ask, don't you have something like a tank? Kong and Chan replied somewhat awkwardly, "We don't have that." The girl asked again, "Then how are you planning to fight that kind of monster?" Kong and Chan answered, "We'll identify it first, then the soldiers will fight it directly." As soon as Sudin heard that, she cried out, "That's too dangerous. Can't you use a tank or a cannon to blow up the whole supermarket?" Kong and Chan explained, "We're only a small radar unit. We don't have that kind of equipment." Hearing that, the girl felt that confronting that thing head-on really was a terrible decision. The girl emphasized again, "Already told you, didn't I? There were 2 awakened people there, and in the end, everyone died." Kong and Chan only smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it'll probably be very dangerous. But we're not exactly lacking confidence either." Hearing his firm words, the girl asked in surprise, "Really?" After the soldiers arrived, they were also shocked by the situation before them. This place was actually still intact, with almost no signs of destruction at all. If that thing was inside, how could there not be a single trace? Could it really be a ghost? If it really is a ghost, maybe we should retreat. If we can't see anything, how are we supposed to fight? Min Chai loudly scolded them. Good grief, what a bunch of cowards. Tan Lang Wan looked at these people and felt nothing but a headache. Without jerky, they could not do anything. After saying that, he raised a piece of jerky. "Everyone, eat number 1 immediately." All the soldiers looked very troubled, but in the end, they could only obey the order. "Yes, sir." He okay, standing beside them, heard this and asked curiously, "Why do they suddenly have to eat jerky?" All the soldiers stuffed the jerky into their mouths and chewed with relish. A system notification immediately appeared. The novice chef's lizard jerky had increased their courage. Under the effect of the jerky, everyone's morale immediately soared. Ghost hunting? I'm sick of fighting zombies. Now, this is exciting. Kill them all. Let them know the Navy aren't the only ones who can catch ghosts. The 2 children were stunned when they saw this abnormal phenomenon. "Sis, those soldiers look really strange." For a moment, even Lee Sang found it hard to explain and could only say they're just getting fired up because they're about to face a dangerous battle. At last, it was time to act. Lee Sang turned to the 2 children and said, "Be careful, you 2. Stay close to me." The 2 children obediently replied, "Okay." In the blink of an eye, the commanders had vanished from sight, and only their orders could be heard. "All right, move out." The soldiers quickly entered the supermarket area and advanced deeper inside. The scene inside was extremely eerie. Bloodstains were everywhere on the floor. The soldier at the front lowered his voice and said, "It's too quiet. There's a lot of blood on the floor. This way." Behind them, Lee Sang led the 2 children forward. Sudin turned to Lee Sang and said, "Sis, this place really is strange. Che, I clearly got into trouble around here, but the shopping cart I was using back then is still here." Lee Sang looked toward the shopping cart. Sure enough, it was exactly as the girl had described. "You're right." Her expression began to turn frightened. Nearby, as Tan Lang Wan and the soldiers walked ahead, he heard a rather strange sound. He rushed forward in alarm. What happened? It looked as though a soldier had been injured. The soldier groaned in pain and shouted, "Sergeant, there's something here." Tan Lang Wan immediately moved close to the soldier and asked, "Are you all right?" The situation was now becoming rather serious. Tan Lang Wan strained to look around, thinking to himself, what exactly is it? I can't see anything at all. Just then, a streak of blue light flashed past the entire squad. It shot in every direction, but fortunately, this time it did not hit anyone. When everyone saw that phenomenon, they all shouted, "What the hell is that?" Kong and Chan immediately ordered them to prepare for battle. The soldier who had just been hit grimaced in pain and called Nguyen. Those beams of light kept firing one after another. Tan Lang Wan caught the soldier in time, but by then, the man was almost collapsing from the pain. Ugh, the beams of light kept shooting like bullets. Tan Lang Wan hurriedly dragged the injured soldier out of the line of fire. The light bullets brushed past them, but fortunately, they managed to dodge. The soldiers anxiously shouted, "Sergeant Tan!" Tan Lang Wan shouted, "Medic, hurry and treat him." The medic also rushed over quickly. "Yes, sir." Then he used his ability to heal the wound. Under the healing effect, the wound was temporarily stabilized. While the medic treated the injured soldier, Tan Lang Wan turned and ordered the others, "Everyone else, hold your positions and prepare for the next attack. Do you understand? Everyone, get low." The soldiers immediately accepted the order and lowered their centers of gravity in unison. "Damn monster!" Kong and Chan hurriedly ordered, "Shield squad, hurry, form a barrier. Everyone else, get into position." After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly protected those inside. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Su Din said to Li Sang, "Ah, sis, it's exactly like back then." Li Sang comforted the children, "Don't worry. The soldiers will protect us. Let's move over there." Although the girl was still not completely reassured, she still replied, "Okay." She watched everyone's movements around her and wondered inwardly, what exactly are they planning to do? Min Chai said to Tan Lang Wan, "So it really is an invisible monster." Tan Lang Wan replied, "I can't pinpoint it with my eyes at all, so I can't use Chef's eye either." Min Chai asked, "But why is it so quiet?" The attack stopped. Tan Lang Wan guessed. Is it observing its opponent's movements? Hearing this, Min Chai felt slightly more at ease. Thank heaven. For now it's gone quiet. That's good news too, while it's still hesitating. But Tan Lang Wan was not impatient. He said, "I need to confirm whether that really is a ghost or not." The shield squad had already taken formation. If he could not see anything, then Chef's eye was useless too. Tan Lang Wan stood behind the shields and began observing with his comrades. In that case, I'll use the other skill I just learned. He activated the system's material identification. Now let's try searching this way. He scanned from shelf to shelf, checking every material. Aluminum, polymer, polyethylene terephthalate. He began making judgments. Most of them were components of snack packaging. Then he quickly shifted his gaze and continued observing. Aluminum. High-quality, transparent blue droplet, polyamide. He seemed to notice something. Wait, something's wrong. He looked again. When he looked at the shelf in front of him, the system identified a high-quality, transparent blue droplet. I found a problem. He thought to himself, that's it. What exactly is that transparent blue droplet? In any case, it definitely isn't some ghost. It's a monster disguised as a snack. On that blue bag of chips, there really was something that looked like a droplet. Min Chai hurriedly asked, "Nguyen, did you find it?" Tan Lang Nguyen said, "I've confirmed its location now." Everyone was immediately delighted. As expected of Sergeant Tan, "It's over this time." Tan Lang Nguyen said to everyone, "I'll explain later. Catch it first. I'll charge in first, and everyone else cover me. Shield squad, follow me." The soldiers quickly accepted the order. "Yes, sir." The two children asked Li Sang, sis, did they say they found it? How is that possible? There's clearly nothing there." Su Din was full of doubt. Who exactly is that person? Two soldiers with shields blocked the front, while behind them, Tan Lang Nguyen had already prepared his stance. He shouted, "It's here! Open the shields!" The shield-bearing soldiers immediately separated their shields. Tan Lang Nguyen seized the opportunity and rushed forward, hurling the knife in his hand. His target was the blue bag of chips on the shelf. At that exact moment, the bag of chips began to transform. A surge of blue energy stretched out from it. The thing that resembled a droplet began to split away. While counterattacking with 3 shots, the knife flying toward it was hit by a burst of bullets and sent flying away. The instant he saw that droplet, Tan Lang Nguyen rushed forward like lightning. Now, it's finally revealed its true form. He opened the system eye to confirm exactly what it was. Chef's eye has been activated. You have learned how to prepare blue droplet meat. The system displayed the information. Method for cutting blue droplet. The blue droplet is composed of a mass of liquid and a central core where magical power is concentrated. That bizarre droplet is using a barrage to defend itself. Because it has regenerative ability, as long as the core remains intact, it is hard to simply classify it as a slime. Tan Lang Nguyen dodged the attack in time. He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. What the hell? It's nothing more than a clumsy imitation. The key to killing it is the core at its center. He charged straight toward it, preparing to launch an attack. Facing that strange creature, he shouted loudly and unleashed the finishing blow. Die, droplet monster. Faced with such a strange creature, everyone asked in shock, "Sergeant Tan, what is this thing?" Tan Lang Nuan explained to everyone, "This is the true identity of that ghost." Everyone froze. "What? It's a monster? It looks like jelly. Was it invisible before?" "No. At first it looked like food." Tan Lang Nuan confirmed again, "That's right. It has camouflage ability and can blend into its surroundings." Min Chai was very curious about this type of monster. So if it camouflages itself to ambush prey when they appear, it was very likely that more of the same kind were hidden in the supermarket. The people Su Din had mentioned had probably all unfortunately become prey for these monsters. Su Din said, "Camouflage ability." Tan Lang Nuan said, "It's very weak, which is why it has to hide and camouflage itself like that. Its weakness is simple. There's something like black jelly in the center of its body. Just attack that." At this moment, a soldier asked, "But how do we tell which ones are hiding among the snacks?" Tan Lang Nuan replied confidently, "Leave it to me." Under Tan Lang Nuan's command, everyone began attacking these camouflage monsters. He shouted, "Kong and Chan, there's one in the freezer on the left." Kong and Chan immediately accepted the order. "Got it." The discovered droplet monsters quickly put up defenses, trying to protect themselves. Kong and Chan was one step faster and charged forward, pinning it against the wall. After being hit hard, the monster struggled desperately to resist. Seeing how stubborn this creature was, Kong and Chan struck even harder. He grabbed the core inside its body and violently tore it off the wall, clearly having completely subdued it. The soldier beside him watched nervously as Kong and Chan squeezed harder and harder. Then he crushed it directly. The monster immediately exploded, splattering everywhere. After dealing with one, it was on to the next. Tan Lang Nuan directed Min Chai next. There are a few more in front of the kitchen area. Min Chai immediately took position. "All right, everyone step back." Min Chai began using his ability, and bolts of lightning shot from his hands. He concentrated all the lightning and fired it straight ahead, striking the goods on the shelves. The items on the shelves were pierced by the electric current, and the droplet-shaped creatures hiding among them were caught in it as well. After dealing with this side, Tan Lang Nuan pointed elsewhere again. "Next, Bei Min, there's one in the white microwave above your head." The monsters attacked continuously, but they could not break through the army's dense shield wall. Seizing this opportunity, the soldiers continued advancing, launching attacks one after another. Watching the battle, Su Din could not help but exclaim, "Amazing. They're killing the monsters so easily." But immediately afterward, her expression became tense again. From who knew where, more and more monsters appeared. At this moment, the ones who ended up surrounded were the soldiers instead. What is this, Sergeant Tan?" They're appearing everywhere. The soldiers knew that the situation was growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, those droplet-shaped creatures became strange. They began gradually changing shape. One of them grew an arm exactly like a human's, and someone cried out in horror, "They're changing shape." Then its entire body also transformed into a complete human form, and it even revealed a vicious smile. The first person to panic was Min Chai. Kong and Chan was also extremely shocked by this phenomenon. Then all of them transformed into human shapes, even holding shields and knives in their hands. The one leading them gave a sinister smile. "Ha ha," Tan Lang Nuan said in surprise. "Human form?" The soldiers quickly shielded the two siblings behind them. Su Din suddenly realized something and immediately shouted, "Aunt Su Yuan!" Seeing that the girls seemed to have discovered something, Tan Lang Nuan immediately turned and asked, "Aunt Su Yuan?" "That was a warrior class," Sudo awakened. The girl replied, "That's right. Before, she was the strongest person in our group." Looking at the siblings' reactions, Tan Lang Nuan understood. It seemed that because hiding was no longer effective, they had switched to combat mode. Looking at the fierce, humanoid forms that the droplets had transformed into before him, Tan Lang Nuan realized that they were very likely modeled after their victims. These creatures could actually even speak. One that had transformed into Aunt Su Yuan's appearance said, "Things are starting to get interesting." These monsters in human form were ready to fight. "Let me see what you're capable of." They became more ferocious, growling in low voices. The droplet in Aunt Su Yuan's form opened its mouth wide and laughed madly. Kong and Chan gave these creatures no chance to probe them. He immediately charged forward. "What nonsense is this rotten brat spouting?" He threw a thunderous punch, slamming heavily into the monster, sending it flying backward and curling up in pain. After taking a punch from Kong and Chan, that thing let out a miserable scream. At this moment, Tan Lang Nuan spoke. A powerful warrior class pseudo-awakened among the survivors. Then he recalled his own battles. We have accumulated battle achievements, leveled up alongside hundreds of awakened people, and honed our combat skills in real combat. On top of that, we are equipped with trophies strong enough to block bullets. Add in the support effect from the dishes I cook. Finally, he said, sorry, but even the youngest member of our unit could defeat you. Everyone rushed forward together, excitedly carrying supplies. It's been so long since we had instant noodles. There's so much rice here too. We can use toilet paper now. The battle in the supermarket ended in victory. Everyone chatted happily. Even though they're only emergency medicines, having bandages and alcohol is already great. And now everything in this building belongs to us. A commander in a unit ordered, hurry up, move the goods onto the vehicles. Protect the food first. Everyone answered in unison, yes, sir. Their urgent immediate needs had thus been resolved. Tan lan ons maidiently. Min Chai ran over from afar, shouting, Nuan. Nuan replied, yeah, what is it? Min Chai said, panting, look at this. The people around them also turned to look curiously. In Min Chai's hand was a bottle containing a strange dark blue-green liquid. Nuan asked, is this thing still alive? Min Chai said, isn't that obvious? We caught a few of them. Some were knocked down during the battle. I thought maybe they could be used for cooking, so I brought them back here. Nuan looked excitedly at the bottle containing the creature and said, great, gather them all up. I'm sure they'll be useful. Min Chai happily turned and left. Then I'll go find a few more. But his comrades did not look nearly as happy. Nuan replied, thanks, brother. Now nobody's picky about eating monsters anymore. Nuan noticed the two surviving siblings standing outside the building. So he walked over to talk to them. This deal wasn't bad. Thanks to you two, we gained quite a lot of supplies. The older sister said, according to our agreement, you'll let us join your army, right? Nuan replied, yes, but it won't be that simple. The younger brother was still clinging tightly to his sister and asked curiously, sis, can I join the army too? Nuan looked down at the boy and smiled. From now on, you have to become a soldier and learn how to use weapons. The boy asked curiously, weapons? Tan Lang Nuan looked at them and thought to himself, in a world like this, we can no longer protect children the way we did before. They need the strength to protect themselves. We don't know what else will happen. The older sister said firmly to Nuan, all right, I want to do something useful too. Su Din said, can I do it? The boy also answered with determination, yes, sis. The older sister comforted the boy again, don't worry. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, at the very least, we'll have to control their weight first. Fortunately, the officers' barracks currently had no problems with defense. Moreover, once the vehicles were repaired, their mobility would also increase. They had food and daily necessities, so for the time being, they should be fine. Lang Nuan felt slightly more reassured, then instructed, we'll start tomorrow, all right? The two children were surprised. Starting tomorrow? Li Sang was also surprised and seemed somewhat opposed. Commander, but Tan Lang Nuan had already made up his mind. It was time to increase the number of awakened people. Everyone was still busy moving supplies, and the scene was extremely lively. This place really looked exactly like a convenience store inside a military camp. Unexpectedly, they only had 9 hours to move. One soldier complained, asking if they could not rest for a bit. Although Tan Lang Nuan did not want to push them too hard, he still said that the more times were like this, the more they had to stay especially vigilant. CO Hewook reported that the situation had temporarily improved, but there were still a few issues. Tan Lang Nuan spoke up. That was right. They had to use this defense to strengthen their forces. It was time to do the things they had kept putting off. They had to increase the number of awakened people. Min Chai said in surprise, awakened? But haven't all the members of our unit already awakened? Li Sang shook her head and said, I think it's the survivors' turn now. Hanan was shocked. You're planning to have the survivors awaken? Hewook also spoke up. Sergeant Tan, I think this is very risky. Tan Lang Nuan silently thought that, as expected, everyone would be worried. Min Chai explained on Tan Lang Nuan's behalf. No, Tan Lang Nuan is right. The survivors also need strength to protect themselves. We've already found a few tricks to awakening, so this is feasible. We just have to do it safely. Hanan cut in, nothing happened when we awakened, did it? Hewook also agreed after a moment. There probably won't be any major accidents. Tan Lang Nuan turned and asked Sang, what do you think? Sang, leader of the Special Task Force. Sang thought for a moment, then replied, I'm worried about the people who trusted me and followed me. But in this situation, we have to accept risks if we want to survive. Min Chai cheerfully assured Sang, I guarantee there won't be any dangerous situations. Sang agreed. All right, I trust you. But shouldn't the decision still be in the hands of the survivors themselves? That difficult question made Sang off fall silent as she waited for an answer. Everyone also fell silent in thought. Tan Langwan nodded as well. Yes, that's true. In the end, he made a decision. Go ask for their opinions. At that moment, in the survivor's room, Tan Lang Nguyen was asking the opinion of the old gatekeeper. The old man said, I understand what you mean. I see. It's our turn too. Tan Lang Nguyen reassured him. Soldiers will accompany you, so don't worry. The old man agreed. All right, to be honest, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Everyone in the unit was very surprised. Really, Tan Lang Nguyen's expression clearly relaxed a great deal. The old man said, I don't want to stay useless like this forever. I really want to do something useful. Among the survivors, some people also stepped forward of their own accord. That's right. We should do our part too. We're tired of sitting around doing nothing. Everyone's emotions surged, and they spoke firmly in unison. I want to awaken too. Me too. At that moment, Tan Lang Nguyen was both glad and filled with hope. It seemed he had worried for nothing. A little boy tugged at his mother's clothes and called out to her in a choked voice on the verge of tears. The mother gently bent down and comforted him. It's all right. You'll have to enlist one day anyway. The girls looked at one another, their eyes full of hope. The pair of siblings from before also became even more encouraged. The younger brother asked his older sister, Sis, are you really going to be okay? His older sister comforted him. You saw how strong the soldiers in the supermarket were. This is a process we have to go through. Only this way can we become stronger. Sang reported to Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen. It looks like most people have already made up their minds. Tan Lang Nguyen also remarked, I thought there would be people who opposed it. This is surprising. So no did. Everyone is very united. Without keeping everyone waiting for long, Tan Lang Nguyen began giving orders. Co He Wook, Tan Lang Nguyen, form a team. Starting now, begin hunting monsters in earnest. Everyone accepted the order. Understood. Tan Lang Nguyen became even more determined. Our Steel Legion will become even stronger. At that moment, the soldiers had already restrained a monster, pinning it down so the survivors could strike. A man holding a gun trembled as he looked at the monster's body. He closed his eyes and made up his mind. The gun barrel pointed straight at the monster's head, then he pulled the trigger. The awakening information panel that appeared before his eyes startled him. The people around him also began shooting and killing monsters one after another. Awakening panels gradually appeared before their eyes. Beams of light flashed one after another. One person after another began to awaken, and everyone was overjoyed. They said, I'm an ice mage, right? Then I'm a fire mage. Everyone cheered. I succeeded too. I can't believe I've become an awakened now. A middle-aged man looked at the system panel in front of him, his face full of surprise. Unable to believe his eyes, he asked aloud, A blacksmith. Lee Sang happily ran off to inform Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen. She said the class that man awakened as his blacksmith. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen asked in surprise, Really? A delighted look appeared on his face. No wonder he helped me sharpen my knife before. Having so many people awaken into different classes like this is truly excellent. Lee Sang smiled rapidly. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from nearby. It was Han In. He spoke up. We found new survivors. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen and Lee Sang all were both very surprised. Survivors. In the forest, a huge collision erupted, sending earth, stones, and trees flying everywhere. The tremors grew more and more intense, accompanied by human screams. Damn it, everyone fall back. Gather at point number 3. How are we supposed to run like this? The path behind us is completely blocked. A middle-aged man shouted. Then find another route and get out quickly. If this keeps up, all of us will die. We'll hold it back and lure it somewhere else. The foot of a gigantic creature stomped down, shaking the ground itself. That foot suddenly charged forward. It was a giant mutant elephant. Someone spoke up. That method won't work against a monster. 2 figures were standing on a high rocky outcrop. They were Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen and Han In. Han In said, besides, an awakened at that level won't be able to hold out for long. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen silently assessed the situation. There were quite a lot of survivors, and at a glance, they seemed to have experience dealing with monsters. Shouldn't we help them? But we don't know who they are at all. If we get involved recklessly, it'll be troublesome. The buzzcut soldier said, Are you saying we should just stand here and watch them die? The soldier beside him said, Our safety matters most. Getting involved in something like this is troublesome. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen remained silent and thought. Let's save them first, then figure out the situation afterward. He put his hands on his hips, turned around, and said to everyone, I understand everyone's concerns, but it doesn't feel right to just watch people die right in front of us. Everyone was very uneasy, but in that brief moment, the elephant had already been dealt with cleanly by the soldiers. At that moment, Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen stepped forward to ask about those survivors' situation. Is everyone all right? Those survivors were not too surprised. Instead, they became even more wary. Where did you soldiers come from? Only then did someone point at them, revealing a shocked expression. That enormous monster had actually been taken down in an instant. Someone behind them whispered, "Shoo, everyone be quiet." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen and the soldiers were somewhat confused, not understanding why they reacted like this. Someone in the crowd pushed others aside and stepped out. "Let me talk to them." It was the middle-aged man from earlier. He carefully walked up to Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen guessed that this person was probably the leader of the group. Hanan spoke up. "Hello, we are..." But before he could finish, he was interrupted. The middle-aged man said with rejection in his tone, "What do you deserters have to do with us? We don't have anything to give you. Hurry up and get lost." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen's group instantly froze, their faces blank, completely unable to understand what was going on. Only one thought remained in their minds. Deserters? What are you talking about? Is that how you speak to the people who save your lives?" The man hurriedly said, that. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, I was rude. This world has truly been too dangerous lately. Please understand our position." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen did not know what to say. The man began looking over Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen with a probing gaze. From the knife in his hand to the front pocket of his military uniform, Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen showed dissatisfaction and confusion. He thought, why is he staring at us like that? Why are they so wary of soldiers? Finally, the man spoke again. "We're very grateful that you saved our lives, but we truly have nothing to give you." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen became even more confused and thought, "We didn't ask them for anything. Why do they keep?" He hurriedly explained, "We are not deserters. Our whole unit is just..." But the middle-aged man interrupted him once again. "Please, I beg you, spare us this time." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen was rendered utterly speechless for a moment. They fundamentally refused to listen to anyone else. Just then, the sound of running footsteps came from afar. It was Kim Hyun-suk. He spoke up to clarify. Everything he said is true. "Hello, I am Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk, attached to the 423rd Air Defense Battalion, 12th Corps, Ground Operations Command." Only then did the middle-aged man lower his guard, and his attitude immediately became much warmer. "So, there's an officer here. No wonder these soldiers look so disciplined." Kim Hyun-suk said, "My original position was company commander, but now I am the battalion commander." The people around them also relaxed a great deal. "So, are you really a regular army? Thank heaven. You really are soldiers, not deserters." Min Chai, who was watching from the side, was momentarily at a loss for words. What the hell is this? At that moment, Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen closed his eyes and silently assessed the other side's completely changed attitude. Meanwhile, the lieutenant was still looking smug and radiant as he said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry anymore." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen also sighed in relief and thought to himself, Lieutenant Kim's image really isn't bad. He had just finished thinking that when Kim Hyun-suk turned his head and winked at him, frightening Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen so much that he took several steps back. Lieutenant Kim continued talking with the leader of that survivor group. "But why did you think we were deserters? We thought you would ask us to protect you." The man said, "There is a reason. Earlier, we tried to go to a military camp we knew about." At that moment, the scene from the man's memory appeared. It was a devastated sight everywhere, with monsters in every direction. All the soldiers had been wiped out, and even the military camp had been occupied by monsters. So, in the end, we had no choice but to give up and return. But afterward, we discovered some soldiers who had abandoned their posts and fled on their own. After all, they were soldiers, and they had weapons in their hands. Returning to the present, Kim Hyun-suk judged. It seems they used their weapons for bad things. Only then did Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen let go of his initial sense of grievance. "So that's how it is. No wonder they're so wary of us." The people around them also spoke one after another. "Many people have been robbed by deserters. If they only robbed us, that would still be one thing, but they even took some of our people away. They're complete lunatics." The leader of that group added, "And we also heard that someone saw deserters in this area. At first, we only came here because we wanted to find a place with fewer zombies. When we saw the uniforms, we thought you were deserters too. We're truly sorry." Kim Hyun-suk expressed understanding. "It's all right. I can understand." At that moment, Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen stepped forward and spoke again. "We're looking for forces that can fight side by side with us. At a time like this, wouldn't it be better to join a force and survive together?" The survivors all looked at him seriously. The man looked at Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen suspiciously for a while, but in the end he still said, "We are extremely grateful, but please allow us to refuse. After all, you're not deserters, but asking us to join a group of people we have only just met is still a bit." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen silently assessed him. He really is an extremely cautious person, the middle-aged man continued. Furthermore, because of the deserters, we honestly do not have a good impression of soldiers. Please understand. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen showed that he understood. Understand. Then what do you plan to do next? Everyone in the squad watched and listened. The man stammered, Actually, there's a rumor that a group in this area possesses a large amount of daily necessities. Everyone was curious. A rumor? The man continued, "I heard that there's a group of survivors with a lot of food and weapons, but the problem is that they don't have enough people. Apparently, they're looking for survivors to join them. As long as you join, they will share weapons and food." Everyone in the squad looked at one another, their faces full of confusion. Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen was truly very surprised as well. He thought, they have that much food and weapons, yet they are still willing to share. He spoke up and asked, "It sounds like there are many suspicious points. Is this rumor reliable?" The leader of the survivors answered frankly, "In times like these, where would anyone find absolutely reliable information? Perhaps joining you would even be the better choice. But compared to soldiers, we still trust ordinary survivors more." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen's side expressed understanding. "Understand. Thank you for telling us these things." The other side also returned the courtesy. "We are truly very grateful that you saved our lives. If one day we are able to meet again, we will definitely repay this kindness." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen said goodbye. Take care." The man finally gave a faint smile. "I also hope you can survive well." Tan Lang Nguyen's group watched those people quietly leave. After the survivors had gone far away, Min Chai spoke up. "That really is disappointing." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen partly agreed, while also feeling puzzled. "But in any case, they're a fairly large group. Convincing them to come over to our side isn't as easy as I thought. At first, I thought the image of soldiers would be useful." Sergeant Tan Lang Nguyen Said, "Looks like a few people have completely ruined our image. We should take this into consideration too." Min Chai glanced at him. "Yeah, we really should consider it. Armed deserters, right?" At that moment, in the camp where those people were staying, someone said, "From now on, moving around this area will become very difficult. Looks like the rumor has spread." Rumor? The brown-haired man with his hair sticking up, who looked like the ringleader here, spoke up. "What else?" "The rumor that there are deserters here." The man with parted hair replied, "Hey, should we really be calling ourselves deserters?" The spiky-haired man shouted loudly, "Is there a problem with that?" The parted-haired man grumbled, "Camping here isn't the problem, but we completely overlooked the fact that rumors about us would spread. There's so many monsters, and moving around is already this hard. So how are the rumors still spreading so fast?" The other man frowned. "This really is troublesome. Our last slave is dead too, so I was originally planning to capture the next survivors we met." Someone else helplessly continued, "That's why I told you not to kill them." The brown-haired, spiky-haired man complained, "How was I supposed to know things would turn out like this?" He sighed, "Hey, didn't you say that because of the rumors, people won't come here anymore? Then why don't we just stop doing things like this?" What nonsense are you talking about?" The parted-haired man explained, "We can't live like this forever. Why don't we go to some remote mountain and farm the land there? Wouldn't that solve the food problem?" The brown-haired, spiky-haired man immediately retorted, "Hey, are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your brain? Farming in the mountains? What if monsters come?" The parted-haired man also felt a little guilty as he said, "We can use guns to deal with most monsters." The other man retorted again, "Let's say you use a gun to kill one. Then what if the gunshot attracts even more monsters?" The other man was momentarily unable to answer. The spiky-haired man continued, "Have you forgotten the monsters that swarmed our unit? We only survived because we were lucky. If monsters overwhelm us again like last time, then all of us are finished." The parted-haired man could only ask helplessly, "Then are you saying we should keep living like this? Capturing people and ordering them around like slaves?" The brown-haired, spiky-haired man asked the parted-haired man in return, "What exactly is wrong with you? Isn't this convenient? If you don't like it, shut your mouth, you bastard." The parted-haired man pressed his lips together, clearly still hesitating over whether to leave or stay. The spiky-haired man also noticed the wavering in the other man's eyes. He thought to himself, "It looks like he's seriously considering this. I don't care whether he leaves or dies, but if he dares touch the guns and ammunition, I definitely won't let him off easily. The man turned and left, but he was still calculating inwardly. Or should I just kill him right now? Just then, a spiky-haired man nearby hurried in to report. A group of people just passed by close to here. The other man was startled. What? The spiky-haired man gave a sinister smile. Perfect. Looks like they still haven't heard those rumors. Hurry up and get the magazines. We could catch a few more new slaves. At that moment, the parted-haired man also looked excited. Good. They urged each other on. Hurry, hurry. At that moment, they were hiding in the shadows, secretly watching a group gradually approaching. And that group was Tan Lang Wan's party. The leader whispered, "Wait, are they soldiers? They don't look like local troops. Could they be deserters too? If they're soldiers, shouldn't we let them go?" But very soon after, they noticed something strange. Huh, that group doesn't have guns? The brown, spiky-haired man laughed darkly. You're right. Looks like they lost all their gear while running away. They slowly stood up and signaled commands to one another. You guys cover me from behind. The parted-haired man asked, You're going to? He laughed smugly. Before we deserted, I was the youngest one here, so of course this kind of thing should be left to me. The others all agreed. Fine. Right after that, one of them suddenly revealed himself and loudly ordered Tan Lang Wan's group. Hey, you lot over there, hand over everything you have on you. Tan Lang Wan's entire group immediately stepped back on guard. What? There's someone up ahead? At that moment, Tan Lang Wan noticed a soldier. He has a gun in his hand. It was the brown, spiky-haired man. He smugly aimed his gun at Tan Lang Wan's group and ordered, If you don't want to die, don't move. Everyone in Tan Lang Wan's group raised their hands before the muzzle. Han and whispered to Tan Lang Wan, Those guys are definitely the deserters. Tan Lang Wan replied, We ran into them sooner than expected. The man began threatening them. Don't try anything. I've got people lying in ambush behind me too. Tan Lang Wan whispered to Min Chai, This isn't exactly good. Can we face soldiers with guns head on? Min Chai said, As long as we don't get shot in the face, we should be fine. If they've awakened as marksmen, it could get troublesome, but from the look of them, they don't seem to have awakened yet. The brown, spiky-haired man closed in step by step and ordered, Hurry up. Hand over everything you have. Are you hiding supplies somewhere else? Tan Lang Wan's group remained silent. Min Chai quietly discussed a plan. If they still haven't awakened, couldn't we subdue them instantly? Tan Lang Wan observed them with sharp eyes. Everyone heard that, right? The people behind him immediately grew excited and began moving their bodies. A smug smile appeared on everyone's face. The brown, spiky-haired man was completely baffled. Why are you suddenly smiling? In the very next instant, as fast as lightning, someone from Tan Lang Wan's side suddenly charged straight at him, completely beyond his expectations. The man panicked and swung his gun around wildly. What is this? But before he could even recover, the gun barrel had been snapped barehanded. Hanan said smugly, Scare now? The man had not yet regained his senses and could only stare blankly. The people behind the brown, spiky-haired man shouted, How can they be that fast? I didn't even have time to aim. Hurry up and shoot. The young, parted-haired man yelled, You idiot. Now isn't the time to worry. But just as he raised his gun to aim, the smug smile on the opposite side made him flinch. The people on Tan Lang Wan's side had already rushed over and destroyed all their weapons. Those cowards immediately could only cry and beg, Please, spare me. In the blink of an eye, all the deserters had been captured. Tan Lang Wan's side began interrogating them. So when monsters appeared in your unit, you only cared about running for your lives? The man stammered in reply, Yes. Tan Lang Wan pressed loudly. And you basically didn't care about the other members because you thought they were all dead, right? The man honestly admitted, yes. Someone on Tan Lang Wan's side angrily cursed. You really are a bunch of trash, not caring at all whether anyone else lived or died. Tan Lang Wan frowned and sighed. But at least you managed to get some bullets. And inside, there seemed to be a lot of food and gasoline too. Min Chai pointed at them and questioned them. Just how much stuff have you robbed? The young parted-haired man cried as he said, That's a misunderstanding. Actually, our original unit was an ammunition depot, so that's why there's so much. The spiky-haired man panicked and cut him off. Hey you, but Tan Lang Wan's group had already taken careful note of those words. Min Chai and Han In were both very surprised. An ammunition depot? The people in the team began discussing it. So that's why they had so many bullets? If we can get them back, our ammunition problem can be solved once and for all. Min Chai turned around and happily said to Tan Lang Wan, CO He-wook will definitely be ecstatic. Tan Lang Wan nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. After all, firing guns consumed bullets and created a great deal of noise, but the firepower of a skilled marksman could make up for those shortcomings. Tan Lang Wan gave a cold laugh and urged him, Then what are you still hesitating for? But the spiky-haired man was furious and resisted. Who said I'd tell you information about our unit? I won't leave this place. If you want to kill me or cut me down, do whatever you want. Tan Lan Nguyen Saif. This petty thug seemed to be their ringleader. Suddenly, the spiky-haired man raised his head, his eyes full of terror. Wait, what's that? There's a monster over there. Look, Tan Lang Nguyen's entire group turned their heads in surprise. A monster? Behind them appeared the silhouette of a giant mutant bird. It let out a piercing screech toward the soldiers. At that moment, the monster was circling right above the soldiers' heads. Everyone immediately panicked. Damn it, this would draw a whole swarm of monsters here. Min Chai called loudly to Tan Lang Nguyen. This is too dangerous. Let's go now. Tan Lang Nguyen was extremely anxious inside. But what about them? Min Chai froze. All right, then what should we do? By then, the spiky-haired man no longer had any of his earlier stubbornness. He had become extremely weak, crying and begging. Please take us with you. Please, just this once, save us. We were wrong. As long as you save us, we will never forget this kindness. If we stay here, all of us will die. We're all in the same situation. Can't you help us? We're willing to give you anything. Please. Tan Lang Nguyen pondered for a moment. After doing such things, now they were desperately begging for the sake of their own lives. By principle, deserters should be executed on the spot. If he wanted to abandon them here to await death, it would not be unreasonable. But they needed information about the ammunition depot. Therefore, Tan Lang Nguyen gave a clear order. Everyone listen. Any deserter who wants to join will be incorporated into the unit. Decide for yourselves. Follow us or die. After that, everyone carried one another on their backs and sprinted through this dangerous area. Tan Lang Nguyen's system activated. Jerky filled with the sincere intentions of a junior chef, and light steps as if wearing shoes. The trait of the slate hunter's flexible saws had been weakened. The slaughterer boasted astonishing speed and movements. Walking speed and approach height had reached a superhuman level. However, because this was a weakened version, side effects may occur. Everyone was extremely excited. I feel like my legs are weightless, as if I can run faster than a car. Even monsters would be scared into running away. Tan Lang Nguyen happily looked at everyone and could not help sighing in admiration. He had not expected the effect to be this good. Someone remarked emotionally, Sergeant Tan, this food of yours is amazing. Another person agreed. This is pretty good for relieving stress too. Suddenly, Tan Lang Nguyen's eyes turned sharp and cold. He felt a strange sense of liberation and, for some reason, became excited as well. Since it's come to this, then run back to where we came from and hold on tight to those deserters. Everyone accepted the order. The deserters behind them screamed and shouted, please slow down a little. 2 days later, at Tan Lang Nguyen's group's encampment, Lee Sang-ah asked, Commander Tan Lang Nguyen, are you feeling better? Tan Lang Nguyen thanked her and said, the side effects are finally gone. Lee Sang-ah said, I thought all of us would be stuck in bed for 2 whole days because of muscle pain. Tan Lang Nguyen replied, I know. We should have avoided the monsters and gone slowly. We were too excited. He asked again, how are those deserters? Lee Sang-ah answered, their condition looks rather serious because they still haven't woken up. Tan Lang Nguyen smugly closed his eyes. Good. Keep watching them. Once they wake up, I'll let them taste hell. I'll use my special sauce to train them again from the beginning and make them live as orderlies in our unit. After all, we're in need of people to handle odd jobs, so this works out perfectly. At that moment, Lee Sang-ah said excitedly, have you heard the news? Tan Lang Nguyen asked curiously, what news? Lee Sang-ah explained, Lee Hyo and Su didn't awaken today. Tan Lang Nguyen was startled. Really? Lee Sang-ah replied, that's right. Now all the survivors have awakened. Tan Lang Nguyen was overjoyed. Oh, that's wonderful. The next day, Tan Lang Nguyen checked his system panel and muttered, it's really quiet. The system panel displayed Steel Legion Association. Deputy Commanders Tan Lang Nguyen, Lee Min Chaw, Hon In, Siu Hevuk, Lee Song-ah. Park Tae-don. Troop count 128. Tan Lang Nguyen assessed things inwardly. We've grown to 128 members. There are no longer any unawakened survivors in our unit. Everyone has found their place in the Legion. Someone opened the door and reported, Commander, everyone has finished assembling. Tan Lang Nguyen happily turned to look over. Good, I'll be right there. The former survivors had now all been issued military uniforms and stood in neat ranks. Tan Lang Nguyen praised them. Everyone has done very well. Those uniforms suit you. Everyone was extremely excited. Tan Lang Nguyen continued. Now everyone has awakened in different fields. From now on, we will gain even greater strength. Because of that, I have a proposal to make. Tan Lang Wan was silent for a moment. Hanan said, go ahead. Min Chai asked curiously. Tan Lang Wan, are you planning to say? Tan Lang Wan smiled and replied, that's right. It's about securing the ammunition depot. At that moment, CEO Hewook also spoke happily. Ah, Sergeant Tan, is that true? Everyone immediately began discussing it noisily. Securing the ammunition depot? Are you serious? Nothing has happened there so far. It's full of explosives inside. That place looks very dangerous. Tan Lang Wan's group listened to everyone's reaction and concluded that there seemed to be quite a lot of opposition. At that moment, Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk stepped forward and said, there's an ammunition supply point nearby. It is also called an ASP. You can call it an ammunition supply point or an ammunition depot. Someone below asked curiously, Squad leader? Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk continued. It has many names, but its function is very simple. It is a place that stores ammunition and supplies the surrounding units. Tan Lang Wan thought to himself, he finally looks like an officer. It seems he still has some value. Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk continued. In fact, an ASP is a fairly large area. In terms of organizational structure, it is a battalion-level unit on par with ours, but its area is much larger than our units. Because the risk of ammunition exploding is extremely high, once an accident occurs, it can trigger a chain explosion. So even when storing ammunition, it cannot be placed too close together. That is why those buildings are built large and far apart from each other, making them safer. Someone raised an opinion. I understand the logic, but if there are monsters inside, wouldn't it still be just as dangerous? Tan Lang Wan was silent for a moment, then spoke. That's right. Ammunition is, of course, not more important than our lives. But we are soldiers. Look at how the other military units were destroyed. Taking back a military base is our responsibility, so I hope everyone will support me. Immediately afterward, everyone began assigning the positions each person would be responsible for. Hurry, check your combat equipment and necessary supplies. Team leaders, report once you have confirmed everything. Yes, Commander. Tan Lang Wan turned and ordered CO Hewook. The sniper team will act with us this time as well. CO Hewook accepted the order. Understood. After that, at the medical area, someone was reporting the deserters' condition. Commander, those deserters still can't move. Tan Lang Wan said, is that so? What a shame. It would be better if they could guide us. In the command post, several corps members were discussing the plan. Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk spoke. If we look down from here now, everyone should be able to see part of the ammunition depot. Tan Lang Wan was half convinced. Really? Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk explained. Yes. In the past, when I went to the ammunition depot, I often used this mountain road. Tan Lang Wan thought, if that's true, then this is extremely useful intelligence. Being able to observe the situation inside the unit first will greatly reduce the risk. All of the modified transport vehicles had been mobilized, and everything was going according to plan. This was within the range of the modified vehicles. A soldier reported, Commander, the field cooking vehicle you requested has finally been completed. Tan Lang Wan sighed in admiration. Oh, not bad at all. Tan Lang Wan's expression was extremely serious and determined. It was finally complete. Dawn had just begun to emerge from beyond the mountain range. The operation began. At that moment, the ammunition depot looked utterly desolate. Someone said, but this place is way too quiet. Min Chai chewed jerky as he commented. Those deserters said they fought a lot of monsters. Tan Lang Nuan nodded, I'm wondering if they're like zombies hiding inside the buildings. Min Chai asked curiously, is it possible the monsters killed all the soldiers and then left this base? This base has value to us, but from the monsters' perspective, they probably don't need it, right? Tan Lang Wan agreed as well. That's true. But he was still thinking. Still, why did those lizards keep attacking our base over and over? They raided us more than 10 times in a single day. Min Chai said indifferently, probably to eat us. But Tan Lang Wan had a different thought. Think back to our battle with their leader. That one wasn't stupid. It definitely knew that continuing to attack was meaningless. And yet it still launched repeated attacks that were practically suicidal. Min Chai reconsidered it. That's true. If it were me, I'd have switched to easier prey long ago. Tan Lang Wan judged. If my hypothesis is correct, I think their objective is to suppress humanity's military power. Min Chai turned his head in surprise and asked, suppress humanity's military power? Tan Lang Wan nodded. That's right. If all the soldiers die, but the military base remains intact, survivors will be able to come here, use the weapons, and reorganize their forces. So if they truly intend to weaken humanity's military power, I don't think they will let these military bases be reclaimed so easily. Min Chai swallowed the last piece of jerky, folded his arms, and agreed, that does make sense, but that's only my guess. I hope there are no monsters here. Everyone continued searching through the depot. One area was confirmed safe. Everyone directed one another. Good. Advance. We decided to disperse our forces and check each sector one by one, like a search team. The soldiers were on high alert, checking everywhere. Someone shouted, clear. Everyone then rushed forward together and continued the search. Advance. After the path ahead was successfully cleared, the modified vehicles entered. The team commander ordered the mechanized unit to stop. At that moment, what appeared before them was an ammunition storage warehouse. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the ammunition warehouse? It's huge. It looks like it stretches all the way into the mountain. Are we being too nervous? There isn't even a single monster." Min Chai gave the order on Tan Lang Nuan's behalf. Everyone, stay alert. We don't know what is waiting for us inside. Tan Lang Nuan stood to one side and ordered the team leaders. Han In, CO He-wook, follow me. We'll go in first. The two accepted the order. Yes, Commander. Tan Lang Nuan stepped forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He looked at the dents that had appeared on the warehouse door, silently hoping his worries would not come true. The three of them took the lead, pushing the door open and entering the warehouse with extreme caution. Tan Lang Nuan raised a hand to cover his nose. This smell is awful. As soon as they stepped forward, everyone's feet were caught in thick spiderwebs. CO He-wook and Han were both startled. Even Tan Lang Nuan was a little surprised. What was this? Spiderwebs? He knew this place had been out of use for a long time, but this was too much. Tan Lang Nuan brushed aside the webs in front of him. This did not look naturally formed at all. Behind him, CO He-wook spoke up. Commander, please look over there. At that moment, Hanan looked up in shock. He blurted out, "There are giant eggs everywhere." Damn it, Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, are these monster eggs? So this is why the place was so quiet. The eggs began to move. Some had already started to crack. The cracks grew larger and larger. Sharp legs stretched out from inside, piercing through the outer shells. One egg after another did the same. Young spiders broke out of their cocoons and completely surrounded Tan Lang Nuan's group. Everyone was horrified. Had they started hatching because we came in? Tan Lang Nuan turned around and ordered, "You two get outside first. I need to find their weakness. Also, tell Lieutenant Kim Hyun-suk to prepare for battle." The two turned around and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Tan Lang Nuan activated the system. "Chefs, I was activated." At that moment, the young spiders began to move one by one. Their information appeared before Tan Lang Nuan's eyes. Low-level cooking recipe. You have learned an incomplete method for preparing the Azalon white spider. Tan Lang Nuan froze. Incomplete? The spider's expressions grew even more ferocious. The system continued its notification. The liquid form of this specimen is highly valued for its unique tender texture and is greatly loved by gourmets. However, unlike a mature specimen, its flesh is still in a liquid state and extremely soft, so special care is required when handling it. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan turned and retreated toward the door. If they were only in an incomplete form, then they still had a chance. At that moment, the young spiders surged out in swarms after him, every face savage and vicious. But Tan Lang Nuan's movements were still one step faster than theirs. He judged inwardly that there was no longer any need to aim for their weak points. The spiders chased Tan Lang Nuan outside. Everyone simultaneously took up battle-ready stances. They were still pouring out without end. Tan Lang Nuan judged that their unit's current strength was enough to deal with these defective goods, and there was no need to worry about weak points at all. He shouted loudly, "No need to focus your attacks on their weak points. Just crush them all. Begin the attack." Everyone charged forward together, attacking the spiders with all their strength. Hanan focused his mind and rushed forward first. His eyes were filled with determination. He leaped up and delivered a heavy blow to the spider below. The people below also unleashed their innate abilities one after another. Tan Lang Nuan, even more so, swung his blade down, killing a spider with every strike. He kept thinking about the situation. Until now, what they had eaten was only dried meat and combat rations. But the strengthening dishes made from ingredients obtained at the supermarket were on a completely different level in terms of effect. He excitedly cut down the spiders. At that moment, deep inside the ammunition depot, the figure of a spider, clearly much larger than the others, appeared. It moved nimbly, advancing very quickly with each step. It let out fierce shrieks. It was a species that already possessed intelligence. It began to summon them. Wake up. We must leave this place immediately. These new intruders are far stronger than the ones before. We have not fully recovered yet. If we fight now, the losses will be far too heavy. The survival of our race is the highest priority. So hurry. That vicious monster released a surge of red energy. Its eyes glowed, its gaze full of menace. It seemed that some existence behind the scenes was manipulating the spiders, making them invade and occupy human military facilities. Absolutely no one could be allowed to take these places away. The Spider Queen seemed to be receiving orders from an opposing system interface. Swarms of young spiders began to move, nimbly crawling over crate after crate of ammunition. On the other side, everyone was taking inventory of the ammunition depot. 50mm shells. There's so much ammunition. There are shell casings over there too. Hurry, move them outside. Everyone shouted excitedly. Tan Lang Wan stood speaking, with Li saying, I really didn't expect them to get this excited. They look even more enthusiastic about this than they do about my cooking. Li Sang turned her head and said to Tan Lang Wan, Commander, you didn't know? Tan Lang Wan looked blank. Know what? Li Sang revealed. Actually, the marksmen have always been under a lot of pressure because they had to conserve ammunition. Now, they finally don't have to worry anymore. On the other side, CEO He Wook was giving orders to his people. Clear out the remaining warehouses. Tan Lang Wan also felt somewhat comforted and relieved. Sigh, I suppose if I were short on cooking ingredients, I'd probably feel the same way. It had been a long time since he had seen CEO He Wook smile. At that moment, the old man was being especially careful. He said to the two girls behind him, You too, there are a lot of spiderwebs over there. The two girls suddenly screamed, Grandpa, there's something over there. The old man was startled. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward and swung his blade at the trembling spiderwebs before him. The two girls hugged each other tightly in fear. One slash fell, then another. At that moment, the old man's entire body froze. In front of him was a very fresh spider cocoon. He cried out in shock. Could it be? At that moment, the soldiers entered to check the situation. Inside every cocoon was the corpse of a soldier from his camp. It seemed these were the soldiers of the ammunition depot. Perhaps they had still been alive until a few weeks ago. Someone asked, You mean they were still alive when they were dragged in here? Hanan said curiously, I heard spiders don't eat their prey right away. They paralyze them first and keep them stored. Tan Lang Wan asked why. The old man spoke up, probably to keep them fresh. They intended to prepare fresh food for their offspring. Sigh, but even so, they wouldn't have survived. Tan Lang Wan assessed the situation before him. Too many soldiers had died here. He frowned as he looked at the soldiers' corpses, a little more pity appearing in his eyes. That's right, their unit had also been attacked by the lizards before. Difficult memories surged up. He closed his eyes, as if mourning those unfortunate people. At that moment, Hanan asked for instructions. Sergeant Tan, how should we handle this? Tan Lang Wan said, For now, collect their dog tags first, then withdraw. Gather the bodies in one place. After we retake the base, we'll hold a proper funeral for them. Everyone accepted the order and moved. Yes, Commander. Move the bodies outside first. Everyone began carrying the bodies and ammunition outside one by one. Ammunition goes this way. At that moment, Hanan received an order. Hanan, check all withdrawal routes. On the other side, Tan Lang Wan directed everyone. There are still unhatched spider eggs here. He thought to himself, it looks like the spiders were using this ammunition depot as an incubator. At that moment, he was speaking with Hanan. They probably judged this place to be the safest. Hanan said, which also means that every time we open an ammunition storehouse, monsters will jump out. Tan Lang Wan looked toward everyone. Everyone wore serious expressions, ready to receive orders at any moment. At that moment, an idea occurred to Tan Lang Wan. It was almost certain now that the other ammunition storehouses were also monster nests. Immediately afterward, everyone was reorganized, and they captured each ammunition storehouse one by one. The process went unusually smoothly. We fought these things before, so this is too easy. After the battle ended, everyone cheered happily. We won. There's nothing left to worry about. Now we've captured the ammunition depot. Everyone happily threw their arms around each other's shoulders in celebration. But just as that bit of complacency passed through their hearts, a violent tremor suddenly erupted above them. Caught off guard, everyone immediately turned pale, their expressions tense. The impact was so powerful that everyone had to do their utmost just to keep their balance. At that moment, Tan Lang Wan also grew tense. It had finally revealed itself. The surrounding earth and stone shook with a rumble pouring down like a violent storm. Amid the rubble and dust, a gigantic figure slowly appeared. It was the Spider Queen hidden in the darkness. A sharp, cold light flashed in its eyes. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. The monster stood towering on the roof of an ammunition storehouse, still releasing terrifying, piercing shrieks without pause. The shockwaves spreading from its screams were incredibly powerful, sweeping out in all directions. Tan Lang Wan's system issued a notification. Kalania, the last queen of Adekalon, is unleashing her wrath. The waves formed by its roar reverberated everywhere, making the nearby structures tremble again and again. The queen's rage engulfed the entire battlefield. Everyone covered their ears in pain, enduring the terrifying scream. The combat ability of the Adekalon white spider species increased severalfold. Everyone began to panic. The entire ammunition depot is shaking. That's the leader. The combat ability of allied forces is rapidly decreasing. Tan Lang Wan's group was also struggling to hold on. Tan Lang Wan said in a low voice, this terrifying feeling. He immediately thought of an area-wide strengthening effect, weakening enemies and strengthening allies. The leader of the lizard race had used this move before too. Immediately afterward, small impacts rang out from the ammunition storehouses one after another. One warehouse after another was pierced through from the inside. Swarms of young spiders surged out, releasing sharp, piercing screeches. Everyone became highly alert. They were pouring in from all directions, as if every spider in every ammunition storehouse had been awakened. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. There are too many. At this rate, we'll be surrounded. Min Che's face was pale as he asked Tan Lang Wan for instructions. Tan Lang Wan, what do we do now? Facing them head-on is no different from suicide. Tan Lang Nuan glanced helplessly at Min Cha. Of course he knew that. That's right. With this many of them, they could not defeat them one by one, but they also could not give up. Before fear spread completely, they still had the upper hand. In other words, as long as they killed the queen, the rest would fall into chaos. Tan Lang Wan stood thinking for a while, and finally made a move. He turned and ordered everyone to hurry onto the vehicles. Everyone was extremely shocked. What? Are we retreating? That's right. No matter how you looked at it, this did not seem like something that should happen, right? But Tan Lang Wan's thinking was different. No, in this situation, the best method was to take down the leader. We will kill the Spider Queen. Everyone was startled when they heard that. The Queen. Tan Lang Nuan nodded in confirmation. The next second, the entire team immediately acted. The modified motorized vehicles began to move, and the commander shouted loudly. Drivers, full speed. Fortunately, those spiders were not faster than their vehicles. All of them had to be cut apart by the reinforced blades. These battle vehicles really were amazing. At that moment, what appeared before everyone was an ammunition storehouse. Min Chai spoke up. Over there, I see the Queen's ammunition storehouse. CO, He Wook asked, is this entire mountain an ammunition depot? Lieutenant Kim Hyun Suk said, that's where our unit used to receive ammunition supplies. This is the largest ammunition storehouse in the camp. Tan Lang Wan felt a little doubtful. Is that so? Just then, a soldier reflexively turned his head to look back. The Spider Queen was moving along the mountainside, hiding behind it. That soldier shouted, the Queen is running away. He continued, I thought it would charge straight at us. Tan Lang Wan judged, they're smarter than we thought. It will lure us to a place advantageous to it, probably inside the ammunition storehouse. At that moment, all the vehicles gathered in front of the largest ammunition storehouse. The commander ordered, combat team, open that iron gate. The Spider Squad leader answered, yes. Sir, the commander continued giving orders. Drivers, use the vehicles to set up obstacles in front of the iron gate. Tan Lang Wan directed each squad. While we take down the queen, we must stop the other spiders from rushing in. Min Chai accepted the order. Understood. At that moment, everyone had entered the ammunition storehouse. Tan Lang Wan reminded everyone to stay on guard. Calm down and adjust your condition. The queen is nearby. The queen herself is already a problem, but there are also many minions around it. Those young spiders were so furious that they seemed ready to pound pounce at any moment. Min Chai spoke up. Are they guard spiders? Looks like they'll be harder to deal with than expected. Tan Lang Wan, hurry and find their weak points. Tan Lang Wan replied, all right. Immediately afterward, he activated Chef's Eye. Chef's Eye has been activated. Low-level cooking insight. You now have a better understanding of how to prepare the Adekalon white spider. Although the Adekalon's forelegs are considered excellent foraging materials, they're very difficult to use as cooking ingredients. Aside from the forelegs, the shells on the rest of the body can be easily peeled off after being exposed to heat. Tan Lang Wan asked loudly, everyone, did you see their weak points? Unlike the young spiders from earlier, these are fully grown. Everyone, be careful. Co He-wook was somewhat uneasy. Can we really do this? Tan Lang Wan reassured him. If we want to live, then even if we can't, we have to make it work. Han In and Lee Sang were both very tense. Min Chai, however, said with a hint of sarcasm, that's the army for you, isn't it? Tan Lang Wan ordered, everyone focus. Just then, the Spider Queen began to release piercing shrieks to call them. The gigantic legs of the guard spiders sent several soldiers flying. Everyone was thrown far away. The soldiers struggled against those damn spiders. Get lost, you damn spiders. They seem to have gone mad, trying to protect the Spider Queen. Tan Lang Wan was also fighting fiercely. He stabbed the tip of his blade into the body of a guard spider. So they know how to think too? I thought they'd even swallow the strength-reducing food I threw at them. A slash swept past Tan Lang Wan's side. He swung his blade and severed one of the guard spider's legs, calculating in his mind that he had to end this battle quickly. But at this point, the battle was only dragging on longer. He had to find another way. In the end, some of the soldier spiders were also eliminated, and a squad of soldiers finally managed to catch their breath for a moment. We've only killed 4 of them. Co He-wook reported to Tan Lang Wan. Sergeant, are you all right? Tan Lang Wan replied. How is it on your side? Co He-wook said, we can't break through. Han is fighting desperately in the center, and the situation is very bad. Sergeant Min Che's side hasn't made any progress either. Fortunately, the Spider Queen still hasn't made any moves, but what? It seems to be injured. I saw wounds on its body. It must have fought someone before we arrived. Dun Long Nuon was shocked. It's still this strong, even while injured. Co He-wook anxiously asked, should we? Tan Lang Wan silently thought. At that moment, Lee Sang hurried over to report. Commander, this is bad. They're starting to break through the gate. Tan Lang Wan hurriedly asked, have they gotten in? Lee Sang replied, yes. If we don't act right now, then Tan Lang Wan immediately grew agitated. Damn it, what exactly should they do? Retreat? Run away? But as long as one battle vehicle overturned, everything would become a disaster. Was there really no other way? He silently sank into thought. Lee Sang and Co He-wook were both waiting for his final decision. Dense spider webs wrapped around the rockets, and even the ammunition crates were covered in spider silk. Tan Lang Wan suddenly discovered something. A flash of light sparked in his mind. This is it. He turned and ordered Lee Sang, call all the fire-type mages here. Lee Sang afrose. What? Yes. Co He-wook asked in shock. Why call the fire-type mages all of a sudden? Tan Lang Wan explained. We're changing tactics a little. We can't aim directly at the Spider Queen. We'll drive those monsters into the ammunition storehouse. Co He-wook was still confused. What do you mean? Tan Lang Wan simply ordered, go prepare to withdraw. Let the spiders enter the ammunition storehouse. His gaze was incomparably sharp. Co He-wook panicked. You're not. Tan Lang Wan cut him off immediately. That's right. We're going to blow this entire ammunition storehouse sky high. Only then did Co He-wook understand. His eyes also became resolute. At that moment, Tan Lang Wan had already gathered a group of people to discuss the plan. Someone reported, all 7 fire-type mages have assembled, sir. Tan Lang Wan immediately discussed the plan with them. Let me ask you something. Can we use magic to delay the explosion a little? Someone asked doubtfully. You mean delay the detonation time? Is that possible? Tan Lang Wan himself was not entirely sure, but he still made the decision. Then delay the detonation of the rockets and artillery shells by 3 minutes. Begin after I give the signal. The people outside had other duties, and they began shouting orders. Get the survivors into the vehicles first. Ignore the spiders, even if they come flooding in. Open the steel gates and let them inside. Everyone hurriedly coordinated their actions and commands. At the same time, Co He-wook and his team were carrying out the final part of the plan. Drivers, once everyone is aboard, start the engines immediately and get as far away from the ammunition depot as possible at top speed. Tan Lang Wan's side was still risking everything to hold back the spiders. Luckily, those spiders aren't actively attacking us. It looks like their priority is protecting the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen was still staring at Tan Lang Nuan's group with its glowing eyes. Tan Lang Nuan did not look away either. The Spider Queen, it probably never imagined we would blow this place up. Just then, someone ran in and reported in time, "Sergeant, the mages are ready." Hearing the signal, Tan Lang Nuan, Min Chai, and Kong and Chan immediately moved. Good. Light it. The fire element mages began activating their fire formations. Focus. Make sure you aim precisely at the target. Everyone put in their full effort, their expressions resolute. Energy gradually gathered within each magic formation, and firelight appeared bit by bit. The center of the formations glowing with flickering light. 3-minute countdown. Tan Lang Nuan ordered all troops retreat. Abandon the ammunition depot. Kong and Chan, Li Sang-ah, and Seo Hewook began moving with determined expressions. Min Chai shouted, "Run outside. Retreat. That's an order." Everyone poured out, rushing toward the vehicles all at once, ignoring the spiders that continued to swarm in. Everyone is aboard. Most of the spiders are inside. Only the mage unit and the vanguard are left. Hurry and support them. Countdown. 2 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Tan Lang Nuan and the vanguard remained where they were, holding the enemy back and opening a path. Kong and Chan said tensely, "Combat unit, hold on a little longer. They're almost at the vehicles." Just then, the Spider Queen made a move. Its gaze suddenly sharpened. Countdown. 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. The people outside had already begun reporting. Everyone except the vanguard has assembled. Good. Start moving. Vehicles that are ready, go now. Get as far away from the ammunition depot as possible. The vehicles started their engines. The vanguard finally rushed out, shouting, "Close both gates. Don't let them escape. We can't let ourselves be pushed back inside." Countdown. 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan nimbly slipped outside. Good. Everyone is safe now. But before he could relax, a pair of blazing eyes appeared at the entrance that was slowly closing. It was the Spider Queen. It raised its front legs, and the soldiers closing the gate were instantly flung away. Everyone froze, completely unable to stop it. It's the Spider Queen. It let out a roar, and a mass of purple light condensed in its mouth. Countdown. 1 minute and 37 seconds remaining. Its powerful front legs stabbed toward the soldiers like spears, accompanied by terrifying pressure from the wind. Although the soldiers managed to dodge in time, they were still badly frightened. It's too strong. Put your backs into it and close the gate. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Shield Squad, protect the soldiers. Everyone else, draw its attention. The Shield Squad desperately blocked the monster's sharp slashes, but they were still knocked away one after another. Someone hurriedly reported, "Sergeant, I did as you said and strengthened the blade with fire. Give it to me now." The man ran over, somewhat hesitant. "Want to be too hot?" Tan Lang Nuan did not waver. He took the weapon in place of his dagger. "It's fine." He gripped it tightly, his eyes filled with determination. After all, cooks are the ones most used to high temperatures. Countdown. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. Tan Lang Nuan charged forward and ordered, "Everyone, fall back immediately. I'll end this." Someone cried out in shock, "What?" But Tan Lang Nuan shouted, "Move." When the ammunition depot explodes, this entire area will be flattened. The man stepped back and answered, "Yes, sir." The blade in Tan Lang Nuan's hand shone with the power of fire. The soldier who had just retreated signaled to the people behind him. "Everyone in the rear, retreat. Take out dried meat number 4 immediately. We have to run faster." Everyone was falling back, while only Tan Lang Nuan charged forward to open the way. System notification. Although its outer shell is extremely tough, it softens after being exposed to heat and becomes easier to peel. Tan Lang Nuan's gaze was utterly firm. In the very next instant, a razor-sharp flash of light streaked out. Countdown. 57 seconds remaining. Tan Lang Nuan rushed in, his flaming blade slashing toward the monster that was being held in place. The monster, hemmed in by fire, let out an enraged roar. Tan Lang Nuan held his will steady and swung the blade down, flames surging into the sky. At that moment, only 45 seconds remained. Tan Lang Nuan's blade, carrying unimaginable force, stabbed straight into the top of the monster's head. The tip of the blade plunged hard into a gap in the armor on its head, then sank even deeper. Tan Lang Nuan knitted his brows tightly and forced the blade all the way down. "You can rest now." The flames on the blade seemed to burn the Spider Queen from the inside. Immediately after that, Tan Lang Nuan swung a vertical slash that tore open the monster's abdomen, cutting from its head all the way to its tail. Everyone turned back in shock, but they still managed to get into the vehicles in time. Countdown, 33 seconds remaining. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan frantically hacked several more times into the monster. Then, without hesitating for even a second, immediately turned and left the spot. He gritted his teeth and ran desperately toward his comrades, cursing under his breath as he ran. Damn it, his steps grew faster and faster. Only 11 seconds remained. His eyes were filled with determination. Military life really is brutal as hell. 7 seconds remained. The exit was right in front of him. Tan Lang Nuan kicked hard off the ground and launched himself forward, so fast it was as if he were tearing through the air. The final 4 seconds. The fire formation was just about to activate. The final 1 second. At last, flames erupted on the ammunition depot side. A few days later, everyone gathered here once again. The commanders began giving orders to each unit. All right, separate out all the equipment that can no longer be used. How is the vehicle repair going? We need to reorganize the assignment of duties. Someone accepted the order. I'll go check right away. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan stood atop the tallest building in the camp, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. What a relief. I can't believe that after such a terrifying explosion, everyone recovered so quickly and no one was even injured. Just then, Min Chai walked over looking somewhat pleased with himself and asked about Tan Lang Nuan's condition. Tan Lang Nuan, you're awake? Are you feeling better? When you passed out, everyone was desperately repairing everything. Tan Lang Nuan praised him. You did well. Min Chai replied, Tan Lang Nuan, from now on, try not to take on dangerous missions like that anymore. When everyone saw you collapse, they were scared to death. Tan Lang Nuan scratched his head and said with a smile, don't worry. From now on, I probably won't have the guts to do something that insane again. Min Chai leaned against the railing and revealed, oh right, there's word that we're going to use this ammunition supply point as our new base. Tan Lang Nuan asked here. Min Chai continued, that's right. The officers' dormitory area was only ever temporary housing, and it's too easy to expose. Now that the number of people is growing, we need a larger space. The explosion destroyed quite a few facilities, but those places weren't things we absolutely needed anyway. Also, there's a small spring near the entrance of the ammunition supply point, and there's farmland too. That means we can secure a water source, and we may even be able to start farming. Tan Lang Nuan said with interest, really? Then I fully support it. Min Chai said happily, great. I'll tell the others the news too. Tan Lang Nuan thought about the base, and then remembered the mobile fortress he had obtained when he first awakened. But even now, he still did not know how to summon it. At that moment, Min Chai spoke again. Also, there's still a lot of ammunition that can be used, and we're sorting it. Tan Lang Nuan asked, really? Min Chai replied, yes. Everyone is working hard. Oh right, when we opened another ammunition storehouse, we also found quite a few unhatched eggs. Tan Lang Nuan asked curiously, spider eggs? Min Chai replied, yes. I told them to make sure they preserve them carefully and not break them for now, just in case we need them. Tan Lang Nuan smiled. As expected, you're the best at saving ingredients for me. I'll use them to make something special. Min Chai looked deeply troubled. Sorry, but I refuse that one. I'm not eating spider eggs. Tan Lang Nuan did not see it that way. As long as it tastes good, isn't that enough? How about a spider egg frittata? Min Chai sighed. Please don't. During his free time, Tan Lang Nuan checked his system. System notification. You have defeated the final queen of the Adekalon, Kalania. Achievement partially completed. King Slayer condition met. January 3rd. Reward. Trait Enhancement Card X1. Tan Lang Nuan thought. A trait enhancement card? The card displayed. Trait Enhancement Card. Enhances one of your existing traits. You cannot preview the effect after enhancement. You only have one chance, so choose carefully. Low-grade Knife Mastery. Low-grade Cooking Mastery. Low-grade Ingredient Identification. Low-grade Fire Affinity. Tan Lang Nuan evaluated in combat. Knife Mastery or Cooking Mastery would be more useful. He raised a hand and rubbed his temple, then muttered, but aside from me, there are plenty of people who are very strong in combat. I should enhance ingredient identification after all. System notification. Enhance trait low-grade ingredient identification. Continue? Tan Lang Nuan raised his hand and confirmed. System notification. Selection received. Pure energy is beginning to form. An invisible current swirled around Tan Lang Wan. System notification. Trait has been enhanced. Low-grade ingredient identification has been upgraded to enhanced low-grade ingredient identification. The skill automatically activated in Tan Lang Wan's eyes. He said in surprise, "Huh? There really is a change? I need to find something to test it on." Just then, Min Chai returned. "Tan Lang Wan, I almost forgot. Take a look at this notebook." Tan Lang Wan turned around. "Another notebook?" Min Chai walked over and said, "Co Hewook found it. It was inside this camp. System activated. Enhanced low-grade ingredient identification has been activated." An invisible shock wave spread out, and the scanning wave passed over Min Chai. While Min Chai was talking about the notebook, it looks like a journal written by the commander of this ammunition depot. "I think you should read it." Meanwhile, Tan Lang Wan was staring intently at the system interface. "What? This is way too absurd." Lines from the journal appeared. Thursday, February 2nd. New recruits transferred in. A conflict occurred with Corporal Lee Du-Ru and the soldiers of the guard company who were dispatched here, but it was resolved smoothly. Thursday, February 17th. In the morning, spoke with 5 privates and the battalion commander. Everyone said there were no problems, but when pressed on whether that was really true, they reacted very unnaturally. Tan Lang Wan snatched the notebook from Min Chai's hand. "Let me see." There were many other entries inside, like a military journal. The text continued to appear. Saturday, February 4th. While walking the dog near the base, we were attacked by an unidentified creature. Its shape resembled a giant white spider, with front legs as sharp as blades, and it was about the size of a mid-sized vehicle. Contact with the outside was lost. Confirmed that all communication systems had become inoperable. Most soldiers were killed in the line of duty. He continued judging the contents. It also records the details of the day they were attacked by the monsters. Tan Lang Wan continued flipping through the pages of the journal. List of those killed in action: Kim Han-in, Oh Young-suk, Kim Yong-chan, Han Se-woon, Won Young-so, Kim Do-jin, Ha Ji-ho, COOD. List of missing personnel. Tan Lang Wan kept reading with a heavy expression. The journal continued. Holding the defense line has become meaningless, so we will organize a counterattack. We would rather die than surrender and seek a path to life from the jaws of death. Even if we die, we absolutely will not die in humiliation at the hands of these damned monsters. Tan Lang Wan irritably closed the notebook. The record book lay quietly on the table. After that, he went to the old blacksmith. "Good heavens, the damage is serious. Is it really impossible to repair?" The old man picked up the blade and examined it carefully. "It can't be repaired." Tan Lang Wan asked regretfully, "It really can't?" The old man stroked the blade and continued his assessment. If it had only been exposed to high temperature, it would have been fine. But cooling down over a long period is different. The interior must have changed. Tan Lang Wan said regretfully. "I see," the old man explained. "That's right. The nature of the metal has changed. In other words, although it still looks like the original knife on the outside, in reality, it's already a different knife." Tan Lang Wan sighed, full of regret. "What a shame. I gotten used to using it, so it really fit my hand." The old man placed the knife back on the table. Then the old man said he would make him a new one. Tan Lang Wan immediately perked up. "Really?" The old man said that since he had awakened, making it would not be too difficult. The old man glanced at him, his gaze seeming to probe him, as if he wanted him to agree to a few things. Tan Lang Wan asked in surprise, "Agree to what?" The old man immediately said he was referring to Lee Eun-jin and Hee Eun-jin. When forging weapons, temperature control was essential, and he needed those 2 children to help. Tan Lang Wan agreed. "That won't be a problem. I'll report it to Sergeant Min Chai." The old man smiled and nodded, then said that if possible, he also needed a larger place to work, ideally a forge. He thought they needed to renovate one of the ammunition storehouses here, and asked if Tan Lang Wan could approve it. Tan Lang Wan smiled faintly, thinking that equipment team leader Lee Sang had already helped them a great deal, and if the old man joined as well then. So he said, "All right, please do as you see fit." The old man smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you." Tan Lang Wan immediately asked, "Do you have any other requests?" The old man said slowly, "There's one last thing, but..." Tan Lang Wan listened attentively, looking very curious. But the old man waved his hand and said he would tell him later. At that moment, the people outside were renovating the ammunition storage area. Someone shouted, "Dig this area wider. Can we make the furnace here?" Wait a moment. All of this was within Tan Lang Wan's calculations. Following the old man's requests, they renovated an empty ammunition storehouse, while the old man busily instructed Lee Eun-jin on controlling fire. Tan Lang Nguyen still had other matters to worry about. He also referred to several models, wanting to replace his knife. There were many different dagger lengths. He picked up a kitchen knife, but the blade was a little too long. After that, he finally found one he liked. A tuna knife is probably about this long, and it should work for cooking too. Then, the final request the old man had kept hidden was... The old man pointed behind Tan Lang Nguyen. May I use that? It was the front leg of the Spider Queen. Tan Lang Nguyen wondered, isn't that the Spider Queen's blade? Why is it here? The old man explained. The explosion blew the entire swarm of spiders away, but that blade was completely undamaged. The legs of the lower grade spiders were also melted down and made into weapons. It's just that I thought this item would require the commander's approval, so I wanted to ask whether I could use it. Tan Lang Nguyen smiled. He felt that using such a material would surely produce an excellent knife. He immediately replied, of course you can. Please use it. The old man laughed heartily. Really? I knew you would agree. I'll use it to complete your knife. Thus, a sharp blade was completed. Lone Wolf Sword, a masterpiece forged with the full craftsmanship of a low-grade blacksmith, yet possessing high-grade quality. A sashimi knife, made from the famed front leg of the Adekalon white spider, soaked in the resentment of the Spider Queen leader. It can increase the chance of triggering a critical hit in battle. The protagonist evaluated it. The feeling in my hand is completely different. Then he turned his attention back to the old man, who said, I made one more for you as well. At that moment, in Tan Lang Nguyen's left hand was the chef's universal black knife, the head chef's most versatile cooking knife. Tan Lang Nguyen deftly swung the two knives in his hands. In his left hand was a broad kitchen knife, and in his right hand was a sashimi knife. After his movements came to a stop, he smiled proudly. I never expected the old man's craftsmanship to be this good. The old man immediately asked Tan Lang Nguyen what he thought of the two knives. Well, are you satisfied? Tan Lang Nguyen replied, of course. Thank you very much. They're excellent. The old blacksmith reminded him that only the Spider Queen's two front legs could be used as weapons, so he could only make two knives. Tan Lang Nguyen said in surprise, one knife from each leg? The old blacksmith continued, it seems to be due to the system's influence. One portion of material can only produce one item. If you find any useful materials in the future, just bring them to me. I can keep making more. Tan Lang Nguyen said a little awkwardly, two knives are already more than enough. Then he changed the subject. I'll go check on the other members of the team. By then, the people outside had finished all their preparations. Someone reported, Commander, all vehicles are in excellent condition. Tan Lang Nguyen confirmed, good, very good. His subordinates said, we didn't run into too much trouble. Those newly joined deserters are pretty useful too. Tan Lang Nguyen was shocked. What, really? That lazy bunch? On the other side, Park Eun-sang was yelling at those deserters. Hey, I told you to handle it carefully. Are you doing that on purpose? Do you want me to say it twice? The other man shrank back. We were wrong. Park Eun-sang shouted, you're as slow as snails. We're the ones who get scolded for it. Hurry up, get everything in order, and move out. The other man accepted the order. Yes, sir. The people outside were all laughing at those greenhorns. Chan Dung said, at least we have a few subordinates now. Thanks to them, everything is much easier. Park Eun-sang suddenly sniffled. That's right. We really had it too hard before. Tan Lang Nguyen stood outside watching and commented, those deserters really found the right superior. If they don't suffer a little, they'll never grow up. Kong and Chan, beside him, asked, but are you planning to let them awaken too? Tan Lang Nguyen said calmly, I don't know. If they gain power, they might just run away again. Kong and Chan immediately understood. On the other side, Park Eun-sang was still relentlessly scolding those deserters, scolding them until their faces were full of dejection. Tan Lang Nguyen, outside, remarked from now on, we'll have to keep a very close eye on them. Then he said to Kong and Chan, how about we go check out the new cafeteria? The scene shifted. On a ruined, desolate street, a group of people were holding a discussion. Thank goodness, everyone is still alive. What luck! The people who managed to gather here were never the type to die easily in the first place. They were a group of people with hidden motives, negotiating inside a dark, old, half-collapsed building. One of them spoke up. All right, let's begin exchanging information. Everyone began discussing. Wasn't there a team operating near the town administrative office? The team with two awakened? Yeah, I heard they're preparing to head north and join a larger organization. The bearded man asked, is it that rumored large-scale survivor organization? The hooded man replied, yeah. How many times has this been now? Looks like more and more people are starting to leave. The young man who had spoken first said, our food is about to run out. Before long, we'll have to make a decision. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. A girl, tapping her fingers on the tabletop, spoke up. up. It's my turn. According to the information I just confirmed, there seems to still be a fairly large military unit outside. Everyone was shocked. What? Is that true? There's still a surviving military unit, and it's nearby too? The messy-haired man crossed his arms and said suspiciously, "Hey, actually, there's something I've always wondered. So, just how do you get this high-level information?" The girl asked, "What do you mean by that?" The man continued, "Hey, you know this too. Most military bases have already been occupied by monsters, so they're almost impossible to approach. If we can't get close in the first place, then obviously we can't gather related intelligence. Who knows? Maybe the so-called deserters said to be active around here are just people pretending to be soldiers." The people around them also began murmuring one after another. "Yeah, that's true. This looks very suspicious. Where exactly are you getting this information from?" So I said calmly, "I understand everyone's concerns, but I cannot reveal my source. Have I ever given everyone false information before?" Those people were momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, they said, "Well, no. Last time, we survived thanks to you too." That's right. Without SOAS information, our group probably would have starved to death long ago. So I continued, "Not interfering with other people's work or abilities is a rule we established from the moment we began exchanging information. So I cannot make my source public. But everything I bring is real information, and I have no reason to spread false reports either." Those people thought for a moment and admitted it as well. That is true. If SOA had that intention, she would have made her move long ago. "Gong-su, you're just overthinking things this time. Gon-su-hiri apologies. Sorry, I was wrong." So I still said gently, "I accept your apology." Then she spoke up. "In that case, I have a suggestion. Why don't we try contacting that military unit?" Everyone was extremely shocked. "What? Isn't that too risky? Isn't this decision too hasty? Even if they really are the military, we don't know whether we can trust them." The bearded man continued, "And besides, who can guarantee that their situation is better than ours?" The thick-lipped man agreed too. "That's right. Even if they really are better off, they may not necessarily accept us." So I said, "I understand everyone's concerns. In that case, let our group go meet them first. We can make contact first and confirm the situation, can't we?" The thick-lipped man said, that does make sense, but..." Then the hooded man spoke. "If so, wouldn't SOAS group be in great danger?" So I admitted, "It is dangerous, but this risk is worth taking." The three men, the hooded man, the thick-lipped man, and the bearded man, all fell into deep thought. Only Gong-su was secretly calculating. Something like exchanging information with the military absolutely cannot happen. His sinister gaze turned towards SOA. "I think it's time to end this information exchange." Meanwhile, at the camp, 10 days had passed since the battle to recapture the ammunition depot ended. Tanlang-won thought. The base that had become their new stronghold had now been remodeled to be more suitable for living, and the weapons made by the old blacksmith and the engineers in the workshop had also been distributed to all the awakened. Everyone was delighted when they received their weapons. Awesome. They're easy to use, even when casting magic. At that moment, everyone was discussing tactics. Someone said, "But isn't it still very dangerous to recklessly enter the city?" Tanlang-won also confirmed, it would be a lie to say it isn't dangerous. But the system is requiring us to carry out an occupation battle. Min-chai agreed. "That's right. Expanding our territory is inevitable." CO Hewook offered his opinion. "But right now, we still don't have any information. Why don't we conduct a reconnaissance mission first?" Kong and Chan also agreed. "I agree with CO Hewook's suggestion." Tanlang-won and Lee sang, "I were also pleased to see everyone actively offering their opinions." Good. Then prepare for reconnaissance. And so, the scouting began. At that moment, on an abandoned street, someone said, "Everyone has finished eating their field rations, right? If you hear any movement at all, report it immediately." Someone answered, "Yes, sir." It was Lee Sang, leading the reconnaissance team. She complained, "No matter how many times we search, all that's left are corpses." Tanlang-won said, "From a certain perspective, this isn't too surprising. While we were still inside the base, an extremely brutal battle must have taken place above ground." Min-chai said, "Tanlang-won, what will we do now? Do you think it'll be very hard to find survivors?" "I can't hear anything." Tanlang-won was also somewhat worried. I also feel like there should still be at least some survivors here." Then he thought, in order to carry out the occupation battle, they had to expand their forces, and recruiting survivors was a crucial part of that. If this matter dragged on, their next operation might fall into a disadvantageous position. "Then let's head back." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly noticed a burst of movement. Tanlang-won said keenly, "Is that the sound of metal clashing?" Everyone shouted, "Over there, they're not monsters. Humans are fighting." A A group of people was desperately fleeing from another group. Damn it, we still haven't shaken them off. Don't give up. We just need to hold on a little longer. The whole group suddenly stopped. Wait, up ahead. Gong Su cried out. The bearded man said, what? Why did soldiers suddenly appear here? What do we do? Take another route? At that moment, the pursuers behind them also caught up. Someone mocked them. Go on, run. That's right. You should have done that from the start. But he also immediately noticed the situation ahead. He said curiously, huh? Who are those people? Tam Lang Wan sighed, stood imposingly right in the road, leaving them utterly shocked. Soldiers? And quite a lot of them, too. Damn it. Chances are those deserters ran into this area. The group stopped, looking somewhat wary. The information exchange group was also gasping for breath. Ahead of them, Tan Lang Wan's group had blocked the road. Tan Lang Wan looked completely confused. What exactly is going on here? The people behind whispered among themselves, but Tan Lang Wan heard every word. Damn it, we almost caught them. What bad luck. Can we beat these deserters? Are you crazy? How could we beat fully armed soldiers? But we can't just let the people we just caught recently get away like this. The narrow-eyed man in the back said, in any case, they probably don't want to clash with us directly either. Let's observe the situation first. Then he quickly stepped forward and said loudly, comrades, you must have worked hard standing guard. This group stole from our team and ran away. They're criminals who harmed us, so we want to handle this matter ourselves. Could you please step aside? Tan Lang Wan said suspiciously, theft? He turned to Min Chai and said, what do you think? Min Chai replied, looking at their expressions, it seems like the other side is the one bullying people. I'm not entirely sure either. Maybe it would be best to let them pass through first. The bearded man shouted loudly, he's lying. We're just an ordinary group of people. They suddenly attacked us. The pursuers shouted, shut up. Who would believe the words of thieves? Hurry up and tell us where you hid the supplies. Hurry. Tan Lang Wan vaguely realized that the two side stories did not match. Next, he began using his ability. Then let me take a look. Activate Advanced Identification. The system began scanning. The narrow-eyed man continued aggressively pointing at Tan Lang Wan's group as he spoke. As long as you all turn a blind eye, we'll hand over everything this group stole to you. The system displayed information above the narrow-eyed man's head. Occupation, Novice Killer, Level 7. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 16, Magic Power 5, Luck 3. Traits, low-grade swordsmanship proficiency, low-grade stealth movement, low-grade acting. Skills, bone pierce, trace erasure. The narrow-eyed man was still speaking. How about it? Let's settle this peacefully. At that moment, Tan Lang Wan's feelings were somewhat complicated. He thought, luckily, I upgraded my identification attribute. His gaze immediately became sharp. Now there was nothing that could escape his eyes anymore. He turned and said to his people, raise your weapons. Everyone obeyed. Yes, sir. The narrow-eyed man panicked. Wait, why are you doing this? We didn't come to cause trouble. Do you want compensation? Then we can talk. If you open fire here, all the monsters will be drawn over. Tan Lang Wan spoke. While you can still withdraw peacefully, get lost immediately. If you resist, you'll get hurt. The narrow-eyed man cursed. Damn it, these people won't listen to reason at all. He looked toward the information exchange group and calculated inwardly. Facing this many soldiers directly is too dangerous. At this rate, we'll be captured. So I also became fully alert at this moment, remaining silent. The narrow-eyed man shouted to his underlings, retreat. The others panicked too. Are you sure? That man continued, yeah. Unless our boss is here, we can only retreat. Tan Lang Wan was slightly surprised. What? They're planning to run? At least they're not hopelessly stupid. Then he ordered, you guys capture them. A chorus of yes, sir rang out, and all the soldiers immediately charged forward. The pursuers panicked. Boss, they're chasing us too fast. The narrow-eyed man cursed. Damn it, we can't beat fully armed soldiers. Run with everything you've got. In the blink of an eye, the entire group went from hunters to prey, fleeing in panic. Before long, they disappeared from sight. Tan Lang Wan mocked. What a waste of effort. At that moment, the situation stabilized. Everyone began getting things in order. What? There are monsters in the building they ran into? The soldier who had pursued them said, yes, sir, so we came back. Tan Lang Wan replied, good. We could be in danger too. From now on, guard this area. First, we'll question these people. Yes, sir. Min Chai hurried over to report the situation. Tan Lang Wan, I've gathered all the survivors inside that building. Do you want to meet their leader separately? Tan Lang Wan replied, yes. Arrange it on the second floor. I need to confirm a few things first. Min Chai replied, understood. I'll prepare it right away. Tan Lang Wan was a little surprised. It's a message from Taedon. Tan Lang Wan responded, why is something happening all of a sudden? Taedon said, I received a prophecy. Tan Lang Wan said, you received a prophecy? Taedon replied, I'm not sure who the people you encountered are, but they know about us, and they know quite a lot. Tan Lang Wan said suspiciously, really? Taedon said, yes. Though I don't know the specific situation, I can confirm that much. For a moment, Tan Lang Wan did not know what to say either. After ending the conversation, he placed his hands on his hips and thought, this is going to be interesting. Then he went upstairs, arriving at the room where the leader of the survivor group was waiting. The person sitting there was so he walked closer, still thinking. They said she's blind. It seems that really may be true. Kong and Chan already warned me, so I should approach slowly. Tan Lang Wan stopped in front of her and asked what happened. So I replied, it isn't anything too complicated. We were working when they suddenly attacked. The theft story is nothing but lies. We had never met them before. Tan Lang Wan crossed his arms and said, I had some suspicions too. So I asked, what do you mean by that? At that moment, Tan Lang Wan was extremely suspicious. Just how does she know they were lying? Does she have some power I can't detect? So I said, in any case, thank you for saving us. If not for you. Tan Lang Wan cut her off. It's nothing. I didn't expect you to thank us so frankly. She was a little surprised. Isn't thanking someone after being helped only natural? Tan Lang Wan explained, people these days don't have a good impression of soldiers. Some soldiers who desert the army have done many terrible things. So I seem to understand. I see. Then you aren't like them? Tan Lang Wan replied, no. At least, not right now. Only then did so I relax. Then it's fine. Tan Lang Wan pandiv. I can't see her eyes, so I can't judge what she's thinking. I need to confirm it right away. An invisible flash of light appeared. Activate Enhanced Ingredient Identification. Occupation, Spirit Mage. Status, Strength 14. Trait, Spirit Folk. Tan Lang Wan froze, and his expression immediately became complicated. The shock in his eyes was obvious. Would you like something to drink? We have instant tea and coffee in the vehicle. The coffee has already been poured. Tan Lang Wan thought inwardly. No matter how much I offer, she will definitely refuse anything I give her. Maybe she'll only refuse out of politeness. But, just as CEO Hewook warned, perhaps she already knows we're awakened. She may even know that I'm a chef. That spirit folk trait really is worrying. That means even though she is blind, she may still have the ability to see. Tan Lan Wan spoke. It seems you're very concerned about the food I make. So I said awkwardly, about that. Tan Lang Wan nodded in agreement. Yes, this world is very dangerous. Being careful about possible poison is a good thing. But I don't think that's the reason. Are you refusing because I'm an awakened chef? So I frowned. What was going on? Had he realized that she knew the identity of their unit? Tan Lang Wan said, silence means you admit it. So I still said nothing. Tan Lang Wan walked over to the window and spoke. I don't know exactly what you learned about our unit or what you saw, but I have a guess. So I said in surprise, a guess? What are you talking about? Tan Lang Wan turned around. It's because of your eyes, isn't it? So I was so shocked that she dropped her cane. Her eyes widened. The cane fell to the floor. Tan Lang Wan said calmly, oh, did I startle you? I didn't mean to. I just found it strange. You clearly know everything, yet you pretend not to. He smiled, turning his head to look at her. So I picked up her cane and regained her balance. Tan Lang Wan continued calculating. All right, it was about time to lay the cards on the table. Soon, he would know whether they were enemies or not. Tan Lang Wan silently waited for her reaction. At last, so I spoke. It seems you know everything. Tan Lang Wan confirmed it as well. Yes, more or less. Actually, I don't know the details. So I said, I approached you all without any malicious intent. Tan Lang Wan said with a smile. So you're not denying that you approached us. In that case, explain why you approached us. She slowly rose from her chair. Very well. Then she activated her ability. Since it seems you already know, I'll introduce this first. Tan Lang Nuan was somewhat surprised. Soa's ability gradually took the form of a radiant blue-green energy sphere. It flowed and swirled like water, then slowly contracted into a small water orb. So I introduced it. This is a water spirit. I named it Little Droplet. The system window identified the information. Ingredient identified. Extremely high freshness. Low-grade water spirit. Lowest grade cooking secret activated. You have comprehended how to process low-grade spirits. Tan Lang Wan stared blankly at the water spirit before him. So I said, how strange. Little Droplet seems very afraid of you. Tan Lang Nuan said in surprise. What? But did I do anything? So I touched the water spirit and said, the problem seems to be the look in your eyes just now. When you looked at her, it was as if you were looking at prey. So she started trembling. Tan Lang Nuan fell into thought. Did she realize she was being observed through my ingredient identification ability? Because she's a spirit, she seems extremely sensitive to things like magic power. He spoke. So you observed us with that spirit. So I admitted it. That's right. It's something like the price of our contract. I can see through Little Droplet. She released the water spirit and let it fly away, then said, like this. The water spirit flew out the window and shot straight outside. It flew high into the air, observing a wide area from above. So I said, it's surprising. There are almost no monsters or undead nearby lately. I can see that snipers have been deployed in many places, and I can also get a rough grasp of the routes the vehicles are taking. Tan Lang Nuan watched in astonishment. Isn't this no different from a drone? According to her, although the water spirit's vision had a distance limit, it could see farther in places where there was water. She had happened to enter this area, then observed their unit through the small stream flowing inside. But after the unit was thrown into chaos because of his food, she judged that it would be very difficult to join them directly. So she changed her objective to approaching them, wanting to make a deal. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan continued talking with Soa. I see. Then, unfortunately, you were attacked by those raiders, right? So I admitted it. We were suddenly attacked by raiders, but I'm not sure whether that was truly bad luck. Tan Lang Nuan said in surprise. Huh? What do you mean by that? So I said, I think we were betrayed. There are several survivor groups that share information with each other, and we also shared with them what we learned through Little Droplet. The only ones who could have leaked our location and destination would be those groups. Tan Lang Nuan Pandev. It seems there are more survivors than I thought. So I continued. Moreover, several of my members were even captured by those people. They capture people, turn them into slaves, and force them to work. Tan Lang Nuan said in horror. What? Slaves? So I replied calmly, yes. They truly are a very frightening group. Tan Lang Nuan once again fell into thought. He asked, you're talking about a large-scale armed raider group, correct? Just how large is it? We need to expand our territory. We can't ignore this. Don't you want to bring your members back? Surely you also want revenge on those traitors, right? So I'll pause for a moment before answering him. Yes, that's true, but I'm afraid it's impossible. They're quite a large force, so there's absolutely no way we can. Tan Lang Nuan put forward his condition. If that's really the case, we can help you, but on one condition. So I silently looked at him, revealing a doubtful expression. Tan Lang Nuan said directly, join us. If we can rescue your captured comrades. The next day, a unit had finished preparations, and the vehicles were all ready to depart. These are the survivors we found during this expedition. Someone said in surprise, oh, then should we consider them new recruits? Tan Lang Nuan replied, not yet. First, find them a more proper place to rest. So I spoke again. The distance I can see through the spirit's vision also changes according to the condition of my eyes. I've used the spirit's vision too often recently, so the distance I can see has noticeably shortened. Tan Lang Nuan thought to himself, I have to find a way to improve Soa's eye condition. At that moment, Tan Lang Nuan had told the story to several people in charge. Min Chai said in surprise, what? You mean we have to make food that's good for the eyes? Tan Lang Nuan replied, that's right. We have to feed Soa plenty of things that benefit the eyes. That's how we'll find those damned raiders. Min Chai immediately asked, among the monsters we've hunted so far, are there any with strong vision? No matter how powerful your cooking ability is, the effect of the original ingredient has to be strong enough, doesn't it? Tan Lang Nuan replied, exactly. If the ingredient itself isn't helpful for the eyes, then no matter how deliciously it's cooked, it won't mean anything. At that moment, Kong and Chan reported, the reconnaissance team brought back some strange ingredients. Tan Lang Nuan said excitedly, good, bring them all here. Kong and Chan replied, yes, Commander. Tan Lang Nuan's heart was full of anticipation. I hope there's something usable among them. Before long, several monster corpses were carried over. First was the corpse of a mutant elephant. Traits, danger perception, 10-mile vision. Next were some shrimp. Traits, nocturnal activity, vision in darkness. Last was red meat. Traits, crimson frenzy, infrared detection. Tan Lang Nuan began processing the ingredients. Unfortunately, none of the ingredients possessed an ability directly related to eyesight. He could only try to make the most of things that were barely usable. The kitchen knife spun in Tan Lang Nuan's hand. Each slice of meat was cut perfectly straight and neat. He thought excitedly, if quality isn't enough, then make up for it with quantity, right? In the mess hall, Saul was currently eating ravenously. It was so delicious, it could absolutely be served in a high-end restaurant. The eggs were incredibly fragrant, and how could the gravy be this tasty? Tan Lang Wan was extremely happy inside. At first, she was very resistant, but now she's eating so well. The system's light flashed again. Set meal completed. A common trait has been detected among the ingredients used for cooking. You have completed a theme dish. You have received the title, Theme Chef. Tan Lang Wan said in surprise, "Oh, what is this?" Just then, I suddenly trembled all over and put down her chopsticks. "Oh, what's happening?" All of a sudden, my eyes are so itchy. Tan Lang Nun hurriedly resuscitated her. Don't worry. This is just the dish's effect starting to take hold. The system announced, the taster's eyesight has recovered greatly. All vision-related abilities have received a massive enhancement. So I cried out in pain. "Oh, my eyes." Tan Lang Wan was startled as well. He hadn't expected the reaction to come so quickly. He continued watching her. So I managed to draw a breath again, tears already streaming down without stopping. She blinked and vaguely saw Tan Lang Wan's figure. Tan Lang Wan immediately asked anxiously, "Does it hurt a lot?" So whose eyesight had recovered, answered while still filled with shock. "No, I can see everything in front of me clearly now." Tan Lang Wan was so delighted that a bright smile spread across his face. "Really?" So I replied, "Yes, I can see very clearly. Did you do this?" So I was utterly shaken by the fact that she had regained her eyesight. Tan Lang Wan was also both surprised and overjoyed by his own ability. My God, it can actually restore a blind person's eyesight. At that moment, both of them stood frozen in place, overcome with excitement and astonishment. Elsewhere, in the raiders' camp, in the Villa district of Kangwon, someone reported the news. The brothers from Combat Team 3 have returned. The leader shouted irritably, "So why are you people making a commotion all the way into the officers' camp?" That person stammered, "Oh well." Several leaders spoke up. "Team 3? You mean those guys who joined recently? You mean Gong Su, the one who betrayed his own team and came over to us?" The person who entered admitted it. "That's right. They went to capture that team, as well as that blind woman with the strange ability." The leader asked curiously, "So, did they catch them?" The messenger hurriedly said, "Forget catching people. They couldn't even rob any supplies. I heard they acted together with a group of deserters." All the leaders were stunned.